and you know that it takes time to actually just sit here, mute yourself, and just listen and be like, oh man, how do I approach the individual in a better way, right? So
Yeah,
what
it's also
what we would like to do is approach it with the 3 points. So grenade head, if I want to, what I want to say to you is, where is the curvature of the Earth? Do you know the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
He's not even here any longer.
No, he's still here. Grenade head is still
Is he?
here. Grenade head. What is the
Is
curvature
he
of the Earth?
still here? Oh yeah, he is.
36,000 fucking
He's been
miles,
muted
man.
anyway.
Hold on. Let grenade head answer, guys. Let him answer.
Is he even still there though?
Yeah, he's still here.
Well, I know he's here, but is he actually at his mic? Because he said he had to go back to work.
His mic's been taken away, so I don't know what that means.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
think he's
that's
going to be using
right.
it.
Yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, he got in trouble.
Darn it.
His wife was
You
like,
know,
"Get the
I did
f-
pretty good. I
No,
did
you
pretty
did.
good.
No,
Oh
you
yeah,
did
I know. No,
awesome.
we agree. You did a
Yeah,
great job.
yeah.
I
Thank
tried,
you
Yeah,
man.
for
I
joining
lose
us.
patience.
like I loved how you were holding it down too, bro. So like the
We need to give
the
him a
you want
flat
to go
earther.
over the you want to go over the 3 points with them, right? So when you go ask the grenade head, ask him, what's the curvature of the Earth? You find out why he sees that point of view, right? And then the next point you want to ask him is the second law of thermodynamics, right? Which is gas pressure without a container,
Yep. We
right?
did definitely go over them 2 points.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely heard you going over the gas pressure without the container. And then
But listen,
finally,
hey Master Chief, hi. It's been a while. Hi, how
oh,
are
what's
you?
up, Sonny?
Hey man. Hey, I wanted to say I think you're right about what you're saying of how to approach these people. But in the first paragraph, when they're bringing up, they're claiming things without any backing, and then instead of answering the question, they just keep evading to another logical fallacy, to another statement, another claim that has no backing, one after another. That is being really dishonest. You're not going to get an honest answer from somebody who is proving themselves on the spot to being dishonest.
I'm totally
Right, and
agreeing with you, Sonny.
that's when you got to show
Absolutely
to
true.
him that he's lying to himself, right? You got to bring it, approach him with kindness, and to showing him that that he is lying to himself. So he's presenting these fallacies, right? That we know that he's presenting, and then we just got to show him the way.
Tried.
Master,
Each and every
but on
person
the
on the
on
panel
the
really
end,
did
he
try.
asked the question, where is the edge?
Yeah, we don't. You
Yeah,
want
Well,
us
where's
to
the
give you
if
horizon?
you
baseless
but
assertions
if
on
you
that?
know, if
Where's
you're
the
honest, you don't
horizon?
ask. You don't have that in your. I don't know. You don't have that in your mind. He knows every. I think that he knows arguments. He knows everything. He's not like
Well,
he.
Yeah,
he
I've
knows. He
definitely
knows.
been here
Well, he
long
knows.
enough to know, right?
I feel like he knows the information. It's just whether accepting it or not. He's lying, whether you're lying to yourself or not, right?
Yeah, but if I'm telling you something, look at this is this. If we go to observe the points on the water, blah blah blah. Why you jump that over and you don't even want to like put yourself like a 10 seconds on that? You're moving immediately. You are speaking something else. Immediately you're speaking something else. Why? Is that honesty?
It's like the same thing on the saying like whether he's gay or whether he's gay or born gay, right? Whether he chose to be gay or whether he's born gay. It's him lying to himself that he was born gay. Yes.
I don't know how it correlates, but hey, I don't know what to. I don't have an answer to that. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I chose to be gay. I wasn't born gay. I know I wasn't born gay. I'm not gonna
Well,
lie to sit here and lie to myself and
I've
paint
got my
myself
own
a
spin
fake
too.
heaven
So
and say that God's gonna accept me in the gates of heaven because I'm gay.
yeah,
Yeah,
I've got
but
my
I'm
own
not saying
problems.
It
not
says
Each
in
saying
the
about the
person
Bible.
goes.
separation with the earth and when with that what you want to present somebody not you are not pushing your religion. If somebody saying look you need to see this, you need to see this, no, If you want to see this is this. But no, you don't want to see, you don't want to speak about it, you want to move, you want to tell your stories, you don't, okay, great. You finished? Great. Listen this again now. We have to show you this and this and this. No, you again don't want to. And repeating and repeating and repeating. That is not honesty, man. That is like debating, like trying to find a way how to prove the globe and to not look nothing into flat earth, nothing, what they have, which information they have. Let's see that information. What's this? And then say, you can speak refraction or whatever you want, but at least can you see something? Can you yeah.
Hey guys. We have 136 light. I'm not sure if they are there and unable to mute. They are VC verified.
Yeah, I was just going to point out there's another guy in the VC check-in, so if someone could pop up and check him in, that'd be appreciated.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then I think, okay. Was there anybody else that jumped in that was just VC verified?
Antiquity, if he's here, we did call on him earlier.
Let's try again. Antiquity. Oh, okay. So 136 light is just going to listen. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. If you have any questions or want to contribute to the conversation, please feel free to just unmute. Sunny and Enoch, did you guys want to play us out in about 10 minutes?
I would love to if I have my guitar with me, but I'm actually absent without my guitar. I mean, I'm present without my guitar at the moment, and Sunny just stepped out.
Oh, Sunny just left. Okay, then. All right. Well, if he comes back and
I apologize. I know Precious Silvers is starting now, right?
Precious Metal. Yeah, it's been going on. We started it about an hour.
I mean, Precious Metals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're almost done. We
Sorry.
got about 15 minutes left. No, it's all good. So if you guys want to start playing again, that would be awesome. Whenever you're able.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm definitely just at the. I mean, I did say I was gonna be present, but I didn't bring my guitar. Sorry.
Yeah, that's totally fine. That's not a problem. Well, even if maybe Sunny comes back in, even if he can play and you want to sing or whatever you guys used to do, that would work too.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah. So hopefully he'll jump back in. All right. Did you answer the question today, Enoch?
What was the question?
Let me grab it. Unless Nathan, it's I like it when Nathan asks the question. If he wants to ask it, he can.
Sure, I'll ask it. So Enoch, the question for today that we came up with was, do you think the Earth would be a better place if all the land was connected? So basically one continent.
Would it be a better place? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, do you think it'd be more positives than negatives? Like, how do you think it would affect life?
Well, I would think that it would still present the same outcome as it is now. Yeah, I mean whether the Earth is connected as one plane, right, or not, the outcome of how it is now is still gonna turn out the outcome of how it is going to be now, because that's the way that Allah had planned it to be. So whether the place being a good place or not, whether it was one stationary flat land, it's still, the world is still gonna be the way that it is now. So no, it's not gonna change anything.
See why you would say that. It's probably not going to change too much socially, from that construct. But I feel like it's got positives for the Earth itself, just exploration and stuff. Being able to see more of the Earth freely, a lot easier transport. And yeah, just it's got positives and negatives, but I can see why you would think that.
Right.
Bumblebee that just joined us. Are you there, Bumblebee?
Hello, yes, I am here.
Oh, hey, welcome. How are you?
Good, good. I went to protest today. Happy about that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I'm guessing maybe you were protesting something we can't talk about in the live stream, but I'm not sure.
Probably, yes.
Yeah. So I see you have on the fence role.
Um, I think I haven't take the process. Like, I'm every now and then I'm here. So
Well, that's good. It's nice of you to join us today. So, how long have you been in the server?
I actually don't know.
Oh, okay.
A long time, maybe 2 months.
Oh, okay. So, do you have any questions or anything you wanted to talk about?
Not really.
No.
I
Okay.
don't have a topic right now.
How long have you been looking into flat Earth? Just the past 2 months, or were you looking into it before then?
I have been wondering this for some time, but it's not too big issue for me if it's round or flat. I don't really care. It's up to. Doesn't affect my life too much. Oh,
Okay. Well, that's okay. I mean, that's your opinion. I disagree. I think it does impact life quite a bit, but that's totally fine. That's why you're here, right? To listen and just, yeah, get your own opinions. So that's good.
how much does it affect your life?
Pardon me?
Just wondering.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear what you said. Could you repeat it?
So how much does it affect your life if it's flat or globe?
Basically because it's just the lie of it. And I mean, I don't want to get into this whole thing because, with the creator and everything, but I mean, I know that the earth would have had to have been created by something. So that would be a lie that, right, the Big Bang Theory and all that. So I think it does have an effect on your life. But again, I
Yeah,
don't really want to get like too far. Sorry,
Okay.
Nathan, go for it.
I just wanted to expand on your point there. It's also a lot to do with your mentality and psychology. The first thing you notice is how gullible you were, right? You went your whole life believing in the globe. You never questioned it. You just believed every story they pumped out. And that's the first thing you realize about yourself, right? So you got to learn about yourself. You got to learn about life. You got to learn about what this place is. And it helps you develop as an individual. So it's just nothing but benefit. And if you want to stay under a state of psychosis, thinking that a flat horizon that you see is curved and a stationary Earth experience is in motion, then you're welcome to do so. But I want to experience reality, and I want to build on my knowledge as much as I can before I go back to wherever I came from.
Yeah, very well put.
Yeah, I contend it matters too.
And yeah, and that's okay. And like I said, that's if you're just still new, trying to figure it all out. And so, is there something that's kind of keeping you? Because you're on the fence, right? So, is there something that's kind of keeping you to the globe model that you think that's real?
I'm just sometimes wondering, like, would be nice to see it from the air, how the Earth is looking like. But
Yeah,
I
I get
don't
it.
know.
You're basically trying to imagine holding the Earth in the palm of your hand, right? That kind of perspective. The problem is no
We
one's got
have
that
that.
perspective. No one can ever obtain that perspective. You've only got the perspective of the surface that we are on and standing on, and that's the only perspective you have. You're never going to hold the Earth in the palm of your hand, right? You're never going to see it from that view. So, trying to imagine it that way, it's just imagination. It's cartoons, and the problem is it stems mostly from all the globe imagery that you've seen in your childhood. And as a result, you kind of like think of the world in as a mental construct in your head from that view. But again, it's just not reality. You're never going to have that view.
But how about one mile view? This is like a 1 of 25 all air. Is that enough?
Is that for me or Bumblebee? Who are you asking? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm asking Bumblebee. How
Yeah, for
about
some.
1,000 miles view? Is that enough? This is one of 25 of Earth because Earth is 25,000 miles.
As far as I could go up to see it.
She's being honest, at least.
Even just not just to see the Earth, but I know that it would look so beautiful. You know.
Yeah, Bumblebee, if you go in the live stream voice text, I just dropped weather balloon footage from 120,000 feet. The problem is weather balloons max out at about 120 to 130,000 feet. And that's the issue. You can't really get much higher. So if you're looking for a high perspective view of Earth, that's basically the only obtainable view, right? We can't go higher. So that's what it looks like from the altitudes we can obtain.
Is there some link where I could see it?
Yeah, I'll try and get that for you. I've definitely got it saved somewhere.
Thank you.
This has been really nice. Thanks for people with at least some integrity in the questions and answers. Bumblebee, you're doing good. Thanks.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that. Well, I mean, yeah, Sasha was here when you came in. Most of the time, well, not all the time. Sometimes, I guess, yeah, we can have civil conversations, so it's good.
Yeah, it was 121,000 feet. I just posted the link if you want to check it out. But there's multiple examples of amateur people putting out weather balloons, right? If you use like fisheye lenses, then there's multiple examples of that as well, where the curvature is distorted at like the surface level, right? So there's a lot of camera tricks and manipulation that you can see in certain videos. Discord released a video recently. Wumpus Goes to Space, right? They used a fisheye lens as well. Maybe someone could do the command for that. I don't know. But yeah, if you use it depends on the camera type that you're using. Obviously, depending on whether you're going to get a flat horizon on the projected onto the display or the curved horizon. Clearly.
Is she still there?
Of her.
Oh no, we did ping her, so she should have the links, even if she's not here right now.
Yeah, thank you for the link. I'm trying to watch it.
Okay, cool. Take your time.
All good.
Is Iron Dan in here? Or I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Iron Dan, sorry.
Yeah, who? Oh, Iron Dan. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's somebody named Iron Dan down there that's not BC verified. I was just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I pinged him. I asked him to go up, but I don't think he's responded. So.
Alrighty, just checking.
Okay, appreciate you checking him in for his rookie. It's always good to have that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Is that if he wants to get verified, he can come up and I'll help him out.
Is Mr. Anderson there by any chance? Are you there? Oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to kill the whole thing.
No, you didn't. I'm just like, I don't know if I'm going to say this person's name, Carla. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but welcome. Are you there? Anybody out there? Anybody at all?
It's probably pronounced just Carla with a Q.
Yeah, it could be. Okay. Well, I guess they're not there. Oh, Iron Dan's up in VC check-in 2. Trinity's up
Okay,
there.
I'll go up and take a look.
Okay.
I'm trying to watch the first video and it's not really loading.
Oh.
I'm
Which
It's not
wondering
loading.
why.
Right, if it's not loading on Discord, just open the link in an external browser and that'll work a
No, I
lot better.
was trying to watch it in YouTube, but it's not loading it. Other
YouTube might have
videos I
censored
can
it.
watch, but annoying.
There's a lot of videos that turned me on to Flat Earth that are no longer available on YouTube. It's a shame, but it's true.
It's just circling, it's not doing anything. I'm
Right.
wondering why.
They've censored it.
Annoying.
I know it sucks.
is anybody else there that wants to answer the question? I know we only have like a few minutes left, but if anybody wants to unmute, because I keep calling on people and nobody's there. I guess that's it then. Well, I guess I'll do a couple announcements then. So, if everybody wants to check out the events up at the top, there's an Apollo moon landing hoax that will be hosted on January 30th. So, everybody's invited to that and bring all of your research, opinion, theories, information that you have about the moon landing hoax. So, that should be fun. I'm looking forward to that. And also FE Commerce, I'll plug that again. So if anybody wants to join that server, and if you have anything to sell and buy, trade, or whatever you'd like, you can join that server and let's try to get away from Amazon and try to support each other. Thanks everybody for joining us. And it was really nice to have you, Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. Thank you so much for contributing to the conversation. I know you had said you didn't want to have conversations, but I'm glad that you did. There's other rooms as well in the server if you want to go in there and speak as well, just so you know.
All right, thanks for having me, for real.
Yeah, no, it's great. I'm so glad that you joined. So that's awesome. Thanks for being here.
All right, I'm checking out.
All right. Nice to meet you. Hopefully see you again. And yeah, thanks to everybody who joined us and contributed to the conversation. Nathan, do you have anything you want to add?
Nothing other than just, that was a great addition. The flat earther role for our lumpy gas ball vacuum guy. That guy, he took it over for the majority of Livestream, did a great job. And I'm impressed. I hope I see him come back.
Yeah, I agree. I hope he comes back as well. And that's it. So thank you to the moderators and admins for staying muted. If somebody can stop the event, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you everybody, and moderators and all that. You're all free to unmute. So thanks for another precious metals. Take care, guys. I'm gonna have to dip out, but it was great hosting with you, Redford, as always.
Yes, thanks, Nathan. Take care.
See ya. Likewise. Oh, and Bumblebee, just because we've stopped Precious Metal Takeover, like you can still unmute and ask your questions about the video and whatnot. You can continue that conversation. That's not a problem.
Thank you, Redford and Nathan. Good job.
Thank you.
Do they have a lot of footage from the South Pole? Like, has anybody take pictures? What is, if the Earth is flat, then what is on the other side of the South Pole?
You got to ask Admiral Byrd that question.
Yeah, so really Antarctica is kind of off limits to the average person. There's a few scientific bases that are there that are mainly in conjunction with the military. Typically, you have to have military planes to fly you into those locations. But there is something in place called the Antarctic Treaty, which would be a good thing for you to look into. And it kind of makes Antarctica untouchable to the average person. So not a lot of exploration down there, not a lot of footage from down there, and more questions than answers when it comes to Antarctica.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there is pictures of those areas.
So there's some pictures of near where some bases are on Antarctica, and some pictures of shorelines, things like that. But when you're referring to the South Pole, there is no real South Pole down there. There's a ceremonial South Pole that they take people to, which is really just a stick in the ground at an arbitrary point. It's not actually a magnetic South Pole. So you can do a Google image search of pictures of Antarctica.
If someone wanted to go further than like what usually people can go, would they allow it or would they stop you? If you go to the South Pole and want to join the group, can you go further than others or they would just stop you?
Or is
Yes.
maybe so cold that they don't need to even stop you.
Yeah,
You will die.
as far as it stands now, there's really no exploration in Antarctica. If you want to do anything outside of small guided tours, which you can do via cruise ships and just kind of touch the tip of Antarctica, there's a lot of paperwork that you would have to fill out and get approval to be able to do any exploration. It costs a lot of money, and there's no guarantee that your approvals will be granted, and you can spend a lot of money trying to get approval. But as far as we know, there's really nobody that has freely explored much of Antarctica.
But we have drones. We can send a drone to fly over the Antarctica and make pictures from the drone. You know that big drones? Not that small commercial drones, real big. But we never did that.
I think also you would be quite alone. You don't have connections, phones won't be working, I think. How about if you use compass just to keep the north in mind? Like, how would you even go forward? How would you find a way back?
Hey, Sasha, you're right that we never tried that drone idea. But to be perfectly honest, I think even if we got the resources to do what you just described, I don't think it would work anyway because it would show up on radar because it'd have to be big enough to have enough energy fuel to get there. So it would show up on radar, and it's restricted airspace is the thing. So
Yeah,
I
but
think the combination of those two facts.
I'm saying if that is a globe, because that is not a land of this is how big is Antarctica? I don't. It must have also dimensions. You need to cross maybe 2,000 miles, not more, maybe more. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I might be wrong, but there is a pretty good chance, I think, that just get shot down or something.
I don't know in which elevation does how to say above Antarctica air it's colder than above I don't know whatever.
Say that again. I don't know quite what you're getting at.
If you're flying, let's say I don't know 3 miles above the earth, is it 3 miles above Antarctica? It's much colder than 3 miles above whatever land or whatever continent.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. So yeah, you'd have to design it for that too, I guess.
Because they are saying it's cold to cross over Antarctica, but I don't know in the air. Is that really true?
Well, here's another thing. If it's a ring around the Earth, that's a lot of space for them to guard. And maybe that's why they signed a treaty, is because they need so many countries to pitch in people to guard Antarctica. It's huge, right? It's fucking gargantuan.
Yeah, it is huge.
One ring to rule them all.
If they say that Captain Cook did that, and how much time? 2 years or 6 months? I don't know.
Yeah, who still knows Captain Cook? By the way, nobody.
What happened to Grenade Head? He went away? Oh, you're there. Hello, Grenade Head.
No, my mic was still on. Sorry.
Hello. Oh, now he's muted himself.
No, I'm here. I in the middle of working. I had my headset on. I wasn't
okay.
paying. I'm working in virtual reality. Sorry.
No surprise there.
We spoke.
I build avatars. That's what I'm doing today.
Yeah.
Be honest, how many times have you fallen over doing VR?
I sit down when I do VR.
There you go. Good answer. Huh. Sounds like you're cutting out, bro. He just left.
Oh,
no, he didn't. Sorry, go ahead.
I've been turning.
Maybe try to reconnect Grenade Head.
Is it any better?
Yeah, we can hear you. Got a question for you, Grenade Head. You looking forward to the singularity?
My mic any better now?
Yeah, we can hear you. I had a question for you.
Okay,
can you hear me? Yeah. Are you looking forward to the singularity?
think it'll happen the way we think it will. Be interesting if it did happen, but I'm not sure if I'd enjoy it.
Glad you're hot micing a little bit.
Sorry.
No worries. So you build VR avatars?
Yeah, I'm just doing some for AltSpace. I like making stuff for AltSpace.
What is that?
It's one of the VR apps you can do on the Oculus. It's a social app, and you can build any kind of world you want. You can, make your own avatars. People build. There's about 500,000 worlds in AltSpace.
What are your thoughts on the metaverse?
Well, there's an app on the Oculus where you can purchase the equivalent of an apartment, so to speak, and that apartment is like a metaphor of like a web page. Remember when the internet started, they started web pages. These apartments are kind of analogous to that, where at some point in the future, your apartment will be like a web page where people can come and view whatever it is you're trying to sell or whatever information you're trying to promote or whatever. So that's the metaphor that they're using right now in the metaverse. There's an app called the Metaverse. You can buy and sell these pieces of real estate, so to speak. You can do it with real money. Some people have done substantial real money with it. And
Dumping real money into a virtual world sounds horrible to me.
Well, the weird thing is AltSpace is free, and you could do basically everything they do in the Metaverse app. You can do for free in the AltSpace app. I don't get what the big draw is, so I don't know why I would pay money for something I could get for free. I don't get that.
Well, sure. There's probably some that are free now, but like everything, it gets wrapped into some sort of payment, or you become the commodity.
Right. That's Facebook's thing, where the people are the commodity.
Yeah, my question would be the service agreement, right? So the term of service when you're signing up for something that's free, right, is typically your data is what you're giving away. You're giving away information, so it's not necessarily free.
Well, AltSpace is owned by Microsoft, and I think the only thing Microsoft is really interested in it for is have their artificial intelligence watch everything that goes on in it and be able to see how people like to use virtual reality and the kind of conversations and social interactions they have and so forth, and to learn from that. I think that's their only real reason. They don't put hardly any real money into AltSpace. Microsoft isn't really investing in the program at all. They bought it from somebody, and they basically are running it. They're just providing server space for it, but that's about it. They have a small staff that basically are monitoring it and keeping it somewhat safe and runnable. And but mainly, I think it's just their AIs are just watching it and seeing what they can learn from it. I didn't hear a response, so I don't know if my mic's working or not.
It's working.
Oh.
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, I'm working myself as well. So
yeah, I'm kind of in the middle of something. Also, I should probably mute myself for a second.
Yeah, I got to get back to my work. I'm in the middle of making a little avatar that looks like a robot. But
cool.
Yeah. Well, get back to
moves.
Get back to non-reality.
Yeah, I'll send an image to you. But right now, it kind of looks like a Ninja Turtle or something. I don't know what the hell.
I don't hate that.
No, that's more real than a globe.
They're the world's most fearsome fighting team.
Yeah, let me send the image to you. Let me see. You can critique how bad it
Hey, get a grip.
is.
When the evil shredder attacks, these old boys don't cut 'em no slack. Nobody said I was a singer, okay?
Are you just gonna go down believing the government lies till you die, bro?
No.
Kind of weird.
Yes.
Like, do you think NASA's the only governmental agency that doesn't lie, bro? Yeah. Yeah, there's really no answer.
That was for you, Grenade Head. Oh, I guess you got.
I'm trying to get you guys an image here. Wait 1 second. I gotta go grab it off the.
Oh, let's not talk about how the government agencies lie or not. Let's just talk about your fantasy world avatar that you're creating. Let's do that instead.
I know the government lies. It's not 100% truthful to me, but I do know that the majority of the government's made up of just ordinary people trying to provide a service to us, and most of them are decent people. It's that little small.
Really? Got a citation for that?
There's always some evil people out there. Are good.
What's that have to do with anything now?
Wait 1 second. I'm trying to get this picture up. Okay.
If they're all compartmentalized into an organization that constantly lies, then do they have to in any way be guilty for the organization to be lying?
Well, you would have to first assume that that what you're saying is true, which I don't know if that is true. So,
Oh, so you're saying NASA doesn't lie?
I would never say anyone doesn't lie. Everyone has a potential of lying. Whether they're at any particular statement that they're making is a lie, I don't know. But some statements they make are truthful.
Okay, so just like your wife that cheats on you every weekend and says she goes to her mom's house, if she actually tells you the truth about her favorite casserole, does that mean that she's not cheating on you?
Well, that means
Well,
that
What does that
she's
even
not
mean?
lying about that one specific thing.
the statement.
Right, so she does love casserole, so she isn't cheating on me.
But those are two entirely separate trains of thought.
You
And let
already
me
know
ask
that.
you this also.
Go
So,
ahead.
like, if they are lying, right? So why would we believe anything that they say? Can you tell me how we can adequately decipher when they're telling the truth and when they're not?
But people lie for different purposes all the time. Sometimes they're voluntary, sometimes they're involuntary. I'll lie to my best friends about my current job because it's not worth their time, to know what it is, and it's not worth my embarrassment to tell them what my current job actually is. Does that
Okay.
mean that they should never trust anything out of my mouth ever, and vice versa? I don't think so.
Yeah, but technically you don't need to lie to them. You just do it because you don't want to feel uncomfortable next to their judgments, correct?
So my point there is that that humans lie for many, many different purposes.
It doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it right, sir.
Of course not. I'm not saying that it does. I'm just saying that.
But the government lies for very malevolent purposes throughout all of history, right? So we're not talking about your uncomfortability of a job. We're talking about people that we pay that work for us lying to us about the very nature of where we live and just about everything else you can name, whether that be taxes, Federal Reserve, wars, you name it.
I wouldn't
So
say
if
it's
they lie with
always
malevolent,
malevolent.
yeah, when they lie, it's almost always malevolent.
I'm feeling like that's an inquantifiable variable, and you're quantifying it to make a point.
Well, I made a general statement. I didn't actually quantify with any specificity.
Well, you just said most of.
Okay, yeah. So let's just use examples. So they
That's
come
at
out and
least
admit they lie.
51%.
When they come out and admit that they lie, can you name some that they came and admitted they lied, but actually it was pure intended? Like starting the Vietnam War and lying and saying that Vietnam attacked us, but we blew up our own ship and went and attacked them. Is that malevolent, or is they actually just they're helping us? They're being nice by starting a war and murdering our parents.
Murdering our parents.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. People's parents died, and brothers died, and uncles died, and grandparents died. Yeah, that's right.
You know that was a real war, don't you?
I'm going to try and speak without assumptions.
Are you saying people didn't die in Vietnam? That's an assumption.
Hope not.
I
Hope not.
don't. I don't know about that. I don't know. I think that to use the word murdered is to assume that you know the facts of the entire situation.
If a human
They came
kills
out and
another
admitted
human,
the
that's
fact.
murder. Sorry, if a human kills another human, that's murder. I don't care how you look at it.
Well, they came
That's
out and admitted
incorrect. If
that
a
they
human
lied.
kills another human, that's manslaughter. Murder
Whatever.
is manslaughter with. It's not whatever. It's murder
No,
with
it is
with
whatever
malicious.
because
No,
it's
but
the
it is
same
because
shit.
murder is
A
malicious.
human killed a human, dude. Doesn't matter how you want to look at it.
But
Sorry,
there's
man-made laws fucked up. You should know that.
but there's words for everything. So like
Exactly.
murder is manslaughter with malicious intent.
There's obfuscation with everything, all right? Words are distractions. You don't have to classify a human killing a human into 5 different things. One's a lesser punishment and one's more. Based on what? Circumstantial evidence at best.
Wait, he's saying that the Vietnam War that they admitted they set up was equivalent to manslaughter, where someone accidentally has someone killed. You're saying they didn't know that people were going to die when they sent them in to fight a war that they orchestrated with a false flag, and have since admitted they did that?
I've made no claims of any kind.
I'm asking you a question. The government has come out and admitted that they lied about Gulf of Tonkin, and it was a false flag. We blew up our own ship and made it look like it was them. Then people went to war and died. Okay. So are you telling me that's okay? That's not malevolent?
I didn't say anything of the sort. I'm that specific situation sounds far more complex than you or I can understand, and somebody with the truth on all fronts can even attempt to make a judgment like that. I'm not in any position to make any judgments of that kind, whether that was right or wrong. That seems like an extremely complex scenario
Well, your
involving
ability, to conflate is just astonishing.
Right, I'm blown away right now. So you're saying that they admit it. You're saying it's complicated. It's not complicated. Freedom of Information Act has made them come out and declassify documents admitting that it was a false flag the American government set up themselves. So what's so complicated about it?
It's actually quite simple.
What's complicated is the geopolitical purpose of doing such a thing.
It doesn't matter why they would lie. It does not matter.
Really?
Are you saying it's justified to lie to? Okay, you don't know anything about it, so you're showing your ignorance by arguing about it because you didn't even know this. But so the American public didn't want to fight. They all said no, we don't want to go to war. Mm-hmm. So they had to set up a false flag to make the American public support them going to war, and they admitted that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you've given me 2 sentences worth of facts, and from that, I'm definitely assuming that yes, it was manipulation.
Okay, right.
Is that what you want to hear from me?
Sure, they do this a lot, right? They do MK Ultra, also declassify, where they literally gave people acid and brainwashed them with traumatic videos and reoccurring audible sensations to see how easily they could brainwash people.
Okay.
This is the same people that also brought Nazis over here. These are the same people that also did the Manhattan Project. These are the same people that helped inject African Americans for decades and kill them off, admittedly knowing it was poison.
Okay.
So at what point in time is it that we're supposed to blindly trust these people to have our back?
None.
Okay, so then they're not a sufficient source of evidence, and they're consistently corrupt. And we were talking about NASA specifically, admittedly corrupt, and you can prove that they've lied. They've altered temperature recordings, international temperature recordings, all the way back to the 50s to make it look like there was global warming, quote unquote.
Okay.
Okay, so NASA. So it seems pretty simple. Why we believe NASA? How about we go see NASA telling the truth ourselves instead of just blaming the government, who admittedly is constantly putting psychological operations out onto the public so they can convince them and coerce them into their geopolitical wants and needs.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is so elementary. If someone's constantly lying to you and they have something to gain by controlling you and they have power to gain by your submission and their lies attain submission, then that is malevolent and it is the last people that you should blindly trust, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we got that covered. So we'll just throw the government out of it, right? Don't try to defend them. That's the worst thing you could ever do, bro. It's insanity.
I defend the government at any point?
Yeah, with your sophistry, you tried to.
With my what?
Sophistry?
My sophistry?
Yeah. Hey, okay, how about this? Let's get straight to it. So, do you think there's any actual evidence that the Earth's a ball?
I don't have any that I believe you would accept.
Well, it's independent of acceptance. I'm talking about like empirical evidence. You know?
I don't have any empirical evidence that I believe you would accept.
I just want to insert one little thing here. I did put a picture in the Flat Earth beginners place. It's the only place I could post anything. Everything else has got me locked out. Sorry about that.
Someone maybe. Well, are you a glober, sir?
Me?
Do you believe that the Earth's a globe?
Obviously.
No, the guy who's just talking. You can't post in certain places. I was just going to see if somebody could give you the image perms and link thing to the.
I'm a glober. You probably don't want me posting, but that's all right.
No, that's okay. Listen, you sound great. Just don't post porn or anything like that, okay?
No, I never do that. But
okay, yeah, I didn't figure you would. So let's, if somebody can give him those roles, that'd be great.
That's all right. I don't want to float you, or what do you call it? Shake the boat, or what?
You're not at all, man. You're not. We love talking to Globers. It's our bread and butter.
Hey, can any of the Globers answer this? I traveled the U.S. for a year, and I asked thousands of people this, tens of thousands, and no one can answer when they defend the globe. And so that just shows dishonesty. Let's see if anyone can give me an answer, right? So if you think there's a globe, how come we have an observation of mountains 273 miles away? And if the globe Earth was real, it would block the mountains with 3 miles of vertical obstruction of Earth curvature, yet we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
My only question on that is why can't we see 700 miles?
Because you can't see forever on over a flat surface. That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Well, because
your eyes can't see forever.
Limit. Yeah, it's called angular resolution limit, and also you're looking through air.
What would the angular size of a mountain that is 7
You're roboting just a little bit, bud.
Yeah, that was supposed to happen. You weren't supposed to get out that nonsense. So no one can answer the question. You asked me a question and then got dismantled, and you still can't answer the question. If the Earth's a globe, there should be 3 miles of vertical Earth curvature, a wall 3 miles tall. Do you know how long a mile is? We're talking about 3 of them stacked on top of each other that should block the mountains. Yet we can still see the mountains. How does that happen?
See in that image? Do you know how tall the mountain?
Much less than 3 miles.
You sure about that?
Yeah, the top of the back mountain should be hidden by over a mile.
By over a mile?
Yeah, the very top of the peak there should be an additional mile above the top of the peak.
I can't even remember your original premise. I apologize.
You can actually see all the way to the shore. You can literally see to the shore, to the mountains that hit the shore, all the way to the water, and you can see all the way up the mountains. So how does that work?
I want to know
a
where
different question.
The photo in the chat.
Once you're done with this one.
I'm driving. I'm guessing it's in the chat. Yeah. But dude, here's okay. You should go fact check if it's real. You should fact check if it's real after this. So assume that the information I'm giving you is real. What's the explanation? How could that happen? If there's a globe, there's the picture right there. That green line is the top of the mountain that should be obstructed by a mile of Earth curvature above it. You can do all the math yourself. This is basic geometry. It's based on a radius of 3959. Yeah, so this is impossible. And by the way, this is an infrared picture, which cuts out a good amount of any type of refraction. So it seems like we have a problem.
What's the camera at the time the picture's taken?
Honestly, I can't remember. 5,000 feet, I think.
Okay, so that's a fair chunk there. I have to do the math here. It's going to take me a bit, but
Yeah, why don't you just look at the Beyond Horizons? They're the professional long distance Guinness World Book record winning photography. They've got all the information in their website. They're not flat earthers, they're photographers. So why don't you
Okay,
look up
target.
Beyond Horizons and look up the information they've done? Then you can, put that together with what you're saying you're calculating or whatever. These are actual observations done by photographers.
Yeah, look at 29 minutes after the hour. It has all the information you need. The target distance is 255 miles away. The observer height is 9,136 feet. There should be over 12,000 feet of the target hidden by Earth curvature.
Do you have a favorite Earth curvature measuring program? Do you know how to do it? Grenade head.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I on? Is my mic on? Oh, Dave, get the numbers here. I'm just seeing what's going on here.
Okay, so you see the picture right there. Okay, you're not supposed to see any of that. We can see the mountains coming down to the shoreline, and we can see all the mountains. How does that work?
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
going to research this a little bit. I'm not going to sit there and make a comment about it until I know more about it.
Okay, fair enough. So you understand why we're saying it couldn't work on a globe, though?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I do. But I don't understand what's happening in this picture, so I don't want to make any.
You want me to throw you a life jacket? You want me to tell you what your side's going to make you say?
No, I'm looking at this. I want to find out where this is at.
Request.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
And this is
Because
just one of hundreds.
the photo's in infrared, by the way.
Yep, which limits the spectrum of light, right? Which limits the effect of any type of movement of that light. I mean, this is so staggering. It's not even close. It's 3 miles should be there. 3 miles. Well, why can't I see the shore, dude? There aren't 3 miles there. There's nothing there. I can see the shore. 3 miles. That's super long, bro. So drive 3 miles on the road and then flip that up vertically. That's what should be there.
Yep.
I mean, you wonder why Flat Earth's censored? You wonder why famous people would never debate a Flat Earther for the world to see? You want to know why I've been kicked off PayPal for being a Flat Earther? And Venmo, and Twitter, and Facebook, and Instagram, and YouTube, and DLive?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What makes you trust your own vision so much?
Well, it's not really about trusting my vision, right? It's falsifying the globe radius. Are you saying that if I can see mountains and they look exactly like they're there, and I can go touch them and know they're there, that it looks like they're actually there, like they actually are, but in fact nothing's there? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that like almost every single quote unquote empirical science, globe priests, whatever, like one of the main first tenets of every science is that the first observer is the least reliable. So I'm wondering how come you're saying that your like measurements taken by your senses are reliable.
Okay, we can do this. First of all, measurements, right? So the way we have measurements is we measure the Earth. That's how we know the mountains are that far away, because we measured it using planar survey, right? We measured over a horizontal. That's how you have maps. That's how we measured it. So we know how far the mountains are. Now, if we can zoom in with a camera and see all the mountains, we know we did not zoom in through a mound of Earth curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how? I don't even know the question. And there's many ways you can do. You can shoot a laser over the top of water or frozen lake, and it hits the other target completely horizontal without any curvature blocking it, when there should be hundreds of feet blocking the laser. You can use mirror flashes. Long distance observations test the globe, right? You're not supposed to be able to see stuff in the distance because we're supposedly on a globe.
And is there is there empirical evidence to suggest that a device that does not require your any of your sensory input will demonstrate that there is no curvature? Because personally, I don't believe in anyone's firsthand accounts or anyone's firsthand experience
Do you
on a
believe that
globe
people
or
went to
flat.
space? Do you believe people went to space?
I don't believe any of their firsthand accounts.
Okay, nice. Just seeing if you're consistent. So we can throw the moon landing out and every story NASA said because we can't believe them. It's just first-hand accounts of people that are Masons.
I don't believe anyone's firsthand accounts.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. We want you to go test it. I've done it. I did it around the whole U.S. for the last year. Almost everyone in this room has done it. This is one of thousands of observations. You can test it yourself. So would that fulfill your parameters where you can verify or falsify it yourself?
Sure. Can you explain to me the experiment?
Well, this is an observation. This is actually not an experiment. But yeah, you just take out a P900 or a P1000 and you zoom in to the distant object and you see if it's blocked by Earth curvature.
That sounds to me like your senses with a filter on it.
So you're saying that
very rudimentarily.
Oh, so the 125 times zoom camera is making images up, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's filtering your view.
It's zooming in.
Not. It's still filtering your view. Your view is not.
How is it filtering it?
So it's not your original. Like it's the same. So light enters the camera. Light enters the camera.
So tell us how it's filtering it. Please.
Light enters the camera. It's refracted by lenses and changed and zoomed in whatever way you've set it, and it hits your eye. And that's not. That's actually incorrect. So light hits the object you're looking at. Light hits the atom you're looking at and bounces off directly at you. We're assuming that nothing else occurs outside of this. It bounces, goes inside the lens of your camera, goes through whatever refractive lens and whatever mode or settings you've put, and then hits your eye. So the baseline receiver of said at all interactions is your eye.
So you've been told to not trust your senses, and what you're telling us is a religious doctrine that comes from your school of thought that has basically been driven into you that you can't trust your human senses. So congratulations on that. We're talking about empirical evidence that could be verified by measurement. Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes.
Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
Yes.
Could you explain the differences, please?
Sure. Do you want like a dictionary definition, or do you want my perception of it?
You said you know, so I want to know how you know the difference. Tell us the difference between calculation and measurement.
Okay, so a calculation would probably be. It's hard to say probably be because I'm sure there's a universal definition for it, or
probably is not an answer to the question. But continue on.
I mean, I don't know the exact wording that you would prefer.
It's not about what we prefer. You're making statements. All I'm asking you is to tell us how you know the difference between calculation and measurement. So explain the differences, and I know nothing yet but evading answering.
Evading answering.
If you don't know, just say so. It's okay. I mean,
I don't know your exact wording, so I'm going to try and find the most universal wording that I can.
We're not
don't be afraid of the exact words. We're just asking if you know what the difference is.
I didn't ask you to go find something. You said you know. Okay. I'm asking you, what is the difference you said you know between calculation and measurement? And you can't seem to tell us. Okay, I'll just ask you directly. What is a measurement? A direct measurement. What is that?
A direct observation of...
No, I didn't say observation. I said measurement. What is the definition of a direct?
I'm trying to explain to you without using the word
I don't want
measurement.
an explanation. I want a definition. What is
Okay,
a
so then I'll find you a definition. I'm not a dictionary.
So you don't know.
So I don't know the definition. No, I
You
don't
don't know
know
the difference between calculation or a measurement. And you don't know what it's singularly, what a measurement is. You've just shown that to the whole entire audience. Thank you.
A measurement
wait,
is
let's
the
ask
act
him
of
this.
measuring something. I'm so okay. And then a calculation is the is like wow. I'm not.
If you want to know if something is curving, or flat, would you measure it directly to know?
To answer your question directly, yes.
All right. So, do you think that in order to know whether or not the Earth is a sphere or a topographical plane of existence, do you think we should measure it directly to know for sure?
I think to know for sure you can measure it directly, yes. However, like for me personally, and the results of an experiment that I would accept would have to be again where none of your human senses are involved, because I don't trust human senses. I believe that very simple things your senses are usually wrong about. Just like on a neurophysiological scale, it just doesn't.
So you already
So
by default
you're just saying we can't trust our
one at a
senses. That
time,
sounds like
please. One at a time. I
know,
hear
please.
like a
One at a
massive
time.
mix of
Right.
words.
One at a time. Just 1 second. So you're already admitting then you don't believe in outer space or the globe religion.
I did not say that. I believe in the globe religion. Yeah.
So
no, this is like the guy who was on here a little while ago, who's like the brain in a jar guy. He thinks he's a brain in a jar, pretty much.
I joined yesterday. I joined actually earlier this morning. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this isn't that guy. But real quick, you just by your concession of expectations and point of view, you don't even have a claim for globe Earth.
I don't have any claims as of yet.
No.
I a question that I have not received an answer yet, and
exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy.
Yeah, you just have a belief and then you don't want your senses to be true. So here's Marconi wireless telegraph. That's a transmission of 10,553 miles. That's impossible on a globe.
I mean, like I'm hearing a lot of measurements, and this would be impossible. But nobody's answered my previous question. Like you guys assumed as to where I'm taking it and given me answers to where you think I'm taking it. And
what's the question?
The question was what makes you, or by you, a person who believes in flat Earth, what makes you
it's not about belief.
Trust your senses to this
we don't
degree.
believe,
I just
and
explained
we
to you
don't
something
listen.
that didn't require just your
One
senses.
at a time,
so
please.
What the fuck?
Listen, hold on. We don't. So stop putting words in our mouths. That would be a good start. For one, we don't believe that the Earth is flat. None of us in here have a belief. It's
so
based on fact. Stop interrupting.
I'm sorry.
So that's the first starting point. Like, I don't have to believe if I measure my table. When I go into the restroom and take a pee, I know that I measured it. There's been a transfer of energy. That's what a measurement is. Okay?
Let me ask him a little question. I'll just be real quick. Say you don't trust your senses. So if you look outside your car, your window, and you see a car out there, and you don't think you can walk up to that car, touch it, feel it, and verify for yourself that the car actually is there and you're actually seeing it, it's real. I mean, you can trust your senses at least that far, right? That if you're looking at something and you can go out and touch it, you can then verify that your senses are not lying to you, correct?
In the exact scenario of the parameters you've laid out, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
Well, no, the second part was going to be, so if you go out and you use your eyes to see something, and you go out and take a measurement for the distance. Let's say you're looking at something in the distance, and you could guess, oh, man, it looks like it's maybe 10 miles, maybe 50 miles, whatever. But you can actually measure that, right? You could get in a car, drive it. You could, whatever, look on Google Earth if you trusted that, whatever, and come up with a very close number as to the distance that you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Would you believe that?
In the parameters that you've laid out, yes.
Okay. Good, because we have observations that follow those exact parameters that show that the surface is flat. By the way, I'll let somebody else take it from here.
Okay.
Do you agree that the default position is that the Earth is flat and not moving, and that the stuff in the sky moves?
What does that mean, default position?
Yeah, like that's where you begin, because that's the observation, that's what we observe, and that's what we always have being the case, right? The horizon's horizontal. We have plains. We have the abyssal plain in the bottom of the ocean, 70% of it all completely flat. We have all kinds of planes on the Earth that are super flat. You've never felt the Earth spinning. Planes have to pretend the Earth's not spinning to work. Shooting missiles has to assume the Earth's not spinning. And you see the sun and moon move in the sky. You see the stars move in the sky. So our default position based on empirical evidence is that the Earth is flat and stationary and the stuff in the sky moves. So if you're going to make a claim opposite to that, then you would have the burden of proof, right?
Can you say what my claim was? I don't.
That the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics.
I just said I believe that. I don't think that.
Yeah, you believe in something. You believe in something.
I'm not
that
claiming.
has no evidence.
I've asked a question, and I've received like your claim is wrong. You're you're going down pathways that I maybe would like to go down at some point, but like, right now I just want to know like why like no quote unquote globe priest trusts their senses, but flat earth, like
do you have
everyone
a
trusts
citation? Do you have a citation for what you just said about no scientists believe their own senses? Can you give us a citation? Which scientists?
Well, I don't have a specific necessarily citation.
Oh, there we are again. So you're making these claims, bro. I'm just trying to point them out. I'm really not a bad guy. I know I sound like the bad cop today. I make a really good bad cop.
He didn't say scientists, Sonny. He said globe believers. He said globe believers. He said, I'm wondering why globe believers don't trust their senses, but flat earthers do. That's what he said.
Okay, there you go.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought I just clearly explained to him why we trusted our senses, because we went out and verified what we'd seen was real.
Well, let's hear him respond. Let's hear him respond, please.
I thought I gave him an answer.
I have nothing to respond. I don't know the answer to the question I asked.
Because to believe the globe religion, you can't trust your senses. That's all.
So here's the thing: why flat earthers we don't have a belief. Because see, you've come into a place where we've studied and we've investigated these things about the human eye, the sizes of things, ocular resolution, like all the how perspective works, all these different things that we've looked into. That's why it's not a belief anymore, because you can take the size of the aperture of the eye and you can make certain reasonings based on that are real, empirical data as far as size, distance, and so forth. So we've done measurements where we have known distances, known heights of objects over and over and over and over again. It's like measuring your kitchen table 1,000 times, or measuring every kitchen table within 100 miles. Like, we've looked into this, so that's why it's not a belief anymore. I wanted to clear that part up. What you have is a belief. You have a belief because you cannot provide any kind of empirical data of anything exacting or specific at all about your fairy tale globe.
I'm laughing because I have nervous laughter. I apologize.
There's nothing that you can provide. Listen, if you could even provide us a claim that a globe Earth is being used in any technology that is using real physical objects, over, under the water, anything like that, we would love to see that, because we've looked for it for almost 7 years.
I got a question too for the new guy. Why are all flight simulators, and yes, all of them, programmed over a flat stationary Earth? Why would they do that? Why would they teach them that if it's a globe?
Yeah, that's why it's called a plane, right?
I actually have not yet seen any simulation that well, except for Kerbal Space Program, which
that's not that's a video game, dude.
Yes, that's what a simulation is it not?
We don't have to talk about simulations. I'm talking about the flat and stationary being used everywhere, all military, radar, rail guns, okay? Line of sight, hundreds of miles. Get out of here. It's not a globe.
Right, when they train a pilot, bro, right? They put them in a simulation to learn how to fly. And in that simulation, they negate what's called the gravity vector. They just completely negate it in the simulation. And then the simulation is built to fly over a stationary flat Earth. That's how they're trained. That's how the blueprints of the plane read as to how they were built. That's what he's explaining to you, right? We're not talking about a video game.
Yeah, it's not video games. It's real world shit, because those people are going to be in flight training in the real world. A lot of those people are going to be pilots who love to play those kinds of games, or they already are pilots. Again, why would it ever be considered once to teach someone about flat and stationary if it were a globe? Why would you ever have to bring up flat and stationary, let alone the amount of times that they have, which is in the tens of thousands at least?
What's up, y'all?
You gotta admit that's kind of weird, bro.
With the,
What up?
I'm sitting here watching. I know you guys are talking, but I just want to mention this as an aside. Like, I'm watching Vinny, Vinny B from the guy that was on the podcast with Dave Weiss. I went back to his original video that he did on there, and he's talking about the Jesuits and laying down so much information. I'm like, oh my God, I got to look into this. Talking about the Roman Empire is still running things. And the reason that these people have this strong heliocentric belief that they live in a ball in a vacuum is literally because of the church. The irony is killing me, bro.
Yeah, the Jesuits, bro.
That's got to be pretty shocking. I mean, think about that. Iron Dan, is it Iron Dan?
No, it's
Iron Dan.
Is it?
What do you think, Iron Dan, that your whole entire paradigm of the space thing, the Big Bang, was created by a Jesuit, a Catholic priest?
The entire thing?
Yeah, George Lamont.
Yeah.
He proposed the Big Bang.
And he was buddies, many meetings with Einstein, other pseudoscientists of the period.
Okay.
Which is why we say heliocentrism can't really be that old, because all of the other sources for it, they're not primary sources. Like Eratosthenes, nobody knows this man existed. There's no other literature surrounding where he's come from or wherever he's come. Like, none of that is. You can't really verify any of that, even from a historical standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, it's.
Don't you find it interesting that you were never taught any of these things? Doesn't that kind of make you think, like, why wouldn't I know these things? Why do flat earthers in 2022 have to teach me about all these things, right? And we didn't get taught them either. We had to figure them out, but that should make you wonder.
Before
Everyone thinks
you
Big
brace
Bang Theory is
against it, before you brace against it as like, all right, they're saying some more crazy shit and blah 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 blah. Just look up the name Georges Lemaitre and type in "father of the Big Bang" and see what comes up. I mean, it's not, none of this stuff is hidden that we're talking to you about. I think I heard them tell about all of the government documents that in there reference flat Earth. Like, I mean, why would that exist? Think about it.
You can actually go get these documents and read them, where they say that they train pilots and build planes to fly over a flat plane.
What you do have is YouTubers who tell us no. What you do have is various YouTubers that popped up after people have been questioning flat Earth to tell you that, well, mentioning that that stuff is in there is out of context. Tell me how you can simplify mathematics for a sphere to flat planar geometry. How do you? It's not even the same thing. When they say, "Oh, this is just the simplification," and they're actually misleading people. Okay, well, whenever we ask them for the complicated version, that doesn't really exist. So it's kind of like you have to fact check the fact checker. Because imagine you find out some bullshit, then you go to a person and you're like, "Why'd you lie to me?" And then they give you their first objection. Do you normally go, "Oh, okay, I guess you're right"? No, you dig into it a little deeper. Have them give you verification for their justification.
Can you imagine
the-
flying a plane and trying to land on a surface that was spinning or moving at 1,000 miles an hour? People want to say, "Oh, it's your momentum you took with you." What if you turn the plane and go opposite direction, and then turn around and go this direction, that direction? Then you go to land on an object that is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. How do you really think that's possible? Do you really think a plane could land on an object moving that fast?
Answer your question directly, no.
That's exactly right.
Hey, Iron Dan, you can read, right? Simple.
Before you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to, because I'm just trying to dispel, because I know what people, like normal people, respond with. And okay, so obviously you can look and then people will say, "Oh, flat earthers are wrong again because actually it's 1,000 miles at the equator, not everywhere." But it's really an RPM, right? So if you have a surface of something that's moving like a sphere, matter of fact, I'll do you one better. Imagine something spinning like a tire. Does it matter where you put your finger on that tire that's going 100 miles an hour? Honestly, it's not like it's not going to be moving if you land on one place of the tire versus the other. Like if you land on, say, like the middle, like where the axle is. No, it's still moving. And as far as Earth's movement, there's no accounting for it whatsoever. But there's a justification for why not. It makes no sense. I'm sorry.
We can't find any citations where it was empirically demonstrated to measure or detect the RPM of the Earth. So many people tried in history and never actually did it.
In fact, Einstein said that he's come to the conclusion no optical experiment would ever prove the rotation of the Earth, the movement of the Earth. So even Einstein said it can't be proven, and that it's because of relativity. And that, basically when things fall down, really the Earth is could be going up as well. It's all relative, and there's no way that you could know. So it may look like it's still, but it could just be moving. That's the actual, still to this day, best argument.
Cool.
But to
Sorry,
be
my
fair,
mic
I
was
mean,
done.
if he's new to this, he's getting all this information for the first time. So I mean, it's all good. It's crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but just keep listening. I mean, these are all verifiable facts.
If you really think about it, you've never seen Earth curvature, right? If you've been in a plane at 35,000 feet, because the globe indoctrination is so thick, people will see like the two sides of the window on left and right bend just a little, but that's because there's 7 fucking panes of glass between the viewer and outside. You think none of that's going to be bending? It's crazy. It's flat, horizontal, all the way up. The horizon stays right in the middle of your vision. How is that possible? The higher you go up, it should be dropping exponentially. We should be able to see half the fucking Earth from 30,000 feet.
Again, you got the. I'm sorry to bombard you. So I know I just jumped into the conversation and I said all this. I didn't even introduce myself. My name is Elijah. It's good to be speaking with you. Sorry to just unload on you like this, but I just feel like every time someone says something, I'm thinking about the counter, and it's like, well, let's think about that counter for a second. Like the fact that people, first of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson came out. There's another guy, planetarium director Paul Larson, came out and said mathematically, obviously, with the area that you can see with your field of vision, you can't see the curve. In response to us sending up balloons to I think 120,000 feet, and it was like, where's the curve? Why is this curve that they're telling us is the curve? Why do we not see it when we send up balloons? Which is why they had to start saying that. But the ask yourself this, like for all of the, because there's a flat earth debunk website that says Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong and he should apologize. Ooh, scary words. But if it is curving in your field of view, just put that image in your mind for a second, that it's curving just a little bit. And then begin to do a turn. And when you get 180 degrees in your mind, tell me how that curve makes sense. As a matter of fact, tell me what you can get on a plane and you're looking out and it's curving. So then you go to the other side of the plane and it's curving the same way. How does that make sense? But this is what they tell people, and this is what they've reinforced people with. I've seen the curvature on the plane. I've seen it. You know, because it's on like Good Morning America or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, people. Of course, people. No, they haven't. And if you claim you have, it's like, word, you seen the curve through that little window, and then you didn't really think about what happens if you did a 180 degree or 360 degree on that curve that you think you see. How does that even make sense geometrically?
Did you know that every single star in the sky moves east to west in a circle around Polaris, the North Pole star in the center? And it's done that for all recorded history of mankind. They say we're on a 66.6 degree tilt, wobbling, revolving around the sun, 66,000 miles per hour, as the sun drags us through space at 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy shoots through space 1.3 million miles per hour, and we're on an elliptical orbit that constantly changes, and yet the sky has done the exact same thing, resetting back where it started around the center star for all recorded history.
Which indicates no movement at all.
And that all of those stars reset at exact geographical locations over the flat plane of Earth, as they have for all those thousands of years as well.
Surely you've seen these ancient buildings that show the summer solstice. They show the sunlight coming through a little hole in the wall, and it shines on a specific spot. And they view that every year, year after year after year after year. If we were spinning, flying through the universe or whatever, you think that light, that the sun would shine on that exact spot every time, the same time of year, exactly in the same spot? It's impossible, bro. We're not moving. That's why.
Iron Dan, your thoughts on any of this?
When I feel as though anything that I say is going to create controversy, give me name calling, and
No one's going to call you names, bro. That's not what we're about.
The
Hasn't
live
happened
stream
yet,
voice
has it?
text would disagree with you.
Well,
Why not? Well, why not? Why not answer the question? What was that about? You know how weird it was to say, "What are your thoughts on what's been said?" And for you to say, "Well," unless you're gonna answer with a non sequitur, aka things that are totally not related to what's been said, which would kind of piss off anyone in any conversation. Why wouldn't you just answer the question as it relates to what we've tried to say? I mean, I know we've said a mouthful. Maybe you could say something like, "Could you repeat that thing about the Jesuit priest? Like that was interesting. What were you saying? What was his name?" Or something like that. Like, I mean, because unless you're gonna say what we're saying is wrong, in which I mean, only thing we're doing is citing information. Why?
But
Because we didn't make it up.
right, but he's not being real combative, right? So like he came in here, um, you know, maybe thinking that this was crazy, but to be fair, if someone was going to be honest, if we were unloading information on them like this, they probably would kind of not have much to say because it's a lot to take in. So
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
it's
you can hold on. You can just say I don't really have any comment right now because it's a lot to take in. That thing about, oh, people be mad if like I said, only if you don't respond directly to what's been said. If all you have to say is I don't have anything to comment right now, but I do have a question, that's honest. Or it's I mean, it's better than nothing.
Sure. I I don't. It's hard to recollect a lot of the things that you were saying. Um, I think it's interesting the analogy that you made about the spinning tire. You said 100 miles an hour, right? You said at any point
Right.
that you put your finger on the tire, it's still 100 miles an hour.
Right.
Okay. Um, I don't know. I feel like if I comment at all in any way, it's just instantly, globe priest indoctrination, and you can't make assumptions based on your school of thought. Like I'm really cornered here, at least intellectually.
well, we don't make assumptions. Everything we've told you are not assumptions; they're just facts that can be verified. So,
Yes, but like when
Well,
I'm
well,
when I'm
well, say
solo and
you're
there's
landing
like
a
30 of
plane.
you, then everything I say is assumptions, and everything you say is assertable fact.
if you state a fact,
No,
we're gonna go with it, dude. We're gonna know if it's an assumption, though. We do know these things.
Yeah, so let's break through some assumptions and some of the stuff that we were talking about initially when it comes to planes flying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somebody mentioned that all flight simulators are, flat stationary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do, just to get some participation here, is I'm going to post something in Livestream voice text. It's from NASA. It's a nasa.gov website, and it's a PDF. Do you have the ability on your computer or your phone where you're at to pull that up?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Okay, cool. Can you do me a favor and just read me the summary? So you'll scroll down past the table of contents, and then you'll come to the summary of the document. Can you do me a favor and just read that aloud?
I'm not gonna read it out loud. I'm sorry. I'll read it to myself.
I mean, you can go through it slow. Nobody's going to make fun of you whether you're mispronouncing something or anything like that. That's not the exercise I'm trying to do. And let me know if there's anything in that summary that stands out to you.
If
Should be pretty
if someone read it to you, would you listen to every word?
No, that isn't my point. But yes, I see that it says that it's a rigid aircraft of constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
right. So this is
NASA
NASA.
linear aircraft model. Okay.
Yep. So this is NASA's derivation of the linear aircraft model, right?
Okay.
Why would they utilize that language, and why would they use a flat, non-rotating Earth for their aircrafts? Why would that be the case? Why do you think that is? Because this is coming from NASA, right? Which is obviously you've heard us say that we don't necessarily trust NASA. So what we're doing is we're using what's called a
don't either.
hostile.
But
Yeah, we're using a hostile witness. So we're using NASA as a proof of our point here.
okay.
Fortunately, they're telling the truth on this document.
Well, yeah, so people's lives are at stake when it comes to flying planes, things like that.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
So when people's lives are at stake, we have to assume that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth.
Right. I mean, that's the only way NASA can fly anything. I mean, what does NASA look like not being able to fly anything?
I mean, even if you go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna ask your thoughts on reading that document from NASA. Do you have anything that comes to mind? Anything on your mind?
I'm going through the introduction right now. The only reason I could think of that they would be specifying over a flat, non-rotating Earth is because, as you mentioned, that's what their current model that they're speaking of here. And what does it say? 1988. The model that they have for linear aircraft. It doesn't even say flight. It just says just a linear aircraft.
Right.
So,
Why would they have that in the 80s if they went to the moon in 69, bro?
Those sound like two totally separate topics. It seems like the only reason they would support that would be because they're, especially early models like models and simulations definitely just couldn't compute a full rotating body beneath you. To do that, you have to render the whole body.
That's ridiculous.
Otherwise, it's just like a treadmill.
So you just assume that the thing is the exact opposite of what it really is when you're preparing to fly over it? That's ridiculous.
Hey, you want to know why they can't do it?
Wait a minute.
They actually.
Okay. What's it? This is one of those moments where everybody just needs to take this in, because realize everybody, we all know this matches reality. This matches reality. Isn't that crazy? And that's the point, is that this model matches what we experience. Wow.
Right. And just so you know, I want you to know, though, like, they can't even mathematically propose it on a spinning ball. So they actually can't even come up with an equation. It's called the three-body problem. They can't do the math. They have no choice. Like, they can't even mathematically explain this model. But like you said, they model it based on reality because they're flying in reality. And if they don't do that, people would die.
So the linear verbiage there, linear being a straight line. Yeah. So that would insinuate that this model craft is flying at least in a straight path.
Do you see kind of how this kind of comes back to what I told you at the beginning, bro? Like how this is actually the default position, right? Because like all observations and measurements show the Earth is flat and not moving. And to do anything successfully in the real world, practically, whether that fly, shoot ballistic missiles, use ground weapon system towers, whatever it is, you have to assume the Earth is flat for the practical use case to work, right? For you to be able to practically do things, you literally have to treat the Earth as if it's stationary and flat. So it's the default position. It's the only way anything works. So if you're going to claim anything else or believe anything else, you have what's called the burden of proof, right? You have to substantiate that what you're claiming is true, even though opposite to all evidence ever.
So, for example, in this case, can you find us a document that describes how nonlinear aircraft work on a curved Earth?
I can't, no.
You could try. You didn't even try. Come on, give it a search. Give it a whirl.
I mean, you agreed with me a minute ago that it wouldn't be possible to land on a surface that was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
I agree to your direct premise. Yes, I don't agree in the sense that a plane taking off, like you said, the detractors would say, is that that Earth constitutes an inertial frame of reference relative to the rest of the quote unquote heliocentric model, and when that plane leaves the ground, it still maintains the momentum of the rotating Earth relative to another body that is within the same heliocentric model. So that would be relative to the moon.
Yeah, but you didn't. I guess you didn't hear the part where I said the plane went up and turned and went in one direction and then another direction and another direction, which takes away all that
Exactly.
angular motion, all that momentum. It's gone at that point because you're going in
If
completely
there
different
was
directions.
There's
Sorry,
also a
sorry.
problem when you're traveling from the equator and towards the imaginary poles on the ball. You're going from an area of higher rotation to an area of lower rotation, so there should be a deceleration somewhere.
So turning in a plane is not just turning; it's also I'm sorry. What are the four forces? Lift, drag, thrust, and load. No, weight or load. I don't remember which one.
All on a flat Earth, yeah.
So when a plane is turning, there's a lot more involved than just turning. There is first it has to bank, right? It has to.
I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about the change.
I'm answering
the
the previous
acceleration.
gentleman's. I'm answering the previous gentleman's thought where he said that you're losing all of the inertial momentum imparted on you by turning. I don't believe that's the case, considering that the atmosphere moves with the Earth. Not exactly right. It's not.
Give me evidence of this.
I'm sorry. I was told I shouldn't interrupt anybody. So could you
Well,
offer
when
me
you
the
make
same?
a baseless claim, can you? I'm asking you to clarify your baseless claim. Can you give us evidence of the gas being attached to the rotating object?
I'm not saying it's attached to it. I'm saying that it's a part of it, so to speak. If we are to follow the premise of the globe model, my point ultimately, like I'm not going to go into stuff that I can't prove to you or that I don't know personally, but I will tell you that.
You know that violates gas law 100%.
No.
Gas does not attach or bond to anything. That it
I'm
violates
not.
all
I'm
gas
sorry.
laws.
That was wrong. That was wrong of me. I didn't mean to phrase it that way. I meant to say that the air still acts upon the aircraft, and still like the momentum is still conserved somewhere, right? So so if a plane turns, the momentum of the plane changes, but some energy is still dispersed into the air, some minimal amounts of it, but it's still primarily efficiently pushed in the direction that the flaps are turning it in, and thus going in that direction. However, you're still conserving the same momentum that you had when you took off, because if that were not the case, if there was no atmosphere, for example, and it was a rotating ball, then yes, you would have to, depending on the speed that you attained in the plane, and that could be honestly however much the proportion speed, whatever of said thrust generating source. I'm making no sense to myself anymore.
This is what I wanted to ask you before we got. Look, okay, because I just wanted you to think about the words that you're using initially to justify this. But I'm gonna ask a question, which is kind of annoying to us, so I would understand if, but trust me, it makes sense to ask this.
Sure.
What kind of momentum are we talking? Linear momentum or angular momentum?
That you're discussing right now?
Well, when
I
you
don't know.
say it has to conserve momentum, which kind of momentum are you thinking? Because I would be thinking angular momentum, seeing as that traveling over a curved surface.
So you are, but as the globe priests say, you're moving at 1,000 40 miles an hour before you even take off, right? And then depending on the direction that you take off and the vector in which you take off,
a red herring. And let me explain why. Because it's not dealing with the kind of momentum you're saying you're conserving. I'm just asking you which one you think it is.
I don't know. I just know that there's no such thing as absolute motion, and that every motion is relative, and the plane is relative to at least in the context that we were discussing, the plane is relative to the ground from which it takes off. So let's
Right. So
assume that that plane
the ground is
moves.
curving and the air is curving. So you would have to conserve angular momentum. How would you be doing that? Seeing as that you're flying a linear aircraft.
Um,
I mean, have you thought about it before? You don't have to force an answer.
I'm trying to force an answer that makes sense to me, let alone applies to either
Okay.
globe or flat.
Okay.
But it doesn't make sense to
Like
me.
for instance, if I spin a yo-yo, the yo-yo portion is attached to the string and it's attached to the rotation. However, if I cut off the yo-yo, it's going to fly off in a linear fashion. Well, obviously, it's going to drop to the ground at some point, but we're talking about moving in a linear path. So,
And without the influence of gravity or any sort of atmosphere or anything at all, then yes, it would most likely be linear motion. But it's not, considering there's so many other factors involved when a plane takes off the ground, like 4 forces, right, that I mentioned, which is
Then why?
thrust, drag.
Then why? That's what we're saying. Why aren't the ones that are actually manufacturing the aircraft or flying the aircraft? They're not doing any of what you're saying. Why is that?
Well, they're not doing it in 1988, and they're not doing it based
No,
on
they're not doing
this
it
assumption of a
ever.
linear.
No one's assuming anything about a rotating globe underneath the aircraft. Only flat and stationary.
So I think it's because it doesn't make sense to assume that it is rotating, because it wouldn't have an impact. In the sense that,
Do you realize that all you can do to argue for the globe is go on and on trying to explain why we never experience Earth as a globe?
I also want to point out,
guess
like,
you could put it that way, yeah.
used this argument now a couple of times of they in 1988, like it's just so outdated. Don't you think if they came up with new information, NASA.gov might have updated that information?
Yeah, because actually, the other gentleman is right. All you have are excuses for why none of us ever experienced, nor has anyone ever experienced, a rotating globe.
Yeah, just nothing can explain the ways.
That's
How
excuses.
long has the Boeing 747 or the 737 been in use? Do you know?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
Well,
Because we've been flying planes the same way since 1988, right? The surface of the Earth hasn't changed. The way that we fly these aircraft really hasn't changed much, right?
Okay.
So at what point does the spinning, rotating, and curving Earth come into play? What year? What year did we have
I'm
to
not
account
saying
for
that it does come into play at a certain point, but I just, like, it doesn't. I can't even give an example that makes sense. Like it.
well, okay, so the because the problem is logical fallacy.
Wow.
And so we're saying, well, the documents say that you're flying for all intents and purposes over a flat, non-rotating Earth, which is in opposition to what people believe it is. And so when we ask you questions where we think, well, if it were curved, if it were moving, shouldn't these problems happen? I mean, obviously, if you simulate it in your mind, it presents a problem unless you accept the ad hoc explanation for why none of this would happen. So it's actually begging the question, because the conclusion already is, well, it is a globe Earth. So the reason that we don't experience it is add whatever ad hoc explanation you like. So the question for me
Can I
is,
add an
why
ad
do you
hoc, or
believe
do you
that?
not want to hear it?
Yeah, but
I'm just asking why one would believe that. I mean, it's like so many different. I mean, you can believe what you want. I'm not telling you not to. I'm not telling you not to think
I
what
just
you
feel
think.
like I haven't fleshed out like what I'm trying to say. It's that in the reason
Okay.
that they're speaking of linear models for aircraft, because uh, I think especially at that time, and probably even now, there aren't aircraft that it can make. Well, actually, maybe today there is. I don't know, but at that time, I don't think that there were aircraft that could end up in a situation where a curved Earth would have an impact. And what I mean is that um, if you were to, let's say, for example, that you are flying through an atmosphere filled with air, because that's what you can't have quote unquote flight with
Can you provide? I'm
linear
sorry, I
aircraft,
didn't
as we
mean to
know.
interrupt, Dan. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but can you provide a citation for what you just made a claim for?
Sorry, sure. I'll
Very
rephrase
first
it.
part, in the very first part of your statement, just now, you
Okay.
made some claims. Can you show us a citation where that is, or are you just making it up?
Could you repeat the claim that I made?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Like I'm not tracking what I say. If you're tracking what I say, then you should be able to repeat it.
You don't. I don't think you even know what you're saying. That's what sophistry is.
Sonny, everyone, can I just point out what he just said, though? Right before Elijah started speaking, he said, when asked about it, he said, I don't even have an example for the globe Earth. He said, I can't even come up with an example for why we would need to operate over a globe Earth, and nobody noticed.
That's not what I was referencing to, but sure, I guess. Yeah.
No, nobody
No, it's
noticed.
okay. No, it's okay. I did notice. That's not what he said. But I get your sense of it, because what he did say
No, it
was,
is what he said, Elijah. You're not paying attention.
that's
It
not
is
what
what
he said verbatim. No, it's not.
No,
What
he
he did
clearly made
say,
the. Bro, you guys
let
need to
me,
open your ears, please.
but can you not interrupt and allow me to actually repeat what he did say, so you can say, you know what, you're right, that's more accurate, or no, that's not what I heard. Do you have to be this oppositional? Okay. So what he said was a whole bunch of trying to explain why you would have a plane conserving momentum after I made the thing about the yo-yo and yada yada yada. And at the end of that statement, he said, "It's not really making sense to me right now. I don't even know how to explain it."
I'm saying
Is
I
more
can't
like
give you
what
an
he said,
example where that would where like
where
I
that would
can't
make
give.
sense. That's
Yeah,
what you
I
said.
can't. I'm not like I'm not an aeronautics professional, but I can say that like I do know that there are four forces that act on a linear aircraft when it's traveling through an atmosphere. I mentioned
That's
those
what
four
I
forces.
wanted to say. That's what I wanted the citation for, right there. I need something stating that
It
those
definitely has to
four
be here at
forces,
least.
right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but you move too fast, and it's like a moving target. So right there, you said there's forces acting upon it. So we need a citation. Can you provide that citation for that statement?
Sure, I definitely can't. If that's
And how
incorrect, or
it's used in linear aircraft model. Please show us where that is.
He said he can't do it, man. Like, this is the only beef I have with this place sometimes is like, it's probably pretty hard for someone new to the subject, right?
Yeah.
And so if someone is being decently honest, where he's speculating answers, and when he's told why it's wrong, he's trying to figure it out, and he admits it doesn't really make sense, we don't need to make it more difficult. He said he doesn't have the citation. I think the point is that instead of just making claims in your head, right, it'd be more productive if we can actually discuss things that can be verified. We actually know your side's information and all they have to offer, so the more efficient way would be to stick with empirical, verifiable things. And I think that's what Sonny's kind of trying to say to you when he keeps on bringing up the citations. I do think that we
oh my god, I
should
found it by
be
accident. I'm
patient.
so sorry. I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I found what what I was talking about by accident. If you go to page 26 of what you linked me, 1.3.4 discusses energy-related parameters and force parameters, and they discuss these quantities are total aerodynamic lift, total aerodynamic drag, total aerodynamic normal force, and axial force, which I'm guessing is.
And how does that? And how does that relate to the actual in-flight, physically flying the aircraft? Tell me how are they adjusting for those forces?
So
No, it is actually what that page is talking about is exactly how they engineered the plane to fly in reference to a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's the point.
And I can probably see how all four forces would still apply on a flat Earth. What I can't see is that it would make sense to think of it as a rotating Earth, because there's just like you would have to travel a very fast and very far distance in order for curvature to apply, especially at that altitude, and then you would have to adjust for that.
So the thing about
I don't know how far.
So the thing about curvature, right? Let's get into that.
Mm-hmm.
When we're talking about curvature from where you're starting, it's an exponential equation that you're talking about. So when the plane takes off and it's flying in a straight linear line, right?
Exactly. Where height is not increasing or
miles.
decreasing.
No, we can do it. We can do the math. I'll help you out, and then I'll let the guy that was just talking previously take back over. 500 miles an hour. So, how much drop would you have to negotiate with that?
I don't know, but it would have to be relative to the plane. I'm really sorry. The spherical plane on which it is in the atmosphere relative to its height above sea level. That's the only universal one on the globe. And so as long as that doesn't change, then no extra force would be needed to climb higher, because then gravity would be, a different load, a different weight force would be.
It's not about extra force to climb higher. It's about the floor that's dropping away from you at 500 miles an hour.
So think of it this way.
Yes.
Think of Everest as a plateau that has a airport on the top of it. Your plane takes off from the top of Mount Everest.
Okay.
And you have a slope. We can even use a slope, which isn't an exponential curve, right? If that plane takes off and it flies flat and level, like planes do, as it takes off and the mountain below it begins to drop away, is it gaining in altitude?
Above sea level, yes, technically.
So at what point would it be going downward to either follow some sort of curvature? Does it do that? Does the plane
on how long it flies, right? Like it has to fly a certain distance in order for it to even begin to account for curvature. Otherwise, if it didn't, it would technically be climbing as it went straight.
Right. So think of it this way: no matter where you're at on the ball, from your perspective, you're on the top of it.
This is why I interrupted the first time. Because he seems to think that you have to fly a vast distance to have to negotiate the amount of drop there would be in an hour. We can even break it down to minutes.
Yeah, I was just trying to.
I didn't assume it was an hour. I didn't say anything about distance or time.
Can somebody just pull out like a quick Earth curve calculator and figure it out for him? I mean, because that seems to be his main point of concern. So let's deal with it.
Well, I was trying to display the fact that when that airplane takes off and it's flying flat and level, you are flying tangential to the curve, right? So then we can do the math and we can figure out how much curvature it would be that would be falling away.
So if the engine is never given extra power, and if the engine never decreases in power and maintains straight and level flight, no extra force is applied on any floor, then on a curved Earth, like the simple act of traveling straight would technically make you go straight. Like you're not gonna fly off the globe just because you've changed trajectory. And if you do,
You would be
then
gaining elevation.
you would need more power from the engine in order to continue to move further
No.
away.
Exactly. That's exactly. I don't understand why you're saying that. You can't say fly straight, aka in a tangent, when the ground is curving in relation to the tangent that you're flying. Like it doesn't
and a
magically
certain amount
just.
per distance, right?
That's what I'm trying to get to. Do you not think it's significant?
So it depends, right? Like if we're doing the example of
It doesn't
Everest,
really
right? Then
depend because you can use the example of just say 0 altitude. Just use the curvature of the Earth. Obviously, it would have to be more because the radius would be increased the further in altitude you go. But just using 0 altitude to tell you how much curvature there would be would suffice. The question is, does anybody ever have to account for this kind of drop when they're going straight in a tangent in relation to the curve of the Earth underneath them? Before we even answer that question, we have to figure out some kind of hypothetical number so that you understand what we're talking about. Because somebody just whip out an Earth curve calculator and figure out how much drop is in an hour for 500 miles.
Well, Matthew Learns helped us out there and posted something in chat where he said it would be 8.33 miles per minute would be the drop.
That's false.
Well, either way.
It has to go by the 8 inches per mile square drop. It's about 2,790 feet per minute.
I just wanted to point out Napalm and Sunny. So Napalm, this is what you said. At what point does the spinning, curving, and rotating Earth come into play? And Iron Sophist's answer was, I can't even get an example that makes sense answering that question. And I just can't believe that these can constantly ignored. We're reviving a dead dog with electroshock therapy when the guy's admitting he doesn't have a claim.
I don't have an example that would make sense to somebody who's looking for exact.
All right, I've heard enough. Someone
citation.
black swan me. Someone black swan me.
Please, something.
All right, black swan me. So look in the voice text. There should be something called the black swan coming up, all right? We're going to go ahead and get straight to the heart of the issue. Okay, so they say the Earth's a sphere and has a radius of 3,959 miles with a circumference of 24,901 miles, right? So we have something called geometry. That is the measurement of shape. So if you claim the Earth is a shape with a certain dimension, which is a sphere with a radius of 3,959, you can use geometry to measure and test that, right? So we're going to use this radius value and see if it's true. Now, if we are on a sphere with that radius value, if we're 1 foot above the surface, we would see the curvature of the Earth, the geometric horizon, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which I said was 1, which means you would see the horizon at 1.2 miles away. So very simply, if the Earth's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, if you're 1 foot above that sphere, you have to see the geometric horizon no further than 1.2 miles away. We have an observation right here, 1 foot off the surface. The horizon is over 10 miles away. This is utterly impossible, geometrically impossible. On a sphere, the radius would have to be 264,000 miles. What this means is we have falsified the globe Earth radius. Did you understand that?
Wait, did you just plug in 1 foot and 1 point? I think it was, you said 25 miles in the same equation without equating the variables first?
1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is how you determine where the curvature is based on geometry if you have a radius of 3,959 miles.
Are there different variables in that equation? Because if not, then they have to be equated.
Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department, comes from your
I don't know
side.
that equation. Could you post that equation if at all possible?
Wow. Sure. So real fast, we encourage you to verify the equation. This is not our equation. He just now invoked Andrew Thomas Young. That's the subject matter expert for your side. We are using your side. We are testing your claim. So if the math is correct, which it is, do you understand the argument?
And do not forget that a sea mile is bigger of is 1.8.
If you're talking about nautical miles versus statute miles, you would multiply the nautical miles times 1.15 to get the statute miles, the regular miles that we're used to. Roughly, it's about a 6 bigger than a nautical mile.
Yeah, it's a nautical mile.
Well, you really need to make sure you understand this and address it, because if that radius value they told us is wrong, the entire model is also wrong. The entire model requires the radius value be accurate.
I just light is bending exponentially.
Okay, that's just saying words. So
I'm trying to read. People are speaking and reading at me at the same time.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not. I'm trying. I don't want you to get worked up, man. I just want to help you out here. You were lied to about the Earth. Not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal, but it's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Don't make it weird.
It's not. Just because you're based in Red Pill doesn't mean it has to be awkward or weird. It's just, facts and stuff. That's all.
So once again, if the radius was 3959 and we were 1 foot above the Earth, we should see a geometric horizon. That's a curve, a mound, a hill, a physical obstruction that's tangible, real, actual, has to be there blocking us. Like a pregnant lady can't see her feet. Like you can't see through a hill of dirt. Like you can't see through a corner to the other side. The Earth has to do that if it's a sphere. And instead of it being where it's supposed to be, blocking our view at 1.2 miles, it's 10 miles away. Actually, much further than that. We're just going to rock with a 10 to play it safe. That means that it's 10 times too far away. So if there was a sphere and that horizon we see is actually curvature blocking us, that would mean the sphere would have to have a radius of 264,000 miles. Yet they claim that it's just under 4,000 miles.
That's a 1,000% error. Is there any explanation that would account for an 1,000% error? Like mathematically, that figure, 1,000%. Is there anyone anywhere on this green earth that would account for that kind of margin of error? I'd love to see that citation. I would love to see the citation, regardless of that word, which is misapplied all the time. I'd like to see it used to explain 1,000% discrepancy.
I mean, there is no reason to talk about planes. There's no reason to talk about how you think it could work, how you think it could be a ball. None of it matters. It all comes down to this right here. All of it. Let me explain to you why. We have day and night cycle. The Earth says it's because the Earth's spinning. That's what makes the sun look like it comes up and down, right? That uses the radius value, day and night cycle. Quote unquote gravity uses the mass of the Earth, thus the dimensions of the Earth, thus the radius value. The distance to the sun, to the moon, and every other quote unquote planet uses the radius value. Distances on the Earth that we use and are mapped out and we use daily to travel, they all use the radius value. Every time they've ever claimed to go to space, they need to attain gravitational orbit, quote unquote. In order to do this, you need a radius of orbit requiring the radius of the Earth. Every story they say about going to space cannot be true if the radius value they were assuming was wrong. So all the conversation boils down to this one point, and that's if the radius is accurate or not.
And we've got dozens of observations that verify this exact same thing, that the radius is not what they tell us.
Now, technology just outpaced the lie. Now we have Nikon P900s and P1000s with 83 times zoom and 125 times zoom, and we can go test it for ourselves. Right? When they came up with this idea, they did not have the P1000. So technology outpaced the lie. They actually discontinued the Nikon P1000 at Best Buy recently. Maybe the number one selling camera in the world for like 3 years. Maybe you would wonder, why would they ever discontinue their number one selling camera ever?
Too many truth bombs.
People are going out there and measuring flatness, regular people.
Like someone went to Best Buy to buy a P1000 and the employee said, I've never seen this before. I don't understand. It's just discontinued in the system.
But without an
This is also
atmosphere, you
why,
should be able to see to the other side of every body of water.
no. What?
That's what I'm getting from this. That
No,
without
look.
an atmosphere and without
Well, there's no such thing without an atmosphere, right? So that's just completely detached from reality. There's
the
no such.
moon doesn't have an atmosphere, it's allegedly.
Hold on, look, can I take this one? But because I would like you to respond to, everything that Witsit just talked about. But to your question, looking at what's your question? Can you ask it one more time so that I'm clear?
If there is no curvature, should you, without an atmosphere, be able to see to the other side of every single body of water?
No, because every optical device has an angular limit.
Then this angular limit increases with the devices like the P900 and
Well, you can look at it depends. You have to look into the specs of camera with the lens and all of that. Yeah, it all
But yes,
depends.
that's what they do. They increase angular limit.
Now, with an atmosphere, obviously, well, with air, let's just say, because atmosphere is the air takes the shape of a container. It doesn't just have an inherent shape. The atmosphere denotes that it does. That's so obviously the meteorologist that comes on to explain the weather tells you the visibility for that day. So hypothetically, you not even hypothetically, it's just you would never be able to see more than 5 towns over, let alone over the entire ocean. Like that would just never be possible. I mean, this is obvious if you live in a high elevation location. I live on an island. I live in New York City. And when I'm on Park Avenue looking over to the east or the west, the trees in the background are grayed out for this reason. So what's the point of your question? Because why? What, can we get back to what Witsit said? Could you respond to that?
He's asking why can't he see China?
no, that's not what I'm asking.
Oh, okay,
But
good.
yeah. So I mean, do you have any thoughts about what Witsit just laid out?
Nothing that makes sense.
Right. So maybe I'll break down the basics for you so you understand. There's a fundamental difference in the horizon, okay? Which is of course horizontal. That's why it's called horizon. Now, Flat Earth knows that the horizon is just an apparent location. It's defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground. Now, the sky and ground never physically converge. It's just apparent, right? It's a vanishing point in the distance. Like if you stare at the end of a long railroad or street with street lights or hallway, it'll look like the floor and the ceiling or the walls are converging. They're not. That's just an optical effect because you can't see forever because of limit of view, angular resolution, right? So that's all the horizon is. When it's clearer outside, you can see further, so the horizon's further away. Whenever it's not clear outside, the horizon's closer because you can't see as far. It just moves around. It's just apparent. It's not an actual place. Now on the globe Earth, the horizon is an actual place. It physically blocks your view. It stays in one place and blocks your view. That's the fundamental difference. Now, when we make this observation, we see that that horizon is 10 times too far for it to be the physical, actual place that the globe necessitates it be at. That is the fundamental difference.
So, wouldn't a radio telescope be able to see to the other side of every single body of water then?
Radio telescopes don't even have as high of a zoom as 125x.
But they can penetrate through any kind of atmosphere, any kind of gas.
That's inaccurate. It can't penetrate through any type of atmosphere. But did you wait? What did you say? Microwaves?
No, I said radio telescope.
Oh, so you can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles on the Earth. That doesn't help. Radio doesn't help you. Like, are you? So wait, you're saying that if we use a radio telescope, we'd be able to see all the way across the Earth, but the reason we can't is because
No, I'm saying that
Earth's a ball.
I'm saying that that without an atmosphere, you should be able to see across every body of water if the Earth is flat, right? So if you'd wanted to get through the atmosphere, it would just take a radio telescope.
Now, see, the radio telescope still has an angular resolution limit. The telescope just helps you increase it, right?
Okay, so then you should be able to get across any body of water then with a strong
No.
enough radio telescope, because radio telescopes are observing quote unquote nebulae from apparently millions of light years away, so a couple thousand.
That's just a cool story. That's just a cool story. The fact that you think that the
I mean, it
lights...
still indicates their capability, does it not?
I'm trying to explain to you why it's non sequitur.
Sorry.
So when you take the telescope and you point in the sky, for one, you're looking straight up to the less dense part of the air. If you put it over the surface of the Earth, you're looking over the surface. That's the most dense part of the air. You can't see as far through dense air as you can through less dense air. In addition, those lights are in no way thousands of light years away or anything like that. That's just a story. That's a mathematical claim. It's just a story. So when you look up, you see the stars that are there. You see them the best you can, right? And even if they were that far away, which they're literally not at all, it still doesn't matter. It's not analogous to looking through the dense part of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way they came up with the distances is they use something called redshift and blue shift, and they constantly have to fluctuate it. And then they misapply the idea of the Doppler shift. So they don't. It's not like they measure this or anything. They literally just mathematically work out what they think it is, and it constantly changes.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. I
Oh,
definitely have a lot to learn and review.
Yeah, of course, man. It's a lot of info, bro. Just stay honest. Like, don't be combative or anything, right? Like,
have I been? I'm really sorry.
No, I don't think you have. I think you've been pretty cordial. That's why I keep them coming in and trying to calm it down, because people just get they're like passionate about it. It's a big lie, and we hate to see people that seem decently reasonable be tricked into doing these mental gymnastics, right? Where we have researched this for years, and we know people don't know anything about it, but they just kind of assume that it has to be a sphere. And so people get a little frustrated. I do try to remind people to be patient, because when you first hear this, it seems wild, and it is a ton of information. But that's why I brought up the radius to you, bro. All the rest of it, you can figure it all out. I encourage you to do so, but you need to hone in on that radius value, and you can go test it for yourself, right? So, provably, They lied about the radius of the Earth. It is not real, provably. And so now we have to deal with that reality. We were lied to about where we live. So that model, those cartoons, all those cartoons, all those claims of space, they are not real. They are not real. They cannot be real. They've been falsified. So, which is why they're all CGI pictures anyway, right? So,
Well, thank you. This has been kind of enlightening.
Well, it's really funny when you go back and look at old videos, especially like other countries like Russia or China's moon landing. It's so bad. You have to really be wanting to believe it to not obviously know it's Photoshop, CGI.
Okay, well, thank you guys for your time. I'm sorry if I angered
no,
or
you're fine, brother.
triggered anyone.
You're fine, bro. You're fine. Like, just look into it, man. And just be honest, because you're gonna find out that everything proves it. Nothing works on a globe. Like the magnetic field, Harvard still can't explain the magnetic field on a globe in 2022. Nor can Stanford, nor can Yale. So, like, the only way to understand where you live is to throw away that model, right? It's patently false. It's a big lie, and it makes people uncomfortable because it's like, wow, are you saying these countries work together? And then they find out, well, every major country in the world actually does work together. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty, and they've all agreed to it, including China. And it's illegal to go past the 60th south latitude. It's illegal to privately explore Antarctica. So yeah, all these countries do work together openly. All the space agencies work with NASA openly. NASA worked with Nazis openly. It just doesn't stop. The rabbit hole is endless.
But I mean, in regards to that, I feel like there's a certain risk that comes with opening the public to dangerous places, like for example, Everest, which has been open to the public for I think it's now like a couple decades. I'm not gonna presume to give any level of facts, but like tourists go up there to die, and apparently like more than half the mountain is covered in shit, and it's mostly just rich people that really badly want to say that they've climbed Everest, and they go there and they usually get injured or die or like get Sherpas killed and things like that.
Well, you're making a great point. Like Mount Everest is dangerous, but if people decide to go take that risk themselves, they're allowed to do so. You can climb to the top of Mount Everest and jump off if you want to.
Exactly, and I'd say that in some ways Nepal is kind of responsible for those deaths because they're earning money for for tourism on that, and that's the only reason they allow it. But in Antarctica, it's a bit different, right? Where a bunch of nations have decided you can't go here because it's extremely dangerous, and even if you do want to explore, like you should do it with these sorts of organizations that know what they're doing. And like I don't know, I have yet to see many people to say that like we're being prevented from coming here.
Yeah,
like
people have tried to go and they've been intercepted. You can't go. The only way you can go is you go on an approved guided tour. It costs anywhere from like $10,000 to $60,000. You're not allowed to go anywhere except for where they tell you, and typically you're not allowed to come off the ship. But so you don't actually. It's okay, but you don't know the history of it, right? So Operation Paperclip, we brought Nazis over here in 1945. The very next year, we then went and explored Antarctica in Operation High Jump, which is also declassified. And they went and explored that area for many years. And after they explored it, they founded NASA and signed the Antarctic Treaty within 1 year of each other, saying it's illegal to go where they just explored. So if they were to find something they didn't want us to know about, that's also exactly what they would do, right? It doesn't require some benevolence on their part to take care of everyone. And that also comes with the illusion the government is responsible for taking care of you, when actually, as a man, you are responsible for that and for protecting women and children. But my point is that the government doesn't just give you rules to save you. The government didn't shut the whole world down on the same day and give you lockdowns and curfews to keep you safe. It's because the government likes to have power over people. And the government's not a person. So that's why as it gets bigger, it gets more corrupt. So anyway, the point is they went and explored that region and they came back and said, we can't go there. And if China's our mortal enemy, why are they in an agreement with us?
Do not know. I will try to come back with more information next time.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm saying I know you haven't heard all this because they intentionally omit this from any type of education. And so what you're going to have to do is if you actually do want to know the truth, you're going to have to learn a bunch of stuff that was hidden from you. Not that are lies, just that was hidden. That's what it comes down to. And you're going to have to face ostracism, right? Like people ridiculing you or acting like you're crazy, as I'm sure you thought we were at first. But just stand tall and represent the truth and find it, bro, and then you'll be fine. And that's the biggest lie ever told. So it's like it's a big deal, right? You don't know where you live, and they told us that there's nowhere else to go. And don't worry, we went and checked this place for you, and you don't need to go there. It's too dangerous. They drew a circle on everyone on the earth. It's like the Hunger Games in real life. It's actually insane.
Cool. Thank you. I actually do have to go. Sorry I can't stay longer, but thank you for the information. And again, sorry if I triggered anyone.
Nah, you're good, bro. Come back, man.
Have a good one, guys.
Later.
Yeah, good job there, Austin. I think initially the guy was coming in to not necessarily be sincere, but I think after a little while he started to realize that our arguments have validity, right?
Dang,
Yep.
I missed the tail end of that. I was on the phone. What happened in the last like 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
He started conceding that he didn't really know much and was thankful for us telling him information and that he'd have to go look into it more.
Yeah, and I think that's the best outcome we can have here is somebody that realizes maybe they don't have as much knowledge on something that they think they know is truth, and they're leaving here with some homework to do, and hopefully they do that and they come back, right? Good job.
Thanks. Yeah, that's why I try to encourage patience, right? Because you never know, man. I've broke so many people down in here that I had to keep the mods off of that came in here real cocky, and 30 minutes later, they're just really quiet. They're just soaking information. You just have to break through to them, right? And so we need it. It's not like we don't need to look at it like I get to beat my chest because I was right and this guy was wrong. Like, duh, they're wrong. Duh, we're right. You know what I'm saying? Like, just try to kind of be a little bit nicer because it made it easier for that guy to kind of not feel combative that he had to defend himself. And that's why towards the end, even though I had to kind of hold his hand, he was being more real. Right. And I think that's what we should all care about is actually waking people up. Right.
100%.
Yeah, man. Right on. Right on.
Like that dude can't unhear the last hour. He's going to be thinking about it all night.
Right. Planting seeds, man. It's his job to water them.
Yeah, that black swan is a killer.
Yeah.
By the way, did you see BMLSB's latest on it with the Anacappas, the what is it, the archway or something like that? You can see them. They're 30 miles away and they should be like under mad curvature. You shouldn't be able to see them at all. So it's another Chicago skyline kind of thing.
Yeah, the Anacapa Arch one. Everybody should really watch that. VML does some great videos, man. It 1.5 feet off the water this time. Anacapa Arch is, what was it, 38 mile or 30, like 31 point something miles away, and Horizon's behind it, like the other Black Swan images.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, it's same location as the Black Swan too. So he's got those original 2 rigs in there, along with like another half a dozen of them, and then this Anacapa arch thing beyond it.
Yeah, he's slapping. His videos are slapping hard. He's just going out there doing some good work, man. You know what? I'm gonna figure out how to email him, see if he'll come in here and have a conversation. Like, we should be doing like interviews. There's so many things that we could be doing, clipping out to not only get more traffic here, but just to get the word out in general. Because why? People take, our arguments like the original Black Swan, and we're in here while some mischievous little grabbler, lawyer grabbler, is out there telling everybody that it's been, when that's not even true. Like, those people aren't going to be able to get a follow-up video, you know? They're not going to be able to get a follow-up. They don't know what's going on. Turn out the lights. Party's over.
There you go. Now you're back. I thought something was wrong with the stream or something.
I want a clip of the last 2 hours. Is there another way to do it other than like screen recording and having to sit there?
You can download the whole thing, but it's not gonna. You can't download it until the stream is over.
Oh, okay.
So that fake physicist that came in here the other night, I listened to him for a while. It's 3 hours. Listened to like 60% of it, probably. The guy was such a phony, man. Like, big time phony. He would say, "Yeah, so do you know what the Coriolis effect is?" He'd say, "Yeah," and then 5 seconds later have to ask what it is. He did this like 10, 20 times. He just kept doing it. Because he didn't want to say, because, he claimed he was a physicist in what did he say? Quantum computation. And he said, quantum physics reduces to Newtonian physics if you set h bar to 0, which was a complete and utter lie, because h bar is a reduced Planck's constant, which relates frequency to energy. How does that reduce to Newton's laws? Someone tell me that.
Magic.
Yeah, magic. Dude was just a straight liar, man.
That's what they do.
But, I don't know if I should upload the whole 3 hours. The weird thing is, it's like, should I upload it? Because nobody called him out on lying and faking it. So, like, if people listen to it, they might actually believe he knows what he's talking about, because they won't know either that he doesn't know what he's talking about. So
just cut it up and add all that, and just destroy it and add it into the video.
I could. That involves work. I'm lazy. No, I took 3 hours, like almost exactly 3 hours. he was here. Almost like he had a schedule. As soon as Mike muted him, as soon as Battlemon muted him, he took right off. He was like, out. Because you guys were destroying him for 3 hours straight, man. It was like an international destruction, too, because I don't think there was, until the end, it was like, just like, it was you, Yin, Sleeping Warrior, someone else. It was one of our Canadian members. It was the international beating.
It was pretty funny.
You mean a global beating?
A global beating. Yeah, you could call it that. Except for it ain't a globe. They flattened the globe. And freight trained him, man. Flat as a pancake.
What do people like after 3 hours of decimation? What do they think when they leave?
The Dunning Kruger in their brain says they're winning.
Yeah, for sure. If I went into a lizard reptilian server and they just smoked me on like 30 scientific points, I'd be like, damn, there must be reptiles somewhere. I need to relook into this.
One of the first things he said was, yo, it's like for real. For real, bro. But one of the first things he said was a child's cough proves Coriolis effect. Now, he didn't say how or why or in what way. He just said, like, nobody called him out and, like, called him out on it. I think Drace did for a second, which made me think of this, dude. So here's some funny part. You know how they say that the atmosphere is attached to the Earth? That's why something that's elevated, right, doesn't feel the Coriolis effect, right? So how about this? How about if we put something in a vacuum chamber, right? Now what?
Magic.
So we can like use some super, like, you remember that quantum locking stuff, right? So we levitate the object with quantum locking. Well, we don't even use quantum locking. We just levitate it, right? We can actually just use like a magnet and bismuth. So it'll just be floating there in the vacuum chamber. No air to push it along, nothing like that. And we'll see if it stays where it is, right? It gets deflected, has that apparent motion. Because it'll be in a separate reference frame. It'll be detached from the rotating Earth.
Can you send us that link so we can hear this discussion?
I haven't done it yet. I'll do. Well, since you're been popular, well, do you want me to break it up into like parts, or do you want an entire 3-hour episode?
The entire 3 hour.
All right, I'll do that. I'll probably have it done in about 2 hours from now. How about that?
Okay, please put in live stream.
All right, I will.
And back on your point, like they show us the ISS in space, the Earth spinning beneath it, right? So can't we just do that like they do that? Can we just go up and the Earth will spin? How high do we have to go up?
I've asked them this. What is the condition required to make the magic Velcro disappear? Like, is it an altitude? Is it a velocity? Like, what is it? No one can answer.
Well, it's science, so they should have an answer if it's science.
We should at least have an
It.
equate.
Yeah, I mean, they did it. So what did they do?
What I like asking them is, when things rise, where is the added acceleration due to the Velcro effect? Why do we not detect that?
Yeah, because they need an extra little boost because that arc length is a larger radius, right? To stay above the same location.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? That's referring to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've asked them this. I haven't asked in a while, but there's no answer. They have no answer.
I assume they'd have to go past the carbon line, and then everything stops moving with the Earth. Then you're free.
But that would be this vacuum chamber test, right? So the whatever it's levitating above, it should fall behind, and you use the excuse of the air. It's being attached to the air because it's in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, I think it should just be easy to show with an accelerometer. It should be showing acceleration to the side based on the rotation whenever you rise.
So this is a few years back, 3 years ago. I don't remember if you remember, someone did this experiment. They took a MEMS accelerometer, they put it in their car, they calibrated it, right, zeroed it, and then they drove like 160 miles, right? So if you're going around a ball, we're not even talking about the rotation, right? It should rotate because of the curvature of the Earth, right? When he's driving, relative to where he started, the car should have rotated, right? So 69, 1 degree per 69 miles. So 160 something miles should be something like almost a 3 degree rotation. But he didn't measure any rotation.
Yeah, that's kind of like the problem with the mechanical gyroscopes and them not showing the required drift due to curve or rotation.
Yeah, and the odd thing is, if you take a mechanical one, because Rob Durham, you did this with a bunch of different mechanical gyros, a really expensive one too. You're like, oh, there's too much friction; it's not going to measure, right? And then you have this guy that came in, that physicist, who was like, oh, you could do it with a Foucault's pendulum or a child's top. Like, dude, you're out of your mind. He didn't even understand why the pendulum has to be driven. Like, it would go forever.
I think the funniest part is the fact that the Falcon's pendulum only exists in one reference frame.
Foucault's ritual is more of what it's like. That last guy was pretty funny, though. The guys you were talking to about the airplane. Dude, he was like, dude, he was making the argument for us. He kept saying things. I don't think he realized what he was saying. It's like, we don't have to dip the plane.
What
It's
is
like, I
it?
can't even think of it. The best one was, I can't even think of an example where you would need to account for the curvature of the Earth. And like, yeah, we know.
What did it say about the planes?
The guy that was here just a minute ago. You didn't hear him?
I didn't hear about the planes. What did it say about the planes?
He was saying that because they were talking about the linear aircraft model. And they were asking him details about it. And one of his replies was he can't even think of an example where an airplane would have to account for the curvature of the Earth or the rotation or something. And we're like, yes, we know that. That's our
flat.
point.
That's right.
You
Yeah.
don't have to account for it because it's not there.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, like he just basically helped us make the argument, which I think was what started to open him up and kind of bring down his defenses a little bit, because he started to realize like he's making the argument for us.
Yeah,
He
that's
did
one of
it
my
twice.
that's one of my big arguments. Planes don't dip. They don't orientate. They don't reorientate around the sphere to stay with the sphere curving. So there you go.
I almost felt bad for him by the end. You could just hear throughout the conversation the tone in his voice changing, and by the end of that, he sounded mentally and physically drained, just like just completely sacked of energy.
Dejected.
Hold his hand.
Totally dejected, man.
I had to come in to hold his hand, bro.
His whole world was
Yeah,
flattened.
yeah. He sounded like he was like his team finally went to like the championship game after like 55 losing seasons and goes in and gets shut out 55-0.
Yeah, it sounded by the end of the conversation like he had fell and bumped his head or something.
Oh man, you keep trying.
You couldn't let it go. You couldn't let
You
it
keep.
His whole world was flattened. Could be a fire. Yeah.
So I made I placed a to-go order today. And check it, this is the name I always order it under. And this time they circled it and put Y. So I had to flat smack the. If you can't see it, like I order to go food under the name Earth's Flat. So they have to like.
That's funny shit.
That's
I
good,
like
man. That's
it.
real good.
Well, the funniest part is that they circled it, and now you're gonna have to. Now you're gonna have to come up with another name, make it short and sweet. You're gonna be like Water Finds Level is your name.
Yeah, you got to keep it real short too. I tried to put first. I put the Earth is flat, and all that popped up is like the ear is, or so like the ear or something. And she was like, "What does this mean?" I'm like, "Oh." So then I changed it to Earth's flat. Then I tried space is fake, but it wouldn't fit either. So yes, there's like first and last name. You can do one word on each.
But, yeah, just water's level.
Yeah, I should have been like, "Why?" That's not a scientific question. but but why? What do you mean why? I
I did
don't
the
know,
same
bro.
thing the other day at Taco Bell. Bruh, do you know that they gave my food to some I don't I'll just say it, he wasn't a bum, but some bum, like some dude that like I guess is just there to grab people's orders, like if they're not immediately standing up there when they call their name. Cause he said, Earth, uh, and then he started talking to his manager. They started pointing at the screen. And then he's like, "What's this?" And he had the most bewildered look on his face. And then the guy was like, "Yeah, that's mine." And I'm like, standing right there. I'm like, "No, no, is that a is that a what was it that I ordered? The cheesy gordita with the sweet balls, whatever the fuck those are called. Anyway, uh, and as the guy grabbed it and left, and I'm like, "Yo, is that my cheesy gordita crunch for Earth's Flat?" And he's like, "Oh yeah." I'm like, "Why did you give it to him? What the fuck is up with you, bro? What? Can you not? What can you not read that the Earth is flat? Is there a problem? Like what? What's the deal?" Yo, my man, speaking to the manager. "What's up with your guy giving my food to somebody because he can't say the Earth is flat? That's my name. What's up?" He was like, I'm very sorry." It was the weirdest experience. Like, yo, if you could have seen his face, it's like, what the fuck?
Bro, it's like my new favorite thing, dude. I do it every time.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna start doing the same shit.
Like where they say Earth's flat, like, wait, what?
Yo, he had the dumbest look on his face, and it was like, I'm like, damn, okay, but it's not that serious. Like, come on, bro, you just passed off my food to a stranger because you couldn't just like the person before, he says her name all confident and shit, but when it came to Earth Flat, it's like, um, Earth, he's looking at the people he's working with. Look what he wrote. Look what he wrote. And then he's like standing there. And then this guy walks up and says, "Give me my food." And that's when I stepped up and said, "Wait, You mean is that the cheesy gordita crunch? As he's handing it to the guy that said, "Give me my food," and I said, "Is that the cheesy gordita crunch?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, my mind was blown.
Yeah, this is what you're not considering. You literally asked him to denounce his religion. That's why he couldn't do it, man. He didn't know why. I bet you he didn't even know why he couldn't say it. But it would be like, XO trying to trick him into saying, Jesus is not God, man.
Yeah, he went into shock, and then when the other guy just asked for it, he just handed it without thinking, because that would help him get out of dissonance and into ease again.
Well, and so the best lesson here, though, for them is they had to pay for that. Sure, it might have cost you a couple extra minutes while they made your food again, but they just gave away a free meal to somebody because they couldn't say the words.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah,
Now the globe causes bankruptcies.
I've never heard of that. Like I've heard of like where I'll go in and they'll say, "What's the name?" And I'm like, "Oh, you don't want to say it, do you? You're scared to say it." I'm like, sometimes I'm like, I'll tell them what I had because I want them to have to say it, or I'll just end up answering like, "Yeah, Earth's flat," and then I just flat smack them. No big deal. Everyone in the restaurant has to hear them say, "Earth's flat." It's so funny.
It's been a long time, but so at work when we go to lunch or whatever, often we're getting just fast food and whatnot. So we were at Arby's one day, and the guy that I work with, he's got no fear of saying anything. He's not even at the time not really fighting. Now he's coming along, but he always tries to do something embarrassing on the way out the door. And they have a bell there that it says like ring the bell if you had excellent service or something like that. And then the whole crew, they're like, thank you. Well, on the way out the door, he just rang that motherfucker like harder than hell, just like trying to break it. Like, dun, 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 got everybody in the place to look. He goes, the earth is flat. And then he like walked out the door.
John Silver's.
That was at Arby's.
Oh, they have a bell too. Wow, what a bunch of.
At least this one did. I don't know if they all do.
That's pretty epic. So you're not even sure about it, friends. More bold than you. Is that what you're saying? Did you bump your head or something?
No, dude. Yeah, like as far as like, I'm not trying to embarrass the other guys. I thought it was hilarious. Because he did it while I'm still standing there, and so he like ran out the door. He did it and then ran out the door, and everybody's looking at me. And I just smiled at him, kind of tip of the hat. Yeah. Like,
could you imagine like a happy birthday? Like, happy birthday, Earth's flat.
Oh, bro, we need to go to restaurants and get them to sing the birthday song.
Red Robin. Oh my god, that would be.
When they call out Earth's flat, man, you got to be like, "Oh, can you speak up? I'm hearing impaired. I didn't hear you." You yell that shit at me.
You got to make it loud.
you got like a bunch of waiters or whatever. Some of them think it's funny. They're willing to do it, but then you're gonna have one or two that are just scowling and not singing and just arms crossed, like angry looking. You'd be like, no, I want him to sing. I want him to sing too.
Come in with NASA t-shirts for a week as revenge. You have an off uniform casual day? Want to show that flat earther? I'm a fanboy.
Dude, I actually have like a NASA astronaut suit now that I'm gonna start wearing out.
You need a green screen as a prop. Like
yeah,
when you get up with the bullhorn, man, have a green screen behind you.
That would be hilarious, especially in the suit.
Just floating on the ISS.
Legit, you could like real time. I don't know what you have for a PC or a laptop, man. You could real time just set up a laptop right next to you, man. Real time show you, with any sort of backdrop you want. So they can see, man, because they're like, how do they fake this? Easy, trivial to do.
Right, like I'm faking it right now, buddy. Yeah, so I was on a
chroma key.
You ever seen Hoary Sheet? What Hoary Sheet does? You ever see what Hoary Sheet does?
Nope.
Used to go on Omegle, and what's that other one? There's another one with the green screen and the Tesla car.
Yeah, he also makes like animated characters and all kind of things move according to his movements and kind of weird stuff. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, so I had a Zoom call for work, and there was like 30 people on it. And one of the guys who I do talk flat Earth with at work, he's not on board, but he's at least listens to me. He was leading the meeting, and in the middle of the Zoom call, I changed my background to a picture of the ISS, and I started just moving up and down like I was floating. He's like, "Are you in space?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm on the ISS. Can't you tell?" And he just started busting out laughing. And it was a Zoom call with like 30 other colleagues.
Nice.
That was hilarious. Karma laughed at that.
Yeah, it was just to mess with him while he was presenting, because I've had discussions with him, many discussions with him. So
Yeah, pretty funny story, dude. So we have some neighbors over here, and when they meet us, they're like, "Hey, we're cooking chicken. You guys want to cook? Come eat." And they're all nice and stuff. Talking to them, they're like conservative people, just talking about how crazy leftists are and stuff. And I'm like, yeah.
Are they black?
No, no, the chicken would have been way better. But so then we, I just, I slipped it in as I do, and bro, Kai and I heard the two guys, screaming, arguing about flat Earth for like 6 hours that night. Like literally screaming, dude. He's like, "You don't believe that stupid shit that the Earth is flat." They're just screaming at each other. I'm like, damn, we ruined a friendship.
like, yeah, but that neighbor guy had some good points. I'm just saying.
Yeah. It's been really awkward every time I see him.
Water does seek level. I mean, he's not wrong.
Do you know who measured the radius? I don't. Do you?
Let's Google it.
Well, the government does lie. He's right about that. Because they were pretty woke about a bunch of the conspiracies, right? But that one just takes the cake, Which is so weird. People are like, yeah, 9/11, dude, that was clearly a setup. But the moon landing, that was legit. Oh, so Kai and I are going to get married, and we're going to have a flat Earth wedding cake.
Wait, did you propose? Is this official?
Congratulations, man.
Thanks. I haven't done the whole propose thing. The ring is on the way.
Nice. Congrats. That's awesome.
Congrats, man. Congrats. I would love to be there at a flat Earth wedding.
I see a flat Earth baby coming too.
Make it unique, bud.
I got you, bro. I got you on the flat Earth baby tip. You know what I'm saying? But
is there already a flat Earth baby on the way? And that's why it's coming up so quick with the marriage.
No vaccine. No vaccine for the wild, man.
Obviously, no vaccines, bro. Jeez Louise. Anyway, so like, we're actually thinking about doing it right before the equinox, right? So we're thinking about like we're just having like family, and then we may have a whole bunch of flat earthers hang out on the equinox.
So at least if it's a boy, he'll get the chance we never had. Because I know you're not
Exactly.
going to circumcise him.
I know, dude. He's gonna know the life I've never known.
I'm still kind of mad about that. Like ever since that comment, I think about it all the time. Like, yo, bruh.
Yeah, and I don't want to go too much in the weeds with this, but I do have to say, like, it wasn't a big deal till you heard someone else that isn't explain how it's totally fine, and it's not, it's like not a big deal. Like hygiene, you're talking about it's no big deal. It's like you're just mad that when it's cold, I have a little snow cap. You two just has to freeze.
What?
I'm like, what? He's like, no, literally. Yeah, he's like, it's like a Scully, bro. It literally keeps your little dude warm, bro. Damn, bro, it's brutal to look at the other side of the grass. It's so green.
We never had a chance, man. We never had a chance.
Yeah, I was a baby. I had no say.
Yeah, that whole thing never made a whole lot of sense to me. And I mean, I understand that it's biblically or whatever, it's not something you're supposed to do. But on the other hand, to me, it made sense, because of the hygiene part of it. But, I guess you just have to take a little more care, you know what I mean? Be more vigilant with your hygiene. But, yeah, so I was confused about it there for a while, thinking, well, how can that be wrong when it's, going to be healthier for both people involved, I mean, and
That's
then
like
that's
saying,
pseudoscience, bro. Like,
is it?
Yeah.
That's like saying you have to wax your nuts because if you keep it hairy, it gets dingleberries and all types of shit. Or you could wash your nuts. Like,
Right. I don't wipe my ass with toilet paper, guys. I wash my ass with a washcloth and soap and water every time.
oh, you
And I
got one
dry
of
it. I
those.
dry it with toilet paper maybe sometimes.
You got
That's
one
it.
of those French toilets.
No, I have to get a rag and put it in the sink and get it soaked up and hang my ass over the bathtub. But I wash it every time.
Just make sure guests when they come over don't confuse which washcloth to use when they go to wash.
Yeah, it's not the one they set on the sink. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't want to use your washcloth, by the way. Don't pass me that washcloth.
Yeah, don't
this
worry
is
about
going
that.
downhill. This is going
Yes,
downhill.
it is.
So one time when I was 12.
Yeah. Yeah, I decided that quite a while ago that there's only one way to get it clean, and that just all there is to it. I mean,
That's a good
piece of
habit
paper
to have.
just doesn't fucking work. I don't care what
I
anybody
know what he's
says.
talking about, but I just walked in and heard that.
I mean, at best, the
It's
paper's
true.
going to smear it. It might knock down the high spots, but you still got to get in there and sanitize.
Yo, you know what
I
somebody
use
said to
my
me?
Just get a bidet.
But somebody said to me, yeah, exactly. That's what it's called. But somebody said to me, no, they didn't. I'm lying. It was in a comedy special. He's like, we wipe our ass with paper, but when a bird shits on you, do you just wipe it and it's all good? It's like, you wash it with soap and water. It's like,
Yeah, exactly. Fuck.
you just wipe it off. I'm good. Nah. Ever since that, I gotta use the wipe at least.
Well,
Gotta get you some wipe.
it is the Chinese who came up with the invention of wiping your butt with paper.
The problem with those wipes is they fuck up your sewage.
Yeah.
Well, they fuck everything up. What do you mean? They leave your ass dirty and everything else. So
My friend
They
has
have
one.
wipes have to go in the
They have ones
landfill.
that they say are septic safe, but I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to put too many of those down there either.
And if nobody noticed, Scott Tissue, the leading brand, for whatever reason, went from like 3-ply or 2-ply to 1-ply, which is how it's doubled up and you can peel it apart. It's only like one thin sheet of paper.
yeah, Got to drag a few more out. I mean, I don't see the problem.
So
Wait,
in order
they
to
don't
help
they
you
don't, they
save
don't
more
show off.
money, you must
They
become
don't,
Filipino and then buy yourself a tabo and then use the water for wiping your butthole.
Soap and water, my friend.
What, you don't wash your hands after you you wipe your
It's
butt?
called bird bathing.
Dude, I'm sitting there with a washcloth full of soap and water, and you don't think I finish washing my hands when I'm done with
I wash my
soap,
hands.
soap and water already on my hands? And
I wash
are
my
you
hands
kidding
before I
me?
wipe my
Well, I
ass.
would hope so.
Jesus Christ.
We'll be back to
No,
the hygiene show in just a moment.
yeah, fuck.
Brought
Yeah, and
to
then,
you
then
by
I'll just go.
24/7
Then I'll just go get a hamburger and eat it
100
with my bare hands. Sure.
It's all
I'll,
good, bro. I'll still shake your hand.
My hands are clean. You don't have to worry about me, brother.
pretty soon it'll be safe to eat again, and flat Earth will return.
Oh, I'll shake your hand. I've been cutting fucking sewer pipes all day.
I used to install underground plumbing. I know all about water mains, sewer mains, and storm drain systems. Done many of them. They're
Yeah, well,
clean when you put them in.
we don't have sewers out here, so everybody has a cesspool or a
Septic tank.
septic tank. So you can always have a job digging up locating the lid. You know.
The drain filled and whatever.
Yeah.
If you do them right, you don't ever have to do that though.
Oh, right. But it's a lot of hard work, right? And nobody wants to do that work.
Well,
That's
it's
fine.
because
Call
they
me.
did
I'll
it
come
wrong
by
the
and I'll
first
charge you
time.
$250 to locate.
That's because they did it wrong the first time. I mean, that's on them, I guess.
Yeah.
But
It's like really all I have to do is just find the sweep, dig down to the sweep, find out which way it's pitching out, and then go out according to, whenever the fucking thing was put in, what the code was, distance from the house and all that. And then I have a ballpark. Then I get out the old metal detector and see if I can't find any of the rebar if it's got that kind of rebar lids. Most of the times it's fiberglass out here though. So that's real fun. You can't detect that.
no, but finding septic tanks is not that hard. It's not.
It's just hard work digging. Unless you have a backhoe or something.
Yeah, you got to go get a mini excavator for fuck's sakes. Who wants to do that by hand? Not me. Not anymore. I'm too old for that shit. I just replaced my parents' plumbing from the house to the road. It collapsed on them and was backing up into the house, and they had problems for like a year. They couldn't figure out what was going on, and so we run a camera down there and figured out it was just started about 30 feet outside the house. So I just replaced it from the house to the street. Brand new piece of plastic pipe, brand new. In and done, 2 days. The bid was $14,500 from a company, and I did it for $3,500. And that was putting $1,000 in my pocket. They actually made me take $1,000 for doing it. And I told them I'm doing it for free, and they said no, and argued with me about it. So I did take $1,000 for putting it in for them, but I still saved. The insurance gave them 10 grand, and so they put $6,500 in their pocket.
I would use that for home improvement.
Well, my parents are like in their 80s, so any extra cash in their savings at this point, they can use every penny of it. So
Right. Well, that's what I mean. Like something to where I don't know who they're going to leave the house to or what charity they're going to do it for. I don't know if they're going to leave it to your son or anything like that, or even you. Or
yeah, they left it to me and my brother and sister. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
already in a trust for us. So
yeah, it's possibly. I was just thinking a way to help improve the children.
yeah, they're gonna improve us for sure when they go. They've left their house to us. It's a great big fucker too. It's 4,000 square feet. It's $600,000 home or so.
Nice.
Yeah. We built it in 1974 for $64,000. When I was 17 years old, 17 or 18, we built that house.
Shit, 10 years ago, that house, that's 600,000. If that was in Lake Havasu, it would be worth 2.4 right now.
Yeah. Yep. The neighbor's house just sold about 3 months ago, and it's half the square footage, and it sold for 503,
Where you at?
503,000.
You in Arizona?
No, Utah.
I'm in Arizona.
Nice, me too.
People are flocking here like crazy from everywhere.
Let's do a flat Earth meetup, man.
Oh,
where's about in Arizona?
I'm in Tempe.
Ah, Phoenix, 3 hours. I used to live in Tempe off of Scottsdale and McKillop.
Yeah, that's not too far from you. You're in Havasu?
Well, no, I'm actually in Parker, which is an hour south from Havasu. But yeah, pretty much right there on the west side of the state, or west side of the state.
I got a good friend that lives in Havasu. He's got a second winter home down there. I built him a big 40 by 100 pole barn for him, and a round pen. He trains horses.
Oh yeah, that's nice. I think I probably down there by the airport, huh?
Nope, it's up. It's north of that, about 30 miles.
Yeah,
I live north of Salt Lake, 30 miles.
Because over there's a few places that's right on the lake in Havasu where people have like huge swaths of land, and they're like ranches, right? So I'm thinking, maybe that's where your buddy's at.
No, he's right on the lake.
Yeah, right on the lake. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've yet to be there. He showed me pictures of it and stuff yet, but he's invited me down, but I'm yet to go. Probably should, I guess.
Yeah, if you come down north from Kingman. That way, when you're heading into Havasu, you see the giant petrified Indian head. It's not actually an Indian head; it's pareidolia, right? But it's a giant rock that looks like an Indian's head.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it. Yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
And another one that looks like a boxing glove.
It's not far from the Four Corners area.
Yeah.
This one spot, I think it's the only place in the nation where you can stand in 4 states at one time. You put 1 foot in 2 states in one hand and 2 hands in 2 other states. They got this place marked out where you can go stand and stand in 4 states at one time.
It's also the most disappointing monument ever.
Yeah.
Just sit crisscross applesauce. You can sit in all states.
It's like they don't even put an awning up or anything.
Isn't there something else like in Kentucky where you can see 7 states from this vantage point, which is impossible on a constantly curving in all directions sphere?
Yeah, Lookout Mountain.
Is Lookout Mountain?
Yeah, it's in Tennessee. It's East Tennessee.
I've never heard of that. That's cool. I'll have to look that up.
Those 4 states made at a 90-degree angle.
Yep.
Shouldn't that be a triangle on the globe?
Remember?
They said it's a triangle. They said a 90-degree angle on the globe is a triangle.
Yeah.
Corner of a triangle.
You guys should come to our post-wedding celebration on the spring equinox.
Whereabouts?
Congratulations, Kyle.
Florida. See, that's so freaking far from me. Oh my God.
Yeah, I won't fly. I would have to hitchhike or drive.
If you do it in the summertime, I might ride a Harley out that far, maybe. Take a week and take a nice little cruise.
Well, it'll be the springtime, but it's still pretty cold along the 8 and 10.
Yeah, it'll be cold.
Well, there's a southern route to take. You can go down toward Texas and go across that way. I'm not sure what the highways are, but I've only been across a highway, I-80, that goes all the way over. I went to Illinois, Chicago once.
You would probably have to take the 10, but the 10 would It changes. So the best one would be take the 8 because that'll take you all the way straight through to Texas, and then you jump on the 10.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I just haven't looked at it. I mean, I have a long time ago. I looked at it, but I don't. My memory.
Well, a Yuma trip, right? You ever done a Yuma run?
No.
On the motorcycle? Oh.
No.
What about a Laughlin run?
No.
Man. Sturgis?
Nope. Not yet. Not yet. I'd like to someday. Soon here.
Yeah, they got this one Cave Creek run, and everybody gets together and heads out to Cave Creek and just cruises around, and that's pretty much it for like a weekend. And then they'll do like the Laughlin run, whole bunch of other things. Fun.
We were going to go to Sturgis once, but we were going to put all our bikes in a trailer there, and then ride when we got in trailer back. But we never did go. We were planning it, but it didn't work out. But a lot of people do that, by the way. Not everybody rides to Sturgis. A lot of people just trailer up and cruise out.
Congratulations, Kai. We just heard today.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to both of you, for sure. That's really good news.
Thank you.
It was a joy to watch you guys during the tour and stuff too. It was always fun to watch you guys perform together out there. It was a good time watching, for sure. You guys made it fun. Not only interesting, but you made it fun to watch. So hats off. Huh? Right here.
Thank you. So
Nope.
you're pretty much saying I made it more awesome. Just kidding.
Well, you should have been there each and every time. How's that?
I know.
Yeah, you're way
Gotta
better
do
than
tour
than me.
2.0.
Yeah. Well, you guys got your own RV now, so you can do whatever the hell you guys want.
I know.
That's nice. That picture you guys showed, that's the RV you bought with the Jeep and that. That's a good looking rig. You got those two. They match in color and everything. You guys are like sporting really like upper class, man. You looking good.
We're just repping that retirement life.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's a lot more work than people think.
Oh yeah.
They know what it's like to maintain an RV like that. I've owned 2 motorhomes in my life, but never one 37 feet long. But regardless of the size of the motorhomes, you're always having to do something, work on the generator or something's going out on it, or needs the plumbing and the showers, and
Mhm.
they're just not as durable as they are for in the home. So you just always got to keep upgrading or maintaining them and whatnot. I know I've been there.
Yeah, this one's been good so far. We're just doing a lot of quote unquote remodeling with just replacing things. Like the
Right.
chairs, we got new chairs, just ordered a bunch of new faucets for the sink and for the shower and stuff. Not that it's bad, just want to make it look, 2022 approved.
There you go.
It's fun though. I love watching people like do extreme makeover home edition stuff. It's my favorite pastime on YouTube, just watching people do
Yeah, I
that.
do. I watch a lot of that too. That is fun. Some of those people are extremely good at what they do, for sure.
Yeah. Well, in some ways with the RV or with like tiny homes, you have to get really creative. So like one thing that we did that was really creative is we have these 2 TVs, and the one in the bedroom's like really tiny and it's to the side. So we got a projector, and we have these little storage shelves above the bed. So we just were able to put the projector in there, and then got the projector screen, which like it's fabric,
huge.
but it's really thick. Yeah, and you just like hang it up. It fits perfectly across from the bed. So we just have this giant movie screen now.
Cool.
We can just watch YouTube stuff, go down the red pill rabbit holes. But it's fun. Like, you just have to get creative, so it makes it, I don't know,
Yeah, that does
a
sound
cool
fun.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I've thought about getting one of those projectors for my house here, but I mean,
Yeah, you should do it.
I got
I have a
three.
digital projector, but the sound's not great.
I got 3 monitors. I get 2 monitors. I use my TV and my computer is. My TV is actually one of my monitors. I just drag and drop over onto it, but it's kind of hung on the wall to my left and up kind of high a little bit. So I don't use it very often, but anyway.
Yeah, we had to plug a speaker into ours, just like a smaller speaker, but they're not bad. Like, I think it was like $100 on Amazon.
Well, I know that speaker that you guys got that you took with you on the tour. They make all kinds of them that are about that size. They got subwoofers in them, and they sound good for the size of them. Good hell, they make a pretty big sound. And inside of a room like that, it would even be more amplified. Bouncing off the walls. It would. I know I've heard some people have smaller little boxes like that. Fuck, they sound good these days, man.
Yeah, that's one we use for the projector. I feel like if we used Witz's big speaker, like the walls would collapse.
In fact, I'm thinking about getting one of those for my computer. As a matter of fact, I got one of those little JBL logs that I use. It's like about a foot long or whatever, but it's like 3 years old. My son gave it to me about 3 years ago. Battery don't stay charged anymore. I have to keep it plugged in. But it sounds pretty good for a little log. But you got those big square boxes now that are so much better and cheaper. The JBL log was it was like $200. Shit.
Yeah, so our families aren't like all flat earthers or anything, right? They're not flat earthers. And so when we get married, and we're just keeping it like super chill, like just our immediate families or whatever, we want to have a flat earther marry us, like a cool flat earther, and then we want the cake to be flat earth, and we're gonna put like a clear dome over top, like sit on top of it. You gotta take it off to cut the cake. So
Right
like
on.
everyone has to get flat smack because they have to come support us, you know.
Right on.
Good times. No. There'll be a NASA employee there.
Oh, so everybody can beat up on
Literally.
him or what?
Yeah. Just connections to NASA employee. He'll be there. Let's just say that. It'll be hilarious.
Yeah. Poor guy. Be one of the few times he's probably going to be outnumbered.
Yeah, we're thinking about in our vows, we just throw in flat smacking lines like, babe, you're more beautiful than this completely flat horizon over here over the ocean that always finds us. Even though we have our up and downs in our relationship, just like the sea out here, we always find our level.
You have more curve than the Earth.
That's the only curve I see, baby.
The only curve that I see is looking at your face.
Our relationship is built on a solid, immovable foundation, just like the Earth. Like, people have to sit there and listen to it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck the sand. Give me the stone.
Ever since I heard you break down the second law of thermodynamics and how it falsifies what they claim outer space is because pressure can't exist adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, I've just been in love with you, babe.
I'm sure you'll figure out. It sounds like you're putting one really nice one together. It would be quite interesting to see how it turns out. I can't wait.
My heart is melting.
It sounds like it already did.
Like the ice. Never mind. Like the ice
It's
cap
melting like the ISS and the Tesla Roadster should be.
is melting like the ice caps in the Antarctic Ocean.
I'm just trying to get you pregnant and make you just like the horizon, baby. A parent.
Parent.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
What is this, pickup lines time or what?
We're practicing our vows.
You'll have two apparent horizons at that point, you and her. See, because that's what apparent means. There's multiple apparents
When I
there.
look into your eyes, it's like looking into the whole universe.
When I look into those beautiful eyes, I just think about how it looks literally like the flat earth of the dome.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say when I look into your eyes, it looks exactly like a sphere. Alright, I'm squeaking.
I love you to the moon and back. And it's in our atmosphere.
Well, that's not very far away. Come on, you could do better than that.
Yeah, I love you
I
to the
love
moon
you
and back,
to the
even though
ends
no
of the
one's ever been there.
universe.
Nothing could ever
To
eclipse the
the
feelings that
edge.
I have for you in this moment.
Wait, say again?
I love you to the edge of the universe.
I don't know. You're seeming to miss the point, Master Chief. You're just sounding awfully globered. No, I was saying nothing can ever eclipse the way I feel for you in this moment. Something along those lines. You could use.
Okay.
The edge of the universe? Come on. It's supposed to be funny.
I can't wait till we have babies and don't put them in public school or hospital or vaccinate them or have a marriage certificate or a birth certificate or anything, completely live off the grid and buck the entire beast system. I think we should just like truth bomb everybody because they have to listen to our vows. I don't think she likes this idea though. As I'm watching her facial expressions, she doesn't look particularly excited.
Well, I think we could throw one in there.
Hey, all I know is I'm
that
allowed to
movie
write my own
Gattaca.
vows.
It's like the movie Gattaca. You're born in the wild. No inserted anything into the bloodstream.
Yeah, keep it tasteful. Slide one little one in there or something during the actual vows, but then during the reception, when you give a little speech or whatever at dinner, that's where you let them have it.
Okay.
Cheers to your flat and level champagne.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not going to let your children say not anything. So exactly.
Thank you guys for flying out here to Florida on that plane that assumed that the Earth was flat and stationary.
Well, anytime you are flying, you are actually on a plane, while flying in a plane. Because the fuselage could be considered a horizontal surface on the inside.
I stepped out for a while. What happened to that head that was talking a while ago? He was sure hard-headed. He was pleasant, but he wasn't budging too much. Huh? I don't have any.
Yeah, baby girl. I used to think that gas always went down until we went on that beautiful date to that Mexican restaurant that one time. Yeah, I got a live demonstration of entropy all night.
Nice.
I'm talking about gas, bro. Don't get
Yeah.
Taco Bell.
You mean gas fills the available space?
Oh yeah, it does. Totally.
Doesn't
Yeah.
doesn't fall. It doesn't fall on the ground down.
Which includes your lungs and your nose.
Yeah, it includes my nose. All right, I'll say.
Hmm. Kai is like, no, girls don't do that.
You seen Jay and the Silent Bob?
I can't wait till I impregnate you and your water breaks and find this level due to fluid statics.
Yeah, you'll definitely be able to demonstrate how water forms to a ball inside of a container. I've only got one kid, and he just happens to be here with me today, so I'm happy about that. And he's 34. We're spending the day together.
You guys throw the old pigskin around?
No, what do you mean? Oh, football? No. He was a baseball
I'm
player.
basically Patrick Mahomes mixed with Aaron Rodgers, bro.
Speaking of which, and yeah, I know I'm going to hear it from somebody, but Packers and 49ers play tonight in like 2 hours, and I'm going to stream that in the cinema.
Yeah, you really did bump your head, man.
Well, maybe you'll see a concussion if you come and watch.
Yeah, maybe you can ask one of them to borrow a helmet.
Fuck off.
I don't want you leaving that house without a helmet on ever again, bro.
Yeah, you're going to ride the short bus to see it.
Wait, aren't the Titans playing right now?
Well, how would you know?
Yeah. See what
Titans
are you
and
basing off when?
Cincinnati are playing. Cincinnati's winning.
Yeah, 9-6. Actually, I'm from Tennessee, so it's just been all over my social media today. That's the only way I know.
What are they
So,
playing?
incidentally, I guess then.
What are they playing? Soccer?
Nah, football.
Oh, soccer.
Yeah. No, the real football, like the actual man sport.
Well, like men playing with balls all day.
Yes,
Oh,
precisely.
that's so gay.
But you do realize that there's only one masculine version of football, right?
Yeah, the football that you use your legs to play with.
Which part of that is masculine? Is it the jogging or the flapping? Is it when someone
Both.
touches them and they fly down like someone just shot them? Is that the masculine part?
Yeah.
It is funny though that it's called football and literally like there's only like 3 plays in the whole game that you kick a ball.
That's Americans for you.
Yep, not good at naming stuff, but way more athletic. Someone needs some Neosporin, bro. You smell that?
Yeah, what's
You
that
got
smell?
smoked.
Is that weed?
Something's getting burnt. I will say only one of the two footballs got people dropping down. You know, it's the weak one.
Hmm.
No, I just honestly, I think obviously it's because they jog like nonstop, so their blood circulation is just nonstop, and so when they take the Japadapadoos, that's why they have the heart attacks more. Football's like a burst of speed, then a break, then offense is on the field, and you come back on. But soccer's just like nonstop jogging for hours. That's why they're falling down with heart attacks.
I kind of think the NFL athletes, like, they're just so much in the spotlight, and they're young, they're healthy. There's a chance that they're only getting placebos and shit like that over here.
Correct. Also, like, do you not think an NFL player could fake a record of getting that?
Yeah, I
You know how many
agree. This
doctors would take like
is more
50
manly.
grand?
They have the money to pay somebody to do it.
Yes. But he's probably right. They probably just gave placebos out across the board. Too much jeopardy of money and too much people looking at them, right? And how would they know that? And then they can just run around and say 95% of the NFL is genetically modified. Have you guys looked at the distribution of the batches and how the adverse effects will be like consolidated in certain areas? So
What's
they're
that?
clearly, yeah, like if you look at the adverse reactions, and then you contribute it to where they were administered geographically, the adverse reactions, they all spike and peak in certain locations, like as in that location got a certain batch and other locations got a different batch.
Can you link that in Livestream?
Let me
Yeah,
guess, it's all in red locations.
it's actually
Compared to a
scattered
point.
pretty well. I don't actually know what they're doing. It's really hard to put it together. So,
I mean, you know,
Yeah, just
during trials, you have
blue areas, like in the cities and stuff, like the areas where more people believe in all this stuff. Even if they have an adverse reaction, they're a lot less likely to report it, unless it's like super severe.
yeah, I guess. I'm just saying, I think placebo's been floating around since the beginning. Actually, from my understanding, to implement anything with emergency use authorization live, there has to be placebo facilitated live.
remember that when you're doing at trials, you have to give GB jabs with the real stuff, and then GB jabs with saline solutions and that kind of stuff. So there's a percentage of that.
Yeah, because you're supposed to do that before it ever hits the market. But when you have emergency use authorization, then you're putting it out before that is done thoroughly. So then the requirement by law is that there is also a live filled placebo study going on. It's like in the EUA paperwork.
So when they want to attack the people who don't take the jab, they're also giving jabs that are ineffective.
Oh yeah, but that's how you know they're effective.
Sugar water.
Dude, have you guys ever read the insert that came out once the quote unquote FDA approval? If you look at the studies they claim they did, they got adverse reactions like occurring more frequently for placebo than the actual thing in their data. So saline caused more adverse serious reactions than the actual thing according to their studies.
And that's how you know they're cooked.
Yeah, duh.
in 2017, 2018, they were voting in the new adjuvants that they were approving, and they were saying that there was signals of heart attacks with the new GBJEPs, but they said we'll find out after market, and here we are today.
Correct. I think that's actually the catalyst of the adverse reaction is the carrier agent itself, the adjuvant, the carrier. Amino acid, lipid particles.
Yeah, they voted the new stuff in, and they say, yeah, we'll see what happens. Give it to people. We'll find out.
Can you link that data?
Yeah. I'll have to find it. I'll have to find it, man. I saw it on Rumble, dude. It's heavily censored, but I'll find it. Sec. I mean, I know it's acquired just by actually using the VAERS data, which we know is super limited, right? Then correlating the timeline and the geographic location. And there are spikes all concentrated in certain areas, like where you'll have 5,000 here in this county or 5,000 in this city, and then you'll have like 0 right beside it. Okay, this one shows supposedly that 100% of the deaths came from just 5% of the shots, which makes you think, right? If you understand, but I'll link it.
Did you see the article? BBC was complaining that the UK government was putting out information fueling the conspiracy theorists. Did you see that one? That was hilarious.
Well, were they were angry that they weren't lying enough, or what?
Exactly.
Yeah. So usually what's supposed to happen, for those of you who don't know, is that the journalist is supposed to get as much information out of the government as possible, and they're not supposed to tell the government, shut your mouth, you're talking too much.
Obviously, take David Icke with a grain of salt. Guy said cups of salt, yo. Yeah, the first and the third one are the best ones. Yeah, I can't find the Rumble right now. This is the same information though. If you just look at the data, it makes no sense. Well, it does make sense, right? It does make sense. Like, majority placebo, concentrated, so that you can get a litmus test of the, the percentage, so then you can know how much you could spread it out across the board without it being detected. If that made sense.
So now Indio was talking a little while back too about how when they did their own trials and stuff before the emergency use authorization, that they even destroyed their own control group somehow. I don't have all the details. He described it really well. But so if you're trying to find out long-term effects, that's not even possible anymore because the control group has been basically tainted.
Hey, I actually have to go work on a stream, but if you guys aren't too blue pilled, you might want to check out my next stream. It's a bit crazy on the surface. It is about clones.
Cloning.
So anyway, I gotta go work on that, but I'll catch up with you guys on the flip side, like a coin toss.
Later, man.
What's it? Okay.
I'm assuming that you guys have spoken to all these new people that are in the room already, right?
I don't know, God Rocket. I haven't been here very long. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't know if they've talked to them. Why don't you try?
Well, there's ATI. Have you spoken to anyone yet in ATI? Hmm. Then there's also, let's see, Lord Mason. Have you spoken to anyone, Lord Mason?
That's quite a name. We really want to hear from that
Oh,
person,
he
don't we?
just,
Oh, they ran away, of
yeah,
course.
yeah, he
Gosh,
just,
with a name like Lord Mason, you'd think you'd have enough guts to just kind of stick around, at least answer the roll call.
yeah, that was a quick run, run away.
Oh, he's back. He's back. Lord Mason, we need to hear from you.
Just say hi. It's not like we'll put away our baseball bats long enough for you to say hi to us. How's that?
I have in my notes here under Lord Mason FE. I'm gonna have to put his name because I feel like he must have changed his name. I would have remembered that name. This is my new technique, God Rock, and you never change your name, so I don't have to use it with you. Where I'm gonna have to put their name in the notes section, so if they change it, I remember who they used to be. But you've always been God Rockin' since the beginning. I wrote a song about you. Remember?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
All right, keep going. I don't know about Lord Mason. We struck out.
All right. Let me see who else I can find here. Quick Ben. It says Quick Ben is a 3 points participant. So apparently he did go through the 3 points with someone at some point. Are you still with us, Ben?
Yeah, I'm here.
So how's your day been? What's up?
Oh, it's been good. I'm just painting my house right now.
Oh, are you? Oh, that's nice. Interior or exterior?
Exterior.
That's a big job.
Yeah, it's definitely. So I just had on some easy listening, I guess, or entertaining listening, I guess.
I was going to say, you're not going with the elevator music now, are you?
No, I'm going with you guys.
Oh, I see. I see. I get it. When you said easy listen, I thought maybe you were listening to a little bit of music or something while you were.
A little bit of Barry Manilow.
So it says you spoke to somebody and did the 3 points participation little deal that they do here. How did that go? I wasn't here, I guess, apparently.
It went well. I think they mistook me for someone else in the beginning. But yeah, I was kind of already on pretty convinced before I came here. I almost just was looking for ways to better articulate and debate. I suppose like successfully debate, I should say, when the subject matter sort of came up. So that's sort of why I lurk and listen.
Well, you certainly can find that out here for sure. You're in the right spot if that's what you want to sharpen your skills a little bit when it comes to the flat Earth subject. There's plenty of people here that would be more than happy to help you with that.
Yeah, so I actually found the channel. Oddly enough, you post like highlights or clips on Spotify.
Really?
Yeah, somebody posts like a random sort of like best ofs maybe on
Yeah,
Spotify.
that's Indio is doing. I think that's a really nice, good thing to do. Instead of people having to go through 12-hour streams to find something worthwhile.
Right, and when you flat Earth on Spotify, as you can imagine, the results are pretty limited. What you get, so.
But
You have
this,
to tell him to update that. He says if you guys send him clips that are already clipped out, he'll upload them. I shouldn't say just we should tell him, but we should all work on getting another episode because I noticed when I checked today to see if there was another episode, I think it hadn't been updated like since August or something. I don't know. Am I right about that? That's cool that you listen to those.
Yeah, I made my way through almost all of them. There's a few of them that were just hilarious, like the guy Professor. It's like an Australian Professor Bill or something.
Professor Phil. He's on there. Is he on there?
Yeah. There's like a 3-hour one of
Listen to
him.
that one. I must have missed that one. At the beginning, I resisted listening to him and I still do actually.
Yeah, he
So I
doesn't
probably
really.
won't listen to it.
He doesn't really say much. He just says rubbish.
oh jeez, I don't think I've seen that one yet. I don't think I've seen anything from him either. So I may have to go to Spotify and watch what Indio's clipped out for us to see.
Yeah, he pretty much gets made a fool of.
I've never been to Spotify, so it'll be a whole new experience for me.
Yeah, that's nothing new for Phil. He gets made a fool every time he comes here.
No, does he?
For a professor, he pretty much brings nothing.
Well, do any of them?
Right.
I mean,
It's embarrassing that he's like, if he's their representative for academia, they're in big trouble here, right? You think since flat Earth is just so retarded and backwards, you'd think we'd have professors in here just saying us left and right, yeah. But most of them just won't even come in and talk to us at all.
yeah, they
I
should
put
be able
a
to.
link to the Spotify in case anybody needs it.
Yeah, they should be able to come in and just embarrass the living crap right out of all of us, and just pretty much shut down the server if what they say is, if they've got any true evidence or basis for what they say. I mean, yeah, you'd think it would be quite easy just to put us all in the fun house and say, see you later.
Right, especially when you consider the reactions that even the mention of the topic can sometimes enlighten people. It's pretty bad when they have nothing to show for it, evidence-wise.
Right.
Or they can't even articulate why they believe it, which is even more bizarre.
Hey, since you guys brought up Professor Phil, I thought it was really funny when he said that we should listen to him because he drives a better car than us. that was a classic
I
moment.
suppose he knows what every one of us drive, I guess, huh? And I'm guessing his better car is like what, Volkswagen Beetle? What? I mean,
If I remember correctly, I think he drives a Mercedes.
oh, woohoo!
Yeah.
That
so it's made by Germans, huh? Okay.
Yeah, it should put him right on top of the list of morons.
So how are those repair bills, right?
Yeah,
Because
no
my
doubt.
car is like mass produced, and I'm a lot smarter for getting this one because it's got 260,000 miles on it, and the only thing that I've changed is like the starter.
Yeah, my Toyota Camry's got like 220, and yeah, yet to replace the battery, and let's see what else.
Oh, the air conditioner fan. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I put a new battery in it, and I put new points, plugs, and wires in it about a year ago. That was just basic maintenance there, I mean, as far as all that stuff, battery, points, plugs, wires, or not points, but I mean,
like contacts, like for the distributor, basically.
Yeah, that's for points. Yeah, that was for points. Yeah, I'm talking about what sends the spark. It's even eluded me. I mean, I'm a car guy, and I can't even think of the thing that sends the spark. The somebody can say it, please, so I can go. Yeah, it's it. Anyway,
ignition coil.
yeah, the coil. Yeah, my car has 2 coils. I replaced them both. I don't know why it has 2, but it does. 2 and they each take care of 2 cylinders.
I used to have a Maxima that I thought was quite interesting. Each spark plug had its own individual coil on it, like the coil packs. And like when I had to do a spark change, I had to go and buy a special like swivel plug socket that had an extension that was like 12 inches long to be able to get in there.
Coil per spark plug is pretty much standard now.
I mean, if Professor Phil's point was that you get paid more for teaching the globe model than flat Earth, he might be onto something there.
Dude, I gotta say, I don't know if it's Phil. It used to be Phil, but I blocked his ass. But I always got someone in my DMs, like sending me messages, like random, like I don't know, either trying to debate with me or trying to like convince me the Earth is a globe. It's like nonstop. It's like if I block them, they just come up with another one. It's like, why are you trying to like preach?
Yeah, that
Like,
sounds like Phil.
It
That
happens to
dude's
me
that
as
dude's
well.
obsessive, man.
Sorry. It happens.
Rubbish.
It happens to me
No.
as well. I think it's maybe something to do with when I'm being nice to them, they are more likely to send me messages. And Hank, you're generally so nice that I think they think you're like a target they can and talk to without getting shot down.
well, the thing is, I don't, bother in petty chat. I can't be typing all the time, so I just ignore it for the most part. So it does absolutely nothing, but just kind of get in my way. But yeah, I'm used to that. People accepting or expecting my meekness to show weakness. But I would like to think I'm usually pretty brutal when I'm in a debate.
Yeah, you are, but you also make sure not to unnecessarily brutalize them, so that they're not like all bothered about that, and instead can maybe accept or understand what you're trying to tell them. So it's like you rack them, but at the same time you're like nice about it.
Yeah, my thing is I try to remove the ego from it, and sometimes I fail. Sometimes I get excited.
But it's kind of like when you see a child doing a mistake, you're like, you correct the mistake and you teach them better, and like you hope that they do good from then on, but you know, not everybody gets it.
What is this whole space crabs thing that tag that people are doing? What does that mean? What is space crabs?
I have no idea. If you find out, let me know. Who's asking?
No
Quinn
thanks.
Ben? Oh, no,
No.
thanks. Hello. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just something that
Oh,
they were
Lou knows.
doing.
Lou's trying to tell us.
Well, I've heard about it. I don't spend any time in the lobby really myself, but for some reason, they decided that a space STD had to circulate around the lobby, and they were just renaming all kinds of people things with space crabs in it. Just a stupid, fun little to do on people, I guess. But it's been quite a while, and I feel like it's kind of gone too far.
Seems like a big clan.
Well, I do know, yes. I mean, we have those other roles like space herpes, space AIDS, and so on. That's why I made space influenza, because all of our space roles were STDs, and didn't always want to give STDs to teenagers, so I give them space influenza instead.
That sounds just like you, Mary Mom. I don't want to give any STDs to any teenagers now. Come on. That is funny.
Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. I don't know if anyone else gives them space influenza, but I do.
I'm trying to remember the guy that we spoke to last night. Me and Kenny Flat Earth Dude were talking to a guy late last night, and at first it was like, bro, I don't know if I can have a conversation with you if you can't agree on objective truths. It was like, are some things like objectively true? He's like, well, I don't know. And I was like, well, what about a doctor and your gender? Right? Can we prove that? And he was like, no. And then eventually it got to, well, is the sky blue sometimes? And then he was like, well, there's a part of me that, feels like I could argue that. And there's another part of me that's like, yeah, the sky's blue sometimes, duh. And I was like, okay, well, let's go with that guy. Because whoever that other guy is, I don't fucking know if we can even have a conversation.
In chill chat, we just had a pretty good conversation earlier, like, I don't know, around noontime, Central. There was a guy that was in there from France that he was very pleasant to talk to about so many things. But then basically the problem is like he thinks basically that whatever you want to be true is true. If like he was saying that the Earth can be both curved and flat, depending on how you think about it. Like, and I'm sure you guys have all experienced some people with this type of sophistry, but it's just astounding to me because he was actually very intelligent about so many other topics, but yeah, when it came to this, I just could not agree with him on that period.
Yeah, the phony middle ground, open-minded, anything is possible. Yeah, stupid.
Well, the guy I was talking to last night, Sisyphus, he was complaining about, getting beat up in the live stream. And I'm like, bro, there's people in there that they're not attacking you. Like, it's like, you just got to fit in. I was like, here's what you can do. If you can agree to these terms, and I was like, so I started showing them like the scientific method, how it works with manipulating variables and like citing sources, and hopefully he got all that. And he said, yeah, I agree. I already agree. It's like, okay, but at first he was like, he hates it when people say science proves things. It's like, yeah, it's proved, like it's above standard that we use in courts, which is beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like in science, it's like 99.9 something percent, proven. But at any time, somebody can come and disprove it with new information. It's like once he explained that, it's like after that, it's a little bit easier to understand. But I think that is the number one problem. Like the painter on here was talking about, talking with certain people. If they don't believe in like objective reality, you're wasting your time until you can get them to understand that, they can, prove certain things. Like, I'm a man. I can prove it. I can show up to any doctor anywhere in the world, give them a genetic sample, whatever, prove that I'm a man, just like Adam, right? Well, I can't prove that, but I'm a man, right? And it's like, once you get over that, then it's just plant the seed and walk away. But
Yeah, they
I feel
believe
that
it, but it's nonsense. It's some kind of backdoor.
well, the guy Lou was talking about, he went with the middle of the road fallacy, right? It is black and it's also white. It's kind of in between, right? No, that you can't do that. There's no middle of the road. It can't be a sphere plane, right? A spherical plane. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I heard them both. I heard him speaking to him. Yeah, it was silly. I wonder why. So like, I hope that when Weiss does these debates, that then people come in, but it's always like these French people or so. I mean, so then Weiss isn't bringing in any debaters to the chat. I saw Unsalted was posting in the most recent one the Discord invite, which was great, but I don't know if anybody came in.
They're having trouble finding people to debate them, you're saying, in the YouTube realm. Is that what you're telling us?
No, right here they're not coming. It seems to be, they're foreigners, they're French or whatever. There's no way they're listening to the podcast that Weiss was on because it's two American guys talking about, Biden or something. So,
Well, French guys
Weiss
probably
is
know English well enough to understand it because it's the language business over there. So they probably know.
well, Weiss is the first one to put it out there in such a friendly, easy to understand way, though, that I think that it is effective.
He also puts himself out there and tries to get interviews and stuff like that.
oh yeah, no, he's like the face. It's great. No, he does a great job, likable, all that stuff. I want to get these guys, somebody in here to entertain me.
I kind of think it stopped when I announced online that having Matthew was good for us because it allows us to like debate in front of the audience so the audience can hear it. And after that, things kind of slowed down.
I mean, I think that's true in general. That's been the trend because the arguments on this side just keep getting sharper and sharper. It just keeps getting more and more apparent that they have no legs to stand on at all. So the best they can do is just not show up for the fight.
So after all this time, we're talking shit about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Now they're going to hide behind the skirts, bitches.
He's another likable face, I guess, right? Sellable.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, sellable.
Yeah. Chubby.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree. I don't know if I totally agree with that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but you hate him now. But if you take it all away, you can see that's something you'd sell.
Yeah, if you own it, you definitely want to get rid of it. I agree with that.
You're clever. I read this. So somebody put this up on. It has nothing to do with. It's probably better for, I guess, a Sunday. So it says it's a perspective. It's kind of long if you want to listen to it. It says, in a mother's womb, there are two babies. One asked the other, "Do you believe in life after delivery?" The other replied, "Why, of course. There has to be something after delivery. Maybe we are here to prepare ourselves for what will be later." This is more of a religious thing. Nonsense, said the first. There is no life after delivery. What kind of life would that be? The second said, "I don't know, but there will be more light than here. Maybe we'll talk with our legs and eat from our mouths. Maybe we will have other senses, and we can more than we can understand now." The first replied, "That's absurd. Walking is impossible, and eating with our mouths is ridiculous." The second. Let me just post this. This is really long. I'm going to post this up. I thought it was really cool.
Wow, you really just like walked up to the room and was like, "Hey guys, I got a secret, but I can't tell you."
Oh, me?
Yeah, I was really into that story, and then
It was
cut me
it
off.
was pretty long. I'm going to see if I can post it into the stream. Oh.
Will you send it to me too, please?
Yeah, sure. Oh.
Thanks very much.
While we stay there, I'll get a robot chick and I'll shut up.
Yeah, you got some anomalies there in your microphone, but we could hear you clear, but the anomalies in the background.
I love those
Yeah,
anomalies.
robot check cleared. Static check, no go.
Right. It was a static problem. You're right. There were no
Static.
robots. There were no robots present.
As English would say, I've got static.
Needless to say.
Niners by a field goal tonight, Luke.
Dude, I'm gonna be rooting for the Packers, but I would put my money on what you're saying. It's just the way that it always fucking goes. They always blow it in the playoffs, and against the Niners, there's been precedent set.
And that precedence would be exactly what they're now. Lou, what is that precedence that was set?
Sorry, I'm trying to cook. I went back on mute.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure. I don't even remember. Was it the exact? Is that who kicked us out of the playoffs last year? Isn't that exactly what happened? So.
I guess I don't follow
Yeah.
it, but I have a hard time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That
I'm pretty sure
happened last year.
I know it's happened against the Niners, like by a field goal within the last few years recently. That might be who kicked us out of the playoffs last year. Even I forget exactly.
Yeah, so that guy last night, he said he was an electrical engineer, and I was trying to explain to him that there's no difference between big and small things, right, when it comes to the laws of nature. And what he told me is that the ohms were like, isn't that a law? Like, what is it, Ohm's law? He said that you'll fry some shit. And I was like, yeah, but you're not dealing with Tesla size, transistors, right? You guys shrunk them down. And he's like, well, it doesn't always work. And I was like, well, if you quit shrinking shit, maybe it'd be more durable if you guys quit building it, like crap because of, what is it, planned obsolescence. And so I wanted to ask the other electric people, Ohm's law, that's always legit, right? No matter how big or how small.
Yeah, as far as I know, that's definitely what I was taught when I was taking electrical classes. I never graduated or anything, but yeah, Ohm's law is Ohm's law is Ohm's law. That's why it's a law. It I mean, it might change when you get down to like a quantum state or something like that, but yeah, it's just the law of resistance is what it is, and V equals I over R. Voltage, I is amperage, R is resistance. You can flip that around. If you have two of those variables, you can figure it out for the third.
Right. And he said it's an approximation. And I was like, well, is it true though? And he's like, well, there's that part of me. And I was like, yeah, but I don't want to talk to that guy. And I was like, he's like, I was like, you're being serious. He's like, yeah, it doesn't really always work out. You can smell the smoke. And I'm like, what? You can smell the smoke? He's like, you can smell things frying. You can see them frying. He's like, that you can only overclock so far. And I'm like, yeah, but my video card is like mass produced. It's not like, they're trying to build it for as possible for as cheap as possible. But anyway, yeah, that guy was kind of hard to talk to at first, but he seems lonely. And yeah, he caught me off guard when he said that Ohm's law isn't like legit, but you could smell stuff smoking.
Yeah, he clearly doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. What is smell stuff smoking? I mean, what, like when you have a burnt out capacitor? There's like if you overload a capacitor, it smells like popcorn. It goes pow, and it smells like burnt popcorn. But it's not because Ohm's law didn't work. It's because somebody fucked up or they had a shitty component.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, that doesn't sound right. But this ain't a hill that I'm willing to die on or know how to debate because I'm not really, knowledgeable in that field at all. Other than plug it up, check the polarity. Okay, it's safe. Let's go. That's all I know.
Still robot?
No, the static's gone.
Really? I heard last night anybody follows Flat Earth, Banjo, Japan, Brazil, blah blah. You may not know who I'm talking about.
What about
anyway? He had an announcement on his channel, I think, or there's a documentary coming out at the end of next month that's got like a bunch of pilots in it called Flatten the Curve, and they're Flat Earth pilots coming out and talking about it. It should be interesting. It's supposed to be a well done documentary, so we'll see.
I'm gonna check it out.
I like Banjo. He's good.
I had a family member send me this article. Britain's Zara Rutherford is the youngest woman to fly solo around the world. Ha ha. That's what they said to me. She just did it yesterday.
They just assume if something went around the world that it means it's not flat, right?
Yeah. And then I sent them something back, which is still commendable. She's a 19-year-old girl. Went around the world. That is great.
You talking about in that sailboat by herself? Is that the one?
No, in the airplane.
Oh, in an airplane.
I'll be impressed when somebody follows the entire shore of Antarctica.
Yeah, if that's what we want to see, right? Nobody will ever do that.
I put it in the live stream. This was her flight path. But it was a big gotcha for him. I hadn't heard from him in like 2 weeks.
It's amazing to me the
I'll
number
say
of people I've talked to personally that can't get that concept that there hadn't been north to south, circumnavigation. I've had several people just not get that at all. No matter how I try to tell them about it.
It even looks like a. I know it even looks nice, Adam. It even looks like a go around a pond on a globe. Yeah, and he's a smart guy. He's a school teacher, and that was his gotcha just now.
I don't know. I would say if he really thinks it's his gotcha, like let him think that he got you for a second, and then like hit him with a counter argument. But if he's just, I think maybe he just wants to open up the conversation again. He wants to hear what you got to say because he's interested, and he knows if he throws something at you like this, that it's going to get you back in the conversation.
Maybe I'll throw him a fishing hook emoji.
You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We break down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him, earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, earth is flat.
My goodness gracious. Welcome to the end of the world, guys. Joshua, have you put your glasses on today, asking me if I have a Chevy when I show you a black Dodge Ram on a high mountain? My goodness.
Hey, I
Nobody
didn't know
drives
what it
Chevy around
was.
here. Dear
I didn't
Lord.
know what it was. It looked like an S10, and it looked blue to me. But it might be the way that I have my screen. And no, I don't wear glasses.
You have
Don't
the
need to wear
screen
glasses.
facing
I
the
got
wall?
20/20.
Josh, is this the screen's facing the window and you're looking at the reflection in the window?
Nope.
All right, well, I just posted another video there to give you a second look a little bit closer this time. Maybe it'll help a little bit.
You got the same truck you had 6 years ago, Bill?
Same truck, 20 years and going, Dave.
How many miles on it?
Only 120,000.
Wow, you treating it easy then. Good job.
It's gotten me across the world. I drove it from Mexico to Canada a couple of years ago with the trailer, and I had 2 tortoises, 2 cats, and 7 fish. Made it all the way, no deaths. That's right, 7 fish on board. Thanks for playing.
Yeah, you had that truck as your icon for a long time. I remember that was your first icon that I saw. I remember.
That is correct, sir. Yeah, you had old memory there, man. That's about probably what, 6 years ago now, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, back on the Jeff Stewart hangout.
Back in the old days when Flat Earth was fun and a new thing and everybody was excited and it was a party every day and you just couldn't keep the laughs off the track, man. It was amazing.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Yep, when Rob Skiba was brand new, we had a lot of more people back then that we got along with, right? It was one big party, but of course, we've been divided.
So back in those days, I was in Freechan, and I was kind of the resident flat earther in there because there had to be somebody like holding down that little fort because they put flat earth in their tags, so people would come in and there wouldn't be no flat earthers in there. So they would ask globe earthers flat earth questions, and we obviously don't want to be strawman by globers. So I would kind of hold fort. Every once in a while, a pillbox would come in there and just wreck shit on the globers that were in there, and they just. And I remember this one with Xanac. What was his name? Not Xanac. I almost said Xanac. Zysis. Yeah, sorry, Zysis. And Zysis said that
Justin Bernard was there. Justin Bernard was there. We just talked about that the other day.
Right.
You witnessed that. Yep.
Yeah, I witnessed that too. So from my perspective, Zysis was always saying when people get emotional during the argument, that's how you know they're low IQ, right? And then Pillbox came in, got this dude super emotional, and then they were like, hey, bro, like, didn't you say that shows like a low IQ when people get pissed off during the debate? And I was just like, damn. I was just quiet witnessing all that.
That's when it was legal to carry a machine gun into a server.
Yeah, you definitely unloaded on his ass. He wasn't ready for you. Not that day.
Yeah, I sunk Free Shan. I sunk that ship. It's at the bottom of the Marianas Trench right now, never to be seen again. You're welcome.
Well, about the time that Issa started coming around, that's when I was like, okay, I'm out. I'm going to debate. And it was perfect. Perfect timing with Issa. So he held down Free Channel.
Yeah, back in those days, I had a Stargate at the place I was living. I built a 21-foot Stargate. It premiered on Nathan Oakley's Tracking the Sun. I think it was June 2016. And I'll never forget that one because Nathan Oakley and Antonio Subaratz and Patricia Steer were all in the same hangout. And Nathan still has it up on his channel. And I was brand new to the terminology, and I was like, fumbling around trying to, realizing that, wow, 1,000 people are going to see this, and I'm fumbling around like a noob. Yep, that was fun. It was fun when I was new, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I remember that. I watched that.
Oh, man, that's a long time, yeah. So that show was 6.5 years ago when Nathan did that. I liked having people that disagreed with me in the FV. I remember showing Antonio Subaratz my dragon in late 2016, talking to him for a few minutes. And I liked people being not in agreement with me. I guess I've always liked people not agreeing with me. And it's pretty weird that he's, I guess, gone. It's so weird because it doesn't even make any sense. It's, when you talk to people online, you don't talk to them too often. And then when they're gone, it's like, man, I guess I should have said something or whatever, but we're living in a different world. I've seen like 9-10 people pass away that I met with this topic in the last 7 years. It's really weird. And anybody remember Chris Rock when he used to hang out with Jeff Stewart?
Yep, I remember Chris Rock.
Oh, yeah.
He was a good dude.
Yeah.
He was
Good
solid. Good man.
Remember when Tiger Dan was somebody we thought was cool?
Somebody we used to know.
Yeah, the Tiger Dan rap song is still the worst flat earth song ever, but in my opinion.
But he started a genre. He was the first one.
Yeah.
I didn't even like Eric Dubay. To be honest with you, I never liked Eric Dubay. I liked his rap. His rap cracked me up, and I thought that was funny, and I actually thought he did a good job at it. I'm sure Glat Flo would disagree. If Glat Flo have ever heard Eric Dubay's rap. Oh, I got a double rainbow here. Maybe I should take a picture. I'm in some sort of weird pressure system fluctuation here right by the border of Mexico. Got some weird weather. But Eric Dubay, I couldn't stand his, his yoga approach to everything. And, me being the hard-headed Christian that I am, I didn't want to listen to anybody anyway. But I loved his rap. I hate to admit it. I'm a closeted Eric Dubay rap fan.
For me, I tried to learn from everybody equally, even though I didn't like a lot of stuff that Eric Dubay was putting out in the beginning. I didn't understand the whole JQ, and I was like, man, this guy's something else. But I would still listen to his flat earth stuff, and then after a while, I realized that I was just like wasting way too much show on potatoes, way too much time. And then I realized that I needed to like spread out, so I started listening to everybody.
Can you guys remind me, is Tiger Dan the one that said, if I go back to the globe, I've been compromised? Is that guy?
Yes. I have
Okay.
a bunch of, I have some of his videos if you're curious about seeing them.
No,
As far
I
as I
remember
know, he
hearing
made
about
that
that.
statement. He made one of that statement in one of his last videos, and nobody ever heard from him again, allegedly.
What do you mean nobody heard from him again? Like, my understanding is he released a series of videos where he changed his opinion about whether or not the Earth is flat, and then he just took down all the videos.
I think that's basically what happened. He was allegedly compromised, is what I was trying to convey there. Yes.
You mean somebody got to him and like?
Sorry, yeah. Who talking about Tiger Dan again? I missed that. I had to leave for a second to get a picture.
Yeah, so somebody asked about was it Tiger Dan who? Crap, I forgot what they asked, but he asked about Tiger Dan. And somebody else is here saying that Tiger Dan was compromised. Like somebody got.
Well, thanks, Guy Gene. Are you sure about that, or is there a possibility that actually that was just your imagination?
It's Guy.
I know. I'm sorry. Well, is it possible that I actually said your name correctly and you just heard it incorrectly?
I mean, we have a live recording. I could just take 10 seconds.
Is it possible? Yeah. Is it possible that you could continue to hear it incorrectly, even though I said it correctly? I mean, you can't really make any absolute claims, right, Guy?
Oh, I see what you're doing. That's not very pleasant of you to do.
Oh, it only took you 20 seconds to remember your own religion that the other guys around here kind of made you realize with Miggy and the other night. That was funny as heck. Everybody's still laughing about that one, Guy.
So is this how you interact with people? Like, you just don't let stuff go?
Yes, at this point, yes. You acting like a middleman, like you're gonna help us figure things out when you're not even sure if you're a brain in the vat. Yes, I'm gonna continually make a show about it right now.
I mean, who's the one who's being rude right now?
Rude? How do you know I'm really being rude? This could be a figment of your imagination, Guy. How could you make a claim? You don't even... Come on, what are you talking about? You can't make a claim.
Yeah, solipsism is...
Tiger Dan. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, real fast. Solipsism is one of those things to where, why even speak like you know something? Because obviously you don't know anything. And you couldn't possibly know anything. So the very fact that you speak to people is weird. Because I wouldn't talk to... No, I'm just saying from my point of view, solipsism is weird, bro. Because you talk to a rock, right? No, you don't talk to a rock, right? Because you're pretty sure they don't exist. But why would you talk to another person on the internet? I'm pretty sure they don't exist. So you got psychosis either way. If you talk to us, we don't exist, bro. You can't prove that we exist. So you're talking to people that don't exist, right? Or you can actually prove things and you have a psychosis and you need to talk to people about it. Either way, bro, you got psychosis.
Okay, Guy. Your voice seems to change a little bit, though, sometimes.
Mine?
No, Guy. Seems, seems different.
It's Guy.
Guy, yes.
Sometimes I make my voice sound deeper so that I'm more manly.
Eugene, right? What you got, Eugene?
Probably stands for ghee butter. He probably likes to get all Greek and oily.
Ew.
No, I think it means I think it means gi, like the thing you wear when you're doing martial arts.
Oh, is that what it is?
No, it's just my name.
Gi? It's your birth name? How do you know that, bro? You weren't like cognizant when you were born, so.
I mean, if you guys want to that, I can get into it. I can
Hang on, what does it mean?
Elaborate. What does my name mean?
Yeah, what does Gee mean?
Yeah, I
I'm
don't know. I've never
curious.
looked it up.
Oh
Is your
wow.
dad Gee too? Is your dad Gee too? Are you Gee Junior?
No.
No.
I gotta say that was the grossest speculation I've ever heard Hank do. Good job, Hank.
Thanks. Yeah, my mom's in the gutter.
Why are
It
you?
sounds. It just sounds French.
Let's talk about ghee butter. Ghee butter.
Yeah. But I think that's GEE.
I always say that you're not responsible for the first thing that pops in your head. You're like responsible for the second thing. Maybe I should watch the first thing a little closer.
His name's
You know, when
Eugene.
I
It was
see,
Eugene originally, and then they changed it to Guy, and now it's Guy.
well, when I see it, it looks Gaijin, right? Like a outsider from speaking like Japanese point of view.
It's actually
I just read
pronounced
Guy and Gene.
We'll tell you how it's pronounced. You have no opinions. Nothing's real.
Yeah, you don't know anything, so it's fine. Like you don't know if you're just hallucinating everything your
You
mom
don't
told
even know what the name means.
In this dream.
No, I
How
find
can
it
you know where you're
interesting.
at if you don't know who you are?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, Ken. I wonder what it would be like to not be able to know anything. Right, because I've experienced extreme pain. You ever like broke your septum? You know, like at the bottom of your nose, and your lip like swells out like past your nose. You ever done that? Like that's extreme pain, at least for the first 5 minutes, right? So I know that hurt. Like nobody hijacked my nervous system. I'm not plugged into the matrix, like not literally wired in, right? Like that was one of the realest times, right, of my life.
You know that people can dream pain, right?
People can dream pain.
Yeah. Like you can have a dream where you're like stabbed, right? And there are people who actually report the pain.
dream?
I have been stabbed multiple times in my dream, and I wasn't in pain.
Right. I
It's a
didn't
feeling.
say
You do get a
everybody.
feeling.
Some people, right? That's consistent with what I said.
You feel
No,
it.
no.
You can feel the sword going into you. You can feel how cold the sword is, but there's no sensations of pain. You would wake up from that.
No, not necessarily. Have you ever heard of
I've
called
never felt
sleep
I've never
paralysis?
felt pain in my dream ever. There is a sensation, but I would definitely not call it pain.
Yeah,
Right.
agreed.
I mean, I never said you have or everybody.
No, you're just talking about some hypothetical someone that doesn't exist. So
Really.
Is it Hebrew or French?
Pain in dreams.
No,
The
your
National
name.
Archives. Oh, my name? It's
Yeah,
French.
I'm trying to find it out. Do you know if
So you're
it's
trying to tell us
the Hebrew Gee or if it's the French Gui?
I would assume it's French, given that I'm
Okay.
from French descent.
Well, then I got to do some more looking into it because I can't find the meaning for it. I just know that the most famous Guy was Guy Fawkes or Guy Fawkes.
Mhm.
November 5th, right? Or no, November 4th, something like that. No, 6th of November. Remember, 6th of November, where supposedly he blew up the Parliament building.
The 5th.
Bro, what are
The
we
5th.
talking about right now? Blowing up the who blew up the Parliament building?
Guy Fawkes.
We're talking about history. Guy Fawkes.
Who is that?
We're not being
Really?
terrorists. We're talking about history.
But who is Guy Fawkes?
The most famous Guy ever. The most famous guy ever.
Have you not
A lot of
seen
people today still put on a French name from form of widow.
Oh, is his last name Fawkes?
Yes.
FAUX. Oh yeah, it is. Okay.
You never watched V for Vendetta?
Yeah.
You know the anonymous man.
What the hell? He was from the 1600s?
Yep.
Yeah, 1605. The gunpowder
1570
plot.
to 1606. When he
Okay,
was
so
killed,
go on.
blowing
I
up the Parliament
interrupted you.
building.
What were you going to say?
If it's that one, then it's the French. It's a form of the word widow,
So you're
which
gonna
is a
name it after
masculine Germanic for wood.
so we can call him Woody
Yeah, woody or green.
or Kickstand.
So why did he blow up the Parliament building?
He
He
didn't.
didn't.
He didn't.
He
He
attempted
was a
to.
patsy.
So what
Treason.
happened?
Act of treason for the invasion of Normandy, or for us, for the English going to war with the French.
Can I tell
And
the
then you
story?
had the American Revolution that happened shortly after.
Yeah, Hank, you can
We need
tell.
to have another revolution.
There's no
Okay.
true revolutions. Revolution means a rotation. There is no
Yeah.
rotation of the earth, so there's no true revolutions.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about revolution of an Earth, dude.
Yeah, the
What are you talking
revolution
about?
in the United States is not a true revolution either, my friend.
Why so?
So you think we need
Oh.
to have a revolution in the United States?
Here,
Well,
I'll
the
get you a
revolution
couple
is a
videos.
quite literal word. The word revolution mean, as you said, to turn around, but revolution is something that keeps rotating and goes on and on and on. That's what revolution is. So a real revolution will never happen, as in the sense to like stop something bad in our society. These revolutions that we do have causes another one and another one and another one, you know?
If people starve, there'll be a
Yeah.
revolution.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna happen soon in Canada. There's 1,000 truckers protesting right now.
You guys better make them happy. Whatever they want, give it to them.
Give it to who? The government?
The truckers.
The truckers.
Whatever the truckers are
What they want,
demanding.
I can't talk about because of TOS apparently.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
So it's gonna boil down to this: like, people are just gonna do their thing and go on like normal, and it's your move. See what happens next.
Dude, but it's thousands of truckers. Canada's economy is all based off of this transportation and building real estate.
I know.
This is going to
I know.
disrupt. It's not just going to disrupt us. It's going to destroy food prices. It's going to destroy material prices, dude. It's going to be terrible. And it's not just 1,000; it's multiple thousands. And they have their trucks in the capital, and they're just fucking blocking the roads. It's hilarious.
Was that you,
They're
Jesus
giving them what
Incarnate,
they
that
want.
was asking about the United States and revolution and all that?
Pardon?
Was that you asking about or talking about we need another revolution?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna send you something. A couple
Please do.
videos about
I will watch them all.
some things. The country defeated in victory, and is the USA truly free?
Well, the USA is not free. Of course not. The idea of freedom being written on a piece of paper is a hoax. Like, the fact that
Well,
you
we're
need to
under
write
martial
freedom
law.
Yeah. The fact that you need to write freedom on a piece of paper is bullshit. Like, they could just take that piece of paper, rip it, and boom, your freedoms are gone.
Or they could just do something even more sinister right after the adoption of it. Go ahead and say, well, this only equates to natural born capital C citizens, not citizens of the United States, lowercase c. And we're going to
What does
draw
that
up
mean?
district states, which overrides the state's ability to govern themselves. So it's not a true republic, but a dictatorship, right? And here's the thing: it's a
Yeah, for the wealthy
corporation.
elites. I know every
It's a
government's a
corporation.
corporation.
Now here's another thing, right, that people don't realize. Since like sheriffs, they're elected officials, right? This is judicial takeover,
Oh,
martial
Joshua,
law.
I sent you a friend request.
All right. This is judicial takeover, martial law, right? So basically, with the sheriffs being put in to counties, making counties part of the United States and part of the state. It overrides the jurisdiction of the state to where the feds have jurisdiction everywhere.
So how does a location on, say, a part of a map actually become a sovereign unit?
It doesn't. We were
So there's
duped.
no possibility.
See,
for sovereignty.
everybody thinks Washington was the first president, when in fact he was the 10th.
George Washington?
Yes.
Who's the
I'd like
first?
to hear about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear about that.
We had Continental Congress presidents before Washington.
Like what, from the UK?
No, these were colonists. Continental Congress, the first Continental Congress.
And I believe also that with the Continental Congress, they weren't limited to 2 terms. They tended to stick around. Washington set the precedent of saying that a president could only serve 2 terms.
Yes.
So I don't get what I should take from this.
See, Washington became the first.
1 year.
He became the first president of the Corporation of the United States of America.
Okay, so there's probably who actually run the country who you don't know about, which
Yes.
is a conspiracy theory. But I know
It's not a conspiracy theory. This is in history.
I've known it's true. I've known it's been true. It's
Federalist
wealthy elites
letters.
controlling everything, obviously, but
Look
everybody's
up
telling
Federalist
it's
letters if
conspiracy.
you can. I can't
Sorry?
find it right now. The Federalist letters. Jefferson was highly against what was happening.
85 articles and essays written by Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a pretty good resource right there.
And I think we all kind of need to have that Alexander Hamilton mindset a little bit, because I think we're all extremely domesticated.
Fearful that the cause for constitution be lost in his home state. So what do these Federalist letters do? What were they?
They were letters back and forth between these elected Freemason leaders.
The constitutional republic leaders from before Washington you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to be Davy
talking
Downer.
about the Jesuit takeover of the United States.
I don't want to be Davy Downer, but how do we trust any sources from more than like 50 or 60 years ago anyway?
So is that who the Freemasons are?
Well, the Freemasons are just the corporate leaders of America, if you think about it. Anybody can be a Mason. You just have to pay your dues.
Okay.
You can't be like a pedophile or anything.
Who's more free than America?
What? You can't be a pedophile or anything? Dude, those government cucks are pedophiles.
They are not Masons.
Yeah,
So who are
once
the
they're
government
openly
then?
pedophiles and they have been exposed, they get kicked out of the Masonry because they do have hidden pedophiles, or they have they recruit other secret societies, recruit from within the Freemasons, and use pedophilia as blackmail to control their members. So some of their members might be pedophiles that are still within the Freemasons, but they have not been proven so in the public eye, so they can't be pushed out of the society.
So they're still slaves to do their will, basically.
Essentially, yeah. My foster grandfather is in a secret society that recruits from within the Freemasons.
Oh, is there anything you can say about it?
Well, they control most of my country. They work with the church and the Vatican, and they imported drugs to create a drug problem in my country and used my family for that.
That's fucked up.
They control all the media as well. It's pretty blatant.
Country you from?
Yeah, it's the Fourth Reich.
I'm from Iceland.
Iceland? Really? It's bad in Iceland like that? Is it bad in the whole world?
It's bad in the whole world.
The whole world.
You gotta understand that it's a criminal element that's behind every government.
is there a way to break free of it?
Well,
I believe so.
Yeah.
Opt out.
Like, what if people just realize and they just refuse to participate in like paying tax, like as a collective group of people? What happens then?
Exactly. So here's the thing: you don't have to make a farmer farm, do you? Like he naturally does it because he knows that people need
Yeah,
food, and they're going to buy his product, right?
yeah.
So, well, the farmer needs a road, right? So do you think the farmer is not going to, get with somebody and be like, hey, we need a farm market road so that we can bring our goods into town? Well, right now we think our taxes are paying that, but really they're not. Our taxes are going only to
Probably
pay off
war.
the debt. Well, that's the thing. They're borrowing money on our name, right, to pay for these wars, and it's getting us times two, right? It's also causing inflation, right? But at the same time, we got this huge debt in our name. So what these people are doing to us is that they're operating on natural laws, and because not enough people are saying, "Hey, I didn't consent to this 20-year war," right? Not enough people are doing that. So if you don't join, if you don't fight their wars, if you don't join, right? If you don't take out their loans, right? And you don't, do anything to incur a tax, right? Because tax evasion is illegal, right?
Yeah.
But if you bring some of your honey to the pig farmer and you trade, pig for honey or cow for honey or crops for honey, that's not really something that incurs a tax, is it?
No, it's trading through goods.
Right, with dollars, right? That's what makes you incur a tax. When you use their money, you got to play by their rules because they made it. That's natural law.
So we would have to go back to before, basically when we used gold as actual money.
Silver, exactly. So you would have to get with a group of people and say, look,
Like
guys,
bread.
we're going to
Or
buy.
Bitcoin.
Bread.
I don't know. That's going to be heavily regulated.
Here's the thing,
But
right?
you know,
The first revenue, right, was beer. The second was bread. Then it was salt. Then it became metals. And now we're on to paper. Now we're about ready to go to ether.
So, like, dude, I buy and sell crypto all the time. I literally have a crypto card. I don't ever have to. I can make as much money as I want. I don't gotta pay a single dollar in tax because I put it on a crypto card and use my crypto card to buy anything I want.
Yeah, that's ether. Doesn't actually exist.
Yeah. So technically, I'm not paying tax right now. I love it.
Imagine what happens when everybody is stuck on this kind of systems, but they can control the card itself and just allow you not to access the system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
You also
what's
have
gonna
trouble
suck.
getting loans and things like that in their system with
That's
no
actually a very
taxes.
big possibility for the future when they get integrated into Web 3.0 and they can start controlling blockchain and all that, and they program their own cryptos to do what they want. Like they program what it can buy and all that. You know, that's gonna, if that happens, that'll be a very, very sad time. And I've been thinking that it will. I hope it doesn't because crypto's actually pretty good if you don't let the government hop into it, but they touch everything and everything they touch goes to shit.
It was started by DARPA, man.
Really?
DARPA or CERN, one of the two. That Satoshi, that's a surname like John Doe.
Well, it's a pseudonym. It actually
Yes.
means central intelligence. The name Satoshi Nakamoto literally translates to central intelligence from, I think, Japanese. It is. I don't know what language it is. I think it's Japanese.
Yeah.
But yeah, it could have been the CIA for all you know, because the name literally translates to central intelligence. Who knows? I've heard a lot of stories like that too. I've heard even Elon Musk made it, dude. I've heard so much shit. But the way Bitcoin is designed, it doesn't seem like a single person could make it because of how the technology is. Like it seems like a group collaboration. So it probably could be the chances of it coming from a government entity is pretty high, which also does make it a little worrisome because that would give them the ability to throttle the value of it really crazy.
Yep. And what was it originally used for?
Drugs.
Right.
My friend he's dead now, but he used to use Bitcoin to buy drugs a lot, and he was buying it when Bitcoin was like $100.
So it got a lot of the people that are into the black market that would never like jump onto the new mainstream thing to jump on it at the base level, right? Forced a lot of the people to do it. And now it's a phenomenon that's gone worldwide. And it is the next thing, the new way.
I used to work for a company, and I actually personally have installed Bitcoin ATMs. They're putting them all over fucking Canada, dude.
So how does that work? Do you like take cash and convert them to credit?
Yeah, you basically
at my local store just down the street in a small city here, we have one. It's a Bitcoin ATM, and I saw this guy putting in $100 bills when it was $45,000 a piece. So
he's losing
sat there
money.
and he had a stack of hundreds. I saw.
He's losing money right now, dude. Sucker.
I know, but he just kept sticking it in and sticking it in. It was just amazing.
Basically, it gives you a receipt with a hash number, and you can redeem the value.
Into the origins, it's the road to the mark of the beast. So if anybody's interested in Bitcoin, you can't be in the truth. You can't serve two masters.
The thing is that with Bitcoin, if you look at Bill Gates's patents, he has a patent for blockchain chip technology where it puts a chip inside your body, it monitors all your movements and everything, and it gives you money on the blockchain. And if you look at the patent number is actually very resemblant of 666.
No, it's the exact Greek backwards. It's 0060606. It's W0202.
Yeah, it's not literal 666. That's what I'm saying. It's a very similar.
No, it
like,
is.
You know what I mean?
No, it's 060606. It is.
Listen, real quick. Yeah, that's what I just said. The Hebrew is not Hebrew, right? It's not Aramaic. It's Greek. The Greek backwards is 0060606. It matches identical. It's not 666. It's 0060606. That's what the mark of the beast was originally written.
Greek?
Yes, it's 0060606. So originally it's 660 and 6.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Sigma.
0606. It's not single digits. No, it's literally written.
So how come
out
there's
because
06 in the last 6?
The Bible doesn't use single digits. The Bible never used single digits. That's another deception. Yeah, it's always been.
Can I ask you a question?
660 and 6. That's what.
Can I ask a question to you, the XO?
Yes.
So if it's 006 to represent the 600, 06 to represent the 60, then how come there's 06 for the very last number that's supposed to just represent a singular digit 6? Like 0060606. Why wouldn't it be 006066?
Well, that's the whole point, is that they had to patent it on 2020, right? Which was over. This is now going 2 years old. Next month, this will be a 2-year-old. Let's see. So in 2 months, this will be a 2-year-old patent, right? So they patented it right when the the cough hoax started, right? Everybody was paying attention, looking in the other direction. But the problem is that in the Greek, okay, backwards, right? Because it's 660 and 6. Putting a 0 there makes it equally, spreads out the 6 evenly. So it's kind of two messages in one. There's a double meaning here, and it's the only way that could match. And they had to, if they didn't patent it, right? They didn't patent it in 2020, the number wouldn't match. There'd be a 1 there. So they had to patent it 2 years ago for the number to match. And again, if you read about it, there's hundreds of pages on it. It would take somebody literally a few days to read about it. They say this is the number they're going to use to now not only incorporate this blockchain and body activity data system that's going to monitor your brain and work as a polygraph system. So once you take this, you can't fool them. It's going to monitor your brain waves as well. It matches. There's nothing even close to the mark of the beast other than this.
Do these people seriously work on these systems with 6? Like, do you know how long you'd have to wait for that date to come from whenever they're planning it? Do they seriously plan it like that?
Yes, yes, that's the best part about this. They had to patent it weeks after the cough hoax started. They had to patent it in 2020 or whatnot. Even the time, because again, it's March 26th. There's a lot of sixes here. It's really weird. But remember, it's not the completion. We don't know how they're going to implement it. It has not been finalized yet. The point is they are going to add to the already existing patent number. So this isn't, even as it's written now, is not its final use and final highest level of technology or whatever they're going to add to it. So they're still going to add updates to it.
Yeah, it's not the
I would
final.
say also, look at the globe model, right? When you study it carefully, 666 pops up like more than once. So at 10 miles, there's 66.6 feet of curvature.
Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
The globe is supposed to be orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour.
I didn't know that either.
The tilt on the axis is 66.6 from 90.
Seriously,
So
they
they
tell people
say,
that?
no, they tell you 24.3.
Oh, but if you reverse it minus 90, you get
Right,
what they
right.
really want.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I never even thought of that. I studied the globe. I studied the globe in university for fucking 8 years, dude.
Yeah, and 100 miles, there's 6,667 feet of vertical drop.
I like you guys. You guys are great.
Guess what year allegedly the first Selenilian eclipse was documented? 1666.
You can't make this up.
Wow. Did you say comet or
It's
eclipse?
also the same year that
eclipse.
Newton posted his work on gravity.
The Principia?
Dude, he said gravity's not even real in his papers. People just ran off with it and assumed it was true.
Basically, he was saying it's an effect, not the cause.
Yeah, it's definitely not a cause.
Yeah, he said it was so absurd that he believed no man who had in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking could ever fall into it. And he didn't want it ascribed to his name, so it's super funny to me that they call it Newtonian.
So, can any of you tell me how did our world succumb to such severe manipulation?
Over thousands of years, that's how.
Yeah, but how? How does that happen?
It's one little step at a time, that's how. Just like they do legislation now, right? They make a legislation, then later on they look at the result, they make another legislation, they just mold it to whatever suits their need at the time. It's not that hard.
Yeah,
Compartmentalization is the way they do it.
Yeah, if you look back, like they keep telling us, oh, the ancient Greece all knew it was a sphere, but everyone in the world at the time, or 99%, generally accepted that the world was flat. So there was just a tiny cult that believed it was a globe, and their documents and their writings are what we get taught as the holy truth, and everything else gets burnt.
Yeah, but flat earthers aren't getting as much scolding as it was 20 years ago, right?
No.
Like the government doesn't even really pay attention to the flat Earth kind of shit, do they?
No. It's the exact same. All I did was message on a little video, and the message wasn't even towards flat Earth. Okay, but this guy replied back to me, saying, "You believe that the Earth is flat? You're so dumb." Even though I had no mention of flat Earth, literally.
It's not a belief, though.
That's what they think, though. They think we all just believe in this. That's it.
Science is the biggest religion right now, dude.
Yeah, it's true. I just posted a video from YouTube where they admit in front of Congress that they censor flat Earth.
Dude, science have them believing in fucking space aliens, man. Fucking space aliens.
I can't understand why they say that we believe in this, yet we lose our families, we lose our credibilities, we lose our livelihood, if we talk about any of this, okay? And yet we are the ones believing. Come on.
Did you say you studied the globe model for how many years? 8 years?
I know I did. I 8 years ago was researching UFOs, and I was a NASA boy, and I was about to turn in my papers to just see if they wanted to accept me, you know, and or maybe even like I was gonna send in, you know, send me a test. Let me do something. Let me see where I can be, you know, in your structure environment there. That's literally what I was just gonna do. I was just gonna open myself to them and say, here, put me somewhere, to NASA. And then
Put me in, coach.
And then I just started researching UFO. I don't know why it hit me to start UFO researching, and because I literally thought I saw a couple of them, you know, out in the woods as well as right at my grandma's house with 6 of my other friends. We just saw this orb.
You
just
probably did, bro.
floating. I'm pretty sure it was just a balloon or something, but it literally looked like it was, you know, solid structure metal, you know. But
Dude,
anyway,
probably a plasmoid.
I'm
Plasmoid,
sorry.
ever heard of those? Plasmoid? Because there's, you know, electromagnetic
You're breaking up really
field,
bad.
right?
Yeah, Hank, I'm so sorry. I try to understand him every time, but it's hard. He usually comes back. Yeah, there.
Nobody could understand that.
You're okay, Hank. Go ahead. Can you hear me now?
It's probably not good.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, when you leave and come back, it literally it catches up to itself. But yeah.
Yeah,
So,
just plasma in the sky. You probably saw a Foo Fighter, right? And I'm not saying exactly what that is, but people do see sky from time to time.
We need to get Hank his own personal satellite, seriously.
But yeah, so I mean, it wasn't the UFOs that turned me though. It was the fact that and I just kept refreshing my YouTube homepage, you know, because I just wanted to see what YouTube would just send me all the time, you know, and all of a sudden, flat Earth, like it was only one video. I literally can't remember if it was the 200 proof video or just one that pointed me to the 200 proof video. You know what I'm saying? Like they had little clips, you know, that were put all over the place of bits and pieces of the 200 proofs. But I believe that it was just like a clip out of the 200 proofs, and then I went to the 200 proofs video and watched that whole thing. That thing just changed my life. I had no idea that people were actually thinking of these things. I didn't even know that this research was going on. I was misinformed. I was totally told that it was dropped, you know, a long time ago. I mean, like imaginable long time. You know, I mean,
Yeah, the narrative.
and the fact that you have people that are strong, so strong about it. Okay, that's what got me. And I was like, "Are you kidding me? Why are you so?" And just the same mentality. Why are you so stupid? You know this. We've already done all of. You've got this on the TV, and NASA showing us all of this. We are past that bullshit. Why are you doing it? I got mad because of the fact that I was so confused why it's still being talked about. I mean, doesn't that make sense to you to look into it because it's still being talked? I mean. So it just took
I love the
over.
fact that you said you saw it on the TV, right? Because that's what I tell people.
It's exactly. I told him. I said it. I said literally, I'm talking just like you. When you first come in here, I talked just like that. I mean, I didn't know what I was saying. Okay? Because I was so strong and so hard-headed with my education that I didn't want to listen to any of it. It's like, why would I want to research it when it's already been squashed long time ago? I mean, you think about it that way, and it really hurts. It really hurts, and it hurt me. It hurt me because I kind of went crazy. I mean, I shouldn't have gone off a little bit of the edge, but I did. And I mean, I got into the highest level of like that server for the Flat Earth Society bullshit. You know, I had no idea what I was getting myself into, and then all of a sudden they were all Globers, every single one of them. Every single one of them was just playing the fucking game that was set up. I couldn't believe my ears. I was like, what is going on? I thought you guys were actually doing this, and then they were not.
I agree. I've been there.
But once it clicks, it never unclicks. It will never unclick because there's so many aspects of flat Earth that are unexplained by the globe. Okay? And that's proof on the ground that we can prove all of us together or ourselves personally. And that's the thing. I mean, I was so strong about NASA and wow. I didn't even look up like older videos of NASA. I just accepted that they did it all, you know. But see, I got so hard-headed, I needed to research NASA. Guess how many hours? Just throw a number out there. I have in just watching NASA clips.
700. 66 hours.
She was close, but add 3 zeros onto it. 8,000 hours worth.
I think
And
only
have
God can save us.
I'm not a
Holy
she.
shit.
I have links for them all if you want it.
I didn't even know they have 8,000 hours worth of footage, man.
They have some years. You have to look back.
Yeah, Master Chief was the one that said 8. Yeah, I'm not a she.
So you've got to understand that it takes a while for you to understand. It took me about 4,000 hours, truly, to really say what the fuck am I watching. And I will give you you want the links, I'll give you the links.
Where were you in regards to all the other conspiracies of the world?
So I say this to everyone, and I say it every day. I only believe in one thing, and that is God. Okay? I can test everything else. So if you're going to tell me something, I'm going to test it for myself. I'm not just going to believe you. Sorry. That's me personally, and it's nothing against anyone. It's just now I'm not believing anyone anymore because I've believed so long. And I can't do it. I can't lie. I am not lying to myself, which Intel does that for everyone else. I'm not lying to you if I'm not lying to myself, right? Isn't that how it goes? You start first at yourself, and then it spreads to others. Okay? That's literally what you need to do. You need to start with yourself, figure out yourself and where you're at and what you can do yourself, and then you'll be on your road. It's
it starts with the self. If you lie to yourself, you'll lie to others. If you treat yourself bad, you'll treat others bad, etc.,
Treat yourself bad, you are done. you look at yourself in the mirror and you say you look ugly, you're done. I'm beautiful. I know I'm handsome as fuck. But, you know,
I'm ugly as fuck.
see, you just keep saying that to yourself. You're just gonna be ugly.
That's not true. That's not true. I seen you, dude. You're pretty fit.
I know you guys. I mean, I knew you were gonna say that, Hank. I know.
Yeah, you don't look bad, man. Don't put
I
yourself.
love you guys, man. No homo.
No. This is pure love here. This isn't any separation, you know? There's no separation when you spread this kind of love.
But Justin, it really took you 8,000 hours from
No, I am in.
digging into flat Earth.
I am in about 8,000 hours. I'm
Okay.
in.
Right,
I
okay.
still watch the live shows that they broadcast right now, dude. You have to. If you're true to yourself, you have to. You have to see their lies. You have to see it. You have to see it for yourself, and you have to continue to see it. And if you don't, then you won't keep yourself at that level, and you'll fall behind. I'm staying right there with them. So it's just it's incredible. And this
It can
place
also be really
keeps
fun
there,
as well.
too. You know, I just have to enter into this place here, and I get so much information that my mind goes off into like every other thing. You know, I mean, it's a spider web here. We are like a spider web that sends off string so that people will find their way. And that I'm serious. We are like chain links here, and we're all linking together as one.
Yeah, like the last vestige of genuine thinking on the internet, right here.
And I don't care, you guys, the people on YouTube, whatnot, you conspiracy. Where did that word come from? Conspiracy.
Conspiracy theory?
theorists.
That literally means that they're doing something wrong. Conspiracy means that they are conspiring something, not what we are.
Conspiring to destroy anyone?
No, it's they're conspiring, and what we are calling out is their conspiracy theory.
Right. So the word conspiracy.
We are.
They're
No.
conspiring.
Yeah, they're conspiring with the tax dollars, NASA money, right? They're the ones conspiring, right? They're committing fraud, right? They know they're doing it, right? We're the ones theorizing, like, hey, we think these guys over here are like taking too much tax dollars and not spending it right, and they're committing fraud, right, with the budget, right? So this is what a detective does at your local sheriff's office every day, all day long. He's got a big desk that says fraud on the front of it, and it's got a whole bunch of cases stacked up where he's looking into people who are conspiring to commit crimes and fraud. So the number one conspiracy theorist in town is at your local police department and sheriff's office. And they call him detective.
Nobody should need that explained to them, admittedly.
Yeah, holy shit, yeah.
It boggles my fucking mind that people deny conspiracies.
Yeah, like rich people would never get together, right,
No,
to consolidate their wealth and power.
It's just like, it's just low-level fucking bank robbers that conspire, you know? Or your local fucking armed robbery goons and shit like that. They conspire, you know? But rich people with vested interests, massive influence and wealth, resources, nah, never.
Never.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Mimas says these people are the fucking lowest of the low when it comes to any intellect, and I 100% agree with him. Never in my life was I that fucking dumb to think this shit didn't take place, even before I knew anything about anything. It's just a level of gullibility I can't comprehend. But hey.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, even the police departments have been convicted, right, of doing certain things. Like recently, there was 3 who got fired and arrested because there was like an 80-something-year-old woman with dementia who shoplifted from Walmart, even though she handed the card and said, "Here, take it," and they wouldn't take it from her because she wasn't at a register. So they like snapped her arm out of socket at the shoulder, and then left her in there in the cell for many hours without providing any sort of medical aid, and then was caught on camera laughing and joking about popping her shoulder out of place. So yeah, they all just got in really big trouble. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because they conspired to try to delete some of the footage.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I saw a few of that, few different types, but they keep talking about reform. No, they need to replace. These guys don't need reform. They don't need power. They need to be replaced and have no power.
Well, it appears that there's an IQ limit for police officers, right? Like the smart ones would study the law, right? If you became a cop and everything's in your hands, wouldn't you like study the law instead of drink beer?
Exactly.
Yeah, you'd want to be the best at your job, you know. You study every detail. So.
Maybe, yeah, that's right. And you're just too smart to be a cop? Holy shit. They don't take smart cops? Like, really?
No.
I know, I'm just
No, you
saying.
can find that. That's officially like published. They have an IQ cutoff. It's like 100, give or take. You'll find news articles of cops being
And
pushed out the
telling
door because
us
they're too
that
intelligent, basically.
we have no IQ.
So you say, yeah, they need to reform the entire system. There's nobody to put in them jobs that's smart enough. You know, smart people don't want to do that job. The only people left are fucking brutes, basically.
Complete
And that's the whole
sense
problem.
there too, yeah.
Yeah,
No smart
so.
people want to do it. Fuck that. That's why they have
Well,
a
they
limit.
do the job. They do it for a time being, but they see the whole system's fucked, and they're being given unethical orders, and they end up saying, "I can't do this," and they leave. So smart people can do the job, but they just don't last at it, and that's why there's. Well, I mean, one of the reasons I assume there's an IQ cutoff. The other reason being that they just want dumb order followers that will actually stick around for 40 years.
Sure gets quiet in here easy.
There's enough said. Maybe if anyone has any questions, and we can start off there.
Yeah, I couldn't hurt anybody if that was part of my job. I mean, unless I had it coming. So I don't know if you gotta be smart or stupid to beat up on people, but I couldn't do that. Unless they were jerk offs, then I would do it. I would do it for free. I would clock out and do it for free. I go find them where they live.
You talking about being police?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Cops.
Oh, you mean the pigs?
Or.
I was waiting for it. I was wondering who it was going to be.
I'm sorry, dude.
Bad boys, what you gonna?
Who are you gonna call?
That jingle is cursed. Everyone that has ever tried to do a remake of that song has ended up in prison, including the original artists of that song.
Wow.
It's like the Superman of songs then.
Digging in the
You don't piss into the wind.
Do you guys think
don't
that cops
tug
know
on
that they're being
Superman's
used by the
cape.
government for their gain?
What was that, Jesus?
Do you think police officers know that they're being used by the government?
Yeah.
Nah.
I think back
like
in the day,
5
like
8.
before the 80s, even like latter part of the 80s, some of those officers were just doing their civic duty, just doing a job. And then there became a mentality and a change in the training, right? And now those old retired officers say, I have nothing in common with these officers today. I would not want to be one of those cops because the people are going to rise against them.
When you're talking about these old cops, what year are you talking about? Like 1980s?
Vietnam veterans, he was 85. I was working out at a resort and he was the janitor. So I'd sit there and help him out and share cigarettes and war stories and shit.
You were in the war?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
He would share war stories and I would share cigarettes.
That's nice of you.
But to answer your question, just day, I don't think like 85% of them have any idea. They're just servants of the government. I mean, they are the government themselves, so essentially, you know.
Yeah, but if they don't push a certain agenda, they might lose their job or something, you know?
Well, I know that I've seen statistics that show like the money that we spend on enforcing marijuana alone isn't like justifiable whatsoever, right? And it would be way better like to give the troops, right, coming home with PTSD, an option for marijuana and just, let everybody else choose if they want to or not, right? But they make money off of it, right? Because when the government spends money, they make money. And when they put something in a black market, they can make even more money. So what they're doing is they pass these laws, right, and that apply to but not to me, right? And then the CIA is running drugs in and out of the country, like funding all these, black wars all over the world. And it's like we're the ones paying for it because they win every time. If someone is their competition, they can turn them into a slave, right? If someone, wants to buy from them, they get money to fund either more black market stuff or more illegal wars. So this is like a really bad thing, but the cops know, right? They know what's going on. So if you ever get caught with something, just be like, really, you going to talk to me? Why, your little bitch ass, let's, on the CIA do whatever they want. Maybe not the cops in the small town, right? Maybe they haven't had much interaction with the feds, but the big city cops, they fucking know.
I'm in Toronto. You think they know anything?
Yeah, they probably know not to mess with the federal government.
I don't know how all the black market works in Canada, but I do know that in Toronto as well as Vancouver and British Columbia, those are the two big drug cities. Vancouver, British Columbia is actually, I think it's known as the worst meth or heroin spot in North America.
That's wild. Yeah,
it's fucking terrible in Vancouver, dude. I'm in Toronto too, dude.
The thing is,
sorry, go on.
Yeah, the thing is that the government is like making it worse, right? They're not helping, right?
Well, they're not just making
That's
it
what I'm
worse;
saying.
they're making it illegal, and then after you buy their product, they're making you pay more by going to court, going to prison, community service, whatever form of mental enslavement they want to put on you for buying a product that they got out there. I don't get it. Why would they even want a society like that? It seems like a completely anti-productive society. Wouldn't they even have a better life if they just let us be free? I'm pretty sure we'd be doing great things for the world, and everybody would have a piece of
power,
it.
no authority. It's
Yeah, but for
meaningless
what?
them
For
to
what
have
purpose, dude?
authority
When you
over
could
it.
have a whole world, amazing.
So
They
I
they
heard
have
this.
they have a whole world that's amazing already.
Religion.
I heard this. I heard this really smart lady, Ariel. She said, "The people are served that which they deserve." And the thing is that if we governed ourselves more, we wouldn't need police, right? And at the point to where we govern ourselves really good, it's like, hey, what are you guys doing here? Just making sure the donut shop is empty and running good business, right? Like, if we governed ourselves and we actually took responsibility for our own actions, right, then we wouldn't need a big government. So it all boils down to us. It really is natural law. I believe that they're running off of natural law, and basically they reveal to us what they are doing, and then we don't do anything about it. Is consent. Silence is consent to these people.
Yeah, because they're in charge and they make the rules. If we don't step back and tell them you can't do that, they're just going to do it.
Yeah,
Right.
human nature is greed, and there's no way to stop it.
It's also when you have, for a normal person to understand someone who is super narcissistic or sociopathic, you hit this wall of like it doesn't make sense their behavior, but they're both self-destructive and destructive to other people around them. They might try to hide that and become more functional narcissists, but generally they do regardless. That's just part of the problem. It's kind of when a narcissist abuses his partner, so the partner doesn't leave him. It's not very logical, but that's what they do.
It's kind of what's been going on in the whole society.
Yeah.
So, you guys were talking about this blockchain chip patent a while ago. Do you think there will ever come a time in the future where they try to mandate that you have to get this blockchain chip?
It won't be mandated. But
What,
in
you think?
order for you to simply bypass everything, you will need the chip. And there's going to be one of these things with this chip, right? Like Elon Musk was talking about. They no longer need to do surgery. They have a serum that can bypass the blood-brain barrier. So there's no need for surgery to implant
What?
the chip. Yeah.
Yeah.
Blood-brain barrier.
Yeah, so they can do this intravenously, inject it into the arteries and veins.
Yeah, they're already setting down the groundwork
2025.
for second-class citizens or citizens that don't have access to everything. So they're just setting down precedents now. So it's all just
Basically,
being set up.
what I'm saying is it's going to be all free will choice. They cannot force it on you.
But then how would you like buy food?
Well, if you're out of the system, you don't. And that's the point.
But the whole world is trying to become the system.
Yeah.
So what?
Well, if you're
Either
in the system, you have the mark, you have your crypto and all that stuff, then
You are
you're allowed.
you are in
can't
the world, but not of
partake.
the world.
I would just read Agenda 2030 and the sustainable.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's about depopulation.
Yeah, and how they want to control us, how we're supposed to have nothing and own nothing and just be happy, little slaves in our little boxes, in our concrete jungle, not allowed to go into nature because we're not allowed.
Yeah, I've seen like their geo map that they want to transform the whole world into. Like they're gonna have nothing but massive cities, and they have like I don't know, they call them like nature designated. I don't know the specific words about it, but they're basically trying to reorganize the whole world, even geologically, like where cities are, where people are, and everything.
That's because it's much easier to control people when they're collected into a big cities. That's why you see the split with Democrats and Republicans, being that mostly Democrats are in the big cities, high population density.
There's two sides to that. Yes, it will be easier to control, but also um, humans kind of need their own personal space, and not having that kind of space will drive people insane, and it might become like a self-destructive society at that point, unless people just learn how to live with each other.
There is something about cities that causes this type of insanity in people, this liberal mindset, you know.
They banned fucking gender. What is that? It's gender conforming. I don't. Some theory. They. Hold on, let me find out what it's called. They ban. It's called some kind of therapy for like. It's called conversion therapy. They banned conversion therapy in Canada.
Oh yeah.
All the liberals are going crazy over that right now.
Of course they are. But I mean, even look over the last 2 years, most of the insanity was endured in the cities. Rural areas were getting along pretty fine. You know, life was fairly normal. People were sensible, reasonable. You know,
I'm in a rural area in downtown Toronto. I personally avoid that area because there's literally fucking crackheads walking down the street in the middle of the road, smoking like crack out of their pipes. There's people getting shot every single day in Toronto. It's a shithole, dude.
Meanwhile, my country has 350,000
story.
people, just about, and it's kind of like a small town in America because we're spread all around the country. But
That's
we only
nice.
have like one murder every few years, and if something like that happens, like everyone tries to stop it.
Well, that's a pretty small number per for 350,000 capita.
Yeah. But the point is, like, when you have a small community, it's much harder to get all these, get people to believe a bunch of delusions and then act upon those delusions to oppress other people, because that's your uncle over there. And he's like, no, don't do that. That's bad. And here's the reasons why.
Why do people trust the government anyways?
Why do people trust the TV?
TV's bullshit, bro. It's fucking controlled by media.
they trust the government or TV.
And not only that, the media has morphed into basically what the media used to be is they would ask the questions to the government. And now what's going on is basically it's like the media tied with the government, and it's like the media is telling the people now instead of asking questions.
Yeah, I seen a meme that basically says the exact same thing.
Oh, is it like a meme with like a megaphone and there's like two parts of it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that, dude. It's pretty good. It's a pretty accurate meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, dude. And I live in if any of you know anything about Canada, it's a very, very, very leftist place. So I'm in a pretty shitty spot right now.
We got some Canadians here. I don't know if they're in the chat right now, but
we do.
Yeah, BattleMod is a Native American who lives in Canada.
BattleMod's in Canada?
I think he's just near the border there.
I never knew that. That's crazy.
He's First Nations people.
Was down near Detroit.
No,
I
he's
thought he
First
was a
Nations
Michigander.
people.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Something like that.
His preserve is in Canada.
Yeah,
He's
Michigan's
a First
really
Nations
close to
people
Canada.
whose preserve is in Canada.
So there's like a little bit of Michigan skin in the Canada skin. Is that what we're doing?
Say that 5 times fast, man.
No, I'm not even gonna say it again.
I think he's a lake skinning.
Dude, I thought
Lakerton.
BattleMod was southern. BattleMod sounds kind of like a redneck dude.
BattleMod's had a very rich history in his life, so he's been around.
That's cool.
Hey, who's Tim Osman in here?
Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin
CIA asset.
No, is he in this chat?
Tim Osman?
Jesus, you're Tim Osman?
Don't see him.
No, what? Who's that?
Who is that?
I used to be under my old name was Garbage Man.
Creative.
Yeah, it's from playing games.
Did you happen to roleplay as a garbage man?
No, never.
That's
I did used to play roleplay servers though. Now I'm roleplaying as Anthony Fauci on Discord.
The Harvester.
You have mistaken me. I am Jesus incarnate. Thou shalt listen to my
International
words.
Harvester.
You're Jesus
I am
and you don't even have gold status? Fucking loser.
I am he who speaks.
Fucking loser.
This is one of Jason Carl Hornsby's many different personalities. You'll get used to it.
Do I want to, though?
Oh, what happened?
Is he the only Glober in here?
Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah, he's a sycophant. Yeah, he's the one he's gotten several channels taken down via porn bombing.
That's it? Just porn bombing? That's all you got, dude?
Yep.
Fucking pathetic.
Be careful.
You know what would be good is if Globers brought even one instance of Globe evidence to shut this server down, because that's the only way we're going away, partner.
Well, I don't think
like
that's
I said,
ever going to happen.
they have to pretend that in order to infiltrate, in order to do any damage, they have to pretend to be flat earthers. I destroyed this guy 5 years ago, and he's been on a rampage ever since. If you notice, he's an antichrist first. I think you can tell that that's very clear. But anyway, moving on.
Well, that name pick was a deliberate dig on you, sir. So that's funny. I was talking to the XO on that one. Shut up. Shut up, Jesus.
Sorry.
His name is Jason. That's his
Jason.
Do any of you think the Antichrist is currently on our Earth?
We're talking to one of them right now.
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
The Antichrist is not a single
one person,
dude.
It's a principality, as it were.
So how's
Nowhere
the
in
porn
the Bible
collection
does it
going,
say the
Jason?
Antichrist is a single person.
I can't even say what this guy's used before. He's used things that I can't even bring up on this channel. He's gotten channels taken down before, for the record, that I can't even mention on the live server.
Who are you talking about?
Someone in the
Very good
YouTube chat.
actor. Someone needs to get some acting lessons. Still, come on, Jason. It's been 6 years, and you still can't get acting lessons. Come on, buddy.
And a Glober would be taking this personally. And you're cool as a cucumber, and I wonder why.
Where do I find the live stream at? I want to go check it out.
You're in the live stream.
No, I
If
mean
you've
like.
noticed that his voice changed a couple times. When I first came in earlier, he switched it up and
You're breaking up, XO.
You're getting stepped on.
Anyway, Jesus incarnate, how did you come across the flat earth?
So I've always known about what flat Earth is, and it's I've heard about it a lot. I came across I actually came into the server because I don't like what I learned in university. Like I have a degree in physics, math. I don't like just from equations you can see lies in our reality. Like if you know centripetal motion, the equations will just basically tell you lies. So
Well, here's the main problem, right? They have variables and non-variable magic numbers.
the best thing about that is what I was actually taught in university in physics is that what we do is all our equations are approximate, but then get this. This is what we were taught. You can make it exactly equal by multiplying any equation by a fucking constant, and you can say it's exactly equal. How does that work? Like there's magic numbers for everything.
5252 is one.
Yeah, fucking 9.81 is another one if you know what that is.
So let me get this straight. Numbers brought you to flat Earth.
Equations did.
Numbers. Just say it.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, that should be a t-shirt. You know how stupid that fucking sounds? Earth measures flat, my guy. All you gotta do to find out. Don't listen to us at all. Just go out and measure it yourself.
The words you just said there, Glatt, could be interpreted two different ways. It could mean that they're saying the math doesn't check out, which half the people in here,
Exactly.
That's true. It doesn't check out.
No, and it's not that. It's literally just equations themselves that tell me that something's not right.
I guess the reason I said something was because it doesn't matter what anyone says or does. You have to see it for yourself. You're never going to be convinced of anything we say, and you shouldn't be.
Well, yeah, fuck. How am I supposed to think there's a fucking big ball out there? They're spending billions in dollars teaching it. Why don't they just show you?
I don't know why they would lie. We speculate on that a lot, but all we can do is speculate.
Well, Jason, have you figured out
they
why
can't
you
show
lie?
it to you because it's not there.
Well,
exactly.
Jason,
Well, as a member of the Black
to Jason. Okay.
Are you guys calling me Jason?
Jason, is there any particular reason why you're lying? And why this
About what?
topic disgusts you so much? You pretend that somebody you're not for 5 years.
Are you asking me?
What's it like that your entire life has revolved around this topic, and actually me, the fact that I exposed you over 6 years ago? What's that like?
Who's Jason? Oh, the guy on YouTube.
Carl Hornsby? Yeah, who's that guy? That's weird, huh? Who is the guy? Who's Sam H? Who's Invoker?
Hornsby.
Yeah,
that can't be a real name, can it? Hornsby.
Hornsby.
It might be an Australian name.
Weird.
I feel like that's a guy in a Disney movie.
Wait, who gave this guy the flat earther role? I should have been there that day.
So yeah, because equations don't help you measure the Earth unless you're going to use the number one and only equation that disproves itself. It's the Earth curve calculations. Has somebody given you? Do you know how to use the Earth curve calculator?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you know, that was labored.
It's a certain amount of, I think it's 8 inches per mile squared or something like that.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
been
I'm going to
talking
post
about it for
my
6 years
favorite one.
flat,
It's the
yeah.
easiest one. The Livestream voice text. Do you know what that is?
Let me see.
Right above the Livestream area of where you are.
Narcissism spectrum?
Yep, right below that. I'm Glatflobe.
Spin cycle
I'm the
coaching?
green. No, I'm the green dude. No,
Oh,
all the way
sorry.
down. And then
Yeah.
click on that.
Oh, the link.
Come on,
Okay.
JJ, focus.
Yep.
Focus.
No, I haven't seen this before, actually.
Great. Well, it's the easiest one to use. So, anyway.
Well, I don't
This is
need
the
to
guy
do
that
this
got
because
caught
I've
on,
seen.
Nathan Oakley's show saying no one's ever got to disappear over the curvature of the Earth. He's that guy. All kinds of numpty clips on.
Have you guys seen the video of NASA apparently holding something in space where there's a gravity anomaly? And then
I want to talk about the ground below our feet.
Oh boy!
all right, let's talk
See
about
how
it.
look, he has a flat Earth tag and is already hiding from it. Who gave this guy the flat Earth tag? I mean, can we at least give him a globe? I mean, we don't have a porn bomber tag. If we did, that would be nice to give him. But since flat Earther, can you at least give him the correct tag? Thanks.
What the hell?
Well, so do you not want to talk about the ground?
Yeah.
Who? Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, sure.
You want to talk about ground? Okay. What?
See how the voice is changing again, Glatt? You notice this is his third voice.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm picking all of it up. I'm trying to just have like a regular conversation with him. He is fucking it up pretty bad though.
Right.
Hey.
All right. Good luck. I'll stay out of it. Go ahead.
You're okay. Thanks, Mr. Incarnate. What was the one thing that convinced you Earth is flat? I'm sorry, that let you know Earth is flat. What was that one thing?
I have not seen a globe. I have to see it. Also, if you look at old Newtonian physics, Einsteinian supersedes it. Do you know how bullshit it is to say that space is a literal sheet of fabric?
Right. Right.
That he literally thought of it in his head and said that that's what reality is. No testing. That doesn't follow the scientific process in any way, shape, or form.
Yep, correct. Well,
yeah, and
that
then they
still does.
repeat it for millions of people.
That still doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth.
Okay, so I'm assuming you want me to say some form of experiment I've done. I've never done any experimentation to.
How high have you been in an airplane?
I've been.
Wait, what are you even asking him that for? Let's just ask him what his best piece of evidence is. What is your best piece of evidence that the Earth is a topographical plane of existence?
Yeah, go ahead.
What?
Let's hear it.
What's up?
Ask again.
What is your best piece of evidence that proves that the Earth is flat to support the Earth being flat? What's your best piece of evidence? All right, that's a pretty good one.
Okay.
Lasers are amazing to test this. What are you talking about, dude? Lasers are the best to test this.
Well, that's true. Calm down. So is EXO right about you? Are you someone different? Because I don't know a lot of Globers who would calmly get through those questions, although acting is acting, and some people are actually good at it. So what say you?
He's been exposed half a dozen times. So yeah, after years of being caught, he's finally been able to keep himself calm.
Are you saying I've been in here for years?
Yeah, he's playing at it.
What the fuck?
Guys, go ahead. Yeah, keep up the good work, Jason. You're doing great. It's obviously working. Continue.
Okay, I'm gonna ignore you. That's very, very weird.
He doesn't know me. Okay, go ahead, guys. You can let him in. That's fine.
I mean, if he's not really a Glober, I don't have that much left to say. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm not a Glober.
Mr.
I used
Incarnate.
to be a Glober.
Okay. I mean, yeah. You said the right words, so we'll see, I guess, but we'll see.
Okay, well,
You're roboting EXO.
What EXO really wants to say is...
Yeah, I think he's stepping on your signal.
But what EXO is really trying to say is he loves you.
This is the first time I've come in here and had someone accuse me of infiltrating.
Hey, don't worry about it, man. They suspected it of me like the first time I was in this voice channel, like a year ago.
So here's
not suspected it a lot, but just a little bit.
So anyway, whether or not EXO's going to keep trying to sniff you out, I don't care about that. If you truly know the Earth is flat and you're willing to talk about it on a live stream like that, I don't have any problem with it.
Someone's trying to call me someone like Jason from years ago. I don't even know who this guy is and saying like porn bombing and shit. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, calm down. That doesn't help your case.
It doesn't have to help me. I'm just talking.
When you just said what you just said, are you talking about direct messages or something said here in the voice channel?
I don't know, dudes. I think they're trying to like I'm in here infiltrating and Doing fucking shit. I don't know what they're talking about.
Called him Tim Osmond, just throwing it around jokingly, and yeah, stop picking on him, man.
Okay, listen, we're gonna drop it. Thank you, Drace. Let's just drop it.
Hey, who
It
the
has
hell
nothing
is
to do with
Space
anything for
Crab
real.
Saint?
How is my name breaking server rules? What? What?
It's like a religious thing. You can't do.
Are you serious?
That? Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Okay,
people are
I'll
very
change
spiritual
it.
around here, man.
Yeah, I'll change it.
Do HEY space Zeus. Hey Zeus.
Your name is a little trolly. When I first saw your name, I thought you were a troll. So there's that. I mean,
well,
it is a troll name.
I was in this Discord a year ago under the name Garbage Man, and I did troll then.
All right.
For one time.
I've heard you here a lot. So I
don't know
cool.
if you know my Garbage Man though. Like that's who I came here a year ago.
I may have, I may not, but you sound cool now. So stay cool, right?
I prefer the name you have now over Garbage Man. That's just whatever.
I'll just change my name to Anthony Fauci.
Yeah, go with that one.
I like Garbage Man. It's cool.
I
don't like Fauci. Grouchy Fauci.
Hey, I like that too. Grouchy Fauci. I like that better.
Can you change incarnate to like something else?
I just did.
Oh no, never mind. Never mind. This song. Okay, yeah.
Do you consider yourself a comedian?
No, but I think my name did serve a good purpose with the picture.
What? That's safe and effective. You know that song?
No.
People are singing on Twitter or freaking.
But to describe what I was talking about before with the equation thing, I was basically saying, the theories basically tell you how you need mass and gravity and all that. But if you use the equations, gm1 m2 over r squared equals mv squared over r, that's the centripetal force calculation. Mass cancels out, and apparently you don't need mass to revolve something around it, which completely defies the whole purpose of what gravity is supposed to be there for. That's another thing. Just from equations, you see lies.
Well, mass hasn't really been defined. You know what I mean? It's just
it's a concept.
A word. Yeah, it's an idea, right? I want to say yeah.
Yeah, it's a concept, really, from human perception of how.
I mean, let's try to define it right now. Like, somebody asked me, "Hey, what's mass?" I'd say something like, "Amount of stuff you got in, like, a little space." Yeah. What? What do you mean stuff? Like molecules and shit. Yeah, say a bunch of stuff.
Density.
That's actually how they talk about it in science. It's funny.
But it sounds like you're describing density. So what's the difference between if that's density, then what's mass?
Right. The most stuff. Pack it inside. The denser it is, the more mass it is.
Little tiny packets of gravity. That's what mass is. Little tiny packets of gravity.
So
if somebody ever says you should say the more dense it is, the more dense it is, not the more dense it is, the more mass it has.
If you guys think the whole idea of mass and density is not a proper way to describe it, what do you think is a better way to attribute the properties of certain chemicals?
Well, a marshmallow is pretty massive, but it's not very dense.
Yeah.
Well, I've always wanted to count how many hydrogen molecules or in a certain space, in a container, right? Can we count? It's like, what do you mean count? We don't count gas molecules. It's like, well, what do you mean? So what the hell do we do? Like what?
I think a lot of the sentences we say, or not that we say, but that a lot of other people and more layman people say, where the sentences that involve this funny word mass, I'm pretty sure at least half of them, if not more, you can just replace the word mass with weight, and it's a sentence that makes sense.
Yeah, then what's weight? Right? It's like, well, it's the amount of pressure. What's that? I watched them say, "Well, it's gravity." And what's gravity? But you're wrong. It's not gravity. But what's gravity? What are you talking about? Like now, like you gonna go up there? No. Like everybody knows what's gravity. You know, it's the thing that that keeps you on the ground. It's like why? If gravity didn't exist, we would all float away like magic. Like fuck all of this science, right? All this physics, right? Is that where weight comes from? Gravity? Where does it come from? The difference, right? The object's density and its medium. Like, what's heavier, a pound of nails or a pound of feathers? Which one has more mass?
Well, it depends how much of it there is. Like,
Oh, there's a pound of feathers and a pound of nails.
oh, sorry. Yeah, it's the
Which
same
has more
mass.
mass?
It's the
Oh,
same
Oh,
mass.
it's the same weight, but what's mass?
What is
So
mass?
they're not going to attack each other, right? Because they
Is-
cancel each other out.
Oh my god.
Feathers and nails. Yeah.
Yeah, one has more air resistance than the other, that's for sure.
Yeah.
If we take them both, right, and we put them in bags or in a boxes, exactly the same, are they going to cancel each other out? Because same weight, like, or are they gonna? Are the nails gonna pull the feathers to? If you took a feather and you put it next to a tank, right, like an inch next to the tank in a vacuum, and you walked away for 5 years and you came back to your vacuum, is the feather gonna be stuck to the tank? Remember, it was only an inch away when you left it. You come back in the 5 years, is it gonna be stuck to the tank because of the mass of the tank? What if you left it for 100 years? What? You need it bigger? Okay, 1,000 years. If you come back in 1,000 years, yeah, it'll definitely be stuck to the tank by then. Yeah, that's enough time. Sorry, I'm gonna try that.
So here's a funny question to ask. How long do you think they're going to be able to perpetuate this vacuum of space lie? Like it can only be I mean, probably few for a while, but I mean, they can only go so far for so long until people eventually, after, 50 years, 70 years, 100 years, I'm pretty sure around 100 years, people would get really suspicious. Like, damn, it's been 140 years, since 1969, or well, no, that wasn't the last time they claimed to have gone to the moon. But it's been like damn near 100 years since we've gone to the moon. This is in the future tense. Like, don't you think people would be like, damn, why aren't we going back to the moon? I mean the really stupid ones that don't even realize that the vacuum of space is real at that point in time. They'd be like, damn, why won't we go back to the moon? I mean, we've got all these really futuristic looking cars. The very car that I have today, the 2017 Chevrolet Volt that I drive today, it looks more like a spaceship than, if spaceships were real. It looks more like a spaceship than like anything that was in the movies back in the 90s when I was a child. But it's like, so we got cars that look like spaceships, or it looks like, what spaceships would look like if spaceships were real, actually went to space. But we don't have spaceships, for regular people. You got to be a Freemason or something to go to the vacuum of space. Like, come on, man. How long are they going to push this? How long are people going to believe this in mass? In mass. Yeah, the masses. How long are they going to believe this?
You have the technology to try to fool the eyes, right? And then you have the developing the the knowledge of how the brain works, the psychology, learning how to control the brain, then you put it together, probably forever.
I think they can only go so far because I mean, we have P900s and P1000s right now, and so if these things become more commonplace, if enough of them become secondhand and maybe a little cheaper on the market, and maybe just a few more people kind of accidentally stumble across the flat Earth while playing around with a P900, a secondhand one. I mean, I'm just saying they can only push this lie so far, but I'm just wondering how far can they push it as far as time goes? How long can they push this lie?
Well, that's unknown, but they're also pushing the collapse now, so that might not be as easily accessible.
It seems like a race against time for them to push the collapse far enough to cause some kind of world war or at least at the very least an economic depression or something. I mean, they're obviously aiming for that, but it's like, I think they're just trying to flip over the board game, if you will, or flip over the chessboard before they lose. That's what it seems like they're doing.
You reckon that's what they mean by the Great Reset?
Yeah, exactly. Flip over the Monopoly board. Flip over the chessboard.
I feel like they want to swing back round and kind of co-opt the flat Earth truth back.
Yeah, I think so as well. But you see, all the boogeymen of the world today are all ancient as fuck. So they're all really old and about to die out. So the new generation is going to replace them, which is not going to appear super connected to them.
Wait, when you say boogeyman, are you talking about the fictional boogeyman that the TV is always telling you about, or the quote unquote big T they that actually pushes the globe line to begin with? Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about the big names that are publicly available, like Soros, the Pope, Rothschilds, Rockefeller, that kind of names.
Yeah, the usual suspect.
Yeah, they're there so that once they're dead, all the blame can be laid at their feet and no one can be punished. It's how they always do it. Like for instance, with America, you look at the declassifications of documents. It's always declassified after all the people who are responsible are all dead, and you can't hold anybody accountable. So it just goes away.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I just think it's such a strange strategy of any type to go through. But then again, they're evil and crazy. So what do I know?
Well, you understand that what they're most afraid of is the people. Although we have so many people that they just can't deal with us. Even if you took all the armies are just a fraction of the people, and the veterans from those armies are just outnumber all the troops. So they're really afraid of the people. And if everybody realized how they have hoodwinked everybody into open slavery, where they just follow commands and do whatever the people want, they would rise up. So they need to keep some kind of control. And because this kind of sentiment is growing in the world, they need to eventually pull the tablecloth, if you will, so that the people who are starting to wake up think, oh, they fixed it. The bad guys are now gone. We got new guys in place. And then they can make it appear to go a little bit better for a little bit, for a generation or two, so you forget. And then the third generation from that, it goes back into shit.
Actually, what you just described, though, about people dying off and then being blamed after they die, I have a suspicion that same concept may apply to the JFK assassination. Because Trump was supposed to, release documents while he was in office. He claimed that he was going to, that would reveal at least more about this. but he ended up not doing that. And then, as far as I can tell, the people that were actually bothering to investigate that's kind of the conclusion, or at least the vibe that they seem to get from that debacle, is that you're only going to be able to allowed to know any details, if ever. I mean, if ever. You're only going to be allowed to know any of the details of the JFK assassination after everyone that's involved is dead already.
Why would it even matter after 70 years? Because all I can think is that in 70 years' time, you could fabricate an entire story, So I don't give a shit about anything that's released after such an extended period of time. The amount of grabbling that can go on in 70 years is, yeah.
So, what do you think is going to be happening in this generation?
More shit, probably.
Yeah.
Cryptocurrency is going to happen to this generation, and that's how everyone is going to move over into the digital world, and that's what you're going to need to survive. So this generation is going to grow up with cryptocurrency connected to their finances and their biometrics, and it's going to be a totally different world. If you're disconnected from that system, what are you going to do? Especially if you're a part of this new generation that doesn't know shit about shit or how to survive, is always wanting everything right now.
Well, that's one of the things that they're pushing as, like, look over here, like, we're going to do all this bad stuff to you, and they're doing it even with all the entertainment. You see this in all the movies. So they're priming people to think, oh no, we're going to do this to you. So that they think, oh no, there is some bad guys over here. They're letting Epstein's shit leak out, and they're doing a lot of stuff that makes you think, like, they're setting up patsies to reset the system. And so the Great Reset just speaks volumes.
I can't help think that something really atrocious has to happen as far as genocide, because you don't need to be hold on a minute, man. You don't need to be a flat earther to be opposed to Agenda 30 and all this bullshit. So, I mean, there has to be hundreds of millions of people in the world that are opposed to this and won't go along with it, and they need to deal with them people somehow. So, the pushback is going to be immense, but I'm just wondering how they're going to respond to that pushback.
Like they always do, co-opting the pushback.
Certainly. But when they're going to reorganize the entire way of life for everybody, you're going to have to pick a side.
Wait, I'm wondering, though, if you think they're going to somehow co-opt the Flat Earth Truth movement, what strategy do you think they'd use to do that?
Well, because they've been suppressing us and making sure that our arguments aren't really heard, and just the straw man arguments about our arguments are heard, they're essentially just gonna paint themselves as like the givers of the truth, and they discovered all this stuff and found all the stuff that they're lying, and they'll back it up with some documents that we probably don't even have, and probably like the Vatican, of course, would be a big part of this, and they have a lot of documents.
But I'm wondering, though, how they would use it against us. Like, I'm just trying to picture in my mind, okay, let's pretend for a second I'm an asshole, and I'm working for one of these psyops, these psychological operations. And so I step into the public eye on YouTube or any other way, and I call myself a flat earther. I tell people the earth is flat and stationary. But I'm wondering, what's the step beyond that where I start doing damage? Like, I mean, we all know how the Flat Earth Society bullshit works. They just say, oh, the earth is flat, which is true, and then they start claiming a bunch of bullshit after that, like the earth is accelerating upwards, and that's why things go down. And so they do this to make us look stupid. I mean, beyond that strategy, is there any other strategy you can think of that they try to pull?
Yeah, they're not. When the corrupting really begins is actually when it goes public. Currently, it's simmering, and I think it was actually released partially or like allowed to be released partially because of the jibby jab, because they need not everyone to get crazy about it and start jibby jabbing up, because even if they have saline solutions in some of them, some people are crazy. There's like one guy who got jabbed 18 times. So
I heard about that.
Yeah. So
wait, you guys didn't?
Dude, he wanted to do it. I don't know why.
I think the guy you're talking about did it because he was taking other people's information and taking it for them so that they could have a card that said they got jabbed up when they weren't.
Yeah, that's what I read.
That guy's a hero.
Yeah, Max.
Yeah, but anyway, so you got all these operations going on. We're gonna have more. Like they have the Project Bluebeam planned, and my guess is the end of that Project Bluebeam scenario is essentially gonna be like they're gonna try to fulfill the Bible in some way, or make it appear as if the Bible is getting fulfilled, because remember, most of this is coming back by the Jesuits in the Vatican. So by using the Project Bluebeam technology at the end of the day, and making Jesus tell everybody in a holographic image in the sky that he's saving everybody from the alien invasion, which was actually not aliens, and the Vatican was right, and he's going to stay in the Vatican as the Lord of the world, and then all of a sudden the whole world unites underneath the Vatican.
Okay, so...
Well, wait, yeah, but I understand what you just said there, but that still involved them co-opting the flat Earth truth movement, because what you just said doesn't involve them telling anyone that the Earth is flat.
It's a part of it, as the church would be coming back and taking control of everything. They would be using flat Earth as a cudgel to bash the globe into the ground and give themselves legitimacy. And so they will take our arguments that we have been honing and stack on top of them, you know. So using us as a resource for their own arguments.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the right moment to tell the masses that they were lying to them for their good, basically.
Wait, hold on a second though. But like, if they use holograms to fake an alien invasion from the vacuum of space, which we know doesn't exist because you can't have a vacuum next to gas pressure. If they do that, wouldn't that be just furthering the like? I don't understand how they could tell people that the Earth is flat and that.
It starts with the alien invasion, which allows them to do, or fake alien invasion, which allows them to do mass genocide by exploding a bunch of stuff and blaming it on, oh no, the new
Can you
boogeyman,
explain
which
how
is
they
the
do
light
that?
in the sky.
You
And then
kinda lost
eventually
me.
the Vatican comes out and like they say,
No.
oh, one of the aliens was actually Jesus, and he's coming here to save us. And then you see this holographic projection in the sky that fulfills the Bible, just like they've been saying, and it's super easy at that point to start co-opting everything, pushing. Just
Doesn't have to be.
Wait, I still don't see how it would be easy though, because it would be contradicting their propaganda they'd be pushing. They'd be pushing the propaganda at one point in time.
No, because the Vatican at that point is saying it wasn't aliens. The government was lying to you. Jesus came and saved us. It was demons who were coming from a pond like further over. We need to go attack them. So now you have another outside threat. You have an imagined legitimacy to everything. One world order. You have.
Do we have a
one
theory
world
on how they're going
religion.
to do that?
Sorry,
Oh,
what?
this is
I'm pretty
good.
sure it has something to do with
How's
Elon Musk.
How's that going to work? I'm just wondering.
Hold on, let
It
Dre
doesn't have to
speak.
be-
Dre's just
it doesn't have to
speaking.
be,
Let him finish.
My bad.
It doesn't have to be a hologram, though. I mean, if it brings all the solutions to the problems that the world is facing, then yeah, I think what Trace is saying makes sense.
It'll appear like complete save. It will appear like we're being saved, and so most people will jump onto it. That's what I think.
Yeah,
But
it's assuming
at which point in time, though, at which step in this process, at which step in this process would they be telling the public that the Earth is flat? If at any point would they do that?
Right. In the last 2 years, how they've just kind of forgotten about all these significant factors involved in the argument with all this, they'll do the same thing. They'll just slowly phase out the globe. They'll just stop mentioning it, stop putting it in people's faces, and they'll phase it out. And people don't believe in the globe because it's legitimate or has any evidence. It can be proven. We all know this. They believe in it because that's what they're told to believe in. And as soon as what they're told to believe in changes, the people will change what they believe in.
Well,
So
there's a lot of reasons.
it's not going to be a quick changeover, I don't imagine. But
I disagree. I don't think there's going to be any change. I think they're going to fight for the bitter end of the globe because just by watching that brand new movie I just saw with Leonardo DiCaprio, like I watched that movie from beginning to end. That is hardcore globe propaganda for hardcore blue-pilled people. Like I don't think they're going direction. I think they're going
whatever they're predictably programmed.
I concur with
not
that.
just 5 years or 10 years. The timeline I'm talking about could extend up to 200 years.
So they want the flat Earth?
No, that's assuming they want that the flat Earth is going to be the future, the new world order. Is it going to be a flat Earth? Well, this is how it could be. Is it going to stay a globe Earth? Well, it's possible. Like both are still possible. So I think it's too early to tell.
They don't
Not
care
enough information.
what reality they're giving to people as long as they're the authority of that reality. They can take the flat Earth. They just need to make sure they don't take God with it, because that's the whole point of lying about it, is to legitimize their own authority.
Yeah,
it'd be hard for people to stay atheists.
Just imagine if the Vatican had the ability to project a life like Jesus, they would do that, and they would make you believe it.
You see, I agree with you on that point. I agree with you on that point, but I just don't see how along a plan like that, I just don't see how telling people the truth about the Earth being flat, I don't see how that would benefit their plan. I just can't
legitimacy.
see that.
The Vatican has been losing legitimacy so much over the years, and this would give them legitimacy because all the governments are globers. They would be like, Jesus said so, Bible said so. Where we have all these arguments which are scientific and logical, which they stole from us. The public, because they are now exposed to the actual arguments in the media, it's not going to be like when we're talking to like 30 people on YouTube.
I have an idea to make everybody happy. If the future will be a flat Earth, it will be a disk in space. That way, we can still have our aliens. Aliens.
Yeah, but I don't think that would work either, because then you'd have millions of people that would be very vocal saying, hey, how come we can't go to the edge? I want to go to the edge and take a piece off the edge.
Well, because aliens, of course. Like, look, that's where the aliens live. Like, no.
Well, wait, but isn't the globe a sphere, though?
You can't go there now, and you can't go there then.
The globe is a sphere. Earth is flat.
Well, I thought Earth was a sphere, though.
The globe is a sphere. Earth is flat.
Earth is land.
Really?
Yes,
soil?
because Earth is not the globe.
Earth means land and
Big
soil.
D, look at the floor.
I think you need a new word for your ball in space, because Earth means soil and land. Think about it. It's an element.
But the ball is just so big.
Really?
Yeah, you still got to come up with your own word for it.
That's gotta be curvature somewhere.
Hold on.
Hold
on, guys.
No, but it's just so big you can barely see the curvature.
Big D, of course you're going to see curvature when they use a fisheye lens.
What does that mean?
How big is it? What's the radius, bro? Do you know?
It's freaking huge.
Well, let me know. What's the radius?
This guy doesn't even know the indoctrination.
Probably like 12,000 miles, I would guess.
No, bro, don't guess. Look it up, bro. Don't you have?
Just look it up. I know what you're doing.
My bad.
I'm just gonna eyeball it from here. Write this down.
It's 3,958.8 miles.
Correct.
just
Correct.
eyeballing
So now go back to your search engine and look up the Earth curve calculator.
Earth.
Yeah, get on that.
Calculate. Okay, I'm on it.
Right now,
Wait, that
1 foot
did have
observer
one?
height,
Yeah.
1 foot observer height, or 1 foot eye height.
1 foot.
Where's the horizon?
Wait, but who's gonna be 1 foot tall?
Our
Your mom.
cameras.
Oh, okay.
No, guys, come on.
Cameras are 1 feet tall.
You can lie on the
Yeah, on a
beach,
tripod.
and you're 1 foot tall if you lie on the beach.
Well, that is true. Wait, so what do you want my target distance to be?
No, nothing, 0. Where's the horizon? Where's the horizon?
It's
What's the horizon
1.2
distance?
miles.
Can we
About.
see further than 1.2 miles?
Probably in some situations.
Hell
Yeah, we've seen a mountain from 273 miles away. That's the Guinness Book of World Records.
That was
Not
like
flat
1
earthers.
feet high, or 1 foot high.
No. But you're more than welcome to do all the math and work it out for yourself.
Or
doesn't
just go
matter
measure
how-
the Earth yourself.
If at 1
That's
foot
the thing
high,
here.
The human eye can see about 3 miles away.
Well,
at how
yeah.
high?
Okay.
How
About
high
like
though?
average
5
human height.
feet.
Yeah, 6 feet, right? Yeah.
So, are you a smart god? You understand math?
Kinda.
Okay. So, would someone like to go over the Black Swan with this guy?
I'll
You
post
mean
the
like
link.
the bird?
Yeah. Well, who wants
He
to?
doesn't seem serious though. I mean, he feels like he's just playing
Yeah.
around.
Look at
You mean-
live voice text. Right. I'm
Okay.
gonna post it.
Is that the
Yeah.
Nazis map?
Live stream voice text. Can you see that?
Yeah. The oil
Oh, I see
platform
that.
thing?
Yeah. Let's have a read together. So we
Okay.
understand
Got it.
each thing we're reading. Who wants to read?
Not me. I'm not a good reader.
I'll read.
Okay.
All right. If modus tollens, right? This is a logic. If P, then Q.
What is P and Q?
Dude, don't even
Oh.
just do it
It's
basic,
like-
man. You just come on, bro.
Right. Here we
Yeah,
go.
come on.
If ball, right?
Yeah.
Then curvature,
Okay.
but
Huh?
not curvature, meaning we can because there's no curvature. Therefore, not a ball. Can't be a ball. So if a
If there's
ball,
no curvature, there's not a ball.
yeah. So it's like this. If a male, then penis and scrotum.
What?
Right?
Actually,
If no penis and scrotum, then not male. It's very simple, right?
Yeah,
It's just science.
What requires
says-
is logic, pretty much. Yeah, it's like common sense.
Uh-huh.
P is
If
supposed to be radius of 3959 miles, right?
Yeah. If
And
if
Q
ball,
Yeah.
is 1.225 times the square root of difference in
Is
height.
Q the curvature?
Observer in height.
yes,
No.
yeah.
Okay. Q is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height.
Oh, okay.
Right? So
Is that how far they can see?
That's curvature.
this is the curve calculator.
That's how curved it should be.
Okay.
That's
It-
yeah. That's
So
where,
1.225 times the square root of the observer height.
Yeah.
Make sure that we slow down for him, guys.
Yeah, I'm a little confused here, but
He seems a little confused, so we need to make
So-
sure.
It's all right. Let me build him a bridge. Let me build him a bridge real fast.
if oh,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say that this is the math that you pulled up when you searched.
yeah.
Right. The first thing you
Uh-huh.
found was the radius. Right. So the next thing you found was the Earth curve calculator, and it told you where the horizon should be.
Yes.
Now, the reason this is important is because this is a geometric shape. But the problem is that us and the anti-flat earthers, the people who are against us on the other servers, the ones that argue with us and debate 24/7, they don't argue that we can see too far. The question is why, right? So he's going to go over this again with you, and just know that we can see 10 times too far, and that's not being debated. That's accepted because we've taken what's called an impossible shot with our camera over and over again, all over the plane.
That is a little bit weird.
That is weird, right?
Yeah. What if
Because
something
you should-
crazy is happening though, like a mirror?
Well, just try to think logically. Okay, if we can see too far, what's Occam's razor say? Right?
I don't know.
The least amount of theorizing is better. So we're going on what we can see and what our senses are telling us. And what our senses are telling us is that we can't detect curvature. None of us experience curvature. Right? So Bong is going to get back to the nitty-gritty math part that you may not understand yet, but it's pretty simple. It's like if a lady's 9 months pregnant with 3 children, she can't see her toenails. Right? Because there's
How
curvature in
tall
the way when
are
she's
those
laying.
oil things? Maybe they're like really tall, and that's why you can see them.
It's not about the oil
They're
towers.
only there.
It's about the horizon. Where is the horizon? Is it past the oil towers? If it's past the oil towers, take the oil towers out.
It looks like it's on the bottom of the second one.
Oh, it's not. You clearly
Where is it?
horizon.
But that's not what's important. The horizon, the actual horizon that you see, okay, it's always going to be there. What's important, okay, is where it should be if it is a ball with this radius, this size, okay? That's what's important.
The
And that's
second
what
one
that
looks kind of curvy.
1.225 miles
This guy.
touch the ground, right?
Because
1
of
foot
the
off the sea
temperature
level.
differentiation.
That's what 1.225 miles.
Oh,
So 1.225 miles is where that horizon should be if it was a ball.
So these things
this
are
size.
way farther than what we should be able to see.
Exactly. The horizon.
Well, that's the thing, right? We're saying, why is the horizon, right, like 10 times farther than where it should be? Okay, now we know that the horizon does that because flat surfaces. This is what science says. This is what pilots are taught, surveyors, people. We know that we have to assume it's locally flat. We know that, and it's doing what it should do if it was flat. The question is, if it's a ball, and what the when do I start seeing the ball? If I want to do science, if I want to go to space, if I want to send something to the moon, how the hell am I supposed to do that if I cannot find the curvature of the Earth, which is supposed to be the horizon? Does that make sense? And then they're gonna say, well, it's some kind of magical refraction that we created to fit the math. No, you can't do that. Because I still need to build this spaceship. I still need to build this rocket. I still need to determine all these things I still need to learn, right? How am I
Is
gonna do
that
that
even,
without
is that picture even possible with refraction or no?
nothing? None of these pictures are possible with refraction. The higher you go up, the worse it gets.
Let's go over what refraction is. Refraction is when you have 2 separate media, right? And at the barrier between those 2, light appears to slow down, right?
But does he know what media means? Does he know what it means, dude?
Really, I just
It's
looked
an
up a YouTube
optical
video
illusion.
about it.
Go ahead, bro.
That's what some smart dude tried to say on some YouTube video.
So media is plural for medium. So if refraction were happening, it could happen between glass and air. The first medium would be glass. The second medium would be air. That'd be media. But we're looking through one medium. That's just the air. So refraction does not apply here. Or maybe it does,
so low,
but
it's
not
so
the kind
low,
they're talking
right?
about.
The
So
camera would have to be higher for it to happen.
No. Listen, refraction is basically when there's like an optical illusion due to the medium, right? So it doesn't look and present itself like it actually is. There's distortion. So you might see this with like coming off of a road, mirage, right?
Yeah,
But what
I've
it
seen
doesn't
that.
do is it doesn't make the horizon go 10 miles away, does it?
Not usually.
No, that'd be weird, right?
Yeah.
So what we usually see when we see refraction is like a mirage or some sort of, wonkiness, like when a helicopter takes off and you see the sun behind the helicopter and it gets all wonky and heat waves. You've probably seen something like that before.
Yes.
Okay, so when you see like those kind of heat waves, they don't really make the sunset and the horizon move around.
Just make it bendy, kind of.
Right, it's kind of wavy, right?
Yeah.
It's like a small wave in a pool, right?
Yeah.
You can still see where everything's at. So what they're saying is that excessive refraction is happening, or super infraction.
What?
Sorry. It's sorry. What they're saying is like super refraction, like a large amount of it is happening to the point to where if you're 10 miles away, there's 66 feet of curvature. What they're saying is that sometimes when the atmosphere is really bad and refraction happens, that can make the person who's on the other side of a 6-foot, 6-story building appear in front of it, even though he's behind it. So the 6-story building in this metaphor is the curvature of the earth or water.
So it should really be like 66 feet higher?
Right. So I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, right next to the USS Lexington. And at night, I could see the lights on the other side. Well, I went and looked on Google Maps, and as the crow flies, that was like 10 miles away. So there should have been a 6-story hump of water in between me and those buildings. And then when you go and you look on the other side, kind of northeast, right, you see that those areas are just like little beach houses, like little 2-story beach houses with some street lights. So I'm assuming the lights that I was seeing was coming from them houses and street lights, and I shouldn't have been able to see none of that. It should have been like Parkland Hospital or Children's Hospital in the way of all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What if the buildings are just really tall, though?
Well, I went and looked, like on the Google Maps, you go to the street view. But yes, that is a variable that we would have to calculate for. And here we're all about being as honest and as scientific as possible. So you know how like sometimes the man can mess up the method, right? When the scientific method, because of his bias, like, ego, right? Because science isn't the problem with science. Men and women doing the experiments are the problem with science. Because it's all about interpretation.
So you could see the bottom of the building? Is there like, what could you see on the building? Is what everyone's there.
All I know is from what foot in the water, like I'm as deep as I can comfortably get because.
Oh, you were in the water?
Yeah, I had the water up to my armpits.
Okay. And
So
you could
other
see
than that,
like
you get
lights from the
sloshed around
tower?
too much. Yeah, I could see the lights from the other side, and this was North Beach, Corpus Christi, next to the USS Lexington. So the thing is that you can go and do this yourself. Our arguments aren't meant to convince you of anything today. That would be stupid. Our arguments are only good enough to convince you to go check for yourself. That's what we want you to do here. We don't care what you believe when you're done. We don't care if you ever come back. We're just showing you the method that you can go check for yourself. And this isn't the scientific method, by the way. This would be just an observation and a measurement. So what you basically do is you go to your local area and talk to the old timers and be like, hey, what's the farthest you've ever seen? And they'll tell you, oh, so many miles away, and go and try to repeat that. Or look on the internet, maybe someone, the flat earther in your area that's already done this test, and you can go repeat that over and over again, like once in the morning, once in the afternoon, once right before dark, and then after dark.
Well, you have to be like over a mile away? Or
yeah, you want at least 10 miles probably. I would say that. Yeah, but the thing is that we can see a lot farther than that. Like you think that's a really long way, but people in Michigan can see Chicago on the other side of Lake Michigan 50 miles away. At the beach.
50 miles?
50 miles.
Jeez.
And that's why we got a lot of Michiganders in here. People that live by the water, by the oceans, like they've seen it.
Yeah.
So I had to travel to an ocean to see it because I've only been once or twice.
What about all the stars where you can see some of them only on the northern hemisphere and then some of them only on the southern?
Right. Yep. Here's the thing. Now you're thinking like a glober again. Good job. Well, we talk about the globers, what their arguments are like. If you were to go to them and say, how do I prove that, it's a globe? They're going to tell you to look at the sun, the moon, and the stars, and to look at shadows, this like post-caveman guy, pre-Jesus, right? Aristophanes, like an ancient Greek. They're going to tell you to look at his shadows, right? the shadow measurements. We're telling you to directly measure the surface of the Earth. In this case, water, because allegedly 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. It makes a really good baseline to measure off of. Because if you're measuring over terrain, what are you measuring? Terrain. But even though people have done it, they've seen stuff over terrain that we shouldn't have been able to see. Like I said, the Guinness Book of World Records, longest photography ever taken. He wasn't even a flat earther. He was a regular photographer, not flat earther, just a regular guy. And he took the shot, and we use it because it's verified by Guinness. So my Irish eyes are smiling.
Yeah, well, why is the moon round then?
Do you know if it's just round or is it spherical?
Why? It looks spherical.
Can you tell
Well, how would you prove that it is spherical? How would you go about verifying that claim?
If you just use any camera or a telescope.
Yeah, but telescopes don't show you depth, and even then, it's just unverified still. Even if you had binoculars instead of a telescope. Point is, you got to go up to it and touch it in order to figure out exactly what the hell it is.
But you can't see the other side is the simple answer. I mean, no matter how much you look at something, if you can't see the other side, you know what the fuck it is.
It's at least like a half circle because you can just take any picture of it.
It could be a fucking cone, dude. You realize that? It could be a cone.
Doesn't look like a cone.
Yeah, but he's right. It could be one technically. It's unverified what shape it is. It's unverified what it is. It's unverified what it's made out of. It's unverified how it's a light source of its own and what's powering that light that's emanating from it. And it is a light source of its own. It's not reflecting sunlight from the sun.
I don't think it's a cone.
Think about it.
We don't think it is either. We're just saying it. You don't know what it is. That's what we're saying.
Right. I think about. You ever seen a microphone? How it has a spherical top, but the rest of it's not. So if you held it upside down, you wouldn't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it could be a microphone.
What? I'm just saying, dude. You don't know the shape, bro. I'm just saying.
Well, it's at least like half a circle, you know.
There you go.
It's an unverified light in the sky. That's what it is at the moment until you have evidence of the contrary.
So it's just basically like a UFO.
That's interesting.
Little in that sense that it's unidentified, yeah, and it's unknown, yeah. But it's not a flying object; it's a light in the sky, not a flying object.
So are we like half a circle, or are we like absolutely flat?
There is no shape. We haven't found a shape.
So what is the
size
dome?
Is not on our scale. It's a concept right now.
There's a dome?
And we don't claim a dome.
No, no dome. My bad.
There has to be a
we don't claim a shape. Yeah, we're inside a container because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container coming first.
What if there's a dome above us and then below us it's a half circle, so it's like kind of a ball?
Speculation.
That question did not make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I heard dome, so.
So, can you elaborate on the container?
Wait, are we on a disc or is it super flat? I think a disc would make sense.
Super flat.
All right, here's the deal. The whole thing in your mind about the disc, right? That's not what we're talking about. Okay.
Oh,
so
it's not
what
a
you've
disc.
seen is, yeah, you've seen propaganda, right? Like,
yes.
So there are people that hate us so much. There's people that hate us so much that they make our arguments for us, but they make them really dumb so they can be easily knocked down. And what you're doing is you're bringing up a straw man argument that we didn't make.
Oh, I learned about those straw man things.
Yeah, you're going to learn about that here, for sure.
The straw man fallacy.
Yeah,
Let him finish, please.
I'm sorry.
It's good. It's good. What you want to do is you want to understand our arguments, and at that moment that you can still man them, you understand them so well that you can maybe even add to it and make our arguments a little better worded. Right at that moment, then you attack it. Right. So you've probably heard of that before. Understand your enemy, then you love them, then you kill them. Right.
What? You're gonna kill me?
Never mind. No, the art of war, bro. It's about how you would. Yeah, I'm talking about debating. No physical violence. Here, everything is, chill.
I mean, I could definitely see how it could be like, not a ball. Well, what?
Basically, what you have to understand, we have to understand about us, right, is we're hyper empiricists, right? We want to be as empirical as absolutely possible. So if you look
Does
up
that mean non-biased?
empirical, yes, and in a lot of ways it does, right? Because in order to be empirical, you have to be non-biased.
Yes.
Like it's kind of built right into it. So everything has to be verifiable, right? Repeatable, testable, verifiable. A lot like
Well,
the
how do
scientific method.
we have to like do the see how far test to see if it's a globe or not, or like a ball?
An observation test. Yeah, you wanna make some measurements over the surface of the Earth. Try to get you a large amount of water that's test. That's our claim. Really, the world calls us flat earthers, but we really like to think of ourselves as globe skeptics or flat water, because that's really what we're arguing, that the water's flat.
How does the
If there was
ocean wrap around the globe?
There you go.
It doesn't exactly.
if there was observable evidence of curvature, NASA would have explained it, right? How you could see it.
They not
Neil
explained
deGrasse
it?
Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson would have explained it. What I'm saying is observable curvature, right? Not inferred, right? Or implied, or you know what I mean? Assumed curvature, but actual observe the way you see the curve of a basketball. You know what I
They
mean?
just take
When
pictures
you
of it
put
though.
when you put the ruler on a basketball, right? You see how the curve deviates away from the ruler, the straight line of the ruler, right? That's that's what we're trying to observe, or at least be able to work with. But all we are working with is flat and level, motionless planes.
Well, the
You know,
two
so
things that they use to defend this supposed curvature are NASA's barrel distorted pics and CGI, and surveyors saying that there's some sort of spherical excess. Those appear to be the two main go tos for evidence of curvature. But both of those can be explained by curved lenses or the vicissitudes of optics. Optics has 2D visual angles that are going to converge, merge, and disappear even over a flat plane. And this missing optical information that's simply dropped by the eye will be interpreted even by surveyors as quote unquote spherical excess as they add back the, trigonometric missing triangle information that their eye isn't picking up anymore. And so it's just, the same information we're seeing that the Globers are seeing, just with a different interpretation as to why it's occurring, as opposed to being a curve of Earth curve. It's just missing visual angle or just curving
But
optics, really.
well, one of these interpretations are obviously a lie, right? Like boats disappearing over the curve contradicts.
Wait,
You
that
can't see
happens?
curvature. See, because Neil deGrasse Tyson explained away the Red Bull space jump because there was a camera
That.
inside observing. The Red Bull space jump was this,
Oh wait, yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that.
Right. So there was a camera inside looking out, and it saw the horizon at eye level. So Neil deGrasse Tyson had to explain why it appears flat at 128,000 feet. This contradicts. Yeah. So he said this. You will not. It's like being 2 millimeters off of this beach ball. You will not see the curvature. You will. He even yelled it into the camera. You're not going to see the curvature of the Earth. You're too high.
You
He
see
said,
it at 100,000 feet though.
128,000 feet.
Yeah.
But this contradicts boats disappearing over the curve on the beach, right? So here you have one interpretation that it's a ball is obviously a lie, okay? Because we're told that it's flat.
And also, the horizon accompanies you as you go up. If it was curving down in a way, it shouldn't do that. It should drop away immediately and keep dropping away. It shouldn't ramp up to kind of meet you as you get higher and higher up in elevation. That's only consistent with a flat ramping surface, not consistent with a ball that's dipping down in a way. It's just crazy.
Can you
Yeah, it would
test
be
if they have like a lens or
well,
something?
it would be the horizon. No, it
Yeah,
would
the
be
lens
dropping
adds more.
down with a circle beneath you, like a ball. Literally, would be, you leaving the ball. It would drop down the horizon. Everything would drop down. All this new heavens and sky. You can see more. You can see stars you couldn't see. because it was on the other side of the ball. As you go up, now the ball is under your feet, but we don't see that. And
Yeah.
like Lemon said, it should be consistently seen as you rise in elevation. There should be that correlation between radius and your altitude, your height that you're in. You know what I mean? Like
The
the
curvature.
document.
He asked a question. He asked a question. I think you missed it, Bunk. He said, "Are the boats going over the horizon?" Right. And the question is, that's what they told us. The answer is that's what they told us. For like 500 years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That some guy discovered America and he proved that the Earth was a globe, right? Because boats go over the horizon. So the thing is that I can show you a GIF that explains what refraction actually looks like because it's a time lapse of Skunk Bay. So can you type in time lapse of Skunk Bay? And then I'll post a GIF in the live stream.
Yeah, coming up.
Thanks. Yeah, appreciate that. So, or you can look in the live stream, right? Either way.
I'm looking at the text channel.
Okay, cool. Somebody's gonna post it then. So when you see this, like at the beginning of the GIF when it first starts, you can see clearly,
Oh,
like
what
the buildings
heck?
on the other side.
It's like wavy. Wait, what
Right.
the?
So this is causing a false horizon. This is the opposite of what they say is doing, and this is what we actually see. So what we actually see is, and pay attention, that as the sun perturbs the atmosphere, the GIF is going to progress and everything's going to get wonky, like I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And this is actually making it look like the buildings are disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah.
So this is the actual cause of that, because you see the actual horizon in the background is not moving.
Yes. So can you tell if something used a lens or was edited, like from all the NASA pictures?
Yeah, if you there's actually new technology out there through Adobe where you can take an image and then run it through a spectrum analyzer, and it'll determine lines that were parallel that are now warped, which indicates photoshopping.
Have you tried that on all their pictures yet?
Some people are starting to go through the whole archive. They just
And
released
also,
this technology like in November.
And also, we know that lenses have barrel distortion by dint of their curved shape. You have the extreme curvature of a fisheye lens and the less pronounced curvature of the best rectilinear lenses. But as long as they're similarly curved and similarly shaped, there will be some level of barrel distortion that's going to need to be accounted for in the picture, and that's
They
going
have to do that to like zoom in.
To zoom in on the picture.
Like to take pictures of stuff far away, it has to like curve to zoom in.
Well, to have a bigger range of vision, you need a more bulged out lens, which has a wider range of view. So it's the vicissitude of the lens, but this could be adding huge amounts of barrel distortion, curving the horizon that's otherwise flat. That appears to be the indication based off of the inconsistent amount of curvature that we see as we rise up in elevation. You'll see very pronounced curvature at like 40,000 feet, but somebody will send up their own high altitude balloon with its own footage at 100,000 feet, and it looks flatter than it does at a lower elevation, which appears to point to it being some sort of lens artifact more than actual Earth curvature.
In fact, I even have a wide-angle lens and a fisheye lens, and they are constructed a bit differently. The gap is a little bit different between the two pieces of glass that make up the optic, and they are shaped differently. There's actually like a little nipple-type protrusion on the fisheye lens.
Mm. And also, you can pan the camera up and down. Even in NASA's photos, you see it panning up and down, and the horizon bows up and down like a freaking wave. I mean, is the horizon convex up, concave down? Which is it? It looks like a lens artifact more than anything. And then they'll try to pass the horizon through the supposed midline of the lens and say, oh, it's still curved at this point. Well, how do we know whether it's pointing, the right way? How do we know that lens distortion isn't still an artifact? I mean, the midline of the lens appears to be a zone where there could be a huge amount of curvature, potentially even within that zone too. So the jury's still out on whether or not we're seeing reliable amounts of consistent curvature as we go up in elevation with these cameras.
I think that's the most sophisticated. hold on. That's the most sophisticated way that it could be explained to you. I'll give you like the simple version. We got video of Bigfoot. Do you believe in Bigfoot?
No.
Right. So it's kind of like the thing that you saw on TV, you believe it because you saw it on TV. From the cradle to grave, actually, you saw it, right? Because what's in your cradle, right? The stars and the sun and the moon circling planets, right?
Yeah.
The little music box thing that spins around,
Yeah.
makes little orbits.
Yeah.
So then you start watching TV or whatever, decade you're born in. You get an iPhone, right? Right there on the iPhone, right, is the blue marble, right? And we got Robert Simmons on a NASA website telling you that it's chopped, and quote, it has to be. So
Wait,
it's
what is?
really the blue marble that everybody
All of
got
the
on their
quote
iPhone.
unquote photos of the Earth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're photoshopped, and in one of them they actually left the Photoshop tool, the little pointer that you
Wait,
get when
what?
you're using Photoshop.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was like an official image. Yeah, and so the thing about it is that you see it on TV, right? In your mind's eye, if you close your eye right now, let's do a little word association, and I say Earth, you picture the blue marble, but Earth is actually that stuff outside of the beach that gets in between your toes.
Sand?
It's actually, yeah, that's Earth. Yeah,
Well,
that's
yeah,
what the
that's
real
true.
Earth is. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to be like a child and go ask her a bunch of questions. But don't ask us. We're men, right? We're idiots. Go ask the Earth, and she'll tell you. She'll reveal to you. Obviously, not with her lips, because it's kind of a metaphor.
So they have to edit the pictures of the Earth, like all of them?
That's what they said. Robert Simmons. Somebody sent him the link to Goddard Space Agency, NASA. So I give him that.
You know what's
And
crazy
you
with
can
the
read it. He
fisheye
says.
lens? Like,
He says the problem was we had flat like data, and we had to wrap it around a ball. So he says that in that NASA website. So
that is
they took right.
Vic, what do you think about astronaut having strings and wires in ISS?
I don't know. I guess they need them to move around. Else
Oh,
so
no,
like
they
they
just
don't
need a
float off.
solid surface.
You think
Yeah,
they
in
need?
microgravity, you could. Sorry, in microgravity, you could push yourself a football field away with just your pinky thump.
Yeah.
Like thump with your pinky. In microgravity, you don't need anything to get around.
Wait, what is that guy doing in the back?
Or for example, why they need blue screens? NASA.
They need blue screens?
Yeah, blue and green screens. Why they need that? You have the video when the George Bush Senior visiting the NASA, and when he is passing, behind you can see the blue screen.
Is that the same thing on the left and right, but it's just one of them has a screen and one of them doesn't?
You on the screen you have the astronaut, standing with the ball and showing something. But that's blue screen. We know
Some of
why
them
we are
you can't
using blue screen.
Did they not just wear that so they don't float off?
No, but why we are using blue screens, for example, on the air?
Oh, no.
Wait. One thing at a time. So you're admitting that you see some kind of string attached to them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what when he was asking you about those, he wasn't asking about them in the sense of they would have them there to help them get around. He meant, why do you think they'd have those so that they use that to fake zero gravity? What he's saying is that they're there to make you have the illusion, present the illusion that they're in zero gravity when they're not.
Oh. Is that how they make it look like that?
Half the time. The other half the time they do it in a vomit comet where they have, an airplane that goes up and then dives. So you have at least a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes maximum where you're weightless. So there's two different ways to do it.
What about the new space travel? How do they get people to like think they're floating then? Or do we not know yet?
Parabolic, bro. It's not space. It just goes up in
Really
the
high.
atmosphere and back down.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that those quote unquote people could be just actors, not
is
real people like you and I.
Yeah.
Here's a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying pretty much the same thing.
And
Can
do
I
you
ask
know
you a
what's
question?
it's only to say one more thing? What's happening in ISS? To people fading in real time. You know what is fade? When they're like a ghost, they're disappearing like a ghost. When they're disappearing behind the corner, they are disappearing like a ghost. They are not disappearing like a human being.
Yeah, before the guy goes into the hole in the ISS, he's supposedly flying through anti-gravity in space inside the ISS. But when he takes a sharp right and grabs onto the little handle up there in the door, before he even puts his feet inside the door, he already starts to get transparent, and he disappears before he even gets through the door. Like, you see him literally disappear.
Wait, where does he disappear?
Teleportation.
Where's that video?
Somebody can find it. I don't have
that
it right
one?
now.
What the?
He says, "What the?"
Where's that video?
Bubbles in the space.
NASA.
Wait, they posted that?
Yeah. This is when the
that's
live
real.
streaming and technology for this shit was new.
Was it not like a joke or?
No. In fact, you can even see a couple of SVGA artifacts when some of them will be sitting there and then it'll glitch out and they'll start spiraling into each other. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's the Chinese space station or the Chinese supposed space missions. They are also fading in and out. And the bottom one is one of the most damning ones because they showed that to children and lied to like a bunch of children in the classroom. So that's obviously a lie because you. If you believe in the ball and if you believe in this, they have teleport technology.
Do they not, or why do they do the fading stuff? Or is it just accidents?
Because it's fake. They wouldn't need to do this fakery. There wouldn't be any of that stuff, any of these artifacts.
Can human fade in reality?
Well, no, I don't know why they are fading.
Okay. Oh. Can
It's
human
because
fade in reality?
Layers. They're fading they're just fading the guy on a different layer.
They jumped the gun on fading him out, and they fucked it up.
Yeah.
So is that just like
the same technology is used in Hollywood movies and Hollywood shows? If you look at the Big Bang Theory, where they faked Wolowitz on the ISS, they used the exact same technology.
Were they just trying to make him look like he was floating there, and they messed it up, or?
Yeah, he actually went to space. Wolowitz, he went to the International Space Station. He became an astronaut.
Oh.
And Sheldon's like, yeah, but that's all you're ever going to be. You're not actually doing anything up there. There's no real science you're doing.
Yeah. Can I get my physics teacher in here sometime?
Sure.
I'd love to have your physics teacher in here.
I'd love to
I think he's pretty smart.
We get a lot of people who claim to have physics degrees and stuff like that, but when push comes to shove, they actually don't have anything. So we would love to have him in here because we like to talk to people who actually know a little bit about what they're talking about.
He's like an actual teacher.
Yeah, he at least has a master's degree, right?
Something like that. I don't know what they need to become a physics
So
teacher.
he should know what the scientific method is.
I would hope so.
I'm pretty sure they teach you the scientific method in like elementary school or something.
Yeah.
Can any of you explain to me how in those tight spots, how do they like keep those people up in the air?
Which spots?
Like in the ISS videos, how are they getting the strings like attached to those people in those tight spots to simulate the zero
just
gravity?
like when you watch the movie Gravity.
Did you watch movie Gravity?
Yeah,
No.
watch the making of the movie Gravity. It looks like they're inside an ISS capsule, but that's not what's actually happening.
You think you are asking how is that difficult to do in studio?
Wait, what is that picture that you just posted? Is that not like a movie set?
It's a movie set, but it's the exact same way they do it.
Is that not just a movie that's trying to replicate the ISS, or is it?
No.
Bro, ain't you ever listened to the Red Hot Chili Peppers? Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. This is all like movie magic. Like Mary Poppins, right? They've been Mary Poppins and the fuck out of you with Disney, right? And we can literally show you pictures of Disney working with NASA. Not just pictures, but just type Disney working with NASA.
So do you think there's an edge of the Earth?
Well, I would say that that's kind of a really weird question because we've all seen the edge of the Earth. You've been to the beach before, right?
Well, yeah, for us, but like in general.
That's the edge of the Earth. So now you're talking about the fence. Now you need to research the Antarctic Treaty. See, that's a different question.
About how people can't go to Antarctica?
Or right, you can't freely travel. You're not free to travel to Antarctica. You can go there if you got lots of money, and they can trade you around like a really small area.
And you can see the penguins.
Well, not even Antarctica. 60 degrees south, you cannot go.
What they're telling you is that we're going to terraform Mars, right? And in the future, people are going to live on Mars. 75% chance. That's what Elon Musk is saying these days.
How is that?
But reality is it'd be a lot easier to terraform Mars. I'm sorry, Antarctica. Terraform Antarctica, because all they need is geothermal vents. Go ahead, bro.
Oh wait, they're just going to go to Antarctica?
They told the Vikings and the people of the North that there was a sea monster, and that if they traveled too far west, that there nothing existed after that. And now here in modern day, they tell us, well, you can't travel 60 past the you can't travel past the 60th parallel. So, I mean, it just is what it is. Just another story for another time. Who knows what it'll be in the future?
Yeah. How does gravity work then?
What do you mean?
Oh, can I have this one?
It doesn't work.
What?
We just think it works, that's all.
Yes, specific gravity is how it works.
What does that mean?
It means gravity is picky, it's choosy, it only affects certain things, not everything, uniform, like a force would.
Isn't there gravity between like every object?
Nope.
No.
How come
That's
we're not attracted
Newtonian
to each other?
That's
Do you
Newtonian.
feel really attracted to fat ladies?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
No, are you talking about?
You can't. Come on now.
Are you talking about the effect or the
Well, hold on, guys. Hank asked specifically if he could take this because I wanted to too. Come on now.
Yes, Mr. Hank.
Yeah, I'll be super quick. First, you got to understand how the scientific method works. So, do you know the three things that you need is observe a natural phenomenon, right? Try to figure out what the cause of that is, and then all the other variables are in control. So you're not going to wiggle those. You're only going to manipulate the thing that you think is the cause. So when you do this, you manipulate the cause, you see the effect. So caveman finds water, it's boiling in a hot springs. He wants to know what causes it to boil. So he goes home, he tries to recreate it. His hypothesis is heat makes water boil. He adds heat, it boils. He stops the heat, it stops boiling. And when he does that, he manipulates the cause and sees the effect.
Yeah.
So I need you to look up specific gravity right now.
It's the ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a standard, usually water for a liquid or solid, and air for a gas.
All right. So what happens if I drop a helium balloon?
It goes down slowly, or maybe it goes up.
It goes up, right?
Yeah.
So what happens if I drop an anvil?
Drop a what?
An anvil? You know, the thing
that would hit the ground.
Right. What if you drop it in a pool of mercury?
I don't know.
It floats.
Mercury turns gravity off. Isn't that weird?
Wasn't
what
it just
happens?
denser?
That's right. So what happens if you drain all the mercury out of the pool?
Then it hits the bottom of the pool.
Right. So you manipulated the cause, which was the relative density. And when you did, you saw the effect of something falling. So what caused things to fall?
Ground? I don't know.
No.
More dense things.
What caused? What did you do that caused the
Remove
anvil
the
to hit the
mercury.
ground? So you took the mercury out. What was the mercury providing?
It's extra land, kind of. Or I don't know. Extra
A
space.
buoyant force. A buoyant force, right?
The normal force.
A buoyant force?
A buoyant force.
Yeah, you know what that is?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So when you took away that buoyant force, you caused the relative density to change. So why did the anvil hit the ground when you drained the mercury?
Because there wasn't any more mercury. I don't know.
Because
Right.
you remove the medium.
Yeah.
You removed the medium. And that changed the density relative to the object. So when you did that, you caused it to go down by manipulating the specific gravity or relative density. The thing is that you can do this in experiment anywhere. You take an egg, right? You put it in water. You add salt, it floats.
What
Why
does
does it
that
float?
have to do with gravity?
Listen this. If you have ball in your hand and if you drop it, who caused that ball is falling?
Who knows the ball's falling? What?
You have the ball in the hand and you drop the ball. Who caused that ball it's dropping?
Well, you just dropped it, so you did. I don't know.
That mean?
Say
Am
what?
I causing or gravity causing falling?
Well, you're stopping it from falling before because you're holding it
But where was that ball before? It was
in your
falling?
hands.
But let's
Well,
say it
you
was
were
not in
stopping
my
it from
hand.
falling.
Where is that ball in nature? Falling?
Well, yeah, it would be.
Where?
The ball has what's it called? Potential energy. So is like it still has the gravity on it. You're just holding it, but it still has that potential energy. With your hand, it does the kinetic, right? I don't know.
Let me
Ball is
explain
on
it
the
like this.
floor.
Okay.
Ball
The
is on the
ball is at
floor.
rest. The ball's at rest on floor. It's at equilibrium, right? It can't rise or fall at any point till it becomes an equilibrium. If you pull it out of its equilibrium, right, it becomes a rogue ball, and then it's going to try to get back to equilibrium. So when you drop it, it's going to seek equilibrium. If it's lightweight, like a helium balloon, it's going to go up. If it's dense, like a rubber ball, it's going to go down till it seeks equilibrium, till it hits equilibrium.
I'm taking the ball from the floor and I'm moving that ball through the medium what is less dense than ball, and I'm dropping
water?
that. Okay.
No, the air. The air.
The air.
Okay.
I'm moving that ball from the floor through doesn't matter, to the air. Let's say my height. But I move that ball from the equilibrium, and now it's in the medium what was not in the first place. Now it's in the less dense medium, and if I drop that more dense things in the less dense things, it will fall down, obviously.
Well, it will seek rest, or it will seek equilibrium.
Yeah,
That's how
it depends of
yeah, the same way when the helium balloon is resting on the ceiling, right? It's resting on the ceiling. When you grab it and you pull it down, okay, and you let it go, it falls up. Does
Wait,
it?
what
No, it
does?
doesn't. It doesn't fall up, okay? Gravity is not in this equation anymore when you do that. It's rising up to find where it can rest, and it hits the ceiling, and it can't move. It can't go up anymore, and it'll stop there. If you take it outside, It'll go up until it finds where it's going to rest and equalize with the environment. Same thing when you pull the ball into the water. See, it was resting on the water. And when you pulled it down into the water, the same way you picked up the ball in the air, you gave it potential energy. That's buoyancy, is what we call it in the water. But it's the same thing that's happening in the air.
The buoyancy.
And then you let it go, and boom, it shoots up. You may as well say it's falling out. But now gravity is no longer anywhere to be found because it's not involved in.
Isn't it just like a change in kinetic energy though? And then once it runs out of kinetic energy, it will continue to go in a downward momentum.
It's understanding that things will rest while they rest until an outside force acts upon it. But they
obviously.
are at rest, right? Whether it's in the sky, right? Whether it's on the water or on the mediums rest on denser mediums, and they're just resting now. Like,
so why are we talking about this?
because of gravity, because of the idea that if the Earth is a ball, gravity is the only way to explain, right, how things fall.
Yeah.
Okay, because if it was not a ball, right, then the question changes, right? What causes things to move? It becomes the question.
And plus, you have modern narrative who is saying that mass doesn't attract mass, that is not a force, and we have the pendulum of space-time, that is gravity.
Wait, so what is the gravity of flat Earth?
It doesn't need gravity, right?
Well, what makes things move down?
So the question now becomes this: on the globe Earth model, everyone knows what causes the sun, moon, and stars to move. They call it gravity. Okay, but if the Earth is a ball, if the Earth is not a ball, okay, the question remains: what causes the sun, moon, and stars to move? How can we ever know such things?
Yes. I don't know. What does make them move if it's flat?
Because remember, hold on. Just remember, right? The only way to prove something is the scientific method, right? So you can make measurements and say, okay, I don't detect any curvature. So you can prove things with math, but really, it's not really a good proof until you prove it with the scientific method. And the thing about the scientific method is you eliminate all the variables. Well, with Newtonian, gravity, you can't do that, right? Mass doesn't attract mass.
Yeah.
But you can't prove that in an experiment. And Einstein didn't
you
have an
can't.
experiment. How can you?
I don't know. I'll ask my physics teacher. I think he would probably be better to talk to.
The only force that actually does it is the force of electromagnetism. See, now that we have what gravity is no longer part of this fundamental force family. Now we're just left with electromagnetism, the only force we really do work
We'll
with.
learn about that soon.
And these other nuclear forces, strong and weak ones, right? But now you have electromagnetism left over, and when you look at electricity and the equations that go with it, and you look at gravity, a theory of fictional force, it's almost the same thing, is it? Well, now that
It literally
gravity,
is the same, except for the constants.
well, that's the thing, right? Now that gravity is out of the picture, the ball is out of the picture. You are left with the baby,
Wait a
right?
minute. He said constant. Do you not know about the cosmological constant crisis?
Oh my god, I don't want to hear about that.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, I'd probably run from that one too. La 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 la.
Yeah, the cosmological constant, the constant that says that Earth is, that space is expanding at an accelerating rate.
What? We're growing?
No. The cosmological constant problem, also known as crisis.
Well, is that what's causing the freaking the oceans to go up or whatever?
No, bro. Just
am I stupid?
Look it up. No, it's okay. The cosmological constant problem, right? When they compare theory to observation, it's off by an incredible factor of 120.
So is it just not likely at all, or what?
Small problem.
Is it very not likely?
Hold on, listen. Michio Kaku said if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, that's horrible. You need a new theory. So if 2 or 10 is horrible, what word would you use to describe a number with 120 zeros after it?
Wait, what is it even describing? Or like what?
It's the biggest
how
error
much
in
they're
all of
off?
science, dude. That's what it
Yeah.
is.
What
It's
is?
describing your cosmos, and it's off by 120 zeros.
What is our cosmos?
Expanding
space.
universe.
Oh, so it's like very not. What?
It's off by like 120 zeros. I mean, do you get it?
Space is off by that much?
It's everything.
No, gravity. Gravity's off by that much.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Because gravity
off
was
by that much?
manufactured.
What he
That means
means is
it's off.
that
It
Not
means
at the
they're
galactic level. There's not enough gravity there. That's why they come up with theories like black holes
Oh,
and dark matter, which are competing theories because, according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies spin 10 times too fast. And there's not enough material there to create enough gravitation to hold
so
in the stars because it's backwards from a solar system where Mercury has the shortest year and Pluto has the longest. Well, at the galactic level, the stars at the outer circles have the shortest year, and the stars in the inner have the longest. So the stars are spinning 10 times too fast. There's not enough gravity, but yet they still hang on and don't fly away from the center of the galaxy. So they come up with a theory maybe there's black holes in the center, right? And it creates all this extra gravitation. In fact, it's so strong that it sucks in light, but somehow, spews out light, but we can't see that. So they also say, well, maybe it's not a black hole, maybe it's dark matter, right? And if it's dark matter, right, then maybe it doesn't interact with light. We can't see it, but it has to be there because gravity still works, bro. I love gravity.
I have a question. Okay, so if the Earth is flat, do y'all think that all the other planets that we can see, like Jupiter, well, not really, we can't really see Jupiter, but from pictures,
Have you not
that those
asked
are
that
also
before?
flat?
Other
No,
planets.
you never seen
well,
that.
does the floor match a light? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you something. How long has your mom been beating your dad, right? Because that's a loaded question. It's assuming in the question itself that your mom beats your dad, right? So
Oh
if
my
you
god.
answer it, it's a loaded question. It's a loaded question fallacy. So the reason for that is, and I'm about to explain it perfectly, is because you're assuming the Earth is a planet. When we went over before, the Earth is that stuff that gets in between your toes. So I'm gonna ask you a question. Tell me how you like this question. Softballs are spheres, baseball, right? Soccer balls are spheres, tennis balls, ping pong balls, right? Pool balls are spheres. Does that mean that the American pigskin, known as football, is it also a sphere?
I was thinking that because if we can see other planets and like for the moon, for example, and it's a
Yes or
circle,
no?
like a sphere, why don't we see the
He
flat?
just missed his entire point. He just
Yeah.
explained to you that you're just presupposing that the Earth is a planet.
Okay, if
Yeah,
the
and
Earth isn't a planet, then what is
when
it?
he's speaking.
well, it's the first you have to understand what we're standing on is not a disk in space. Okay, like this is it. The things in the sky are lights, and that's it. Yeah, we're not in space. No, we're not a thing that you can put in your hand and say this is the Earth. It's not.
Y'all see how fast you move the conversation away from the cosmological constant crisis? Because she doesn't want the normies in here to look that up. So, young lady, would you like to talk about the cosmological constant crisis with us?
Talk about the what?
Cosmological constant crisis. You can find it on Wikipedia as the cosmological constant problem. And there's a really good Harvard link in there, the very first link. It'll tell you all about it.
All right.
Yeah, it's not me, it's Harvard. But
Thank you.
just because I've told you the truth, have I become your enemy?
No. So basically, about that cosmology stuff, it's just not likely that Pluto or whatever should be in our solar system. Or what was that about?
No, it's about there's not enough gravitation at the galactic level because it breaks down. See, gravity doesn't work at quantum physics level, right? Which is experimental science. Quantum physics, that's where you get like the double slit experiment, the quantum eraser, the delayed choice experiment.
You can levitate things.
Wait, what?
These are all things at the quantum level that defies gravity, like superposition, right? Superpositioning, right? This sort of
Is
stuff.
that just GPS?
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, my bad.
Quantum physics debunks gravity. The way that you've been taught with the bending and warping of space-time. I mean, first of all, think about space, right? It's a near perfect vacuum, but they tell you there's this fabric, right? It's not really a material fabric like blue jeans. It's more like a concept, so it's not physical. So in the middle of this vacuum, where there's barely any physical components, right? And by physical, I mean like stuff that you can touch, taste, smell, feel, right? Like atoms and molecules, right? Matter, right? Material. That doesn't exist in the near perfect vacuum. But what does exist
What?
is the space time, right? Space time exists, but it's just a concept. But we're going to give it physical attributes, even though it's just a mathematical concept. But we're going to say that the space time, it can bend and warp like real fabric.
What?
Right? That's your stuff. That's Einstein. That's the stuff that they're teaching in colleges right now. But in middle school, they still teach Newtonian because
Wait,
they
so
wanted the children on purpose.
so you said it proves itself wrong? Like quantum
It's a concept.
physics proves gravity wrong?
Yeah, this whole cosmological constant is about the theory that tries to marry quantum physics and not Einsteinian gravity together. It fails completely. The theory doesn't work. So Newtonian gravity, Einstein gravity, it doesn't work at the galactic level. That's why we have these theories about black holes, dark matter, right?
So
it also doesn't work at the quantum level, right? That's why they tried to make this theory, and that's where the cosmological constant problem comes from, is that they don't work out together. They don't exist in the same universe.
So why don't a bunch of scientists say it doesn't make sense, or do a lot of them do?
They do. They talk about it. It's called the cosmological constant problem.
And they just say it's really unlikely, but it is true, or whatever.
Well, you've got to go see what they say about it. But the one guy that we talk about the most is Michio Kaku, because sometimes he'll say some real stuff. And what he says is that basically no one that I know of in my field actually uses the so-called scientific method, right? And he talks about what we actually do is we have leaps of logic and guesswork, right? So they're not sciencing the shit out of space because you can't manipulate the variables in space because you're only a man, you live on the earth. You can't manipulate anything in the sky.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at it, it's no longer science, it's just observation and postulation, and that's what we call philosophy. That's not natural science.
Mm-hmm. So back about what that one girl was talking about. So how does the moon orbit us and stuff?
Okay, we don't know how, right? Because we're not going to make any claims about the sun, moon, and stars because we don't know how that shit works. This is where shit gets weird. Them, on the other hand, you can Google right now, what's the mass of the Earth? What's the mass of Venus? What's the mass of the sun, the moon, the stars? You can Google the mass of Betelgeuse. They pretend that they know how big Betelgeuse is. They've actually measured. It's a star. It's a really big star.
Well,
And the reason it's really big is because it's really far away.
That's the question, isn't it? What? How do they move? Right? Isn't that what they say gravity does on the globe? But if there's no curvature of the Earth, then what's the answer to that question? Remember, there's still electromagnetism. I don't know how it works up there. I don't know what causes them to move. But then that's the question of what is gravity on a globe Earth? Is what causes the motions of the planets, of everything. Right? We understand, okay, that things don't move until something causes it to move, right? That there are things in the sky. We know that the wind blows. We know that there are currents in the ocean, in the wind, in the air, right? Do we know the cause of these things? But then we also know that there are things in the sky that move. Do we know the cause of those movements, motions? So this is what gravity is on the globe Earth. It explains everything away. But you don't understand how it all works. But those are the questions. Well, we don't have answers to these. Somebody might have answers. I mean, they've sent things up, they've sent things out, and they've dug holes as deep as they could. They know something, but I don't know they know everything. Whatever it is they're telling us is a lie.
So how
teach it in school. How evil the planet, man.
do you think
what
there's
is-
anything under the earth or whatever? Or like how far we can go down before we like
7 miles
8
is the
miles.
deepest. Yeah, 8 miles. Yeah.
8?
Still thinking
8.
that there's a shape that we know, and there's no shape that we know. So get that out of your head, okay?
So we don't know a shape really.
Well, look, why would you go so deep, right? We live here. It seems like there's this perfect habitat that seems like it was created or designed for each creature, right? To have a role in, and us to have a bigger role in. That's what it seems here, not up there, not down there, but here. You know what I mean? So I think this is where. But what are we in? Are we in a cage?
I don't know.
Do I want to break out and go live under the earth? Is that doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know what's down there, what's up there, what's out there. They tell us they know, right? It's like being in prison. Dude, guess what's on the outside? Oh, you don't know, dude. No, the guard told me. What? The guard told me. The warden told me. The warden, that's propaganda, man. He's just bullshitting you. Now you're going to come tell us, right?
Yeah. Do you guys think there's anything past
when
the
we
ice
say
wall?
when we say it's not a shape, right? If you're measuring the surface of something, that's just the surface, right?
Uh-huh.
So it's
So we don't
not
know
the
what's
whole
under
shape.
it really.
Right. We have no idea. So the thing is that in order for us to say that we know something, we have to be able to like physically examine it with our senses. So my
It's
question
like
to
an
you
alternate
is that,
universe.
exactly, it's going to be
That'd be cool.
a completely different alternate universe where all the rules are based on natural law instead of theoretical postulation. And it's going to be based on science, stuff that we can prove, or we consider it more like poetry or like religious text. So if someone says, hey, I think it's the moon's tides, the moon's causing the tides with gravity, we're going to say, that's a cool story, bro. Did you manipulate the moon's gravity to see if it was actually affecting the tides? No, you didn't? Oh, okay. Well, you kind of have to do that to say that.
Wait, so what
You kind
does
of have to do.
cause the tides?
Well, if you can't manipulate the cause and see the effect, the answer is we don't know.
We don't know what causes
Right?
the tides either.
What if I said it was green grass on the dark side of the moon that caused the tides? That theory would be just as non-scientific as the other theory that the moon's gravity caused the tides. They're both not scientific statements.
Tides are like a cycle, right? So are the seasons. The snow comes in at a certain time, like controls all that, like the weather.
So do we know what makes us like fall down since there's no gravity, or what's going on
We
there?
just
Gravity.
things
It's
are
called
falling
specific
down.
gravity. I went over it with you just a few minutes ago. If you jump out of a 10-story building, do you think the atmosphere is going to hold you up?
No.
We just
Okay.
explained it.
If
How the hell
there's,
don't you get it, man?
it's okay. It's
I didn't
okay.
really
He's
understand that.
still
'Cause
learning.
it was all I was hearing about was like an anvil and metal or whatever.
It's all right, bro. Yeah, it's all right, bro. So think about it like if a fat man, like 500 pounds, is about to jump in a 12-foot pool, right? It'd be normal, right? But if they take the water out of it, it's going to be a real big
Oh
fucking
wait, yeah,
problem.
yeah, I understand what you're talking about now. But isn't there like always a
Understood the ball. You understood the ball and the balloon, helium balloon thing that we described, right? It's resting, right? That's the answer to your question. Like, what things are things aren't falling. Things are resting until they're moved by something.
different densities or whatever?
Yes, that's what we were talking about. That's what we were explaining. There is no gravity. You don't have to explain why things fall down. Things are resting until they're moved. You got to get away from that model, from that way of thinking.
Wait, how does weight work then?
Pressure.
Yeah,
Pressure.
weight.
How does
Pressure
weight
from
work?
what?
How
Weight
does
is
weight work?
measured.
Okay. Here's the answer. How does it work in the water? How does it work in the air? How does it work in the soil? See, depending on where you are, it's going to change. If you put a
Yeah.
scale in the water, it's not going to be the same. If you put a scale in the air, it's not going to be the same.
Yeah,
So it's pressure, right? The medium
weight
is
is a
changing.
pressure on a scale, and is a conception that we got from weighing things that are more dense than air. That's why when the pressure changes, you sometimes need to tear your scale, otherwise it's off.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Well,
But
a
don't we just weigh
scale.
the same in the water though?
A scale is like a lever. You know what a lever is? You know, it's just
Yeah.
a number. Yeah, it's like a seesaw. You know, it's just a number that we use to say when we're standing here in this specific area called the air, you know, or up here or on the mountain. This is how much this thing, right? What's the word? Weighs, right? Well, you got another word for it? I don't know how heavy it is. Or mass, just make up a word to
Isn't weight?
compare. That's it. It's just a reference for.
I'm sure you've heard your whole life that things weigh differently in the water, right?
Well, they weigh the same. It's just like water is different density. So.
No, bro. I
No,
guarantee you, like most women can't pick me up, but in the water, most women can pick me up.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, because the water's working on you as well, not just the person.
No. The weight, if you put a scale into the water, there's not the same weight anymore. The weight is just a concept of
The water's
something
a different
being weighed
medium.
in air. Like you can take something and put it into a tank with a scale on it, and it doesn't register the same thing. But when you take the tank and put it on a scale, it'll register everything that's in it because it's being weighed in air.
So your question needs to be more specific. Why do things fall in air or in the water? Right? Well, because you picked it up. Because it's seeking equilibrium. Why do helium balloons fall up in the air? Why do balls, right, not sink in the water? So gravity disappears, right? Because there's no ball and it's not
Density
interacting.
and pressure.
Well, gravity
So
is not interacting with our experiments. Go ahead. Hank.
Have you done any research on entropy or the second law of thermodynamics?
Well, we're gonna do that later in the year in physics, but I have not personally.
Okay. That's going to be really cool. Go ahead.
Before we go into entropy or anything like that, I would like to continue a little bit on this because if you look at hot air balloons just destroy the concept of gravity causes things to go up by pulling things that are more dense underneath them. That just doesn't work with hot air balloons because hot air balloons can lift tons of weight away from the surface of the Earth, and under the gravity idea, weak gravity is attracting cold air and overcoming the attraction on tons of weight. So that doesn't make any sense. It's oxymoronic. Weak downward attraction cannot overcome greater downward attraction. So hot air balloons just destroy the concept of gravity.
Oh.
Right, the gravity they talk about with the bending and warping of space-time. So what I think they've done is they've hijacked certain words and they're using them wrong. For example, number one, theory. A scientific theory is different than a layman's theory, right? Because a layman's theory is nothing more than a story or a postulation, right?
Yeah.
So a scientific theory is a theory that's been rigorously tested with the scientific method, and those are proven true, right? If it doesn't do that, it's not a scientific theory.
So is this a scientific theory, flat Earth?
No.
Oh.
It's not a scientific question. It's a mathematical question. That's why you make observations and measurements over long distances of water that are at rest, because you're trying to measure the curve, right? So math is what made this model possible. Einstein and his bending and warping of space-time, that was all mathematical. Well, math is actually the thing that disproves this whole model. So it reverts back
There is
to the
a lot
mean.
of math proving it wrong.
There is. There's a
Cosmological
lot of
constant.
math. Yep.
Einstein even said it himself. The cosmological constant was literally his biggest mistake in that theory. He said that in his papers.
Well,
he called it his biggest blunder as a quote. That's what he called it.
He also claimed gravity was a constant. Gravity isn't a constant.
Einstein's biggest mistake was his hair. Give me a
Okay,
break.
that too. Yeah, you got that.
He also claimed nothing could travel faster than the speed of light, and the speed of light was a constant, but speed of light is not a constant. We have the Sagnac effect, and we have quantum tunneling, so he was wrong on all accounts.
I don't even know what that means, to be honest.
listen, if you want to know something, right now I've seen reports and they've experimentally transported quantum information across distances of over 30 miles, at least over 10 times the speed of light, and just teleporting electron information. But
Do you know how I learned who Einstein was? From a dog. From a
What?
dog.
What?
Because a
How?
super smart
Wait, Mr.
scientist
Peabody?
who developed time travel named his dog Einstein. I was like, who's Einstein? Such a cool name. And I look it up. I was like, wow, this is the smartest man that's ever lived.
Wait, your dog told you that?
Motherfuckers.
Wait, so what's the constant acceleration of
That's in the
like
picture.
negative
Yeah, but
9.8 meters per second?
it's
What
nothing,
would that
man.
be?
It's somebody's fucking
Hold on.
imagination.
He asked you, did your dog tell you that? You got to pay attention to those, right?
Oh, no,
Because
no. It's Doc.
if you don't
Doc
address
from.
that, it was on
Look at
TV, right?
Yeah, it's Doc's dog. His name was Einstein. Yeah, Marty. The
Okay,
whole.
you're talking about the Back to the Future movie series.
You're
I'm
saying that?
talking.
I want to
Yeah,
answer
I'm
his
talking
question
about
real
how
quick.
they use propaganda, right, to put this thing in your mind, right? Then Einstein knows the answers to the secrets of the universe. Why we're talking about him, right? Why
The
we're not
9.
talking about Tesla or all those other people that developed all these things that we use today, but some dude with bad hair.
The 9.8
His dog.
meters per second squared is actually an agreed upon average, not a constant.
Yeah,
Okay.
an average of like 20 to 100 measurements. Who cares? It's not a constant anymore, right? She takes two measurements.
I'll bet
It's not a
Einstein's
constant.
mustache smelled god awful.
What?
Yeah, we don't have to go there, guys. Let's keep it clean. I know it's fun.
also,
It's fun.
also according to gravitation, if you look at it, the higher you go up in space, the mathematics tells you that gravitation acceleration should be less the higher you go up.
Right.
So there's
That's
that.
why your model doesn't work at all, because the atmosphere would press into the open volume. Because we have gas pressure, there must be containment. So if there's not containment,
The
then how are
atmosphere
you breathing
containment
back out?
itself?
No, the
They're
atmosphere
doing
can contain itself. That's like saying I don't need propane tanks because I just go buy the propane and not the accessories.
Going what you said before, isn't it just denser gas up there, keeping in the lighter gas?
Yeah,
No, it's
you're
more
violating
buoyant.
gas laws.
I don't even know the gas laws, to be honest, but I'm just wondering.
It goes everywhere, It goes everywhere. It's just when you fart, it goes
If you
everywhere.
think about it logically, you got a propane tank. It's a closed system. If you open the nozzle on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest, what's going to happen to the 250 psi inside of the propane tank?
It would go out.
It's going to leak out until it reaches equilibrium, 14.7 psi at sea level, right? So that's the same with batteries. You got a dead battery and a full battery. You hook them up with cables the next day, they're going to be both halfway charged because the high charge went to the low charge. And the same thing with heat. If you got a cup of coffee and you get a phone call and you come back 30 minutes later, it's all going to be room temperature because the heat spewed out until it reached equilibrium.
So there's some sort of container?
No, the gas pressure has to do with the container, right? I was just demonstrating to you how entropy works. So once you understand that you have to have a container to have gas pressure, because the very definition of
Yeah, you
gas
do.
pressure is the force, I'm glad we're in agreement with that, is the force that the gas particles exert against the walls of its container. Because they're constantly bouncing off of each other and then back on the container and then back on each other.
But do you think there is a dome or is it something else?
I wouldn't know the shape of it, but there has to be some sort of container. It's kind of like if me and you're eating steak and you're like, do cows exist? And I'm like, look, I don't know what they look like, but if we're eating steak, then cows have to exist.
They gotta exist somehow,
So
wait, so what do you guys think
that's the
about
way we see
the
it.
world order or whatever that one? Like who's like making up all this
The
globalist
New World
stuff?
Order?
Yeah.
What have you heard of it?
I saw something earlier about it in chat and I was wondering what it was.
Well, have you heard it on TV, on the internet, mouth of
Yeah.
presidents?
On the internet and stuff.
You heard the president speak it?
I don't know. Not that I remember, but I don't know.
Have you seen the dollar bill? That's on the dollar bill.
Yes. Wait, what
New
is?
Order of the Ages. Yeah. What do you think it means?
A bunch of order leading people. I don't know.
Can I read this real quick? Can I read that voice text post so the audience can have it too? Can I read it?
Yep.
David Rockefeller says in his memoirs, "Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as, quote, internationalists, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will." He says, "If that's the charge, I stand guilty, and I'm proud of it."
Wait, so are they like the Freemasons?
Kinda.
They're more than the Freemasons.
Yeah, they own the Freemasons.
So we're normal people, and then the Freemasons are above us, and then the world order's above the Freemasons?
I
Well,
guess
it's
technically,
like
yeah.
this. It's kind of like this. It's a small club and you ain't in it. That's a George Carlin quote, right?
It's a big club.
Or it's a big club and you ain't in it. Sorry about that. Yeah.
United.
So there's secret societies all over the world, right?
Yeah.
And these people get together and they, Knights of Columbus, Knights of Malta, the Jesuits, all
I've
these
heard a lot
different
about those
ones.
guys.
Masons, right. Masons, right? These people are usually movers and shakers in their community, right? They usually own football teams or basketball teams or the defense attorney, right? Or they're the judge. Right? All these people on these societies, and you got to ask yourself, what do you do in secret? Right? And if you think about that without answering the question out loud, you do the thing that you're ashamed of in secret.
Yes.
Right? Because there's certain things you don't do out in the public because if the public knew, right, they might want to seek revenge on you for doing those things. So the thing is that it's not one group. It's a conglomeration and it's like an octopus, right? You chop off one tentacle, it grows back. But this octopus has multiple hearts, multiple brains, and can live for 1,000 years.
So do you guys know any of their secrets? Or like, what am I missing out on here? Because I don't know anything about them.
The Jesuit oath and the Protestant Reformation.
What is the Jesuit
pretty
oath?
well. You can look it up. It's in the law. I think it's originally it was in Congress. We get it from Congress.
Wait, have you guys heard of the gematria?
They don't have any. They don't have any real
I don't have any
secrets.
comment on that.
They're just full of. They think they want to control you. You know what I mean? So that's all. They want to control you because that's what people do.
They want to control you because you are sweat equity to them, which means you are going to work to build the world in which they will thrive, and you will not.
What?
They want to control you because you have such an easy soul to steal.
Well, no, because they have to. Because if you want to stay in power, you have to do the things that will keep you in power. And if you just happen to be a bad person, then you'll do what bad people do to stay in power. Like that's just human nature, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So
People lie, right? We know that. And the worst people tell the worst lies. We know that. And if the worst people have the most money, can you imagine the kinds of lies they can tell and people believe them? You pretend you're a good person, people love you for it. But what do you do in secret?
Do you think all the rich people are in that order or whatever?
No, not all of them. There's different levels of it, but the uber rich definitely. Here's my argument for it. It's clinical narcissism, absence of conscience, pathological need for power and control, manipulation for profit or amusement, winning at all cost, and sadistic streaks.
So
okay, let me say this, dude.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's every corporation. That right there, what Grace just read, every corporation perfectly fits that profile.
Like,
perfectly.
There are shitty people in the world who kill and do all that, but what if that kind of a individual is a rich individual who's in a society that does not things that are not best for all of humanity? Because at the end of the day, they're all human. They have the ability to do
It's
shitty
not
things.
one rich. It's not one rich individual. It's not 20 rich individuals. It's not 100. It's not 1,000. It's the things that they've built to protect
I'm
them.
just saying, like
And
they're human at the end of the day. They have the capability of
right,
being
and that's
evil
what I mean.
people.
Corporation is how they protect themselves from the legal, from people, trying to do. That's what a corporation. The corporation does what they want, and you can't pick out one or two. It's the thing they call a corporation. It's a person.
No, we're kind of getting off
Corporation is
topic.
a person. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're kind of getting off topic. Thank you, Bong. You're absolutely right about the corporations.
Holy crap, that's loud.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. What most people don't know is that countries are corporations.
Yeah.
Right. And it's all beginning to see evident that the whole world is telling you the same thing, to wear diapers on your face and to make sure that you buy certain products.
Oh, you mean
And
masks?
yeah. And, never mind about whether or not, you should have your own privacy, right? Like when it comes to HIPAA, right? Other people now want to know about your medical information. Like, can you imagine, all right, let's say you're at the beach, right? And I come up to you, just a random beach bum, and I'm like, hey, bro, can I see your medical records?
What?
You'd be like, what the? Get out of here, dude.
Yeah.
You'd be like, keep walking, right? But for some reason, other people, like the Supreme Court, they think that it's perfectly okay for, things to do this. What we're saying is we got to go back to the natural law, the natural way of doing things. We got to go back to the science and forget about all this. I'm Fauci. I represent science here. So if you're criticizing me, you're criticizing science. Like that shit doesn't work. Right? Science is a totally different thing. He can't anthropomorphize himself into the body of science. Right? We ain't gonna buy that bullshit no more. And anyone who's repeating that sort of stuff, that's bullshit. We want to see actual science, right? And we want to take a look at it for ourselves because we believe we're smart enough to interpret it ourselves, right? Like the double slit experiment. Most people talk about, is light a particle or is it a wave? Is it both? That's not even the interesting thing about the experiment. The interesting thing is, how does the light know that there's a knower of the witch path information? Because when there's a knower, the light acts differently when it knows that there's a knower. So
What
how
does
does
that
it
mean?
know? I know.
It means it's shy.
Huh? The light knows something? What?
I'm serious. That's what it means.
Light could be conscious for all you know.
The point is, we're being lied to all the time.
Wake up. Wake up.
About almost everything.
Wake up.
Just like how you say the Earth speaks to you, the light can speak to you too.
Yeah, maybe if you're on some.
No, bro, the Earth doesn't speak to you, right? You can measure it and see what it says. That was like a metaphor. I thought I was clear on that.
Okay.
The Earth doesn't speak to me.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying to you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Are those pictures real of Putin and everybody? Or are we not
Yes,
know? Do you think the person who took them are
You want to know how
dead?
much you've been lied to, guys? Google the Holodomor.
What is that?
Holodomor.
How do you spell that?
HOLODUMAR, I think.
DOMOR.
Holodomor.
What?
Yeah. How could 3 to 9 million people disappear off the face of the earth? And you're a fully educated man almost.
When did that happen, dude?
In the 1930s.
It says it's just a famine.
Man-made famine.
Right. It was a man-made famine because Stalin, right? Stalin was a communist. And he sent all their food to the cities. And there was a death penalty for anyone caught gleaming the food that fell off the machine. So after the machine came and took their crop, if a mother went outside to feed her kid, that was a death penalty.
Wait, so didn't they just die of starvation, or how did they disappear?
They died, bro. They were killed, starved, raped, murdered, pillaged. Have you studied communist revolutions?
No.
100 million people dead in the last century. You might ought to look into it.
Probably a lot.
100 million.
That's like a third of America. Which isn't
a lot of people.
Well, wouldn't they just be dying at like a normal rate since we have 7 billion? Wouldn't that just be like normal, kinda?
No, that's not normal. Are you nuts?
Yeah.
They were in the Ukraine. This is like the grain belt of that part of the world. They were self-sufficient German Christians.
Weren't
but
they
it
just
doesn't matter.
You know what the population of Australia is? Take a guess.
Like
about 3 million.
Really?
That's
Ish.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's pretty small.
Normal, right? Normal, right? That sounds normal. Yeah, it's
That's
just all of
normal.
us.
Well, I mean, I guess mainly they live in the cities. No one really lives in like the outback, or not many.
3 million. Sorry, it's like 30. Is it 30 million? Sorry, I forget. But 3 million is a lot, man. That's a whole fucking like. What? How many people live in Honolulu?
Probably like
I don't know.
200,000.
Hey,
How many people live in L.A., Los Angeles? How many people live in New York City?
why are you asking those questions?
3 million people is a lot of people. I mean,
I
that's a
tried
lot
to
of
get
people.
it.
Yes,
I
that's a
tried
lot
to
of
get it back
people.
on topic, and then I
So
screwed
what?
up and went to the Holodomor. Yeah, sorry about that. So the point is, you've been lied to, and the leader of the CIA in the early '80s, he said, the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is a lie. So there are people out there that want you lied to, right? Because knowledge of power, right? And you apply knowledge, right? And that makes things a little more equal. But what we have right now is a power differential, right? Between the know and the unknown. Right? So when Tesla died, John Trump got all of his stuff. This is Donald Trump's uncle working at MIT for a year. He got to look at it and then gave it back to the government. So it's like they got all this knowledge, underground knowledge, and we've been chasing our tail with equals MC squared, which is a load of bullshit, for the past 100 years.
Are you saying
Right.
we need Trump back?
Yes.
No.
Why
No,
not? With
that's what I
Trump.
said. What are we talking about? We're talking about knowledge, right?
Wait, so
This is
the
so much more important than stupid charades, dog and pony show politics. There
Yeah.
is no choice. Look, listen, there is no choice. If you voted in 2004, you voted Kerry or you vote Bush. Either way, you're voting for a skull and bonesman. So either way, a skull and bonesman won that election.
you think
So if you
Bush
think
was
your vote
behind
counts,
9/11?
oh my god, dude. Look,
Oh
I'm
my God,
saying
it doesn't even matter, dude.
it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is you've been lied to about certain things, and you need to use your discernment to figure out what you've been lied to about.
Well, probably a lot of things.
I'm
I
pretty
don't think.
sure you don't know that the government itself is not what you think it is.
Right.
Is
Just
it
the fact that
society?
just the fact that if you are a U.S. citizen, realize that it's a citizen with a small c and not a capital C.
Yeah, we're just like
Realize what
sheep.
the difference is between the two of them.
Yeah.
Do you know what the difference is between the two?
No.
Big capital C is a natural born citizen that cannot be eligible as president of the United States Corporation.
I can't be the president.
You know how gangs and
You
drugs
are
and
a lowercase c, which makes you an employee.
you know how drug traffickers and the whole underground illegal industry, right, works, right? There's these they have to work together somehow, right? Yeah, they're fighting each other for power and control, right? But they somehow still have to work together to avoid the public, right? It's kind of how it is, right?
The
Like it's like
police.
yeah, all these groups exist in the world, yeah, all these secret societies and everything, and some might be fighting for power, right?
Yeah.
But they all have to work together to fool us, to keep
So
the
they won't be
knowledge.
found out, really?
Well, that's how
Like,
you
not
do it.
not publicly.
Well, this is how you do it. So you have to maintain control. Like this is how any organization works. And if you lose control, the next guy and his plans are going to step up and execute. I mean, that's just a business. That's just
The
Control.
the president is just planned, you're saying?
Like, the president works for fucking corporate. The White House works for corporations, works for Wall Street, works for all these companies and all their agendas and secret
They can
societies.
stay in power.
America is the new world. That's what it's called. That's what it's always been known as, the new world. So as you're in the new world order. Cool, cool. Isn't that awesome?
So all the societies make up the new world or whatever?
Of course, they all work together to
Do
to
you think
to to, pro- to make you believe, right, that this world you live in is real. You know, the world that they taught you in school about, the world they show you
If
on
you don't
TV,
think
the globe?
on the news.
if you don't think we're
Right.
all working together, look at how many people got an embargo against Venezuela, or how many people are not trading with Iran.
I don't even know about that, to be honest.
Okay, well, it's a big deal, right?
Wait, is it because
Sanction,
they don't have any New World Order people in them or whatever?
right? They want to topple the dictator, change the regime.
Wait, are
I mean, you
dictators
can
not
go
in the
back.
order?
Listen, bro, you can go back and you can listen to Weird Al, and he sings a song about being in the CIA, and he's singing about going to some third world place and toppling their regime. Like this ain't like news, bro. Like they've been toppling regimes in South America for like 100 years.
Yeah,
Wait, who
think
have?
about it. Oh, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. See, that's
No,
what
they
they tell
don't.
the people. They go over there and find out they don't, right? Two planes hit the buildings, right? And now we can go to Iraq and get justice.
Oh, dude, you're right. You're right.
Right? And so you see how it all kind of like, if you don't listen to the New World Order, right, they're going to cause an event, right, to
Make
remove
it so
you,
that happens.
right, and put their man there. And then they're going to say, in the name of peace and security, right?
Uh-huh. Wait, so is the UN part of that as well? Because it has like
The
the flat Earth
UN
logo or whatever.
the UN is the New World Order.
Wait, what?
They tried to start it up earlier. It used to be called the League of Nations, and it didn't, go well. People shut it down. But now look at where it is now.
Well, and look at it. It's called the United Nations. That's basically saying New World Order, one world government, one world everything.
Their
You know what I
flag
mean?
is literally one world wrapped around the Masonic.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Not the
Wait, what?
Masonic. It's wrapped around the Greek symbol.
Also, didn't you know some of the Nazis just went on and controlled the EU? So
I did not know that.
It's just a
DC
Third
Com- I
Reich,
think
man.
that was like a League of Nations. Was that DC Comics?
Yeah, and then you got the IRS. Then you got the Federal Reserve. Okay, the money. Yeah, the money, the
How are we not
oil.
dead for knowing this?
And now it's going to be data. You see,
Huh?
oil
Or,
is the old money. The new money will be data. Your data.
Yep.
Everyone's data.
The Internet of Things and People.
Right. That's where the money will be. So now, because this thing,
They want to
oil
hook
and
you up with microchips and nanobots, and they want to turn you
yeah,
into a
Elon Musk
cyborg.
wants to do that.
Yeah.
Do you think he's
the
part
more
of it too?
the more data that I have of you, right, the more accurate I have of you. Like, I probably can know you better than you know yourself if I know your behavior from when you wake up to go to sleep. Okay, if you can give me that data when you shit, when you eat, when you work, all that data, I know you. I know you better than you know yourself, and that's just me having that data that Google gave me, that the social media gave me. All I have to do is browse through your social media and your life on the internet, right? And I know you. I can get you if I want to. It's easy. And imagine what they can do to us. Imagine how they can manipulate our behavior, what we want, just by knowing us. That's
Well,
why
we already complied to that, man. We already complied to that.
I mean, what can we do though?
Right? It's already complied.
Well, I
no,
don't like to be totally pessimistic about this subject. I like to say some things like, there's 100,000 of us for every one of them. You know what I mean? It sounds a little better if you say that, but at the same time, I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
we
but
are
out of that
crossed that
100,000,
line,
how
like,
many are competent?
Well, that's yeah.
Oh, not
we
many.
I mean,
crossed that line.
even if
They can, they can, they can mass kill everybody right now if they wanted to. We crossed that line way back.
Like we have
Way,
nukes now.
they've always been able to do that since the Egyptians.
Wait,
We
what?
don't know if they have nukes. They said we
And
have
we're
nukes.
still in slavery, right?
We
well, no,
can't,
they just shut down the
can't
cities.
confirm. We
To
can't
declare
confirm or
martial law.
deny that they have nukes.
To declare martial law, that's enough to kill everybody in the city. You just stop supplying the freaking sheep with food. That's all you do. You just starve them out, let them kill each other, let them fight each other for food, and see what happens. But then that kind of ruins things for them. That kind of sets them back. We don't want that, right?
Yeah.
They still want people to work for them,
Well,
It's probably more
corporations pick
efficient.
up the tab and the government pick up the tab, right? They fuse themselves into a whole fucking paradigm that it can't be touched, man. It's not just a person, man. It's a fucking entity.
What you can do is figure out how you don't have to rely on them to survive and to learn and to grow, and maybe even help somebody do the same thing, and and maybe even form a community if that's possible.
Wait, so is Kim Jong Un in that or not? Because he's a dictator.
Who?
Kim
I
Jong
I
Un.
would say he's kind of rogue, right? Because he's kind of doing his own thing there.
So do
The
they
thing
not really
is,
care or what?
no, they care. They want. See,
They
here's
want
the
him
thing.
dead.
Ever since Alexander, ever since Nimrod, all throughout history, they wanted to consolidate power, right, under one government, right, one world control. So
Yeah.
Babylon was the first one world government, right? It's recorded in the Bible. So the next
Mm-hmm.
one was Alexander. It was recorded outside the Bible, right? But then there's Rome, right? And
Yeah.
Rome is always trying to consolidate power. That's why they have the Jesuit order. The Jesuit order is a military branch of the Catholic Church. Now, if you think about what I just said, military, right? So who all is military? Well, the CDC, right? Surgeon General, that's military, right? The Catholic Church has, right, all these different Jesuits. And if you did end up reading the Jesuit oath, there's some pretty weird stuff in there
I
about,
read that.
yeah, there's some pretty weird stuff in there, right? So if you know your history and you know about the Protestant Reformation and the subsequent Counter Reformation, you know that it was really the largest heist in human history, where the Protestants like stole everything that was in those Catholic churches and pretty much kicked the Catholic monks out. So all that gold and wealth, but where did those churches, where did those local churches get that gold and wealth from? The people, right? So it's kind of like Protestants have amnesia and they don't know why they're protesting, and most of them aren't even protesting.
Mm. Oh yeah,
It's
have you
all
guys
about
seen
the
the
gold.
gematria and stuff about how like
Yeah,
the
we've
Jesuit
looked
order and all
into,
those
I think
things?
all of us have, in our free time, looked into some gematria. I personally, I don't know what it proves one way or the other. There's a lot of things that match up with numbers and such and so on. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's all very interesting, but it doesn't prove anything.
It requires faith, and it's a religion. It's you got some rituals. Yeah, it's just a number thing. I mean, is 666 a bad number?
Yes.
Yeah, kind of.
Only because it's been made to be bad. That's it.
Because
That's
they
all there is.
want
The
it to be
intention attached to it. It's all about
Look,
intention.
if I divide 10 by 3, I just want to divide 10 by 3. That's all. Oh no, 666, 53. Oh my god! I'm like, dude, it's just dividing by 3, man. Okay, 99 divided by 3. Okay, that's much better. Oh,
I never like it when I see it show up in any calculation where I pay a bill. I don't. It's just kind of weirds you out, though, right? Superstition.
So does the New World Order not care that we know this, or because they think the public will just think we're crazy, or what's going on?
Yeah, they don't really care. They've got their tentacles pretty well surrounding everything important.
Okay.
So they don't, and also to keep us on a public platform, lets them know where we are in our knowledge and our research and such, so that they can develop and sharpen their end of it even further.
it's like a company, right? That's laundering money. They don't really care that the accountant knows what's going on. They'll just take them out, or you know what I mean. It doesn't really matter. It's like 33 degrees, right? They don't really care that the first degrees and all the way up to whatever knows certain things, right? As long as they don't know the real thing, like their secrets.
Yeah.
So you gotta interpret shit, and they leave stupid, clues around for you to, red herrings, all these, yeah, boys, false flags, yeah.
I walked
So
into a work camp one time, and it was a Masonic circle. I couldn't believe it. There was actually a tree in the middle. I was like, "Wow!"
Well, as a kid,
Checkerboard
as an
art.
11-year-old, I
This is
used to
like
think those,
a
I,
work
I,
camp, like
I used to think those
dystopian
things were
future. Yeah,
part
bro.
of church. I used to think those things were part of the whole, Hebrew religion. I used to look at George Washington with his apron on. I used to think that was all religious stuff from the
Oh man.
Hebrews. I thought it was good. I thought they were godly people. That's on the
Okay.
outside. You see it on the dollar bill. You see it on the freaking seal. You see it everywhere, right? And you think, no, yeah, it means good, freedom, the eagle.
Oh, yeah. It's all symbolism when you look at it.
Patriotism.
Yeah, when you look at it.
So listen, if they lied about the shape and makeup of the whole world, I guess I don't need to go further from that, do I?
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
If is
Depends on the level of cognitus.
not if they did. Like if is a very big word, right? Either they did or they didn't. Because then there is an if.
I'm trying to meet them on their level, okay?
We're on a pretty low level right now.
I just fell out of their level and I just look at them.
Dude,
and I was
it's
like,
fish in a
man,
barrel too. Like
isn't it?
we've got endless things to tell you if you'll just sit around and listen and learn from us. But at the same time, my thing is just go out and measure it yourself. Do it once. Compare it against the globe math, then go somewhere completely different and do it there. You know what I mean?
I'm not trying to call people stupid, but literally, I believe you have to explain it to them like they are 5 years old, like the most basic.
Yes.
And move on. You know what I mean? Because that's what they can follow. You know what I mean? Where if you start off with just a bunch of math, it's like I don't even know where I'm at.
Oh, yeah, man, you get lost in the maze.
The idea that they have to
even to
put you in a
explain just
school
typical
and
basic math
make
is
you pass classes with certain grades to the point where you're required to absorb their information,
right?
Which is not, entirely based off of truth. Just they want you just to absorb information, just to take up spots in your head. Like what? It's
very good.
It's just self-destruction.
So you can't think for yourself is what it is. There's no thought.
Your childhood is getting hijacked.
Yeah, that's right. They're going to implant all that information.
And they're like, you got to just fucking follow rules your whole life, right?
Like
You're nothing.
if I told a 6-year-old I could fly, do you think he's going to believe it?
Well, if I was Superman in a cartoon, maybe, or the latest movie, yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because he would believe you.
I used to think my dad could make his thumb disappear.
Me too.
Yeah.
He so got me, man. So many times. Yep.
I still do the nose.
You got to keep it around, right? It's a classic, that old chestnut.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, but when they put you in a government system and they basically force you to absorb it and reenact it as reality, it kind of imagine the mental impact it's going to have on a society.
Man, imagine it. It's happening.
Well, coincidence or convenience that what we've been learning in school, all of a sudden aliens are now entering the picture. Aleister Crowley channeled that alien, whatever, and he said whatever the demons of the future will be the aliens. I mean, the alien future demons of the past. Like, isn't that a coincidence?
Oh, he was a demonic worshiper.
It all started with a ball, and it ended with no God. There are aliens.
And the Beatles were on his cover album of the fucking Sgt. Pepper's album. Right? He was on the cover of the Sgt. Pepper's album of the Beatles.
Yep.
Right? They're all part of it.
They're all propagating the religion of the Lim.
Yeah. Especially through music.
Evolution, right? I mean, we're gonna be gods. Yay.
Yeah, right, dude. They're gonna pretend to be gods and make us look like animals.
Well, Elon Musk says if we don't integrate with the machine, the AI will be like a god to us. So
because we won't be able to eat any food when it fucking takes over the blockchain.
Or the
he's talking about the intelligence.
I don't want to run into the first augmented person I run into who's augmented with a chip in them and a fucking pair of glasses, man.
Imagine something so intelligent it won't let you grow your own food.
That's not
He's gonna beat you. He's gonna beat you and call you obsolete, right? He's gonna call you virus and you're the problem of the world, all that crap.
Sure. Yeah.
He's gonna kick you and tell you why
upgrade, man.
Call you a terrorist, call you a virus, all these things.
Oh, many things. Where's the start? Where's the end, right?
Because that really is what you are to them. You're in the way. Any human.
Yeah, they want to change our race. That's why it's being sought as racist.
And now they got these rap songs that are coming out, and you got to go on and get up out of the way. We're gonna make you get up on out the way.
Bigger than black and white. It's a problem with the whole way of life.
Move it or lose it. Right?
And it's not new. It's already been pre-planned. It's already been planned like 30 years.
You know,
Those messages
here.
are sent the
Yeah,
whole way.
it's here. Yeah.
Right?
It's here. It's Neuralink. It's the, it's putting things in you. Let me put this in you right now. See what happens when I push this button.
That's
Dance monkey, dance monkey, dance monkey. Oh, oh.
clanging the cymbals together, the whole 9 yards.
We need more buttons.
You're gonna see people Fortnite dancing at random in public.
I'll be pretty sweet.
Just to get Bitcoin.
Yeah, dude, you got it. Bitcoin, do a dance, and he'll get some of my Bill Gates crypto that I patented.
Yeah. Yeah, right, eh?
And cryptocurrency.
If you want to get a gain of 1,000 credits, make sure you show up at this point, pick up bricks, and throw it at this said building. Make sure you are on camera doing it, and you will get credit for doing so. Failure to do so will result in you not receiving any credits and a bad social credit review.
No deep fake footage will be accepted. All deep fake footages will be.
It is.
You guys ever think about deep
You
fakes?
cannot fake the footage. You cannot fake it because we have eyes and sensors everywhere. We know where you are, what you're doing, what you're tracking.
We are in your body.
We are the Borg.
We are you.
Guys, my dumb friend just asked, if space is real, then why is Earth flat and the planet's round?
Define
This
space.
is a really weird question.
Wow.
If space is real, space is real. There's a great deal of space between New York City and California, West Coast, Long Beach, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, space is real. What we're arguing is that outer space can't exist the way that they told you because it violates natural law. What I mean by that is that you cannot have a near perfect vacuum sitting right next to a high pressure system. It doesn't exist in reality. And anytime anybody ever tries to demonstrate this, they end up using a container, that thing which we're in question. Right? So I'll give you an example in the Livestream voice text of what I'm talking about so you can visually see it. So I'm uploading it now.
And just he asked, why are the planets round and Earth is flat?
Yeah, I'm going over that next.
Okay.
I didn't forget. Trace, do you want to take it? You act like you want to say something.
Stable. That's a stable question in life.
Right? I'll take that.
And it's
the reason why planets are round is because planets are a thing that they created for you to see on TV, right? It's not real. Whatever we are calling planets today, we used to call them wandering stars. So they are stars, right, that wander, that don't do what the other stars are doing. Okay, so that's what they are calling planets today. The way they look is what you saw NASA and all the TV put on TV for you to see. What
your
you
only
see on
interpretation, right?
Planets are made by NASA?
Exactly. Your only interpretation is that visual aspect that has been shown to you. You've never
Here's the deal. If you look up and slightly to the south at night, you're going to see some planets, right? So they just literally means wandering stars. So yes, planets are real, right? But just because NASA says, yeah, planets are real, does that automatically mean that everything NASA says about them is automatically true?
No.
Okay, so what they're saying is that Jupiter is a gas giant. So imagine you got a near perfect vacuum, right?
Wait,
Like
Jupiter's made of gas?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
So
That's
you got
listen,
bro. You got a near perfect vacuum, right? And then you put a little ball in there, right, of gas, right? What's going to happen? It's going to expand and fill the available volume until it reaches equilibrium. A gas ball can never exist in a vacuum without a container. So if you put the gas in a container, like say, tennis ball size, right? Then you can put it in the vacuum because it has a container. One container to keep the Earth's gas, the atmos, out of it, and the second container is to keep that gas out of it. So the whole story that they tell us is literally a violation of natural law. So what is natural law? Like natural law is what we use in science all the time, like the laws of thermodynamics, right?
Yeah.
These are like accepted all around the world. Like
I'm just,
nobody is ever going to prove entropy wrong.
I'm a little confused on why we see them as round, though. Like you can just look in the sky and they're round.
Well,
What's
think
round?
about how your eye
The
works. How does
planets?
light work? Do you know about the inverse square law?
No.
Okay, so if you look at how light works and how your eyes work, if you see a light from a distance, let's say you're underwater, right? On the other side of the pool at dark, and you see a light on the other side of the pool. It looks like a round light, but when you change the bulb, right, next summer, you see that it's actually a rectangle.
What?
Right, but your eyes perceive it as round because of the physics of light and the way that your eye works.
So basically, your eyes are tricking you to think planets are round?
No.
No.
Planets are not round.
I'm saying that they appear round. They appear to be round. We don't actually know what their shape is because if I handed you a rectangle, you'd be able to quickly identify this is a rectangle. If I handed you a sphere, you'd be able to quickly identify. Okay, but I'm saying, hey, you see that light way out yonder? What do you expect shape that is? Right? You'd be like, I don't know, country boy, get on down the road, right?
This is too much. This is too much explaining. The point is, if the Earth is not a ball, okay, I don't have to explain somebody's interpretation of lights in the sky. You know what I mean? If
Yeah.
somebody says, I think those are spheres because the sun looks like a circle and the moon looks like a circle. So I think they're all, why are we not a circle? Right? Like, I don't have to explain that because if we're not curving, if there's no curvature here, I don't have to explain somebody's imagination of what, imaginings of what those things are. That makes sense?
Yeah, the Earth's still flat no matter what, depending on the
The,
planet.
the point is, there are things that if the Earth is not a ball, then there are things that we don't know. There are things that we can't know, and there are things that we don't know that we don't know. I mean,
That's the
go ahead.
crux of it, right? Like, there's no measurable curvature.
Yeah. So we know that the Earth's flat, but we don't know about the moon and all that stuff.
Well,
we
I don't
don't.
think I've ever been there, man.
like
Well, yeah.
let me give you an example. For instance, like I posted a picture of what appears like two globes, right? 6 minutes after the hour, it's two images from NASA.
Yeah.
Okay, those are actually just flat images. There's no actually globes there. Your eyes only perceive the image, and then you imagine
yeah.
it as a globe.
Is that the same storm or whatever?
No, that's many
Or
years
the same
apart. But they
clouds?
just use the same Photoshop clouds and pasted
Wait.
them back in.
Why does the Earth look so different in that picture than the one in 2002?
Different
The
artists.
water itself, of course, the underlying picture is different, but they just use the same cloud layer. It's shit.
Right.
But the point is that you can see something from one direction, and it can appear as something like a circle, but it could be a cylinder. It could be a flat. You don't know that it is a sphere just from looking at it from one direction.
As a person who would take a photo of the Earth, of the globe from space, right? It's not up to you to edit it. It's not up to you to add colors to it because many people can do that if they want to, right? You might think, well, they wanted it to look nicer for us. We can do that ourselves if we wanted to, right? The point of taking a photo from space is so we get a picture of the real thing, right? But we don't have any pictures of the real thing. It's just people telling us they're wrapping flat images around spheres in the computer.
Multiple satellite returns over and over again to make a photographic image. Not even a photographic, an image of data with a
Yeah.
36 touch.
Uh,
It's not a
yeah,
photo. Like there's not one photo. Not one.
So to
So now
summarize, we don't know about the
angry.
planets. They can disappear like circles, but they're not.
they're so inconsistent in everything they do. They lose the data, all the sign. They destroyed the technology for going to the moon. They don't have any uncut, unedited, unaltered footage of a rocket going to space and showing us there. They always cut to CGIs. Their
2
CGIs are bad.
astronauts nearly drowned on a spacewalk. How do you drown from a spacewalk? And they said it was because the seal to the helmet broke, right? And then later on, they tried to play like they were drowning in their, their water pouches, right? But if you think about it, there's always some sort of bubble in space, and the largest pool, I think it's the largest. They own the Let's see, what do they own? The largest green screen. NASA does. Don't they got the largest neutral buoyancy lab in the world? Right, and they have a mock space station in the neutral buoyancy lab, and it's kind of funny, the whole neutral buoyancy thing. But anyway,
Any space footage.
the neutral buoyancy would simulate zero gravity. Yeah, right.
Any honest, really.
Neutral buoyancy can't simulate it because there's more resistance in liquid than in air, and vacuum is supposed to be even less resistance. But look at these pictures I just posted. There are actually people in scuba suits with scuba tanks in space, according to NASA.
It's real contradicting. It's very contradicting. I mean, I guess, is it mixed up evidence? That's,
Well, they have this tank, right? You're seeing a guy with a scuba tank in the photo, right? 1 + 1 = 2, right? Is it? Or is it 3? Is it 1 + 1 = outer space and aliens?
How many deficiencies do I need in my life to really realize that this is complete fucking bullshit?
Well, Buzz Aldrin says they didn't go to the moon. What are they doing in the ISS? They're washing their hair. They're playing with water in the goddamn ISS, right? They're eating spinach. They're playing the fucking guitar.
Leave them alone. They're doing science. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. They're doing
the whole guitar part. That's what got me. That was like the fucking the
Your
last
parents.
string, man. That was the last string to pull off to the last people who are gonna live. The baby boomer generation. They just wanted to get them all sung in. I had a conversation with a man that age, right?
Your grandparents, your parents, and you.
Yeah, man.
All these generations are paying these assholes like $62 million a day, right? To fucking lie to you, make bullshit
They don't
for you.
know that.
At least try. Right? At least try to lie. At least do it properly, man. Like at least put an
It was the
put some
greatest
effort.
achievement, man. To them, it was the greatest
Well,
achievement.
sometimes they tell the truth, right? Because they talk about in their own paperwork that they test these aircraft over how do they say it?
The 60s and 70s when this stuff landed, they were so fucking high on fucking
A flat, non-rotating Earth. Yeah, in the documents they say that they test these aircraft over flat, non-rotating Earth.
Yeah.
So even they tell the truth sometimes.
Yeah, and it's.
Well, the population was fucked up, man. The population was fucked up on so much drugs, man. The massive amount. This is my point here. Massive populations in the hippie revolution of fucking love, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. They didn't give a fuck. They weren't paying attention. They don't give a shit.
So the thing is that we wish your professor would come in here and talk to us. Like we would love to have like an honest conversation.
I'll get him. Well, do you want me to like message a moderator or something? Or? Just randomly get in here sometime with him.
Yeah, just randomly get them in here, and then we got really high end people who are much well studied more than us that graduated college and kind of on the same level with him, and all he has to do is be honest, right? Like when you ask us, well, how does the sun work? I don't fucking know. You don't know either, bro. And anyone who pretends that they know, that's a little ridiculous, right? All we can tell us certain things about the sun is like, hey, when it's close, everything seems to warm up, and it seems to control the temperature when it's around, and maybe even it controls the climate more than us. Oh, that's not, oh no, like you can't say that, right? That's not politically correct. Around here, we don't care about politically correct, right? We only care about facts.
Approved.
So you can Google what's the mass of Venus. You can buy Venetian real estate. You can buy moon land, moon real estate, bro. Invest while you're young, right?
Donate to the world order.
Yeah, I'm selling stocks. You want to get in now? I got.
Yeah, it's illegal for us to sell it, but apparently they can sell it, right? They pass laws about that. But anyway, that's international law, by the way.
Yeah.
But anyway, the deal is we're only going to talk about what we can prove, and we don't like to speculate much. And if we do speculate, we like to say we're speculating. But what we find is a lot of people are just walking around and they've replaced experimentation with speculation, right? And they've replaced observation as the whole of science, right? So this is a fallacy. If you say observational science is real, right? Then that's like me saying I drive my alternator to work every day. What? The part's not the whole. Oh, is that a fallacy? Oh, you're right. I drive my car, right? Because my car isn't my alternator. The alternator is just one piece of my car. Observe a natural phenomenon is only one step of the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
So people are looking up and saying, I think this is going on. Beer bubble universes are popping in and out of existence, right? And that's why nothing means nothing, according to Lawrence Krauss, right?
So,
Nothing means nothing.
what do you think happens when there's an eclipse on a flat Earth?
Okay, let me go over this with you. During a solar eclipse, the totality of the eclipse, you can Google totality eclipse map, and it'll bring it up and show you that the totality is only about 100 miles across, right? 100-mile diameter, yet the moon is supposed to be 1/4 the size of the Earth. So how does the moon, listen carefully, how does the moon magnify the shadow? Can you repeat that? Can you demonstrate to me how an object can cast a shadow smaller than itself? In fact, it doesn't get a lot smaller. It gets a shit ton smaller because 1/4 the size of the Earth compared to 100 miles. That's really weird, bro. So how does the moon magnify the shadow during a solar eclipse?
It's a reflection, man, but it's black. I don't know. It just does.
But at the same time,
It
we
is
tell you that Eratosthenes proves the globe,
has
right?
anyone asked a question? So on a flat Earth, do you think that the other planets are flat, or are all the planets flat?
Yeah, people already asked that. Just listen to Hank explain this, and then later
I
on,
just
ask
got
it
here.
again, and new people who have arrived can hear the answer then.
It's okay. So the thing is that you can't make an object cast a shadow smaller than itself. Or if you can, show me. I'd like to see it. Right? And they're claiming that, well,
So wait,
can,
what are you saying is happening?
the moon is magnifying the shadow. Or that's what it appears to be happening. I'll post some stuff that I got from Metabunk.
So it's like pretty much the same thing in the flat Earth as the solar eclipse.
No, I'm pointing out discrepancies within your own model that there's no explanation for.
Yeah, he's showing you that the globe model cannot fully explain eclipses, and when it tries to explain eclipses, it contradicts itself and its other explanations, and therefore becomes self-contradictory and cannot possibly be true. However, we do not make claims about what is happening up in the sky.
Is there
You can just observe
is there
the
more
same
than
thing
one
everyone
sun
else
in the
observes. We
flat
don't
Earth?
make up ideas about it.
Have you guys observed that there's more than one sun?
Bro, do you see two suns?
No, I don't see two suns.
Okay, I've been on this earth nearly 40 years. Every day I wake up, I see a sun. A sun. I don't know why you would ask a question like that. Do you think we're like from another solar system, bro? We're not from quintillions of miles away. We were raised in the same education system that you were. We were brainwashed, and they told us that Columbus discovered America, which was a lie. There was 500 tribes already here, right? You were lied to. Sorry, deal with it, right? All we're doing is we're asking questions, right? Because we're globe skeptics. So cosmology is not science. You can't manipulate the independent variable of space. You're a man. You're here on Earth. So what can you do? Well, you can go to a large body of water that's at rest with the Earth curve calculator and a friend and a mirror, and you can find out if there's curvature or not. You don't need a scientist. You don't need a lab coat, PhD, physician, anything like that. You need a mirror, some gas money, and a day off and a friend.
For a fucking
And then
cool
you can measure it yourself.
on YouTube for 1,000 people or 100,000 people who show irrefutable video evidence. You can do it yourself, but you can look at the video evidence and verify whether it's real or not, and have some sort of outlook on it.
I'm gonna run a logical argument.
Man. Like you should look at everything as objectively as you can, right?
That's true, Hockey Puck. But I'm gonna go over the black swan. So if somebody could post that for me, I'd appreciate it. So the first argument I'm gonna make is in agreement with it's a modus tollens. So if a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets, if she's laying on her back, she can't see her toes. Right? And everybody knows why, because there's curvature in the way, a curved belly, right? So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, which is the claim, you can Google it right now, radius of Earth, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height feet. Right? So if the radius doesn't appear at 1.2 miles away, then the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the woman can still see her feet while she's laying on her back, then she's not pregnant at 9 months with triplets. If we can see the horizon over 10 miles away at 1 foot observer's height, then the Earth doesn't have a radius of 3959 miles. So everybody can see the picture with the oil rigs. I need one person to answer. Where's the horizon? One globe lever. Where's the horizon in the picture with the 2 oil rigs in the live stream voice text? Where's that horizon at?
It's past the oil rigs.
Right. And the one on the left is 9.41 miles away.
Yes.
All right. So let's say it's roughly 10 miles. Now, if you were to pan to the right, it would be in the open ocean. So now we're looking at open ocean. The horizon's over 10 miles away. But in this video, there's actually a piece of land to the right that's 30 miles away, and you can still see the horizon past it. So your globe is not off by a margin of error. It's off by orders of magnitude. So the thing is that you don't take my word for this, because I'm just, a guy on the internet, whatever, right? We're not asking you to believe us. We're not trying to convince you of anything except for to go measure it yourself. Now, if you ask a glober, like go ask Google, how do I prove the Earth is a sphere? They're going to tell you to walk 3,000 miles in a triangle. They're going to point to the sun, the moon, and the stars, right? They're going to point to Eratosthenes, right? But they're never going to tell you to directly measure the Earth. Isn't that weird? Can you imagine you fly to Texas and I take you to get some custom boots, right? And you walk in and I say, hey, my new partner here, he needs some boots. And they measure your hat, they measure your head, and they go inside. You'd be like, what the fuck is going on here, right? They measured my head. Why didn't they measure my feet directly? Flat earthers are saying measure it directly. Forget about the sun, the moon, the stars. Forget about Eratosthenes, the caveman who liked to look at the bottom of wells. right? Forget about all that, and you go outside, measure it directly for yourself.
That's whether Aristophanes even fucking existed, man. Right?
Well, he existed before Christ, so he's basically globe Earth Jesus. He's their savior for their globe Earth religion because
that's how far back it goes. That's the proof. Yeah, okay. And then it come to conform exactly to what? The 1500s? It took 1500 years for a globe Earth to come to paradigm? 1500 years! That's a long time, man. And still,
It's a lot of indoctrination.
Actually, you could even say not 1500 years, right?
Wow.
You could even say more of the fact of 4,500 years it took for the globe Earth to catch on. They've always been in the minority. They've always been laughed at because it's ludicrous.
Globe Earth? Oh, yeah. It was ridiculed.
Because everything the Globers do is destroy everything, and they call it good.
Or, I mean, the words of religion.
Oh, well, how else am I supposed to eat my Big Macs? I gotta have them cardboard.
Yeah, it's a scientism on steroids.
How else can I get the Timbits? I need the bag.
Bro, Timbits are pretty good.
Yeah, Timbits are pretty good. Double.
Yeah, that's right. You know.
Yeah.
McDonald's, on the other hand, is pretty gross.
That's some cancer right there. Nothing wrong with the Timbits. Don't get down on Timbits.
Yeah. Are you
Those are
Canadian?
spears, though. I'm eating a Timbit tomorrow.
Are you Canadian?
Therefore, obviously, I'm talking about Timbits. Yeah, I'm
All right. Nice.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm gonna say I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Well, it's nice to see another Canadian in here.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I'm gonna eat a Timbit tomorrow, and it's gonna be a ball. So therefore, I ate that ball called the Timbit, and therefore I must live on one. That is the fucking analogy of half the population around us. They won't even, like half the people who I don't even get it, man. They don't even. You come in here with your grade 12 education and a little extra whatever fucking you think you have, man, without any real world understanding, and you're walking on to people like they're fucking retards, man. Everybody has the same education around here, so it astounds me. But the difference is about the people here is we actually look at the reality of the world. We question those liars. We've seen lies. I have. I can't say we. I say me. I've seen lies.
What do you think of the general Canadian population on that stance?
It's not cool. I mean, I'm just me though, right?
Yeah.
I'm not speaking for Canadians. Speaking for myself, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
just like any other geographic, right? I've been all over the world. I don't know. I like my maple syrup and hot pucks, ice rinks, but I've been over this plane that we call, and to me, in my observation, my personally, yeah, I can't talk about all Canadians, but I can just talk about my own experiences, and I'll never pretend not to. Even with flat earthers, we all have our own ideas, our own backgrounds, our own assumptions. I take more of a natural science, and I try to. I try to take a natural science stance to things, like Hank was explaining earlier, so fucking awesomely, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, things are level or not. I mean, you either see or you don't. You got to take things out of your state fucking funded education and use your own senses for once in your lives.
Excuse me, Hunky Puck. I apologize for interrupting.
Yeah, bro.
I said that I was gonna post some things. The first thing I'll post is about specific gravity, but everything else after that is about the eclipse. And I got most of this stuff right here, especially the video from Metabunk. That guy who actually runs that website, he actually came in here one day, and we got him on Livestream. So we got him recorded. So if you guys want to hear, right, that conversation between 24/7 and what's his name?
Heard of the feller.
So the guy who runs Metabunk.
Mick West.
Yeah.
Mick West, yeah.
You brought Mick West in? Nice.
No, I didn't bring him in. Someone else did. No. I wasn't even here.
That
I
was
wasn't part of
years
it.
back, though, right?
Mick West has come here twice before, and both times he got rocked.
I bet. I mean, because he sits in that school of science, scientism, teacherism, not knowing. But yeah, that's deadly. And you will anytime. We invite Neil deGrasse Tyson himself or Carl Sagan, bless his soul, if he could walk in. Like anybody would like to debate. You know what I mean? We'll bring any physicist in. Mike West, that's a good one. Mick West, Mr. Debunker, that's fucking deadly.
Yeah. The one guy, the last one who said he was going to show up, like he showed up, and then QE asked him a few questions, and it wasn't good. He just like couldn't answer the questions.
Oh, you'll get
and they were
pants.
like simple questions.
Oh, you'll get pants. Yeah, you should. There's smart
So you
people.
have to be honest if you come in here, because if you start double speaking, right, we're going to point it out, and there's a lot of people here a lot smarter than me listening that don't talk so much, just waiting in the bushes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 The ranks are deep. They're very deep. It's just the fucking soldiers out here, man. You know, that's cool. Well,
Yeah, there's some soldiers.
Yeah, man. And we're
Like Elijah.
Yeah, man.
Elijah is the most
There's
like
good people.
subtle destroyer.
There's good people here with honest opinions. I'll take them over anybody that I find on the internet. That's why I come to this room, right? I don't understand why people come here and ask bluff questions. I think it's trollish. I think you should spend a couple.
So to the guys taking college courses, I don't know if you're still in here. So I would ask you, when dealing with a sextant, how do you have a curved adjacent? Because when you use a sextant, you're using the horizon and the star's position in the sky, right, to get your location. So if the Earth is curving, how do you have a curved adjacent? It doesn't work out mathematically. So what I've noticed is Globers have been coming in here and saying that they're like summoning like a plane from the tangent, and that's how it works. But you don't have to summon a plane and make it work out mathematically.
What do you mean
in
summon
reality,
it?
Yes.
Invoke, like to bring it into existence that doesn't exist.
What?
So they're saying, okay, let me put it to you like this. They're saying, imagine if you had a plane sitting on top of the Earth's curved surface.
But we're in reality, so it's going to be our reality.
Exactly. That's why they don't need to. In reality, you actually don't have to invoke a plane. You just make the measurement. You don't have to calculate for the curvature at all because it doesn't exist. So what
That's
they're
a stupid
saying is,
statement.
I've heard them make it. They literally
It's
invoke
such a bogus
plane.
statement.
Well, then tell them to stop doing that.
Summon a plane?
Dude.
No, okay. You're getting caught on the word. Summon, right, means to bring into existence that which
I
doesn't
know,
exist.
but it's such a bogus statement to make.
Dude, that's the least of it. We have Globers telling us that their girlfriend couldn't have cheated on them because she bought a sex robot that just looks like the neighbor, so it couldn't have been the neighbor.
Right.
That's how crazy they are.
Man, these people, I mean, they don't
Yeah,
even
we
have
get
financial research and nothing.
We get so many people coming here with like the worst cases of solipsism. They're like, I could be a brain in a vat. How would I know? And it's like, really, bro? Like, give your testicles a squeeze and realize that you're a man, right? And you can know things. It's possible to know things. It's possible to prove things, right?
They
And
come in here like we're the fucking dumbest knot in the fucking anything of existence. They must. Like, people just come in to troll, dude. That's it.
yeah, like if the Earth is flat, where's the edge? No. Where's your geometric horizon? Where's your edge? We can't find it. We keep looking all over the world. Thousands of people are saying we can't find your edge. Where's your fucking edge?
Yeah, but you know the typical argument they're going to give back, right? There's no edge on a sphere, all that kind of shit. Then you ask them for the horizon, and then
Yeah, the
most
edge is that
Globers
thing
don't
that the
actually know
boats
how to
go
answer
over.
that.
They don't fucking know
The
shit.
edge is the thing that the boats go over. They claim that the boats go over the horizon, right? Bill Nye the Science Guy, not that long ago, right? Maybe before his dance video.
That was funny.
Wow.
So my question stands: where's the edge? Where's the part that the boats go over? Right, that doesn't exist. It's all optical phenomenon. The horizon is purely optical. It's the apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground or water. So when you measure the distance to the horizon, you're only measuring the horizon fluctuating because it changes throughout the day.
In defense, most of the best footage has already been squashed in the last 4 years, 3 years. Squashed. Our best video evidence. They squashed our community that we have, right? Our evidence. So they don't even know where to even find it. Like, I tried to look up something, like a really good thought that I had about the fucking, like, the whole fucking solar and everything coming in. You can see fucking two different parts. The best video about it, and I couldn't find it anymore, man. Our evidence has been squashed on the internet. You can't quickly fucking get it right.
Oh, we
So
got it in here. We got all the evidence we need in here. If
yeah,
you scroll
man, you
down,
know that,
if you
right?
scroll
But
down, there's
people
like
are
months worth of
like,
stuff.
yeah, man, we got years of shit. I got years of shit. But you
We got
can't.
an embarrassment of
For
knowledge
the
when it
everyday
comes to this
person,
subject.
can't just look it up, right? So now they're just running in with, like, I feel bad for them. They run in with like old cliches and like stuff that's been stuffed for like 4 years, man. 5, 10. Isn't that frustrating?
Hey, you guys
So
doing
when I
tonight?
say that hey, good. How are you doing, bro? Sorry,
Hey,
bro.
man.
Good.
What brought you to the server?
I like the server.
Oh, are you new?
Relatively.
All right. So what's the shape of the Earth?
What's up?
What's the shape of the Earth?
Oh, I don't know, man. I'm pretty stoned right now.
That's all right. Yeah, you still got your senses and your wits about you. So let's say you were to get like really baked off of some birthday cake that was really loaded with some purple, right? And you're in your backyard for like 3 days and 3 nights because you're trying to come down, but there's still more cake left, so you don't want to waste it, right? So you see the sun, moon, and stars make an orbit roughly once every 24 hours, right? And your senses are telling you that you're perfectly still, not moving at all. So this is everyone's experience here on Earth, whether you're stoned or not. Now, if you're drinking, you might be spinning, but if you're not drinking and you're only doing the ganja, you're not spinning,
That'd be really good.
right? So let's say that you don't experience any curvature or any spinning What has convinced you through secondary information? What person told you that the Earth is a globe? And what evidence did they give you, or did they just tell you that you lived here on the globe?
I just tell you.
Oh, so it's just a cool story, no demonstration? Because I can demonstrate, a little flat model, right? Get a plastic tub, throw some dirt and water in it, right? But I can't make water stick to a ball flying through space at nearly 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Especially if it's spinning. So we view this as an archaic model. It's been around since ancient Greek. They like to say that our model is an archaic model. It's actually theirs that's archaic because it's been around since like before Christ. So they got the archaic model, and our model is brand new, starting from scratch. We don't know anything unless we can observe it or test it or verify it. And it has to be verifiable and repeatable, right? So we don't make any claims unless we know what we're talking about. So here's a claim. You can't make a rainbow indoors without a second mirror. How about that?
You can't make
Rainbows.
a indoor.
Yeah, you can't make a rainbow indoors without a second mirror. So if you take a sprinkler
What do you mean?
and you go inside, you got to use something like a bowl. You have to use a glass bowl to make a rainbow indoors. You can make them outdoors.
That's not
All day
true.
long. Okay, prove me wrong.
I've actually done this experiment before for somebody else.
Oh, you have? Show
Yeah.
me. Hey, and if I'm wrong, I will change my mind.
So Hank, I did it outdoors. I didn't do it indoors.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't prove anything.
So I take that back. I haven't done it. You're right. I haven't done it indoors. But hold on. Why do you think there's a difference between doing it indoors and doing it outdoors?
I couldn't tell you. I just know that you can't do them indoors because I've tried.
Outdoors, there's a much longer space, so if you go at a long distance with a laser, you can get a nicer picture and to see if there's actually a curve in the so-called globe.
No. This has nothing to do with curve. This has to do with whether or not you can make a rainbow.
Oh, sorry.
Indoors.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Indoors.
So this is what I've done, Hank. I've taken a huge body mirror and I put it outside, and then I create mist with my sprinkler machine,
Make a rainbow.
And I make a rainbow. Yeah.
Yep.
So
I mean, I'm
why
claiming you can't do that inside without a second mirror.
Well, why couldn't I just wait until the time of day is perfect so that the sun goes into my house? I have my sliding door open and everything.
You're very scientific.
I could just leave my body mirror on the ground and do the same experiment, right? How does the light know that it passed through my sliding window?
Then close it.
Okay, so I'm claiming indoors, you can't do it. You can't make a rainbow. You can do it outdoors. So if you're kind of halfway in and halfway out, that's not really what I claimed. So indoors, like in the shed, you're inside the shed, you have a light source, you have a mirror, you got a sprinkler, you can't make a rainbow. You're going to need a bowl.
Can the light source be the sun that's going through the window on my shed?
Sure.
Honestly don't remember. Honestly don't remember.
I don't think so. At that point, you're also using the mirror or the bowl that's outside. The reason why you can actually get a rainbow outside.
Yeah, so it has to be indoors, like in a roof, in a house. But yeah, that's kind of one of them dumb claims. Another claim is, hold on. Another claim is that if an object in the sun is in the shade, it'll be cooler than if it was in direct sunlight. But at nighttime, if an object is in the moon shade, actually it'll be cooler outside of that shade.
I've done that experiment.
Wait, moon shade?
I actually went to Canadian Tire and bought it.
Yeah, moonshade. I'm using words that are. I'm coining phrases here. Okay.
So the moon shade. You mean the shade from the moon, right? an object that's in the
because
shade
a
is
shade
cooler.
tree is a shade tree, whether it's day or night, right? So you can get shade from the moon. I know it's not colloquially used very often, but if you listen to my claim carefully, during the heat of the day, the shade tree, an object will be cooler than that very same object outside of the shade tree. At nighttime, the object is actually going to be cooler outside of the shade tree than in the shade tree, because they say it doesn't have to be the moon, but basically what it boils down to is objects are cooler in the shade during the day and outside of the shade during the night.
But you haven't explained why. You just restated it.
Well,
See, the thing is, I don't know why. How can I possibly know why without manipulating variables? We
Well,
can't do that.
What makes you think it's true?
It
Because
is
I've done it
true.
before with a laser thermometer. A bunch of us have.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you can do it too for like $15. Order you a laser thermometer. And then what you want to do is you want to get like two similar things, like a wallet or two pair of shoes.
There's a guy that did it with a thermal camera, $10,000 thermal camera. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, we've tried.
So wait, so you're basically saying that
Thousands of
moonlight
people
is
have
cold.
tried this already, and we've tried to control it with all sorts of different ways to make sure that, for
moonlight
instance,
is-
the temperature isn't bleeding off the objects and things like that. It's many people have tried it with many different things, and it's a weird thing that we don't have an explanation for.
Right. So the equivalent claim is that the moonlight is cold. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. That moonlight cools down objects.
Cooler. I agree.
Yeah, there's a substantial difference between moonlight and sunlight. There's a whole list of differences. One is putrefying, the other one is preserving, one is hot, one is cold. There's many different ones. I forget all of them off the top of my head.
I challenge that claim, but I have no way of verifying
Okay,
it.
please do. See, here's the thing.
That's
Science is never settled, bro. Science is never settled. What we're doing, honestly, hold on, guys. Honestly, we're reforming science.
Yeah, let's do
We're
it.
in the
Okay?
middle.
Hold on.
We're in the middle of reforming science and going back to the scientific method as close as we can get to it.
Yeah, so let me think. What's the
let me
best
just-
way to
let me-
more
let me-
accurately measure temperature outside?
Let me just show you, like, for instance, a sample. There's something called sun-dried tomatoes that preserves the tomatoes. But what happens when you just leave the tomato in the darkness too long?
I don't know where
Dave
we're going.
Hinkle, Dave Hinkle, you got a hot mic.
My bad.
Yeah, you don't have to go there because, you know, in order for the moon to be reflecting sunlight, right, the moon would have to be either flat or concave because you have a uniformity of the light from the moon. And as you know, light reflected on a spherical object is divergent. So that's the end of that. Unless you're going to say the moon's flat or concave, you going to do that?
Are you? Wait, I want to know if you agree with the claim.
I don't agree with anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So the claim is, follow me on this one, son. If you got light hitting a spherical surface, everything reflected is going to be fucking divergent. This is 80 level optics, right? But when I walk outside on a moonlit night, it's all uniform. There's not splotches or patches, right? So it just comes down to this. That's it. Or fail 80 level optics. Simple.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all with
Yeah,
that.
you can't disagree because it's not agree or disagree subject. It's either is or it isn't. And if you don't know what optics is, then I can't help you.
You're correct.
Gaijin, I just posted a link at 47 minute after the hour if you want to check that video out.
Yeah, for sure. But hold on, Kiwi. But do you agree that moonlight is cold?
He doesn't agree.
I
He just
don't
told
care
you.
about the cold or hotness, and you can't define cold or hotness. I just go back to the uniformity of light. That's it. The argument's over. I don't need to go any further.
Okay.
There you go. Somebody just posted it. I was looking for it. I have a little bit more detailed diagram, but this will do it.
Yes.
The most accurate laser pointers, how good are they?
Not
How
worried
accurate
about
are they?
laser pointers. You're talking about monochromatic light. Where do we see monochromatic light in nature?
I
You
don't
don't.
think we do.
Yeah. So it's a equivalence fallacy. Don't even bring it up.
I think we might actually.
Really? Where?
So if you, I don't know. I'd have to verify.
Good.
But I would think that there are like any quantum jump events where electrons jump from high energy.
No, there's not quantum. No.
Low energy levels. You get
No.
monochromatic light.
No, you're not getting monochromatic. Where do we get our light from in nature?
Sun.
Sun?
Typically.
The sun? That's not a monochromatic light source. Where else?
No, I never said it was.
I know you didn't. I'm going to go through the list for you. So, back to the point. So, in nature, we get light from the sun. That's not monochromatic. Where else?
Luminescence.
Fire? That's not
Fire, I guess.
monochromatic.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, where else? Moon? We already went down that road. Where else?
Lightning.
Lightning, that's not monochromatic. All right, there you go. Unless you can come up with something else in nature, mind you.
Yeah, I have no idea. Fireflies?
That's not monochromatic.
Do you count animals as nature?
Animals is yeah.
Yeah.
To a point.
What do you mean to a point?
Because life contains DNA, right? DNA contains information. Show me information in nature.
Uh-huh.
So it depends on, you're going to have to get highly specific.
I don't know, man. I'm way too high.
What?
I'm way too stoned right now.
That's a good cop out.
You were stoned when I met you.
I was stoned when I was born.
Yeah, so you could go, don't go down the road of this cold light, and for the most part, most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about to begin with, right? Just go with the uniform, just go with, see these curved mirrors, see this concave and convex mirrors? Who posted that? Drace. Yeah, Drace. There you go. So just go with that. You're good to go. It's over. Shit, I did this back in, I think it was like the third day I was in Flat Earth. I debunked this shit. The third day. The second day, I debunked the star rotation horse shit. That was probably out here for 18 months before I got here. And no one said anything. For fuck's sake.
Hey, QE, do you know who Darth Dawkins is?
Yep.
What do you think of him?
You know what? I haven't heard Darth in some time. He's got a pretty good argument with, it's been such a long time with the presupposition argument. It's sound. A lot of people make fun of it, but I think he goes about it the wrong way. But the argument, the basis of his argument is sound. If you let me argue it, then I'd close all the doors.
He's pretty good at arguing. They gave him a room down at the politics server, which basically means they give him mod, and people can engagement as he sees fit. Is that something that you would like to do? Have you done it before?
Done what?
So in the politics server, I think it's the biggest politics server in all of Discord.
No, I don't do politics.
No. You don't have to do politics. What they'll do is that, I mean, they do all sorts of topics, right? What they do is that for special guests, they give them their own room with admin powers.
Nah.
So they can mute and kick people out as they wish. But
I can
you
do
have
that here.
That's true. That's true.
No.
So if it doesn't interest, then no. But if it interests you, I think I could.
It doesn't.
Maybe
I'm too busy.
Get it for you. Okay.
I'm not. Sign me up. I'll be there.
Nah,
I'll
bro.
be there,
QE
Debbie
is a
John.
legend.
Well, sure. I mean, a lot of people here have been to that server before. It's not a
He
big
said
deal.
QE's a legend, meaning implying heavily that you're not.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, bro.
I've been to that server before.
Yeah, that was pretty funny, by the way.
You are a legend, bro.
Legend in my own mind.
Yeah, I guess we all are.
So Darth has his own room there now, and he has for the last couple of days. It's pretty interesting.
Darth is a baller, though.
Yeah, maybe we should go. We should go and check it out. At one
I
point,
caught him one day about 4 years ago. Right? I just it stumbled. It was one of the Google Hangouts, back in those days, and I was in there, and then somebody said, "Hey, QE, Darth is here. You want to ask him a couple questions?" And I just popped in. That's the problem. I don't have sock accounts, so whenever I go into a room, everyone's even if I just want to sit and listen, I can't do that. They say it takes less than 5 fucking seconds for the most part, right? Hey, QE. I'm like, fuck.
I think you can change your name in that server. Although
I don't
guess
do that.
people notice.
I don't do that. I don't create sock. What you see is what you get. But anyway, back to the discussion. And like I said, I like his presuppositional argument. I think he argues it. I think there's some flaws the way he argues, but I'm just being pedantic. But I challenged him with his little ball-tard belief, and he lost his fucking mind.
Oh wait, you
banned from coming in here? Is
Interesting.
that a fucking silly question?
I've never seen him in here.
In. I mean,
he's right there in the religion room of the
Come
politics
on
server.
in. Yeah, jump in, man.
He's not gonna come here.
Wow.
But anyway, I would if you have a recording of that, I would pay to listen.
Oh shit! I don't have that. That was many moons ago, man.
All right.
Talk to Betty. Betty remembers it. The science versus pseudoscience. In fact, Betty likes him. Shout out to Betty. Betty sort of likes him and always did like him. But like I said, his argument, it was real feeble. It was, NASA photos.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Must be true.
Yeah, that was it. So I don't think he's up to speed on the flat Earth debate. He'd just get embarrassed, like they all do now, right?
You should be. You should be.
Can I pay you $100 to debate him for like 10 minutes?
My going rate's 5,000. You should have caught me back like 3 years ago. This was my policy. Betty was laughing at this shit. My policy back then was $1,000 for anyone that doesn't have a PhD. Now, I do some pro bono work. We had the arena in here. That was pro bono. But now it's $5,000. In fact, that's the going rate for your average flat earther. I'm thinking about kicking that up.
Yeah, nuts that up. Oh, side of Bitcoins on that. Something.
$100.
Oh,
shit,
man.
that doesn't even buy me a fucking whisker biscuit on my bow.
Well, that's how much I think it's worth. And I would pay you up front if you actually commit to doing it.
Nah, $100. That's jump change, man. No way. I told you. Now, have you heard of John's Bow Fund?
No. Oh wait, I think I've heard you talk about bows.
Yeah.
He's about to sell seed
was sort
tickets.
of
I'm about
ironic.
to sign him up as my agent. If he's that consumed for $5,000 a week, man, I will be your agent, sir. I'll find venues and everything. Sold out stadiums. We're gonna go on tour. Back. Let's go. Back.
Puck, what the hell are you talking about? I'm gonna slap shot your ass.
Back in top shelf, I hope. Heck, that's the only place we go. Or we sometimes do the crease between the knees, man, or take out a leg. That's how we roll. Right on, man.
Curved mirrors, concave.
Yeah.
Another one.
At least the only thing I know about hockey, it's always on a flat plane. every rink I ever flooded or ever skated on was always a flat plane. Pretty sure about it. And some of them are like more than 8 inches per mile. So like there's like some really long rivers that freeze. And you can literally see from one side to the other. That's the funny thing about a hockey puck guy, Canada. I mean, you can't, you don't have to be California, man. You can see right across the ice, man. You can skate it. You're right on a ski doo or
Hey, Drace, relax,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's what I was going for, Drace. Yeah. So you don't have to. You can clip my little logo out there and just use that one.
How much those agents? Okay.
Yeah, but still, your curved mirrors. That does it. That'll do it. That does the trick.
So, holy, he's throwing out weird. What? Oh, okay. That fish-eyed love. Okay. Let's-
So where's the guy who said he was going to bring his physics? Oh wow.
Oh, the physics
His
teacher.
physics teacher.
I'm gonna bring my teacher to talk to you. I can't do it myself, but I'm gonna bring my teacher. Yeah, where's that dude?
Yeah, I heard about that from.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave, I put you on mute because you're just hot micing to death. Somebody sent me was that you, Drace, that sent me PM?
Yeah, I gave you an alert.
Yeah, good luck trying to catch me, man. When did you send that message? Let's see how well you did. So, Drace sent me a message about that little. His name's Big D Flyer that's going to get his physics professor. You contacted me today at 10:20. That was pretty good timing, man.
Yeah.
That's only 31 minutes. That's not bad. As you were.
Even though some of us don't want to go, and I've already done the politics server thing. The guy that was talking about it earlier, do you have a link for the server? I think I'm a part of it. So many freaking servers in here.
The politics server?
Yeah, you have a link for that one?
Yeah.
For the people that might want to go over there. I've already been there many times.
I mean, where do you want it?
In Livestream voice text. Just post it, man. Yeah.
Am I allowed to share?
Well, or you can send it to me and then I can post it.
Yep.
For the people that want to go over there, we want people to go over there and have fun if they want to, and then get people to come over here. So
yeah,
if you go over there, send a link to this server so that when you go there and talk to them for a while, yeah.
Hey, Dave.
I don't think we're partners with them or anything, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, Dave Hinkle, you got something bad with your mic, man. I'll take you off mute, but you got to go on mute yourself, man. You're hot micing like a devil. He also says that there's a new person in here, Bread Rising, that anyone wants to talk to.
Okay, cool.
Dave, go on mute. There you go.
Got it, mic check. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
It's working now. All right, y'all go ahead. Bread Rising. Hello.
There's a link to politics. If
Hello.
you want to talk to those guys.
Bread Rising said hello. When y'all talk to him, go ahead.
I'm just really listening for now. Trying to learn the arguments.
Yeah. What do you think of the shape of the Earth, bud?
It's pretty flat.
Oh, you're no fun.
Yeah.
Hey, we can talk about guns.
Nah, I'm out of the gun deal.
There's another guy called Wood Knox. I don't know if y'all spoken to him yet.
Who?
Wood Knox.
Is he a woodchucker?
How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
I'm surprised you got that out.
Really? Why are you surprised?
Well, that usually you wouldn't be able to do that.
You don't know me.
So Woodnock, you there, bud?
I want to hear you say she sells seashells down by the seashore.
No, I don't play that, man. I'm not that stupid.
All right, no. Anyway, I'm just fucking with you too. But anyway.
I don't do that shit voluntarily.
Yeah, Helio's good at talking. Getting them to shut up, that's the trick.
Yes. Well, it depends. I mean, I have to be in the mood to talk for the most part. So anyway.
So, Woodnox, do you want to ask us a questions, or can we maybe ask you a few questions?
I promise we won't bite.
We also have self-suprematist.
Glad you said it because I wasn't going to try to say it.
I wonder if he talks like Sylvester the Cat.
Earth to self-suprematist. Are you there? Apparently not.
Jasper?
Oh, he's typing. Too much background noise, he says. That's very sad.
He's in a party, dude. He can't pause the party.
I used to have a party once. It was with NASA, and that cut remained. Back. Boy, man. Stop playing with that. You didn't believe in that make-believe stuff. And the cut went deep. So set yourself, desensitize yourself. Relax, man. We made our separate ways. Remember, I know it was a lady song. I knew. No, never had that much to you. That's what that's saying. Stand me inside, then do you cut me like a knife? So it feels. It rose out of the
What I
storm.
don't get, what I don't get is
90 something.
how could there be like thousands of years of philosophy,
It's amazing.
and everybody comes in here like, I'm a brain in a vat. My brain's in a jar. How do I know anything? I can't know anything. But I know the Earth's a ball.
Yeah, yeah. You're sure about that? Yeah, I know, right?
Like thousands of years of philosophy, and that's what you hung on to? Jeez.
I mean, but that's what you're told, right? I mean, it's hard to freaking break the paradigm. It really is. It really is. I mean, unfortunately, it is for some people. I mean, once you break it, you got 10 other layers actually you fight, man. Like, I don't know. Like I know it's fucking what it is, right? And I still have to live in that world, man. Like, you're living in a world of people who believe something that's not even fucking happening, man. Like, it's not even about flat Earth anymore, man. You're living in a world of fucking lies and slavery. It's like, look, right? Like flat Earth is fucking man, a fucking a glimpse on the echo, and it's the truth. But you're still a slave, man. All right. But it's a road to the truth. It's a road to the truth, and they're not ready for that, man. Nobody's ready for that. How could you be? How could you be? I want to be an upstanding person in society, man. I want to be the best I can be. I'm gonna wear my mask properly. I'm gonna be a fucking I'm just a child. I'm just a child. I just want to live in this world, man.
Be all that you can be on
Yeah, right.
flat Earth.
Yeah, right. And then you run into paradigms and issues if you actually wake up, if you actually fucking think about things. Then there's a problem. Then there's a fucking problem. Just
Hey,
go
hockey puck.
along, people. Yeah, bro.
Joe Mama's here. See if you can talk to him.
Oh,
Joe Mama.
oh, I guess.
Yeah, let's
Like
talk
my
to Joe
mom.
Mama.
Mama's the most beautiful
Hello,
person.
Joe Mama. Welcome to the server.
Jojo.
Joe Mama's a 3 points participant.
Right on, right on.
So you believe it's a ball, bruh?
Joe Mama need a mic check.
Hey, can someone go into VC check-in 1?
Oh, you need. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there's like a lot of people in there.
Okay, I'll go up there.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll jump up there too.
But yeah, I do think it's
Hey, get
not
him in here
necessarily
quickly.
a ball. I don't believe it's
Oh,
like
you
a
can't
ball
stand
like
there.
any sporting thing.
What do you got, Joe? What do you got?
I'm just not sure
What
the
do you
Earth
got?
is entirely flat. You
Oh
know.
yeah, you, man.
You
Neither
know,
am
it's just
I.
kind of it's more of an abnormal like
I'm just,
belief. You know, you
isn't
probably
it?
understand that
Yeah, it's a weird fucking reality, isn't it, Nate?
a little different. I mean,
Isn't it? It's actually scientifically measurable, different. It's not like a textbook stuff. Like, might be physical fucking
you
measurements.
should make it. You should make a flat Earth textbook. That'd be good.
Why not? Well, people have. Maybe I should.
People have made flat Earth textbooks. Do they? Is that in
Yeah,
school?
well, it should be a thing, and it used to be. And a flat Earth book was, and that is how the world
Yeah, a
was
while
taught,
ago.
man. Yeah, why wouldn't you? I mean, we need to be scholars, we need to be people, we need to have scientific proof, and we do. And I do. I do my own physical measurements of the reality that I live in. In fact, it is a flat plane. It's a matter of fact, my experiences. How about yours? I got a textbook. What's yours all about, man?
Do you
Show me.
believe in like the ice
How's your
wall?
Kobe textbook? Let me know how it is. Right? Tell me your textbook, man. Who's your
I
authors?
don't really like.
Well,
I don't know.
I'm the author of my book, man.
Oh, you wrote a book?
Yeah, it's a book of fucking me. It's a flat Earth book. So what's your book?
Is that what the Earth looks like? Is your
I don't
profile
know.
picture
It's my
the yin,
conception of the
the
Earth and where I
yang?
stand, dude. I don't have to have any odor output. I only conceptualize what's around me, man. That's the difference, man. Can you get it? No. What's your world, man? Is your world what's in a book, or is your world what you see? You tell me.
I'm living.
You're
I
living,
mean, I
right?
see through my eyes.
Oh, that's all I can see. Now we're on the right level, man.
Yeah, but like, just because, like,
Well,
for
what?
for example, like there are limits to your body. So like, if you have a dog whistle and you blow
I'm
the dog whistle, you're not going to hear the dog
Don't
whistle, but the
ever
dog.
start a statement with if. I don't never answer a statement with if. I don't give
Oh,
a fuck.
you don't like
No,
hypotheticals?
there's
Like
no if.
hypothetically, is the
No,
Earth
there's no
flat?
if. No, I will not answer a fucking statement with if right now. That's ended.
Yeah, no
So what
statements
is
with
it?
if.
I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what it is and then what it isn't. I'm not telling you hypothetically if, ands, or buts. No way, dude. You can play that game. Go ahead. That's a game you're playing for yourself, man. You're justifying your own fucking situation when you
On
say
God.
if.
On God.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I get it. You know,
that's all I gotta say about that. I've talked enough. Sorry, man. I ranted. Love you, people.
Amen.
Amen.
So where are your friends?
Uh,
I don't have it here, man. These are my people, but I don't know anybody around here, dude.
So is there new people coming in?
yeah, there's a lot of people in the VC check-in.
Check that shit out.
Yeah, we got Benny, we got Joe Mama.
That's
Benny.
me.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hey, that's me. Boo Heal. Sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, remember heartstrings can we pull here? How's that young man doing? Hey, get it. I want VC sass. It takes that long. Let them all in. Just open the board open. Yeah, I
So quiet.
Wow, fuck us. I just listened on VC voice chat and waiting for Buddy Boy
Uh,
to come in and back
Hey,
him up or whatever he's doing, man.
why is it so quiet? There's so much to share and say.
Isn't there? Like, right? Totally.
But you want me? You want me to start talking? I don't think you guys want me to
Absolutely.
talk.
Because I
I'll be honest.
railroad shit. Yeah, man. Please do. Yeah, man. I'll just jump in. I'll take it over. But like,
I don't think people
cool.
realize the gravity of the situation here.
Isn't that the
See what you did there.
ironic way to say it? The gravity of the situation. I always get a weird feeling about saying that, but yeah. Fuck. Sorry. I did it. Yeah, man.
There is a new person here, Vanny103. Would you like to open your mic and maybe have a conversation?
Welcome, Nevada.
Well, I'm just not really talking. I'm just gonna sit here and listen. Like, I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm just sitting here listening.
Cool.
Wait for something to click, right? Yeah. That's good.
All right. There's little nuggets here and there. Right? You get profounded. You're not going to find yourself on an ocean and be profounded beyond the sights of life in this room. I mean, you got to go to the mountain to get that, man. Okay? But maybe some guy in this room actually went to that mountain and could profound it to you and share the experience. That's what it is, man. It's all experience, bro. Appreciate it, man.
Well, it can't be both flat and a ball, right? That's why you're
Yeah.
here, right?
Well, it's a discussion, isn't it?
Well, you're curious. He's curious. You must be curious about it because if it's not a ball, what does it all mean? Oh my God, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Yeah. But if the
Yeah,
Earth really is a ball, then ha ha ha! Look at these crazy people, right? But you're not here to do that, are you? You're here to find
why?
out.
So, yeah, he must be here, man. Like just fucking sitting back. Got called out. But whatever.
That's what I was
Obviously,
saying. I'm just sitting here chilling, playing a game, and listening to y'all. That's all I'm doing.
Are you? What game you playing, man?
Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach.
Well, I never heard of that one. I play 7 Days to Die.
I think I've
Oh,
played
you
that.
play 7 Days to Die?
Nah.
Oh, you play 7 Days to
Bro,
Die?
they give me so much
Sure.
hate for playing 7 Days to Die, bro.
Why not?
I literally play that game
Good
alone.
game. I gotta play it.
So
It's
don't.
always flat. It's always flat. Everywhere I drive on motorbike and it's always flat. I played other games too.
The point.
Yeah.
If the Earth is not a ball, like what would that mean for you guys? You know, like
What would it mean? It
well, the
means
new guys
everybody
that are here.
lied to me, man. It means
I
I
mean,
didn't fucking know where I lived, and everybody who told me was about they lied to me. That's what.
well, I'm talking to these younger, guys that are here, the new guys, the younger people. It's
Oh.
probably different for them, So I'm asking, like what made you look into it? Like, why are you parked in this Discord and not say in a cryptocurrency, talk crypt? You know what I mean? Like you could be parked anywhere else, but you're parked here, so you must be curious about whether you've been lied to or not, whether we're crazy, right, or not.
Maybe they hear it from work. Maybe they hear from a friend. Maybe there's a family member.
Maybe they
who's
hear it from
talking.
YouTube. Maybe they hear it
Maybe a
from Barack
family member
Obama.
is the nutty corner family member. Maybe that guy is actually cool and he's onto something. This guy's here just to check him out, man. Right? Maybe. That'd be cool.
If the Earth is not a ball, then what? You're in a movie? Then what? What does that mean?
Well, 'cause, there's no man. I know. I'm a defender. I'm a defender for the fucking idiots when I fucking do it. Man. I like to play devil's advocate, like fucking try to defend these people, man. I can't. Man, I try to. I try to understand everybody's understanding of the world of where they're at. And it's a really hard race to go from where they are, and it's a fucking matrix. It literally is.
Well,
To
then,
understanding the mechanics of the world that's happening, man. It's two different
I think
fucking avenues, dude.
I
Hard.
think the response. I think the response, like, well, where is the edge? One, right? Well, does that mean the other planets are round too? Right? These kinds of responses. I think those are all programmed responses. I think those are all like these are the questions to ask because I think if you can just go through those real quick, it'll kind of bring them back to curvature. It's like okay. You know what I mean? Because people leave behind curvature and
Yeah,
go
man.
on.
We're just trying to cycle the minds of people.
Yeah.
People aren't used to that part of their brain working. Right? They're not allowed to think for themselves. Like, it's breaking a fucking lock on a lot of people.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the trick, right? You show them that the Earth cannot be a ball, especially this ball, this small, right? And then immediately, what do? Right? They go to, well, we can't trust our eyes, and it's so big that immediately kind of
That's
go
a
away
that,
from the
that's off
math.
the cuff. That's an off the cuff response. That's a program response.
Yeah.
For many. That's
Yeah.
all we ever heard. Until you
Yeah.
look at it, man. Yeah, you're
We
right.
don't have the eyes to see that the Earth is a ball. Now, what kind of eyes do we need? Fish eyes, or bird eyes, or
Oh, you
hawk
can't.
eyes?
We don't.
What kind of eyes do we need? We need eyes that cost
I've never, even with my balls,
billions of
with my
dollars.
eyes, I've never seen a ball Earth, man. Fucking with my own fucking eyes, and
Eh, we need the eyes of a rocket in space, right?
yeah.
Like we need eyes in the sky, right? And we don't have the
But they
money
have
to
that.
buy.
But they have that, right? We're supposed to believe that.
Yeah. How high do I have to go
That
before the
concrete
math?
shit is
What?
real,
Yeah. If the
right?
math is not working down here on
I
Earth
mean,
because magic, right? Then when does magic wear off and the math
what
reappears?
is it, right? 103,000 feet? Where is the point of
Yeah.
distinction between an airlock and a vapor and a barrier? I mean, what is it, man?
They're even saying you can't see curvature from the ISS, 250 miles.
Apparently, they can't. I thought they
That's what I'm
videotaped.
hearing. Yeah.
Was that? Oh, that's a new one to me because they've been videotaping that shit or trying to videotape it. I mean, mockumentarying it for fucking a decade.
Yeah. Did you hear that the moon is in the atmosphere of the Earth now? 250,000 miles away, 38,000.
In the popular scientifical,
Yeah.
really, they moved it 200,000 feet. Oh no, 4 million feet.
When Dave
What's up,
turns on
Dave?
his
You were
microphone, I'm
before.
expecting like a garage band to start playing because it's
I got background music.
We got new people checked in, and one of them's already joined. If I want to try to engage them, or Alpha Beta, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You got a
What's
whole
up,
room
bro?
full of flat earthers here, so I'll let Hank talk to you for a second.
What's up, bro? What brings you to the server?
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd stop by.
Friendly neighborhood Batman. Thanks for
While we're waiting
stopping
on
by.
them, we also checked in Orpus. He's here too. Welcome.
Welcome, guys.
Halix is deafened right now. We also checked them in. They're all sound legit so far. So go ahead, Hank.
I'm just waiting on him. He put me on hold.
Let's go. Ding, ding, ding.
Is that ding 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 for classes in session or ding ding ding? Let's get it on.
Yeah, it's whatever you think it is, right? Yeah. Class is kind of in session.
Right, class.
Yeah.
Come down while I roll with Fatty.
We're just gonna hang out, blow your mind. You'll never be the same by the time we fucking laugh.
All my students would pay attention because I always start with rolling a fat joint.
Once you go flat, you never go back. Right? That's it. Done.
Whoever gets this question correct gets this joint. All right.
So, are there any new people who don't want to put me on hold who are ready to talk?
Yes.
Halix, you got your mic open. You want to talk? You got any questions? You there, Halix?
I'm just listening, bro. I'm just listening.
All right. Well, if you don't want to be bugged, just put yourself on mute till you want to talk. Okay.
All right, man.
What about you, Orpus? You got any questions for Hank Hill?
I am back.
Okay, you're welcome back. Here's Hank.
Okay.
What's up, bro? What brings you to the server?
What's up, man? Nothing much. Just by word.
Yeah, okay, cool. So, what's your position on the shape of the Earth right now?
It's a good question. I'm still trying to figure that out.
All right, cool. What do your senses tell you? Do you see any curvature in your everyday experience?
I'd like to know more about what topics came up and how you came about it. What's your background?
Hey, what's your favorite color, bro? No, we don't care about your background or your favorite
The
color.
only thing that is, I've been trying to do more of my own information without anyone else's influence. Just because I do have some people in my family who are part of different organizations that have to do with like space and science. So I've tried not to.
Good job.
Yeah, I'm not trying.
Well,
I'm not
hey,
gonna try to.
What if I told you that you?
Some background in space and science.
What if I told you you could go out and measure it yourself? You don't need your parents. You don't need me. You don't need anybody else. You just need an Earth curve calculator and a little bit of gas money and a day off and a friend, and you can go make some observations. What if I taught you how to do that? Would you be interested in that?
If it had any relevance.
Really? You don't think that'd be relevant to measure directly?
Well, what do you mean? Indirectly just measuring the Earth?
No, directly measuring it.
How are you supposed to directly measure something that?
Okay, well, it's real easy, right? If the Earth is a sphere, then it has curvature.
Yeah.
So what's the radius of Earth? What's the radius? Do you know?
I don't know. I can ask Google.
Sure, go ahead.
3,958.8 miles squared.
Correct. Okay. So we should be able to work out mathematically where the horizon should be, right?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Okay. So go to an Earth curve calculator and type in 1 foot observation height. And then tell me where the horizon is. Earth curve calculator.
Okay.
Tell me where the horizon is after you type in 1 foot eye height. 1 foot observation height. You're gonna leave everything else blank.
And what is the target distance? 30 miles?
You're just gonna leave that blank. You're just
Okay.
gonna leave that blank. Put 0.
Okay.
So what's the distance to the horizon at 1 foot?
It is level with the highest point of the sphere.
No, it should say 1.225 or 1.22. because we're talking about the horizon distance. So if you typed in 1 foot observation height, you left everything else blank, it should tell you the distance to the horizon is 1.22.
Yeah.
It's
So
1.224560.
Excellent. So now, have you ever heard of Mullis Tollens? You ever heard of a Mullis Tollens argument?
the Moles tolls.
Modus Tollens?
Oh, the modus tollens. No, I have not.
Okay, if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So here it goes. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Not Q, the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that in a second. Therefore not P, the Earth is not a sphere. So can you see the live stream voice text right now?
Wait, could you repeat that?
The live stream voice text, it's a room that's
Yeah,
like right above this room.
I'm in the voice text. I see. Are you Draco? Love, wisdom, harmony,
No, I'm not.
or Drace?
I'm not him, but I'm actually looking for the picture part of that.
He posted it. Drosh posted it. We need the picture. We need the picture. My bad. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, there it is. All right, so can you see that picture where it says "Bub Eyeball"?
I'm looking at it. I just want to sharpen up my skills. Yeah.
So, new guy, can you see the picture that says "Bub Eyeball"? Did he die?
Oh, is this the What is that? Is this the black swan thing?
Yeah, that's right. So, where's the horizon at in this picture?
Is this the only picture that you guys have done this experiment on?
What's wrong with
No.
No, there's hundreds of them. Go ahead, Hank.
This is one.
Yeah, this is one of many, even though it only takes one. But can you see the horizon in the picture?
You guys. Who's he saying you guys? Hey, you called us you guys.
Yeah, I can see the horizon, and I can also see the horizon curving.
You can. Where?
On the right sides, you see the light that is peeking past the... Unless that is just distortion.
That's what?
I mean, the photo is really bad quality. If you guys could send me like a better photo of this demonstration, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, here's a GIF from the video. Can you see it now?
Is there like a photo version? Oh, there we go.
Dude, the top one's a photo, the second one's a GIF. And I'm sure any second somebody's going to post the original video. So, can you see the horizon?
Yeah, I can. Or I think
Okay,
I
where's
can.
it at? Where's the horizon
Let me see. It looks like it's at the horizon is different for each of the different.
He's asking you, is it before the oil rigs, in between them, or is it past them? Where do you see the horizon at in that picture?
Where do I see them? I see it in front.
Then how do you see the oil rigs if there's something blocking them?
Well, you can partially see the oil rigs.
No, those are the whole.
You're obviously looking at that picture and you think you see the horizon in front of those oil rigs.
If you took
Go
a
ahead.
better picture with a better camera, you would see that there is water covering part of the oil rig on the very bottom.
Yeah, because they're partially submerged, bro. The horizon is after them. That's why you can see the whole entire oil rig.
You know what a horizon is? It's where the sky apparently meets the water, right?
Well, yeah, it doesn't actually. Yeah.
So you don't see that behind that second oil rig is where the horizon line is.
Yeah, I know what you are. Yeah.
So that's where the horizon is. That's what Hank asked you. Go ahead.
Okay.
All right, so that's pretty much the end of your your heliocentric religion. It's over after this, because the thing is, we're not asking you to believe any of this. We're asking you to go measure it yourself, right? And if you go measure it yourself directly, then you'll know, right? Because obviously you're not going to listen to a couple of rednecks on the internet, right?
What'd you say?
I said you could go measure it yourself because you obviously don't want to believe a couple of rednecks on the internet, right? So you should go measure it yourself, right?
Yeah, I didn't say anybody was a redneck.
I know I did. It's not a
okay.
derogatory term. It means that you work outside.
Okay. I see.
You ever worked outside and got a real good sunburn on your neck?
Yes, sir.
That's all it is. All right. So what I'm asking you is, now that we've given you an argument, and you can
Can I ask
obviously see
you
the
some
horizon.
questions?
Yeah, as soon as I'm done talking.
Okay.
So now that you can obviously see that the horizon isn't where it's supposed to be, in fact, it's off by an order of magnitude. It's not even off by a margin of error. It's off by a lot. So we're asking you to go outside, measure it directly over a large body of water at rest with an earth curve calculator and a friend, and maybe an apparatus like a mirror or a telescope. Go ahead and ask your question.
So I'm not here to prove that the Earth. I'm not here to prove like anything about the globe Earth. I'm just
You
trying to
couldn't if you
ask questions
tried.
about it. Okay.
You couldn't if
So
you tried. Go
I
ahead.
just had a few questions about your guys's Well, you guys don't have a model, but your guys' ideology.
Nobody does, though. Nobody does.
Well,
this is not a
yeah.
fucking concise community.
We have reality. Sorry, Hockey Puck. Go ahead, ask your question.
No, you're right. And we have our own reality, what we see.
So when the sun goes down, what does the sun go under?
And that's our own reality, man.
Nobody claimed that it goes under anything.
Well,
Yeah, we
the
didn't
sun.
claim that.
Well, I mean, you can see with your eyes.
Hold on, bro. You're asking us to defy something. I'm sorry.
Can I
You're
ask
asking
one
us to
person?
defend a claim. Bro, listen, you're asking us to defend a claim that we didn't make. So I'm going to ask you, why does Superman like to hide in telephone booths when he changes?
I don't know. I don't watch
That's not
Marvel
your claim.
movies.
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I'm questioning your guys's
So if you're asking about the sunset, if you're asking about the mechanics of the sunset, when the sun gets far away, eventually it gets so far away that we can't see it. Do you know about the inverse square law and light attenuation? Do you know about those things?
No, I do not.
Refraction, light refraction.
So you can look into that, right? Light doesn't travel forever at the same intensity. Do you lose signal when you walk around the block? You can't get Wi-Fi signal, right?
So just depends, yeah. I know,
What do you
but
mean
yeah,
depends?
it is. Yes,
You
it is
get
true.
Wi-Fi
Sometimes.
signal.
Oh, Wi-Fi. I thought you meant just like internet signal. Yes, Wi-Fi signal does dissipate after you leave the actual
Right.
like the place of the Wi. Yeah.
Okay, light does the same thing, the exact same thing. It doesn't travel forever, right? Not at the same intensity. So
I
you're
think he's
asking what the sun does.
Before we get too far off of the original, I don't think he understood why
I wanted
it's
to
possible. Hold on. I don't think he totally understands why you wouldn't be able to see those oil rigs from that.
when you say the sun goes under, right? Like, I think you're probably thinking of the Flat Society's model where it's a disc.
That's why we have to solidify where the horizon should be compared to where we actually observe it.
All right, guys. Can you see the
Y'all
gift
talking
that I
about two
just
different
posted?
things. Go ahead, Hank.
Young man, can you see the gift that I just posted? Did the candle go under the table?
I don't know. Why are all these images so blurry?
Wow, because that's
No.
important.
You can repeat these images yourself. The atmosphere is acting like a lens. That's why there's a lens there that's causing things to look blurry. When you look out and you see trees, like at the distance, are they crystal clear? You ever heard of fog?
Well,
Sleet,
yeah, I have
snow?
20/20 vision, so they are pretty crystal clear.
Okay, on a foggy day?
With fog you can't see anything.
Well, the
Okay,
point is that Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, we don't live in a vacuum. Things aren't perfectly crystal clear, right? So the atmosphere is acting like a lens, and it's causing things to appear to set. But think about it. When you fly a drone straight up, let's say you go to 399 feet, and then you just beeline towards west. What is that thing going to do? It's going to appear to get lower and lower and lower until it disappears into the horizon, right? Why would any other object do anything any different?
There's another GIF that Drace posted to have a look at. So see how? So the idea is it's moving in a straight line, but because there's moisture in the air between you and the sun or the airplane, whatever you're looking at, it appears like it's setting. But the Earth is not a disk floating up in space. I think that's where that question comes from.
Yeah, and
Because
I
how
don't
can
think
you have
sunset is a bad word, Bong. I don't think sunset is a bad
Well,
word.
they're not because it's not because it is setting. But if you have in your mind a disk in space, then these are the questions you're gonna have to have. You're gonna end up with. And the Flat Earth Society is promoted by the government, by YouTube, Barack Obama. It's controlled opposition.
Well,
The Earth is not a disk in space.
Check this out too. They also say the only reason that the sun can set. This is what they say, and the reason that the sun can set is because we're spinning away from it. We're moving backwards away from it, and because you see it come
That's
towards
irrelevant.
you. You see it move away because you're standing on a spinning ball that has curve, and the curve is blocking the
That
Earth.
explanation,
Of the
that
sun.
explanation is irrelevant because of because there's no curvature. But what we are seeing here, this demonstration, is 100% what we see in the real world, how things disappear. So,
All right, guys, we answered his question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Next question, please. Next question.
Does anybody else have any other questions? I think we had some other new people. What about Orpus or Halix or Joe Mama or?
So, if you have an audience, did you show them what we showed you in the live stream voice text?
I don't have an audience. I'm just naming people who joined recently. That
We checked Halix and Alpha, and me and Dave checked them in.
So I guess I got some questions for you while you think of some more questions. Okay. So anytime in ancient history up until modern times, has anyone directly measured the Earth's curvature? And if so, how do they do it? And if you don't know, it's okay to say you don't know, because many men know many things, but no man knows everything.
it was measured by it was I don't know his name. It was some very long ancient name, and it's like something. Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
All right.
Was it
So he made some assumptions. Number one assumption is that light travels at 90-degree parallel, which it doesn't. Right? And he made the assumption that the Earth was a sphere.
I think it was Aristotle.
No, it was
Aristotle's someone else.
Oh.
Who's
Aristotle?
Wait, hold on. It's not Eratosthenes. It's Eratos. Eratosthenes.
Guy again.
We're gonna call him Era. Okay, so just say Era. Go ahead. Or Eratos.
Can I throw in real quick? We can't even verify that he may not have even have existed. He could be a totally fictional character made up. But go ahead.
But the argument itself it's the principle that we're arguing, not the person.
I mean, at the end of the day, I just want someone to go to the edge of the Earth. That's it.
Why? What does that? What does going to the edge of the Earth do?
It's picture proof of all these claims that you guys have.
What claim? You're asking the burden of proof. We debunked.
You guys have yet to show me a model, a 3D model.
Wait, no, hold on. We're showing you
flat
Earth. We're showing you that the Earth cannot be a ball because there is no curvature.
Then show me the flat. Then show me how it's. Then show me the flat Earth. Show me.
You just did. When you go outside, right?
Hold on, guys.
There's no reason to get excited here. He has some
everybody
questions.
Yelling at me.
Yeah, please, guys. There's no reason to get excited. No reason to get excited.
Because one of the
Everyone
problems is
calm down.
that we have one person asking questions and we have 7 other people attacking the person asking a question.
Listen. No, we're not attacking. Can everybody be quiet, please? We're not attacking, right? Sometimes people get excited, right? Hockey Puck got a little loud. I got a little loud talking over him. We apologize. And another thing, we're not attacking anyone personally. We're attacking arguments here. So if you think at any time that we're attacking you, that's not what's happening. We're only attacking arguments. So Eratosthenes lived before Christ. He measured some shadows. He doesn't even qualify for my question as an answer because he didn't directly measure the earth. He directly measured shadows. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah,
Then
you
he
were
made some
talking
assumptions.
about.
Directly measuring the earth itself. Water will suffice because 70% of the water, 70% of the surface of the earth is covered in water. So we'll accept water, especially because it's easier and there's no terrain. Right? So anyone who's directly measured the earth, it's okay if you don't know. We'll just move on to the next question. But if you do know, then we'll, follow it till the end. Anyone directly measured curvature.
But you guys think that in airplanes the windows are what are they called? Fisheye lenses, so it distorts the.
Can I suggest quit saying you guys think because we haven't made any claims. Go ahead, Hank.
Is that
Sometimes
what you guys believe?
Science itself
No,
said
it's
you
not.
can't see curvature.
Do you
on
believe that bunnies steal your teeth whenever it's Easter? No, bro. We ain't asking no questions like that. So here's the thing: if you're gonna say you guys said, right, that's gonna spiral real fast, right? Because
I
there's
apologize.
a claim.
That was an assumption.
Right. It's okay. Just listen. There's a claim out there that the Earth is curving, right? I'm asking for evidence. It's okay if you don't have any, right? So, did anyone directly measure the Earth that you know of? And if so, how did they do it?
No, not personally. I don't know anyone who's measured the Earth personally.
Okay,
No.
cool. So, the next question is anyone in ancient history up until modern times directly measure the spin or the axial rotation of the Earth? And if so, how did they do it?
No clue.
All right, excellent. Third question, and this one's really easy to understand. At high altitude, they claim eventually it's going to be a near perfect vacuum, 10 to the 17 negative torr. Is there any way you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Like we have here on Earth. Earth is said to be an open system with 14.7 psi at sea level. So why doesn't the gas pressure escape into the available volume of space, right, in accordance with natural law? It's what we see over and over again. If you have a balloon, it pops, the gas pressure spreads out and fills the available space, right? Every time, no matter what. And you can't have gas pressure without a container.
You're talking about space now. Okay, I see. So you're talking about gravity, and I see what you mean. Yeah.
Not
No,
gravity,
I
the
don't
vacuum of space.
Oh, the vacuum of space, saying that it's physically impossible, or
right, without a container. Yeah.
Right. He just went through the three major claims about globe Earth with you, and those are the three questions. That's not our claim. You said that you said nobody's making claims, and we just claim we observe what we see. The claims about globe Earth is what we're challenging.
Right. So can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
With or without you, man. With or without you, man.
It's okay if you don't know, right?
What was the question? Sorry, I'm eating a pizza right now.
You probably didn't want to eat that pizza and come back.
Why?
I was just asking, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Can I? Oh, no.
Anyone? Okay. So it's a belief
I don't know
that you
anyone,
have.
but
All right, listen. Enjoy your pizza, right? Put yourself on mute just for a second. And think carefully about what I got to say and try not to be biased. Try to be as scientifically minded as possible, if that's possible. All right, what I'm about to say is no one's measured curvature. We've been trying for years. If you believe that this curvature, it's because you had a mobile above your bed when you were in the crib, and you got a TV and you saw the globe Earth on TV, then you got older and you saw it on computers and eventually cell phones and tablets. When you close your eyes and I say the word Earth, if you picture the blue marble in your head, that's not the Earth. It's not even technically a scientific model, right? What it is it's something in your imagination, because if you go outside and you examine the real Earth for yourself, you know, that stuff that gets in between your toes while you're at the beach, the stuff that earthworms live in, that Earth, right? You'll see that the Earth does have an edge. It's called the ocean or the shoreline, right? So if you want to see it, I would say, yeah, you should go see the edge of the Earth where the water starts and make some observations and make some measurements and some calculations and see if you can find that curvature, because we've been trying all over the Earth and we failed. We tried to debunk the flat Earth and we failed. And it ain't only us, it's also globe earthers. The longest photography ever taken, 273 miles, Guinness Book of World Record, prove that the Earth has no curvature.
So are these these are all claims that you were saying that are 100% true, that you witnessed yourself and are proven? That you
I've been to the ocean.
Okay.
North Beach. Yep, I saw the buildings
You
during
guys
the
see,
day.
like the thing you guys are referring to about the space. I just wanted to get back to check back on that real quick because I was curious.
Sure. Sure.
So you're saying that the gas molecules like expand to fill the space available to them, right?
Yeah,
Right, they seek their equilibrium. Yep.
Yeah, it's gas laws.
Because you guys are saying it's impossible because the gas should fill the space, right?
Yeah, gas always expands until it reaches equilibrium. Let me give
The
you an example.
molecules do not.
That's it.
Hang on.
Let him ask his question, guys.
The molecules do not expand.
That's true.
We're not talking about. Okay.
Finish the question.
Gas, man. Where is he going?
The difference is that in the atmosphere there are different forces working on that gas in comparison to Earth.
And you prove those forces.
Like what?
Forces you talking
Like
about?
what?
Like gravity.
No.
Whoa.
That's your story.
Okay.
Now you presuppose
Okay,
I'm gonna
let's
fall, man.
let's say I give you gravity, right? I'll give you all the gravity in the world. So if I got a propane tank at sea level and it's got 250 psi in the tank and I open it up, is gravity going to keep that tank from spewing out until it reaches equilibrium? Yes or no?
Could you repeat that?
If I have a propane tank at sea level with 250 psi inside, right, and I open the container, is gravity going to keep the contents from spewing out until it reaches equilibrium?
That is on Earth. That you're not conducting that in space.
Yeah, it's on Earth where the gravity's stronger, because the inverse square law, gravity says the further you get away from the surface of the Earth, the weaker it is. So if it doesn't work on the surface, what makes you think it will work in space where it's weaker?
Well, do you guys believe in gravity? I just want to get this out of the way.
Not the gravity that you've been told. You've been lied to with pseudoscience, because there is no scientific experiment from Newton or Einstein. But if you want to know what you can actually use the scientific method with, you need to learn about specific gravity. What can you tell me about specific gravity?
What do you? I mean, I don't know. I don't know too much about gravity other than the fact that it's pretty important and it does its job. But I can't.
It's
not something you have to believe in. Central banker. It is something that is already a given.
You're saying established, but you haven't verified it personally.
Yeah, me myself. I don't have to.
So to
yes, you do.
But
like I said,
well, that's called a religion. I don't have to, establish whether or not Jesus was walking on water, right? I just take it as faith, right? That's a religion. You're like, I don't have to establish that gravity is real. I'll just accept it on faith. And that's what I was trying to explain to you with the three questions. You believe that someone's measured it, right? to be a sphere. You believe that someone's measured axial rotation, and you believe in the vacuum of space,
Okay,
but you don't know it.
Question for you though. I want
Okay.
just something that you would do. Have you ever like stood on a plateau outside or like a hill or something? It's like something that's elevated, right? And that had someone stand below you on a flat surface.
Sure.
I've been at concerts. Yeah. Okay.
No, so okay, so if you this is just something I would, I don't know. It's just an experiment in a way. So if you were elevated on a plateau, let's just say you're elevated on a plateau, right?
Yeah.
So there's a person above, and then there's someone below at a lower height.
Sure.
Will the you're telling me that the person on the bottom and the person that's above at an elevated height on top of the plateau will be able to see for the exact same distance because of the flat Earth, correct?
Whoa.
You're saying
Nobody
you're
said
telling.
that. That's ridiculous. Nobody said that.
That really cool.
Yeah, why would you try to put words in my mouth? That's weird, bro. Don't make it weird.
That's not
okay?
putting words in your mouth. That's your bit. You guys are
You
saying the
said
Earth is
you're
flat.
telling me. You're telling. No, I'm not telling you that. Right?
Oh,
That's
no.
not what I'm telling you at all.
So the Earth isn't flat.
That's not what I'm saying either. You're okay. Listen, bro. You speak for you, and I'll speak for me. How about that?
Okay. Let me know. Is the Earth flat or is the Earth not flat?
Really?
The Earth is
I want to know where you're
topographical plane.
What is this?
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I got this. So
Yeah, how
what
about
I'm
can
telling
nobody
you is
interrupt?
the Earth is a topographical plane, right? Meaning there's topography, there's mountains and valleys and plains, right? But what you don't know is the largest salt flat in the world, in Bolivia, is 9,000 square kilometers with less than 1 meter of vertical relief. 1 meter. That means it doesn't curve for 9,000 square kilometers except for 1 meter. Now,
Let me
you have to
verify this. Could you let me know what was it
the
again?
Bolivian salt flats.
Bolivian
salt
flats. And
flats.
you said it's 9 kilometers, right?
9,000 square
Oh,
kilometers.
9,000 square kilometers. Okay.
I got a little
That's
gravy here
right.
to post too.
Thank you, sir.
No,
Okay,
Hank.
so
Thank you.
it's not only the Bolivian salt flats. There's other salt flats all over the world. And then there's the Great Plains of the United States and Canada. And then there's the Great Plains all over the rest of the world, the Great Plains of Africa. In fact, for 5,000 miles from the north part of Africa to the south, the average height above sea level is only 1,500 feet. So that is a huge plain, right? So not only that, the abyssal plains cover more than 50% of the Earth's surfaces. Now, the funny thing about abyssal plains, right, is that they're plains and not bowls, right? They're not curving. So then there's tectonic plates. The plates are usually pretty flat, like a sheet plate of metal, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Plates of armor, right? Those are flat, right? So all over the world, sea level is level. So we use these words, right? They mean things.
And
You just
if
have
I
to
may
measure it.
interject a little bit, Hank, these images that are being posted in live stream voice text of the Bolivian salt flats and other things, that's what's called a specular reflection. It's
Yeah, I can see that.
it's only possible on a level surface. I mean, like the one that Donato posted and Dre's, the first one he posted, that's on Bolivian salt flat. That's only possible. I mean, you're looking over dozens of miles.
Hey, who's the young man we're to? I want to tag him.
That's Alpha Beta.
Alpha Beta.
So I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead.
So are you an Alpha Beta then? Is that what that is? You're a Beta, but like you're a little bit alpha.
No, it's supposed to be a play on the alphabet with an A at the end.
Yeah, it does that too. Yeah, that lands. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, check the voice text.
Yeah,
Apothecary. Alpha Beta.
He's following along, I think. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Yeah, these specular reflections can only happen on these salt flats where the water is just really thin. It's just like maybe 6 inches of water, and you're looking across, dozens of miles. And it can only happen if that is a level.
Hey, Lex is trying to understand the black swan as well. They're in the voice text. They're here too. So
cool.
All right, so the black swan is really easy to understand. If the Earth is a sphere, it's going to have curvature. If it doesn't have curvature, it's not a sphere. So it's really easy to understand. All the math is there for you, right? And the thing about it is, you don't need to look at the video that we're providing. You can go out into the real world and do this yourself. And that's the challenge, right? Because science is never settled.
Could you
if you
guys
got a religion,
do something
Jesus,
for me too? If you want me to do
hold on,
this.
bro. Yeah, if you promise not to interrupt, we're out in the middle of
Okay.
a flow, right?
Yeah.
So with religion, Jesus is always going to be the Messiah. Abraham's going to be the father, right? And Muhammad's going to be the prophet. That's never going to change. Science, things change on the second. Things change every day, every
Muhammad
hour.
is going to be the
It's
prophet.
never settled. Bro, if you weren't trying to interrupt me, you would understand perfectly what I was saying. It makes perfect sense.
Well,
Religions
you're bringing
never
religion.
change. Yeah, I said religions never change. Science always changes. Science is never settled. You ever heard that before?
Yeah.
To be honest. So when I first saw the black swan, I got confused too, right? I didn't know what I was looking at. Why? I think they're confused about what the oil, like what they're looking at. What is the oil rigs? They don't know what they're supposed to be looking for. That
Yeah,
that the
like I'm
horizon
looking at
is
the image,
closer.
like I just don't get it. Like, what am I
Yeah,
supposed
yeah, right. Yeah. That's why it's a little confusing. But the horizon, that's all the way back there, right? It's supposed to be all the way up here, 1.225 miles from where we're looking from. Okay, that's why it's confusing. I think we'll try to come up with a better image. So, because because the globe is said to be this big, 3,900, that line, that horizon, all the way back there, should be all the way up here. So the distances to the oil rigs tell us how far we are seeing, right? And then that horizon is 10 times way too far if the Earth was a globe with the radius that we're told about. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
That whole right, the
So
horizon.
the horizon is 10 times farther than we should be able to see.
Right. I think we need a better. I think we need to label things better and maybe describe it better because it's a bit
Yeah,
confusing.
it's a little long-winded, all this stuff. I got to be honest.
Well, yeah.
Can you
For
hear
one,
me okay?
yeah.
Can you hear me okay? I'm going to explain it in simple terms that
I
everybody
just
can
don't. I
understand.
just don't
You
agree
can
with
give it a
all.
try. I think he might just
Hold
have to
on.
take the information on his own. But go ahead.
Hank will do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you got a woman who's 9 months pregnant with triplets, and she's
Fuck
laying on
yeah.
her back, she can't see her toes.
Are you
She can't see
sure?
her toes because, yeah, I'm sure if she's 9 months pregnant with triplets,
Have
she
you
got
ever
a big, huge
seen that
ass.
yourself?
Have you been 9 months pregnant with
Bro,
triplets?
I have not, but I've seen a woman pregnant with a single child, a male child. She can't see her toes.
Okay, she's really fat. Let's just say she's really fat. Jeez.
She's
all right.
okay. She's
She's so
pregnant with
fat she can't see
triplets,
her
right?
toes.
9 months.
Be obese.
So like
She
Benny?
got 3 babies in her belly. She can't see her toes while she's laying on her back. If she can see her toes, she's not pregnant with triplets at 9 months. Do you know why?
Why?
She got a big curved belly.
Oh, I love
Right?
big curves belly. Yep.
Right, yeah, me too. Pregnant women
In
are
other
beautiful. Right, so the point is that if the Earth is a sphere, then the horizon should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet away. If it's not, then the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, like they tell us. And the reason it's called black swan is because if someone makes a claim that all swans are white, it only takes one black swan to prove that wrong. So if you think that all swans are white, and I show up with a black swan, and I'm like, bro, check this out. And you walk away and say, nah, I don't believe it. I don't trust my eyes. All swans are
Well,
white. Then
I
you're
guess that
an
is very
imbecile.
subjective.
It's not subjective. It's geometry.
Wait a minute. How is that subjective?
Well, that's your subjective opinion that someone would. That's the only. I don't know.
Well,
I just feel like that's
no.
very.
Hold on. Wait. The modus tollens, this thing, right, is to explain to people. Okay,
No, I know
that
you're trying to
when
simplify
people,
it. I understand.
no, let me finish. Let me finish. When people look at the horizon, okay, they say that's the curvature of the Earth. That's the curvature when they look at the horizon. See, they're saying that's what every horizon is a white swan. See, but when we go measure it, right, you only need to see one, right? You only need to see one black swan, one measurement, one observation. You only have to make one observation that you're seeing way too far. The woman can see her feet, which means she's 9 months pregnant with 3 babies inside her. You know what I'm saying? This is what the analogy means, right? If it was a ball, we shouldn't be able to see these things because it would be covered by the belly, by the big belly of the woman. But because we can
Or
see
the
it,
curvature of the Earth. That's
or the
what they're trying to say.
right. So yeah, you guys get it?
Wait, I have a question. Do you? Yeah, I'm understanding what then the loads of information you guys are trying to give me, but I mean,
Focus
I
on
don't
the
know.
radius. Okay, it's a ball that's a certain size. That's how you
And
determine.
you guys
That's how you
think?
where the horizon, where the horizon should be. It depends on the radius of the ball, on the size of it, because the
Okay.
size of it determines the curve, right? How big that curve will be.
So you guys say a need for so in order for a spherical ball to be to be in the atmosphere, we literally need a fucking tin container around it.
No.
Wow, you just changed subjects completely, but okay.
That's a
Well,
straw
yeah.
man.
This is what I'm curious about.
That's a straw man. We never said you need a tin
You
container.
guys have been doing ethos this entire
Hey,
time.
dude,
So
take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. What we said was you cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container. There's gas pressure here on Earth. Where is the container? It's a very simple
the gas
question.
pressure dissipates as you get farther away from the Earth. So by the time that you're in space, the amount of gas pressure is so minimal that there is nothing. And the thing that's keeping the thing that's keeping the
That's a really cool story, bro. Did you verify any of that?
Hold on, guys.
the
Hey,
universe
guys, hold
is a
on, hold on.
container.
Okay, no, the universe is not a container. Listen. So what
I
you
mean,
said was
that's how
is
the axe
that
is one.
the gas, right, has
High pressure
the gas
zone and
gets
low pressure zones.
right, and the higher you get, the lower it gets. Right. This is called a gas pressure. Come on, bro. This is called a gas pressure gradient. In algebra, we would call this delta X. The gas pressure is X. You have to have gas pressure in order to have a gas pressure gradient, right? So this is a red herring, right? Has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's like saying how much is the price of rice in China? Has nothing to do. It doesn't follow the conversation at all.
Well, this is what intrigued me. So I thought I'd.
That's fine. But what I'm telling you is you're talking about delta X. We're talking about X. How do you have gas pressure without a container? And the answer is you don't. So the very definition of gas pressure is the force the gas particles exert against the walls of the container. So if I say to you, how do you have gas pressure without a container? It's like saying, how do you eat steak without cows? If cows are extinct, how do you eat steak? If you're eating a steak, then cows exist.
You just are restating your reasoning that I just responded to.
What?
I said that the gas pressure isn't constant. It doesn't go. And you just said the gas pressure needs a container again.
Wherever you measured this gradient, have you measured a gradient with an air pressure anywhere?
Well,
Bro,
so
I can't understand you, homie.
The point of gas pressure without a container is because if the Earth was a ball, then you have to say that gravity is what contains things. It's what's keeping everything in. But we've already gone over that gravity can't exist. Gravity requires curvature in order for you to
Yeah,
say
and that's why
gravity
there
is
is
the container.
curvature.
Right. So we're explaining, right, that you can't have. See the you remember your freezer in your kitchen, right? Inside is cold. Okay, we're saying you need to contain it to keep it cold. And pretend that's the atmosphere. If you open it, right, the atmosphere will rush out of the cold will rush out and equalize until it's not cold and everything melts. And so we're saying that's what you need in order for us to have air to
I don't think
breathe.
the atmosphere is a
Right?
fridge.
Listen, I'm using it as an example. Okay, in order for you pretend outside the fridge, the freezer, there's a vacuum. Okay, and inside that freezer is air for you to breathe. If I open, let's not call it a freezer. You're in this box and there's air for you to breathe. Outside of it is a vacuum, right? And if I open the box, you die. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You
Space
understand
is
that
such a
there's,
Can I get
there's
image
a
perms?
magical force called gravity, right? He has a magical fucking
yeah.
umbrella.
So
When
you
he
have to
goes
say
down,
that gravity is the container that's keeping the air from getting sucked out into space. The high pressure next to a low pressure, right? You need to separate it with a container, or else it equalizes. It
If it
goes
was
everywhere.
if high pressure was
You
still
got
present,
it
you're right.
separated.
You would need a container, but luckily we have gravity because the center, the Earth
Exactly. Well,
has
yeah,
gravity.
center of Earth.
But when
Yeah.
Talk
you
about that.
get farther
Okay.
away from the Earth,
How far?
that
How
needed
far?
Time out,
pressure
guys.
Right,
Time out,
pressure
guys.
dissipates.
Hold on.
Okay.
Wow, this is getting really fucking.
No, everyone,
You know
everyone.
what? This is getting really fucking out of hand.
All right,
Well,
cool.
is it-
That's why I'm getting involved. I was listening, and
God, damn,
this has nothing to do with temperature.
Matthew learns needs to talk.
Yeah, maybe that would help. But check
I
this
want to hear
out.
Quantum Eraser talk
Elio,
about it.
Yeah,
can you let him
Is he on? He's
Eraser.
the man himself, isn't he?
He's a man. Yep.
I want to hear Quantum
But doesn't he
Eraser
own
do
the
this.
website? The Globe Terminator?
Quantum
Yeah,
Eraser
here I'll post it again so the audience and you can have
Quantum
it.
Eraser is the only one who's actually can explain this to me, and I've actually gained something from it. So is he able to explain this? Because
Well, he was here
I mean,
earlier, but
you can
he's not
send
here
him.
now.
You can send him a DM or something.
I'm not getting anything from this. Like I think I'm going to talk to him.
If you got $5,000, maybe you can do that.
Alpha Beta.
$5,000.
All right, Alpha Beta, real quick.
I was
It's,
just
it's alpha. It's alpha beta. It's not beta.
Alpha. Okay, Alpha.
Top beta dog.
We're all equal here. When Quantum is here, we give him the floor. That's why he's able to, get things out properly. And we're trying
That's
to
why
give
I
the
need
floor.
Quantum here.
So can
He doesn't
everybody
come that often.
let Hank kind of take this one, and we'll just help him out in the voice text. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Alpha.
Let's let Hank take this one.
Good idea. Go ahead, Hank.
So what you have to understand is the Earth is a model, but it's not a scientific model. It hasn't been scientifically validated. In fact, your model is crisis, right? So do you know about the cosmological constant crisis?
No, bro, I'm way too young.
You never heard of it? It doesn't have anything to do with your age. It has to do with knowledge. Right, so the cosmological constant crisis, I'm posting a link from Harvard right here, right? And this one's really easy to understand because when you compare reality, right, what we observe, to theory, it's off by an order of magnitude of 120. So, do you know what that means? A number with 120 zeros behind it. Is that a little or a lot?
What'd you say? Is it a little or a lot?
Yeah, I don't think that's the real Harvard
No,
website.
no. Here's what he said. He said it was 10 to the 120th power. It was off by that much. Yeah. See.
All right. So a number with 120 zeros behind it, is that a little number or a big number?
I mean, that's a big check.
He's like a
Okay. So
I don't think that's
this
the
is
real
what the-
Harvard website.
Also, I like how it says
Really?
NASA in the
He's like
bottom of it.
famous.
Yeah, I don't see Harvard though. Like,
Are you real scientists?
Yeah. Are you guys real
Not
scientists?
you, boo boo, man.
Damn, y'all trying to pull my IP.
Are you a real boy?
Stop.
Wait. When Mitch, hold on. When Michio Kaku, hold on. No.
Artificial.
Hold on. I'm a moderator here. Hold
Hi,
on.
yeah, that was me.
When Michio
let the
Kaku
fucking
says
mod
something,
speak.
when Michio Kaku says something like that, is he a scientist?
Bro, I'm so confused.
I think
what is
Central
going on?
Banker has a fucking stick up his ass.
Well,
What?
if my mom has a PhD, if my mom has a PhD, does that mean I'm a doctor too?
He's a respected member of the
Hey,
scientific community.
a really big piece of compelling evidence that we use when we go out and test the Earth as kind of motivation and sort of a template on how to get the measurement. I'm going to post some laser tests for you in the voice stream lives text, so just pay attention to that for the next 5 minutes. Thanks.
See, I like that guy. He gets straight to the point. He gets his information out there, no bullshit, and then he goes quiet. That's the type of that's the type of way you guys got to convey your conversations if you actually want people to listen to you, and not a million people blabbering over each other.
So I just posted something. All right, it's about to pop up. So this is really important for you to understand.
Okay, sir.
A lot of some objects float and other objects sink.
I don't know. Density, probably. Yeah.
Right. So did you ever look up the definition for specific gravity?
For specific gravity?
Yeah, I posted a link for it earlier. I'll post it again.
I was looking into the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh
Because only hot can go to cold and cold can't go to hot. You know what I'm saying?
The only thing I learned here is that you would need a container. That's what you would need a container.
But we already got one, so that's what's going on right now.
We must have a container, bro. We have space.
Well, if it's not possible, how is it happening?
Yeah, exactly, bro. If it's not possible, how is it happening?
There's a container.
I mean, until one is
an edge that we can't see in the universe.
Can you guys try to focus?
Are you guys ever gonna prove this with photos and is anyone in here gonna launch themselves into space to prove this?
I'll do it. Hey, if you guys can go on mute, I can prove it with a scientific method. You like science, guys, or are you science deniers?
Well, the second law of thermodynamics was not made by Isaac Newton, so I don't really trust that law. So
I don't really like science.
That's called the genetic.
I don't like science.
Natural behavior of gases.
Isaac Newton did not create the second law of thermodynamics.
God created the second law of thermodynamics, so that's what we're trying to make that point.
Well, I don't know if I trust it.
You don't trust reality? You don't trust the behavior of gases?
I don't know.
I don't know. Observable reality? You don't trust that?
I don't know. I really don't trust this law.
No, we have a conclusion about that, and that all this relies on trust, right? So you're trusting who? Isaac Newton? Who's that?
No,
Who's Isaac Newton?
I'm trusting NASA. I'm trusting.
You're trusting NASA.
Yeah, I'm trusting Mr. Elon. That's I am.
Oh, well, that's your problem then.
Satellites, and you know what else I'm trusting?
Yeah. Well, you know what? When you do decide not to trust those people, when you decide to trust your own, when you decide to trust your brain, your mind, your senses, then we can talk. You know, we know what those people say. You don't have to repeat it here. Okay, but when you decide to stop trusting the government and NASA and Elon Musk and the news, then we could probably talk about something. Right now, I don't think you're ready. I think you're just angry.
Well, I just don't think you guys realize that there's simple things that you can do.
I think you're angry when other people don't believe the same thing you believe in. Can you think of any people in this world that do the same thing as that?
That do
Maybe
what?
some
That
people.
they.
You know, it's these people also like you, right? That say religions cause all the wars. Yet you guys are acting so religious, causing wars with people that don't believe the same thing you believe in. That the earth is a ball.
Okay, let me just ask him a real quick question. It's a yes or no question.
Same people that you trust.
Hold on,
Sounds
Bone.
religious.
I got one question.
Oh, it's Glatflow. Never mind. I like this guy. What's
Yeah, I
up?
can barely hear you, so fix that.
No, okay.
Can you turn him up?
I can't barely hear him. I can turn him up on my end, but even still,
I tried turning him up. He's still low, bro.
Yeah. I'm talking now. Is that better?
Yeah. Way better. Awesome. Okay.
You need a form so you can kind of analyze and think where the best mods.
I have one quick question. It's a yes or no question.
And for the listening audience, nobody interrupt Glenn Flow.
It's just a quick question. I don't expect not to get interrupted. So all I'm saying is this is the quick question, my friend. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're having a great night. So, did you know that the Earth measures flat?
No, I did not.
It does.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, I've never.
Okay, so what I did was I posted a bunch of times, and I tagged you in at Alpha Beta, and it's they call it the greatest laser experiment in history. It's a damn good one. So they did a laser test over a body of water, and they debunked the globe math. And there's a PDF down there right under the video. It's the data from that test. And if you'd like some more links, I have about 150 more just like that. And those are all separate tests, by the way. It measures flat, sir.
Well, you should have asked.
I'm done.
You check measurements first. You should have asked that one first. Mic drop.
Well, why do you guys ask me questions about measurements that I obviously don't have on the like the top of my head? I don't.
That's okay. No. Listen, I don't expect you to have it right now. In fact, that would be really weird if you had already did a laser test and came in here sounding like that. That'd be fucking weird. So you should measure it. It's exciting.
Yeah,
when I measure it and it comes and it doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't work? You're just going to see that it's flat.
It's trust.
You're going to come to the same conclusion, I promise.
It doesn't work. What?
There's no ifs.
What if it doesn't work?
Can I ask him a question? Can I ask him a question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm like free real estate. Anyone can ask me a question.
For better. Do you...
God.
So, I mean, Gladflobe just said that the water level's flat when you go out to the ocean, right? So, I want to add, how many islands does it take to actually see curvature?
How many what?
How many islands does it take to actually see curvature if you are supposed to see curvature at 1 foot at 1.22 miles?
Enoch, that shit doesn't make any sense. I think I know what you're.
Well, I mean, if you were to look at how many islands, where are you going to see the curvature?
Well, islands are like bodies of land that stick above the flat surface of the water. Yeah, I mean,
If you don't get anything else out of this tonight, just know that the only way to know is to measure it yourself. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's what we're trying to say.
To the corner and jump off.
the best place. I mean, what Gladflobe was referring to was a laser test over a body of water that is not an ocean. It was a lake. I think, was it 24 kilometers where they saw the laser from the other side of the lake, and there was no curvature in the way. Is that what you're referring to, Gladflobe? In the PDF that you shared, talking about that.
Yes.
If this information about the Earth being flat is already here and it's already been proven, why don't we get a mission going and we go to the edge?
What edge?
The edge of the flat Earth.
Edge. Okay.
There's no edge of the flat Earth. The edge of Earth is called the beach.
Well, this is what we're gonna need. We're gonna need a submarine. We're gonna need a destroyer.
Where's your edge? Wait a minute. Where's his edge?
Hold on. Wait, are you under
Where's his edge of Earth?
Go ahead.
If boats go over the horizon, there must be an edge that the boats are going over. So where's your edge, buddy?
No, I'm past the point about the Earth having curvature because that's just
I think he might be under the impression that Earth is in space, a flat Earth in space, like third from the sun.
Terrible.
Let me just say this: it's a question that comes up whether or not you've seen the propaganda. My dad asked me about the edge. My friend at work asked me about the edge. Who doesn't know anything about that the debate is happening? But this is a question that comes up. I mean, you've probably seen it in movies. Oh, we're gonna
we're not even talking about the edge. We're talking about the curvature.
Can you guys just stop?
Well, I want to get this edge thing out of the way.
I want him to explain what he means by the edge. Do you think that Earth is a disc in space? Do you think that flat earthers think that the Earth is a disc in space?
No,
I don't know. I don't know what you think, but you said that the
No,
planet
that's
is
not
flat.
where the
So
question
there's
comes
a drop off, right? Is there like an end? There's like an edge. Is there like a core? Like, is there like?
Yeah, it's an end. You got to write that time end because we live inside a container.
Yeah.
So since you cannot have gas pressure without a container, and since air pressure is gas pressure, that means we're inside a container. Yeah, it would be the walls of the container that gives us gas pressure. Yeah, so you're right. It would be an end, not an edge.
What are the walls made out of?
That would be unverified.
Well,
and so is the shape of it, so is the size of it, so is the place where it comes in contact with the ground somewhere far out there somewhere. We're not allowed to travel freely over the Earth. We're not allowed to travel within a 500-mile radius of the north center point. You know it as the North Pole, but it's a north center point. And you're not allowed to travel past the 60th parallel south freely without a military escort. And so we're not allowed to travel freely and map out all of the Earth and figure out where the ceiling comes in contact with the ground. You are simply not allowed to.
Well, we just. I mean, this is.
I guess
true,
I'm gonna have to
though.
swim out there and
if
find
this
the
is the truth. I mean, isn't this the next
Well,
step
good
though,
luck.
to actually go out there and see and get to the wall your as selves? Like, isn't that
good luck. Good luck.
You gotta get
if you like.
Yeah, I know, but
Wait.
what good is this doing in the Discord? You guys could
Remember the-
expand and you guys could go on little explorations.
Remember the Truman Show?
For him. That way we can get the money together for him.
You're too late.
Yeah,
Truman.
there's no big
The
money
world is
behind the
already
truth,
been
buddy. I don't know if you realize that. But there's no big money behind the truth.
Hey, and I'll tell you what, Bong was about to bring up the Truman Show. That's a really good example of.
I love that show, especially when actually, never mind.
So why
Well,
would they
that's
be guarding it?
You've seen
What's
it. You've
there
seen
to
it. That's why. That's us. That's us.
Yeah, but who's watching us, eh? Who's who's using it as entertainment?
I mean, if people are watching us,
So
they-
Alpha Beta, I posted a video 29 minutes after the hour. If you go ahead and watch that video, I would like you to show me where the curvature's at.
Well,
that was a video I recorded yesterday.
Wait,
I'm 5 miles away from the. I'm 5 miles away from the beach, from the water.
Can you verify that?
You can verify. You can verify yourself.
Verify the location and
You
verify the
can do it
location.
yourself. It's only 5 miles. Go out and do it. That's what they were trying to
5
do.
miles from the water, bro.
Can you show me one that's like 9 miles from the water?
Black Swan.
You know, 1 foot observer's height. Look, listen. 1 foot observer's height. The curvature is supposed to be at 1.22 miles. If I'm 5 miles away from the water, where's the curvature? Tell me where the curvature is at. You can see the horizon past all 3 ships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Benny, you convinced yet? Benny, you convinced yet?
No.
Dang.
I'm not trying to
You didn't convince Benny.
I feel like there's a lot of factors that go into seeing the curve.
I mean, like,
Listen,
I don't.
guys, listen,
the
be
ocean
quiet.
is just
Be
so
quiet.
big.
No
I don't
one
think you
here
can see the curve from
trying
just
to
looking at it.
convince you. Yeah, we already
See,
proved
that's
that.
what I've been
Listen,
feeling.
listen.
I don't know how to say it.
Hold on. Did you just say there's a lot of factors that go into seeing
There's a
the
lot of
curve?
factors.
I'm really
Factors
confused.
that go into it.
Okay.
So like if you have like
this
a
is
like a
information,
sports
and you're-
ball, right? Like a
and you're
soccer
interrupting me,
ball or a
motherfucker.
basketball. Hey, can you hear me?
No,
No.
can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, so when you have like a sports ball, right? Like a baseball, a basketball, a soccer ball. So how much you have to put into seeing the curve of that ball? You say there's a lot that goes into it.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm talking about an Earth, not a fucking basketball.
Yeah, so a ball. Listen, so a
Oh,
ball
Earth
is
is
a ball.
according to me, Earth
Listen,
is
a ball is a
ball.
ball regardless of the size. Do you understand that?
Yeah, but like the Earth is like just so big. Like you
No,
can't
there's
just.
no yeah, but wait. Okay, so it's so
What?
big. How big is it?
Yeah, tell that
I
to
mean,
the
it's
fucking ass.
huge.
Tell that to the fucking ass.
So it's so big that you
Wait,
can't
wait.
verify your claim that it's a ball.
Yeah, it's so big. It's so big, but you don't know how big, right?
Google told them that. Google told them already. He already.
I
said-
think
Well,
it
I
all
heard
just went to space.
I heard somebody tell them the curvature. That's why I wasn't even trying to bother to tell like what to go over the curve.
Detected at
Yeah,
or
but
slightly below 35,000 feet.
Arian, can you continue with your point?
Look,
Well, I'm
sorry
just
to
trying to
interrupt
figure
you.
out what goes into seeing the curve of a ball. I mean, you said there's so much that goes into it. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what you have to do.
Goes into it.
Yeah,
All
so
of
like
it
what?
exposed to that
Yeah,
in all directions.
There's a lot of different factors.
Okay, such as
right. Name those factors.
The ball. If
You
that
realize
makes
it's hard. You realize it's hard to see the curvature even 7 miles away,
Okay,
right?
so wait, hold on a second, man. You said there's a lot that goes into it, yet you haven't named even one yet. We're still waiting on just one.
I guess we gotta get a bunch of seamen to go on the water and find the.
Well, I
military.
picture perms. I can't post anything. I'm
Well,
at a
no,
strong arm here.
no. We're not asking for pictures. We're asking for what goes into it, right? So
Let me
what
send
goes
you a
into
picture.
tying your shoes, right? So first of all, in order to
Look,
tie your
there's
shoes, you
clouds
must first
covering
have
the kite,
hands,
if there's
right? So that's the first thing that
clouds.
goes into it. Then after having hands, you have to have shoelaces, right? So there's a second thing. Okay, so there's two things that go into tying your shoelaces, right? So what goes into seeing the curvature of the Earth?
I think you have to be. I think you like. I don't think you can see the curvature of Earth if you're on Earth.
definitely
The
have
Earth
to
isn't a
in space.
shoelace. The Earth isn't a shoelace.
I mean, if you're trying to look for the curvature in the first place, I think that's where you already kind of fucked up.
All right.
Oh,
Well, let me ask you. Hold on.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Hey, check this out.
Guys, they're claiming that they can't find the curvature.
Hold
If
on.
they can't see the curvature, then how do they know it's curved?
Is that there's not even a point of looking for the
No,
curvature?
how do they know it's curved?
Because it's been there
Don't
for
talk
billions of
over
years.
me. How do you know it's curved?
How do I know? Because there's pictures. There's thousands.
Dude, there's pictures of Bigfoot.
Wait for one picture.
There's also pictures of Santa.
Let's
Okay, well,
bring it
Bigfoot's
back.
actually real
Bring it
though,
back.
so that's
Give
not
me
a valid.
give me picture
I'm
perms, and I will
curious.
give you pictures. Give me
I'm-
picture perms.
All right, cool. I'm curious, Alpha, Beta. Do you? What is the horizon? Is that the curvature of the Earth? The horizon, is that the curvature of the Earth?
Do I pick perms?
I'm
Yeah,
asking you a question.
I just gave you pick perms, so go ahead. Go ahead.
Is the horizon the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
It's just a line.
No, it's just no. The horizon
All
isn't
right.
even a real thing. That's a made
So
up.
where
That's a made up.
is the curvature of the Earth then?
Here we go.
Where is the curvature? Well,
Yeah, where's the
it's
curvature?
everywhere. It's a sphere. It's a 3D. It's a
There you
3D.
go.
What sphere? Hold on.
There you go.
Don't get excited. Hey,
I'm getting
everybody,
all
calm down.
excited.
It's
Don't
like
get
the Force.
excited.
It's everywhere.
Hold on. So if the horizon is not the curvature, say like we've been talking about, standing on the beach, you can see the horizon. That's not the curvature of the Earth.
The horizon can demonstrate the curvature, but it isn't the curvature itself.
All right. So
Wait,
what if I hold on? I have a,
For
I
fuck's
have a-
sake, let this man talk.
all right. So if you rise up 200 feet and you look and see the horizon, that's not the curvature either.
Well, I mean, it's a visual representation of the curvature, like I said. The horizon.
Who told you that?
The horizon isn't real. The horizon is what you see when light.
Yeah,
hits the
it's an
ocean.
apparent position where the ground meets the sky, but they
Yeah.
never actually touch.
They don't never.
When you move
touch.
towards it, it moves away from you, like a
No, first-
rainbow.
Dude.
Jesus Christ! Can I fucking finish what I was gonna say?
Bong Sow, shut the fuck up, Bong Sow.
If the Earth is a
Fucking
ball,
A bong. Fuck you.
has to be real.
Fucking asshole.
Yeah,
Holy
Bong, you
fuck.
dumbass.
You won't even let me talk for 30 seconds. God damn it, Bong.
Yeah, fuck you, Bong.
Shut up.
Piece of shit.
I still love you anyway, you fucking asshole.
Sorry. Go ahead. Fucking
Shut
go
up.
ahead, bitch.
Guys, why don't we just get in a space
Well, I
shuttle?
was just trying to ask you. I mean, do you think the horizon is the curvature of the Earth? And you said no. So where is this fucking
Have
curve?
you guys ever seen the movie Behind the Curve?
So movies now.
Oh my
Movies are your
God.
evidence.
I have not.
Yes, of course we've seen it.
I
Yes,
love
we've
that
seen it.
one.
Wait, hey, have you ever seen the movie Gravity?
Can we stick
Yeah,
to
I've seen
reality?
that one too. Yeah, I've seen that
Yeah,
one too.
except
Fiction
that
is his
one-
proof. Yeah, that's
Man,
Gravity's
Listen.
says it all.
Gravity's pretty
Hey, guys.
fictional, unlike this.
Alpha.
Yeah,
If
can
the
we
Earth
start
is a
talking about
ball,
Santa Claus and unicorns?
You guys want
If
to
the
you
Earth
guys want
is
to see you guys want to see a photo proving its curvature?
You ever seen
There's
the movie
so-
Spider-Man?
There's
Guess what's
so
Power
many
Rangers?
different photos.
All right, Alphabeta, go ahead and send it. I have open DM. You can send me pictures and I'll post them here.
Oh, fish islands.
What's
Didn't
the
somebody-
distance to the
Fish
horizon in your
island,
picture
fish
there amongst the
island.
observer?
Oh, somebody already
height?
get. Yeah, there we go.
And why
If
is
the
the
Earth
water
was a-
beneath the bridge not
You already
curving?
you have pick perms, man. Go ahead and post what you think is proof of the curvature of Earth. Go ahead and post them. Come on, Alpha.
Look, man,
Yeah,
he's kind of confused about what the horizon is, right? If the Earth is a ball, the horizon has to be a geometric thing, a real thing. But because what you're talking about, the horizon not being a real thing, can only be that if you know it's a plane. Only planes do that. So clearing that up. Sorry to be an asshole.
So one thing I want to clear up is your proof of Earth curvature is a picture of some apparent curvature of a man-made structure, not the Earth itself. Is that right?
Well, you guys were using a man-made structure as an oil plant in the fucking
No,
water.
that was just a marker. That was just a distance marker. That was just a reference for the distance
for you
that we
guys
were looking at. No, we're not talking about the oil rigs in that example. We're talking about the horizon itself, and the oil rigs are just there so that you know how far out the horizon is. They're just markers. That's all they are. We're not talking about the curvature of the oil rigs.
There's so much more evidence that the Earth is a sphere than there is.
You haven't provided any.
I mean, look at that
So if
picture
there's
in
so
general.
much, okay, you provided evidence of apparent curvature of a man-made structure. There's nothing in that indicates Earth curvature, little buddy. So try again.
Do you want to see a jet flight in Russia?
Hey, bud, is the water? Hold on.
Bro.
Is the water? Is the water curving or the bridge? Is the water curving or is the bridge?
The water
I
is
don't
curving.
know if they,
No.
I've seen any.
You're a fucking idiot.
Stop looking at that photo, you dumbass. Look at the other ones.
Neither is curving.
For fuck's sake, look at the other ones.
Let me ask.
Yeah, you'll notice I said apparent curvature because it's probably just an optical effect unless you share the blueprints with us.
Yeah, I just posted 2 videos from Neil deGrasse Tyson, just debunking your claims.
Womp womp.
Yeah, you have to watch those videos, bro.
Alex, you got any questions?
Wait, what's up?
You got any questions?
Bro, I don't know, man.
Do you understand the Black Swan?
No, bro.
Felix understands flat Earth pretty well.
I do not.
He's a flat earther.
If you don't start from step 0.01, it's not gonna occur to them in this conversation. Okay, guys.
Can we look in the live stream voice, the text channel real quick? Does the Earth look more like this character or like this character? Hold on, I can't type. 1 second.
Underscore incoming.
1 second. Yes, that character. That character. Which does the Earth represent?
I think the Earth is round.
I think the Earth might look more
I
like
think it
this.
fucking looks like that.
Why do you think it's round?
Nice troll, bros.
Because
nice troll.
The underscore is just odd.
Why do you think the Earth is a ball?
That's the normal.
Honestly, like I
It's
think
the
if we all
normal. The fuck?
I think if we all just went to space and we just looked at the Earth from like a different point of view, like from outer space.
Bro,
like,
listen, man. Bro, listen. Nobody's left the Earth, man. Nobody's left the Earth, brother.
Do you guys think that like all the people who said they went to space are just like fucking lying?
No.
24 Freemasons
That they
said they went to a thermodynamic.
Absolutely heavy cracking up, bro.
Listen, check it out. I think if we have to go to space, when we get to 128,000 feet, it's still going to look flat. When we get to 250 miles, where the ISS is, it's still going to look flat, right? And I don't know how much higher we're going to go before the Earth starts to show itself as a ball. I mean, how far do you think we're going to get before we start seeing the Earth turn
so
into
if you
a
guys got
ball?
taken into
How are you going to
space-
get to space when Bezos can't get to space?
No. If
Not
you
tall
guys
enough,
got
dude.
brought into space, every one of you fuckers, no windows. You're in spacesuits. No windows.
Oh, that's a really cool story.
There's no relevance to reality.
Yeah.
You speaking from experience there, little buddy? You've been to space?
Look, I'm saying let's go to space. But when are we going to start seeing the Earth turn into a ball as we go up to
It
space?
says that Jeff Bezos blasted himself into the lower reaches of outer space in
How
his
long
penis
is the
rocket.
Earth going to present itself as flat before we start seeing it turn into a ball?
Guys,
How far up
what
is
is atmospheric refraction?
You're asking the
What is
wrong
that?
questions, buddy.
Oh, we got to go to the moon now to see that the Earth is a ball, right? What's
The Earth
next?
is
Gotta
pretty
go to the moon, right? Like,
No, it's actually not.
Here, give Bomba picture permissions. He has proof.
Man, I already debunked your Bezos bullshit.
No, you don't understand.
I already posted the video.
Give Joe Mama pick permissions, and he will show you the proof.
You don't have any proof, little kid.
Why do you think you have
Proof of a fairy tale?
Look, when you ask NASA what proof, right, they're going to tell you, oh, boats disappear over the cliff. They're not going to show you photos. Why doesn't NASA show you photos? Like, we have thousands of photos.
do.
Show us one then. Show us one then. Show us the one. One photo then.
Well, Benny's grandpa is actually
I'm
a
not going to see photos.
Benny.
He's a fucking astronaut.
Benny's grandpa is
Benny's grandpa's
Yeah,
literally an
everybody go.
astronaut.
Sounds like Benny Paul's a fucking liar. That's what.
Yeah,
he's a lying Mason.
he sounds like he's been Santa Claus the entire time.
He's been
Benny's,
on space mission.
Benny's grandpa's a liar, just like Benny.
He's an actor.
I'm not a liar. He's been on space.
He's a Mason.
Okay.
space?
And on space.
Wow.
Been in space.
No, I'm
Been in
totally
space.
Yeah, send us a
giving
pic.
out presents.
Send us a selfie.
I'm
Send
sorry
us a
for my
selfie from
speech
space, bro.
deficiency.
So you got preconceived bias. That's why you come in here. Because you think your grandpa has been to a place that no one else can go to.
Was he giving out presents if you were a
Bro, he
little
had a
boy?
suit on. He couldn't take a picture.
Okay, and they took away my pick perms, and I had another picture
He's
I
like,
wanted to.
But how come Neil Armstrong took pictures with his suit on?
I'm not trolling.
I feel like at this point,
Listening to himself on the live
If he
stream.
couldn't take a picture, if he couldn't take a picture because he had a suit on, then how did Neil Armstrong take all those pictures with his suit on?
Hello?
There was no pictures of Neil Armstrong.
Hey.
Really?
Okay, Neil Armstrong doesn't even want to talk about it.
So, Jim,
let's get a bit of direction. How comes, right, when we go out into nature and we look at the ocean, we can see at great distances. Now, if we're living on a globe that's spinning there, we should detect that, but let's leave the spin out of it for now. Shouldn't we be able to measure the curvature, don't you think? Do you think, even with today's technology, should we or should we not be able to measure the curvature of the Earth? Don't you think?
Don't I think what?
You kind of cut out.
Don't you think we should be able to measure the curvature of the Earth now, right now? We should be able to detect the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I'm glad you said that because, we flat earthers, we've gone out there and we haven't been able to measure 1 degree of curvature at all. Not 1 degree.
Why didn't you go measure the flatness?
Well, that's what we were just showing you.
That's what we're saying. We went out to measure the curvature to confirm what we learned at school, what we learned from Neil deGrasse Tyson and the other astrophysicists and astronomers, right? And we found no curvature, just flatness.
So
and we
Neil
can see
deGrasse
things at great
Tyson-
distances that the curvature we shouldn't be allowed to see.
And then Michio Kaku says that no one he knows of in his field actually uses the scientific method. Bro, don't talk over me. So,
do you believe in
hold
elevation?
on. Do I believe in elevation? Are you serious?
Smoking some pop.
Yeah,
What,
that's
do you
not a
believe in
belief.
the fourth-
Elevation is a knowledge. That's knowledge.
Wow.
No, I don't
man.
believe in elevation. I know about elevation.
You believe in it.
I know it.
It's
It's not a
space-time?
belief. It's not something you believe in, is it?
Can we pick one of these fucking clowns to
You
speak
know it.
to and
You
mute the
either
rest,
know it or
please?
you don't know it.
You even know that it exists, don't it?
Yeah, you either know it or you don't know it. So elevation exists. Why do you
You
ask that question?
experience elevation, don't you?
Hey,
Sorry,
yes,
Jim.
we do. Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry,
can.
Jim. My
Yes,
bad.
of course you do.
Make
Yeah, of
abilities
course we
like
do.
zero
Of course.
elevation. That is
But not when I'm flying. We go to a certain height, and 40,000 feet up in an aeroplane, and then that plane is level for the duration of the journey. It doesn't follow any curvature path of the globe at all. at all. Not 1 degree of curvature do we notice. From England to Japan, that's 10 hours, nothing.
Okay.
England to New Zealand, 19 hours, nothing. How do you explain that? No measurable curvature anywhere.
I'm not here to debunk your curvature.
Wow. There's no
Our curvature?
We don't have a claim.
Curvature.
We don't have a claim of curvature.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
have to worry about that.
Debunking curvature is what we've been doing this whole time. Where were you, bro?
I just want to see a picture of the flat.
No, go look at the real Earth, you imbecile. Quit looking at cartoons.
Yeah.
I want to see.
And
You know what I want to see?
how do you
Well,
explain?
a picture of the Earth from the moon.
Another.
Yeah, 24-hour
Yeah.
fucking surveillance footage. That's what I want to see. Hey, how can you do that?
Hey,
With all the
Hockey Puck.
paradigms that
Hockey
you
Puck.
put a fucking camera on the moon with all your fucking
Holy
satellites and light
shit.
it on there and show it down on.
Hey,
I want to see a
Hockey
24-hour
Puck,
footage.
relax.
Hey, bro, it's up, man. Puck is up, man. That's
What
Hockey.
in the
That's what
fuck?
we
Now you
want.
got Puck started.
Another
These
question.
people want
Another
to see.
question.
I want to see
Another
that.
question is this. Hang
You
on
want
now.
demands?
Come
I
on.
give you demands.
Yo, where's the
Oi.
fucking, where's the
You guys
moderation?
fucking going on here. Oi.
Hockey
Where's
Puck.
the moderation here?
Hockey Puck
Oh,
sounds like he
Yeah.
needs a
Come
blowjob
on.
Bob right now.
Right.
oh,
Another question. Another question is this: How comes NASA tells us, right? They get like what is it? I think it's $67 million a day, right? That's their budget currently. It went up from last year. But how comes they have the gore tell us they can't give us a real photograph, right? Real photograph or a real video at real time of the Earth spinning on its axis. How comes they can't do that? Don't you think that's suspicious? That we get CGI images of Earth and CGI photographs. You understand? Sorry, CGI videos. They can't give us a real video or a real photographic image of Earth from space. Don't you think that's strange?
Yeah, I do think it's strange.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, we're in the era of HD camera photography now, high definition. So they should be able to do this.
well, what if
Everything we
they
get is
just
CGI.
haven't got a camera that can see that far yet?
What, with $67 million a day?
Yes, maybe.
Well, I mean,
No, that's
things
ridiculous. That's
take
unacceptable.
time.
see past fucking
No,
moon.
that's ridiculous.
Hold on,
Things
guys.
take
Hold on, guys. Hold on, hold on.
Guys,
Look,
gotta
hang on,
give
hang on.
NASA time.
Listen, they say that they can see stuff. They say they can see stuff quintillions of miles away. How could they not have a picture that can see stuff thousands of miles away?
No.
Fuck will
That's
also.
unacceptable there, mate.
Whoa.
We have to give them time to prove what they've been claiming for 500 years?
Well,
What?
Hockey Puck got a little bit in his feelings. It sounds like he needs a blowjob.
Well,
Okay, but that's off topic.
Yeah, we're not,
personal
we're not talking about that.
All right, boy. You want
You're
to talk
getting
about
one
blowjobs?
personally.
Well, what
You
if
need a blowjob?
what if he
Yeah, you
actually
look cute.
does?
Yeah, you look cute. I'll take you.
Hey, kick these kids out.
I think this is their best proof of the globe right here. Yeah, this is it. This is
Dude,
the best
listen, you
globe
got
pixie.
you got these high pitched
trolling, yeah.
voice motherfuckers talking about blowjobs. You guys, this is what I was yelling about the other day. Just letting you know.
Let me get some names. Who am I kicking first?
Mm-hmm.
Who was it? Who the
Right.
fuck signed the fucking
Halex
death
said it.
warrant?
I muted both of
So,
them.
can you understand that? That's unacceptable not to be given an image of Earth. Real image of Earth from space. Since as NASA's been at it now for what, 62 years or something like that. 62 years. And they haven't brought not one real image in 62 years. That's
We're not here to
totally
waste time, kids. We're not. If you're here to learn, then you're here to learn.
Yeah, I mean, hey, even though I was laughing for like 30 minutes listening to you guys talk to these stupid assholes, it's over. It cannot continue. It's unlistenable.
Correct.
And so let's try to bring this back to a formal conversation, please.
Yes, that's what I was trying to do.
No, I know you were. I know you were, Jen, and so am I. I've been trying to do that for fucking 30 minutes, but
I'm about done trying.
yeah. So please, I mean, for the sake of people listening, and so that we don't make a hold on, and so that we don't. Jesus Christ, I can't even talk for 10 seconds. You're already doing it again. It's fucking pissing me off, to be honest. Just make this listenable because people are listening. Come on, guys. I mean, this ain't very fucking hard. You do it all the time. I'm talking about having an open conversation, not do this all the time because this has gotten crazy. You're freaking screaming at kids, and we're adult men screaming at kids. That's fucking stupid.
Kids showing up in a
You just kind of went off on a tangent there. I don't.
Yeah, you did,
Helio, you
Helio.
shouldn't need to ask. You're the mod.
That's also true.
Well, and I'm also the guy that is running the one of the live streams that we have. So I want people. I want it to be listenable.
Yeah, well, let's give them a show.
Yeah.
Hey, are you kids willing to take this conversation seriously from this point on, or do we have to kick you out?
No, I think we should just keep them muted for now.
Okay.
Glaflow, we can't
keep them muted.
entertaining it. Yeah,
exactly. Just keep them here.
We've gone long enough where we need people to just learn, and these kids are ongoing with the same routine over and over.
Well, and the attention's. Let's be honest. I'm surprised they lasted this long.
Right.
It's amazing contribution.
I got an idea. Right? How about we read that Robert Simmons interview? Right? And we show the kids.
Oh, that's a good
wait a minute. It's Photoshopped. Why is it Photoshopped? Because it has to be? Why does it have to be? If
Better
there's
than that, we
3,000
can actually
satellites.
we can play his audio.
Helio, you're doing it again. It's only been 10 fucking seconds.
What if Helio Skeptic actually needs some serious relief?
No, I was going to say we can actually play the audio from Robert Simmons from his own fucking mouth. We can actually hear him say
Can we
it.
stop talking about that, please?
I think, please, let's do that. Do that. Yeah.
Great idea.
People need to hear that. We need to hear Robert Simmons explaining how he makes the image of the Earth in the way we think it would look like, because he hasn't gone to space, he says. Yeah.
You won't find it anymore.
You guys have a real image of flat Earth?
Every image.
You guys are stuck with cartoons. How
How
old are
come
you
none of the
guys?
images of the round Earth are real?
Why are you guys so interested in cartoons? Seriously.
Well, do you guys have an image of flat Earth?
Yeah, every image.
And
of the
they're
we've taken
young-minded.
lots of
That's why they're
images.
interested in cartoons.
You're young-minded too.
No, he's not. And listen, they don't want to dig deep, okay? It's clear they don't want to dig even anywhere near the shallow surface. Let's just move on.
Was just
Do us a favor and turn your radio down or whatever it is you got on the causing the background.
Is it me?
No, I think it's one of them listening to themselves on YouTube or something. Because I keep getting like a feedback. You know, I keep hearing two people's repeating what they're saying like twice.
That could be me because my mic is open. Hang on a second, I shall clear that up.
No, you sound great. I think it's just a
I'm
bunch
sorry,
of
I
assholes
wasn't
keep
accusing
talking.
anybody. I was just saying there was a little bit on my end. I was just like,
It's definitely
Okay,
Helio's
super.
fault.
Yeah, it's Jin's fault. No, I'm trying to find this Robert Simmons video if anyone has.
Did you guys just hear that? Did you hear that? There was 1 second that went by when nobody was talking. Just one, though.
You killed it.
No, I didn't. Someone else spoke up.
Second,
That's not good. We got
times of
built-in
conception.
seconds. Yeah, 1 second of silence.
Something
is-
yelled.
That's falling behind, man. What the hell? Oh shit! Did it just get quiet for 2 seconds, guys? What's happening?
Keep talking.
We're looking for Robert
I'd
Simmons.
rather silence than those guys.
How's it? Hey, Matthew, come on, man. See, this is what Matthew said. This is what Matthew learns. This is what Matthew learns said, and he agrees. He says that if there's no curvature, then space cannot be real. And so I asked,
Correct.
well, is there curvature? And he went full on quiet. Like I don't even see him typing anymore.
Oh, yeah, so that's great.
Yeah,
We can
Well,
stop
Matthew
talking
knows-
about space then and just deal with curvature.
Correct. And Matthew already admitted that we're right about everything. He has already admitted that. And guess who has all the proof of that? XO. He'll show you all of when Matthew is fucked up and admitted that we're right about everything.
Look, man.
Yeah,
If
can we
there's
just leave
no
Matthew in the corner
motion
until he
to
wants to grow
unmute
some
Halex.
very intellectual
All right,
balls?
I posted Robert Simmons. So can we go through that live?
That's best.
Yeah, I can put it live.
Awesome. Everybody go on mute. And make sure you pay attention, children, right? Because this guy's linked back to NASA, right? You click on the link in the video that I posted. It's going to take you to Goddard Space Agency, right? So this isn't a flat earther talking. This is a NASA employee talking.
Yeah.
Pay attention to how he says the maps are flat and he has to wrap them around a ball.
Yep. Okay. So this is 3 minutes. Enjoy.
Yo, can you play it on 2x speed?
No, I don't want to.
No.
I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the
Can you
atmosphere.
pause it, please?
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of...
It's almost done.
Yeah, I just wanted to pause it, right? And I wanted to ask, Alpha Beta, right? What does he mean by it's photoshopped, it has to be? If there's 3,000 satellites floating around up there, why does it have to be a cartoon made in Photoshop? Can you answer that, please?
Oh, I'm unmuted. Oh,
Yeah, can you answer that question?
why he said they needed Photoshop?
Yeah, if there's 3,000, satellites floating around up there,
Well,
why did he say it's photoshopped? It has to be.
in my print shop class, Photoshop is used to clean up images.
That's not what he said he did.
No.
That's not what he said he did, buddy.
Oh.
He said he's
How do you
taking.
know?
He said
Because
he's
I
taking
listened
data.
to what he said, unlike you.
Oh, well,
I was paying full attention.
so was I. But I was muted, so I couldn't comment on what I was hearing.
We all did that.
Well, sure. No, but we were encouraging people not to talk while we were listening.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to listen to it again?
No, I heard it about how Photoshop is needed.
It's a composite image. Did you hear that part?
And I just sent it to your DM.
Well, yeah.
Did you
Do
say
you know what a
Photoshop
composite
isn't needed? He
Wow.
said it has to be Photoshop.
Yeah, probably because I want it to look more pretty.
It is a composite image. They compiled it together out of thousands of different pictures of the flat surface of the Earth, and then they mapped it onto a ball. That is
Or
what
they
you just
did it with
listened to. What didn't you
sphere.
get?
Hold on, we didn't finish it because
Fuck Robert Simmons.
All right, everybody go back on
Let me
mute.
talk,
Let's
let me
listen.
Mute
Let's
them.
listen. Go
Who
back
the
on.
fuck is this
yeah,
man?
he was about to go. He was about to go over the rest of it.
Mute them.
So you asked for the pause before he actually finished what he was saying.
Oh, sorry about that. Press play.
If you could rewind it like 10 seconds, that'd be good.
Oh God.
No, you can't.
Man.
You can't. Just continue. Just hit.
It's not a fucking DVD player. Okay, hang on a second.
It has to be.
Just hit M.
I got it. Chill the fuck out, huh?
Do it.
It's M exclamation P L A Y.
Sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It has to be. It has to be.
Dude, he couldn't even get through that lie without fucking it up. He said it's twice.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Hey, so Matthew, can you open your microphone and explain this this image from the Epic satellite?
Yeah, so Jin was saying that NASA doesn't post any pictures that they claim are from outer space, but here's an example of a picture that they claim is from outer space.
Yeah, how far away is the Epic satellite?
1 million,
1 million
miles
miles.
about.
Yeah.
They're claiming it's a picture, right? That's a claim.
It's a
Yeah,
digital.
why is there a
photograph.
green barrier?
Yeah, that's a digital
between-
rendering. Yeah. Anyway.
Why is there a green barrier in between the moon and the Earth, like a green screen?
In this picture, there's no moon.
The lunar eclipse video that I posted.
What you can take.
And I did say a real photograph, didn't I? I said a real photograph of real HD.
Hey, hold on. Matthew knows that it's not a picture. He knows that. He posted it just, I guess, to trigger us. But let's not.
Picture's probably the wrong word.
Where's Battle Mod? I
Say
think I
photo
need to
versus
talk to Battle
image.
Mod.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to trigger anybody. I was responding to the claim that NASA doesn't have any images that they claim to be from space, but they do have images that they claim to be from space. I know. I recognize you don't.
They
agree
have
with
a lot of propaganda, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about a real photo that was taken from space, unaltered, that shows the globe. That's what we're talking about. That's what we mean. They don't have any real photos from space.
They
Well,
have
apparently
this photo
Jin
that they
claimed
claim-
they didn't have images, and that's what he was
Be a
responding
corrupt
to.
company.
Yeah, they
Government
are.
agency.
They're absolutely corrupt.
They're all in it for the money.
Yeah, so why don't we go kill them all?
$2 million a day.
Okay, kick that
Is that
little fucker
legal?
out of here.
Yeah, kick him out.
Bye,
Morty.
He's on your side.
I'm on your side
We're
with this.
over to support NASA. Yeah, you're exactly right. They're
We do
bad.
need a mod to kick him out right now.
He's on your side.
So are all the fucking governments. You want to take over the world? How we do that? Huh? How do we
Now
take
we're
over?
talking.
Oh, you want to create a model for them? You want to create a new model, and we
I
can
want a
lie to the
worldwide
world?
revolution.
Talking about NASA is what we've been telling you this whole time. NASA's lying to you. The world is lying. The governments are lying. The banks. Yeah, they're evil.
We
yeah,
need
of
to
course.
mobilize.
Right.
Well, whatever. This isn't the server to talk about that.
Right. But can you guys accept it? Can you guys accept what's happening, or you guys want to go back and play video games and pretend everything is all?
Man, we're too pussyfooted to fight it.
Oh, that's the problem. That's the You gotta either accept it, right, or pretend like you didn't hear this.
I know this doesn't apply to you, Bong, but it's Saturday, 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 Saturday night's all right.
It's good vibe, man.
All right.
Because Bong's in the future. He's in Sunday.
Oh, right. That's cool.
I'm in the future. Exactly. Yeah.
And the present.
Because calendars, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take that, Einstein. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, screw it up.
Yeah, I would just like to ask the young people in here if they could provide one valid hypothesis from Newton or Einstein, right? So that we could, do an experiment and experimentally, scientifically prove.
Bro, they don't know what you
gravity.
just said. They don't even know what you just said.
I'd be happy if they knew the day you was born, because I don't. Fuck.
Ask them to
I'm not kidding,
scientifically
Hank.
validate
They're
gravity.
not ready for this
No.
at all.
No.
You're going to be wasting your breath, brother. I swear.
Well, are you saying they're anti-science? They don't like science?
No.
They're
I
anti.
agree
Take
with
this
Brett.
seriously. They're not even here to do that.
They're
Yeah.
anti-thinking for
They're
themselves.
anti-science and
Well, it's
Uncle
just-
Tom's.
That is
It's just a challenge,
We're
just
but
challenging
they
them.
don't understand the challenge, Hank. That's what I'm trying to say.
See,
They don't understand what you're asking
their
of them.
teacher.
Hank.
It's what their
Hank,
teachers
please.
are supposed to be doing, right?
No,
The teachers are supposed to be challenging the children, right? And challenging their beliefs, right? Because everyone has an anchor bias. Everyone learned this first, right?
Wait a second.
And everybody
Hank,
just
hold on,
go
Hank.
ahead.
When was the last time a teacher challenged you?
Jeez, Sack teacher did. Yeah.
So like one?
To a fight?
Yeah, like one teacher. No, she challenged me because I said Martin Luther King was a womanizer, and she said that's just an opinion. And then I tried to prove it, and I couldn't really prove it. So
she won.
She was right.
So she got
Can't
mad
really-
at you for all the right reasons. Then okay, cool.
That's funny. Hey, Hank, can I ask a question? Are we all the way against Isaac Newton?
So we're not against Isaac Newton. I'm just pointing out that it's not scientific, right? And I can show you a professor of physics, the chair
no,
of physics.
I just want.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
Okay.
Hold on, bro. You asked me a question, right? So I can show you where the professor of physics, chair of physics, Yale, Professor Shankar, he says it's the end of Newtonian mechanics, the nail in the coffin for Newtonian mechanics, right? So it's not just me that's saying Newtonian mechanics is done. It's the professor of physics. So would you like to see that source? Would you like to read it yourself?
No, hold on. I'm talking about just Isaac in general because I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to with that. But I was going to ask, have you heard of the history of ancient kingdoms amended?
Which
Nope.
history of
ancient kingdoms that mended, or
Nope.
Yeah,
amended?
it was another book that he wrote where he was in disagreement with the basically the timeline that was being imposed, the chronology.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing is
Well, that
Newton
would be
himself
interesting.
said that he doesn't believe in action at a distance. He disagreed with this whole idea of gravity affecting masses that are separated by nothingness. So they kind of they take their own hero and they distort the words that he said.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming from too, bro. It's you know what I mean? I don't know exactly what all Isaac Newton said for sure, but I do know that we've been taught a lot of things that aren't true. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
But I do know that I've read some stuff where he disagreed with the social norms on a lot of things, especially when it comes to dealing with chronology and the timeline, Gallagerian timeline. But peace. Appreciate you, though. Thanks, Hank.
Well, his philosophy was everything was relative, wasn't it?
What?
I was you talking about Einstein?
Isaac
Newton? No. He was obsessed with weights, how much gold is in the coins, how much, it's like some kind of he's crazy, man. Stuck his own eye so he can see, so he can learn about how the eye works. I mean, he was that kind of person.
He liked alchemy a
No,
lot.
So it was Einstein who said that everything was relative, and the only reason he said that is so he could marry his cousin.
Dude, it's fucking, it's a cop out. If you say everything's relative, you can't come back with anything on that one. Oh, it's all just relative. So it's all subject. Yeah, you can't nail anything
Yeah, that's
down.
the problem. That's the problem. When you're dealing with a subjective realist, right? Nothing is real, everything is subjective, and that's real. But nothing's real, but that's real, right? It's like the very, claim that everything is subjective, that's an objective statement, right? So it's like you can't reason with these people at all. These solipsists, they're possessed by this ideology, and I see no difference between like some sort of spiritual possession than this ideological possession, because these people aren't really people anymore. They're like shells of people because they think their brains in a vat and nothing really matters because you can't prove anything. So what's to stop some of these people from going, I can't tell the difference between Grand Theft Auto and my everyday life, around normal people? Right? It's like, that's scary, man. So anyway, I posted some stuff.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Hank.
it's really, that's okay, bro.
The
It's
fact that
really
you
easy.
even brought up GTA was like a trigger for me from a chick from this girl, and she oh my goodness, exactly what you were saying, cause she's autistic, and like the fact that so I was listening to other people say the same thing, that this life is a dream and it's not real. And that was pissing me off, bro.
What?
That's Inception pushes.
Bro, they would tell me that. They would say that life isn't real, that everything is just a dream.
Those kids. Scary.
That's real though.
Well, compared to the afterlife.
Life
all
is
relative,
where
you know?
life is right now is where it matters. This is where things happen, not when we die, but now, right now, when you're alive. That's life. That's what this thing is. It's not a dream. Like, it's not a dream. This is the real thing.
Nah, son, it's the
It's
Matrix.
a test.
It's the Matrix.
But you're right,
man.
it does matter. Because what you do here dictates where you're going to go, or what's going to happen to you.
What?
Well, this is where deeds are done. This is where actions are made. This is where thoughts manifest. You need a body for that. You know what I mean? You need to be able to interact with your environment. I mean, this is where what you do ripples out into all of reality. You're not
You need
small.
matter to do the things that matter.
You're not insignificant. One man, this summer will change the world. You hear that all the time in movies, right?
One man, one world.
Yeah. you do things, man. Yeah, this is where we do it.
This summer.
I don't mean handing your data over to Google so they can follow all the things you're doing on the internet.
This summer, Sylvester Stallone is Arnold Schwarzenegger in Commando Predator.
No, the other guy had a better voice.
What other guy?
The first dude.
Helio's got a nice velvety kind of.
He's talking about Bong Sao, also known as Batman.
No.
I can't do it anymore.
Talk about that guy, the Asian guy.
Yeah, Bong. He lost too much. He lost too much weight.
I got the most powerful Bong Sao.
Oh, bro. You train, you practice. High five, man. Respect.
Hey, respect to you, bro. Most respect.
Yeah. Train hard, fight easy. Hey. Study hard, debate easy.
Are you still in that totalitarian nightmare called Australia, Bong, or did you move?
Yeah, I mean, everybody keeps saying that. I'm just enjoying my garden, hanging out here, doing stuff, growing stuff. I don't know what's going on, man. I hear it's the worst place to be right now, but I don't really. I'm not feeling it.
Any flat earthers here get injected?
Wow, that's good, man.
Wow.
No thanks.
Yeah, we're not talking about
No
that.
chance.
We're not. That's one of the things that the channels can get shut down for. So we're not going to talk about. Sorry, not on live stream anyway.
Not even with code words.
I mean, yeah, but we can change subjects. I already gave you an answer for me, so I said no thanks.
What if two men or three even got together, right? This summer, three men. Wait, make that four.
Pull it from the top.
Right? 4 men will change the world. Google had this ad, right? What happens when you change a period into a question mark? The earth is flat. And then you take away the period and you put a question mark. The earth is flat?
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Changes everything, eh?
For those who
One question mark will change the meaning.
So Matthew made a claim that not all the pictures of Earth from space are fake. How did you verify that, Matthew?
I wasn't claiming that they are not fake. I was saying that NASA claims they're not fake. Slight difference.
That's a safe caveat. Okay, I'll give you that one.
Yeah, because earlier the question that I think Jin brought up is why doesn't NASA post any pictures taken from space? And my answer to that is I think they do post pictures that they say are from space. I understand you disagree with it. I'm just saying that they at least claim it. So your argument should be, oh, those are fake, not, oh, they don't post any pictures.
Well, without R, those are fake.
Right.
Okay, that is our argument. Now what?
Yeah, so then the next thing would be, okay, well, let's talk about R and let's talk about the evidence for that. So yeah, there's different parts to this.
You got
R, well, let's finish up this lying to us thing, right? They have any evidence at all that the Earth is a ball.
Yeah.
I would
and
call
we
those
said
pictures
real
up.
photographs.
Yeah, I would call those. I
said
would call
real.
those images real.
They're
But
not
you don't
real
have R.
photographs.
Yeah,
Photographs.
how did you verify that,
Photographs,
Matthew?
high
It's just not
definition, real images, real photographs. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. High definition,
You are
real.
correct. I cannot personally verify them. I just have to trust them. So I am trusting
So
them.
you have a belief?
Right.
You believe in NASA? You
That's
trust
right.
in your government?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Well, then
So it's a religion.
you're disqualified. You're just disqualified.
So Matthew, I'm presuming you've had the internet for close to 30 years by now.
Right.
And you've had time to research Operation Northwoods, the Gulf of Tonkin incident. You've had time to research all these false flags that catapulted us into war, right? And you still trust your government.
Not on
Yeah.
all things, but I do sometimes.
Well, do you know what this means, Matthew? This means you go sit over there with the rest of the religious people. You cannot participate in the debate. That's what you're doing. You're removing yourself from the
No,
debate by saying, I have faith in NASA. Right? I put my faith in people.
Yeah, I'm describing
part,
my beliefs.
maybe.
You're right. I'm describing my beliefs. I'm not arguing for them. I'm describing them.
He can go ahead and argue from faith. It gets it out there that that's just what it is. That that's what the ball belief is. It's a belief.
Then you go sit behind NASA and let NASA defend their claims. You go sit behind
Neil
NASA.
deGrasse Tyson he's busy getting a manicure, so he's not going to be available for a debate for, I don't know, like the next rest of his life.
50 years.
Who said that?
Neil deGrasse Tyson was supposed to debate Eric Dubay, and Joe Rogan had set it up. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson pulled out.
Oh, I would have loved to see that. That would be very interesting.
Yeah. You, me, and the entire rest of the world. Because if he's got his microphone, then Eric Dubay would have his microphone. Right? And you can't just drop your microphone, Tyson. But that doesn't prove anything.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That Eric Dubay would get to represent flat Earth and then bring Neil deGrasse Tyson there while we've been over here all this fucking time, 6 years begging and fucking crying out, and this asshole comes out in the middle of nowhere after all the shit gets promoted on YouTube and takes our fucking spot. I don't like it at all, man. Makes me mad.
If you could pick a two
Matthew,
team
Matthew,
a team
I
of
got
two, who would you choose? Like QE and
Indio, yeah.
Yeah,
Matthew,
what's up,
I
John?
got a few
Give
seconds
us-
of a video for you to watch
ODD.
from Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's just a few seconds.
Does he need to watch it? No. He already knows everything. He keeps denying it.
Yeah, it's because it's Joe Rogan. That's why.
So what is it? What are we doing? Hashtag Indio versus Neil deGrasse Tyson? Is that what's up? Yeah. That should be pretty cool.
Dude, can you imagine Neil deGrasse Tyson versus Indio?
Get shredded, man.
I would pay to see that. I would pay to see that.
Dude, that would be dope as fuck, man.
I'd pay up to $500 to see that. Hell yeah.
And coconuts?
I'll probably go $1,000 in debt. Yeah.
I will give all the coconuts that I have to see that.
So we're up to 1,500
I
so
double
far.
dog dare somebody to lick their shit in the shower.
Whoa, what?
Whoa, sir, are you all right?
Hey, it was just a double dog dare, okay?
What is it? God damn
That
it,
was a red
dude.
herring. Look, I don't know.
That
was
was
a follow.
funny.
Tyson, not Eric DeBoer.
I mean, at least you can tell people. Hey, at least you can tell people. Do you know what shit tastes like? And then you can, at least give them the answer.
Yeah,
talking about, Willis?
Yeah, man. I do not wish to.
Way too much information.
Might be a good time to get back on
Because
topic.
everybody else just talks shit, dude.
Well, not
Okay.
literal shit, man. That's gosh, it's just a metaphor.
It's doo-doo,
Gosh,
man.
gosh, man.
Okay.
There's a very fine line between eating shit and taking shit.
Enoch, dial it back a little
Taking
bit.
shit
And if
too?
you, hold on, dial it back a little bit if you can, Enoch. Please.
What's going on?
All right, I'll stop.
All right. Please, thank you.
I was trying to lighten up the mood. That's all. I'm sorry.
I was like going to do an Aussie contest with it. Make it even worse.
You're making it worse.
Yeah, man.
I don't know, man. I think
Aussie
I
like
think-
needs a bad I shit on the stage. That's big.
I think Indio will troll the shit out of him. I think Indio will embarrass the shit out of him while he's flat smacking the world.
Neil Tyson isn't too dumb to know that, though, so that's never happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo, just put it in the context of a fucking glober. That's an astrophysicist,
Oh,
like
my
a god. It's a god itself,
Oh, my
man.
God.
Deciding not to debate the
Yeah.
fucking Flintstones,
had-
you know.
We had one
Oh,
up in here, man. Robert, I think his name was Rob or Robert, whatever. He was a cosmologist. I remember from way back when. I was still gold. I downloaded the episode because that was prime time for me. We talked about the sun for like a long time, spectroscopy and whatnot, and yeah, it was cool.
I really wish that we could have 2015 John back. Right, the one that was uber polite and sir, excuse me, sir, I just want the independent variable. Right, because the way that they clowned his ass back then kind of tainted him forever. And from now on, he's going to be like, all you guys are pretender clowns, because that's what they all actually are. So if we could get, a not pretender clown, like someone who actually knows their shit.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I think
It's funny that you said no their shit.
QE recognizes pretender clowns. Of course he's going to. Oh, excuse me, sir. The right. Yeah, I know. I mean, who is he going to do that? Who the hell is going to come here that he would talk like that too, right? What about McWest? Remember McWest when he was here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He didn't
Oh,
know the three constituent parts to a hypothesis. Experiment. The three parts.
man, this meme is distracting.
Oh, right. Now I remember. Right. So he claimed that the FE core laser, it was skipping across the water like a skipping stone. Yeah, he's famous for the skipping stone hypothesis. That was the guy on here. He was like, yeah, like it was just bouncing off the water then, like a skipping stone. I was like, dang.
Just like it should.
So light has gravity now, like the rock, where it's gonna try to go down and then it bounces off the surface.
Bro, he was
Like
an
a rock.
educated man, bro, and he said that shit.
Maybe how about this? Maybe they're all pretender clowns, and the reason QE can't act like a gentleman is because they're all literal clowns, pretending to know what they're talking about.
Well, they have to be that deep in defending nonsense.
Because I've seen him act like a perfect gentleman. Like me and him had like an hour debate on the Trinity, and he never called me a pretender clown.
He's a gentleman too.
How long ago was
No one
that?
comes into
It's been years, huh?
That was 2016.
So he was barely out of polite mode back then, no?
Yeah, but I was friendly, so even though we disagreed, we never crossed any lines.